In a fortuitous turn of events, the adept Ling Ran unexpectedly traverses into a post-apocalyptic realm, piquing her curiosity for this novel world. As she faces the onslaught of zombies, Ling Ran proclaims, "The divine has decreed, I shall soar." The extraordinary individuals observe in astonishment as she, devoid of wings, elevates off the ground, their mouths agape in disbelief. When confronted with the necessity to procure research materials and finding themselves at a loss, Ling Ran asserts, "The divine has decreed, I shall vanish." The onlookers witness her inexplicable disappearance, only to reappear shortly, triumphantly retrieving the coveted research documents from amidst the undead throng. The extraordinary individuals ponder, what manner of ability does Ling Ran possess? Flight and invisibility, a duality of powers? In due course, they come to realize that it is not dual abilities, but rather a manifestation of her words shaping reality. Chapter 1. Crossing into the Apocalypse. At noon, the sun hung high in the sky, its scorching rays beating down upon the earth, transforming the once bustling streets into desolate wastelands, exuding a suffocating stench of decay. In H City, suddenly, two black SUVs enter the neighborhood, capturing the attention of the zombies. In the lead vehicle, two men occupied the front seats. The man at the wheel, with his clean-cut, short hair, crashed into the zombies, sending them flying, and glanced at his companion Ion beside him, saying, "Pega, there aren't many zombies in this neighborhood. I believe your half-sister must have fled." "Indeed," the other man replied succinctly, his profile striking and his demeanor poised and composed. Resting his elbow on the car window, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong, muscular forearms. He directed his gaze outside, then pointed towards a building diagonally ahead, stating, "Chun-Lu, that building to the right." "Understood." Chun-Lu responded with a nod, and the vehicle swiftly came to a halt before the entrance of the building that he had mentioned, followed closely by the car behind. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of the building, there lay a 3-bedroom, living room apartment, adorned with exquisite furnishings and splendid decor, a testament to its for me, our beauty. However, it was now enshrouded in an overwhelming layer of refuse, emanating a foul stench. Ling Ran, having absorbed the memories of the original owner, opened her eyes. The original owner shared her name and had been a food evaluation live streamer prior to the apocalypse. At the onset of the cataclysm, when the internet was still operational, the government urged citizens to stockpile supplies and refrain from venturing outdoors, awaiting rescue. 3 months passed in this manner, during which the zombie hordes proliferated, societal order disintegrated, and the outside world transformed into a hellish nightmare. The original owner, paralyzed by fear, dared not step outside. Fortunately, as a food streamer, her home was stocked with a variety of provisions, though even the most abundant supplies could only sustain her for 3 months at most. Just a few hours prior, the original owner succumbed to starvation, and at that very moment, Ling Ran, feeling as though she had been wronged, fortuitously entered her body. As she gradually acclimated to the original owner's form, an overwhelming sense of hunger and weakness washed over her. Ling Ran silently cursed under her breath, then parted her lips to utter, "The divine has spoken, I require a bowl of white rice." In the next instant, nothing transpired, and the atmosphere was thick with awkwardness. Clutching her stomach in frustration, Ling Ran lamented, "I forgot that this body is devoid of spiritual energy." As she pondered how to extricate herself from her current predicament, a loud crash echoed from outside, prompting Ling Ran to brace herself and rise. The front door remained securely shut, barricaded by a table and cabinet placed by the original owner. As the sound of the door being breached echoed, a cacophony of hurried footsteps resounded outside. The protagonist resided in a building with a single unit per floor, where each resident could access their respective levels via key cards or fingerprints. The commotion outside suggested that someone had forcibly opened the locked door from the fire escape. Indeed, muffled voices and knocking soon followed. The cabinet and table obstructed the entrance entirely, making it impossible for Ling Ran to glimpse through the peephole. However, the persistent knocking confirmed that the individuals outside were human, not zombies. Leaning against the cabinet, Ling Ran mustered her strength and shouted, "Is anyone inside?" Though her voice was not particularly loud, it was enough for the group outside to hear. She distinctly caught a voice exclaiming, "My goodness, Pei Ge, your sister is still alive." Chapter 2. The Divine Revelation. With the assistance of Pei Yi and his companions, Ling Ran was finally rescued. Sitting in the back seat of an all-terrain vehicle, she accepted the compressed biscuits and water teach at Pei Yi offered. After taking a few sips, she hurriedly began to munch on the biscuits. "So hard," Ling Ran remarked, her brow slightly furrowed as she savored the taste, expressing her distaste, and quite unpalatable. Chun Lu, who was driving, glanced at the young girl in the rearview mirror. Though he refrained from verbalizing his thoughts, he felt a twinge of unease. She looked so emaciated and yet complained about the food. Could she be a princess? In contrast, Pei Yi, upon hearing her remarks, responded with a bemused expression. "Having something to eat is already a blessing, and besides, this will fill you up." Ling Ran remained silent, consuming the compressed biscuits with some difficulty. She simply lacked the energy to express her distaste. Her priority was to regain her strength and health before contemplating future matters. After finishing the biscuits, Ling Ran sensed a surge of spiritual energy and turned her gaze towards its source. There, seated in the passenger seat, was Pei Yi, who was idly toying with an irregularly shaped, light blue crystal, roughly the size of an adult man's thumb. Ling Ran raised an eyebrow slightly. "What do you have in your hand?" Pei Yi, momentarily taken aback, followed her gaze to the crystal and succinctly replied, "A crystal core." A crystal core. Having not ventured outside for 3 months in this apocalyptic world, Pei Yi elaborated, is the substance found within a zombie's brain. If one extracts the crystal core, the zombie can no longer survive. Chun Lei, who had been silent, could not restrain himself from interjecting. This crystal core is also beneficial for us ability users. By the way, are you an ability user? An ability user? From the memories of the original owner, Ling Ran grasped the meaning of those words and nodded. "Yes, I am." "What is your ability?" Chun Lei asked, somewhat surprised. Well, Ling Ran pondered for a moment. "I suppose I have a bit of knowledge in various areas." Chun Lei stole a glance at the girl in the rearview mirror, sensing her uncertainty, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. "Do you think I would believe that?" Pei, he handed her the crystal core, tilting his head as he cautioned. "While we ability users can absorb energy from the crystal core, it is mixed with some viruses. If you choose to absorb it, you must eliminate the viruses within, otherwise, it could lead to." Before she could finish her words, Pei noticed that the pale blue crystal in Ling Ran's hand had already transformed into a dull gray stone. Pei was taken aback. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied. Having absorbed the spiritual energy from the crystal core, Ling Ran felt a surge of strength coursing through her. She extended her palm, and just as Pei was caught in a web of confusion, his younger sister softly murmured, "The divine speaks, I possess a cream-filled bread." Though Ling Ran had never tasted cream-filled bread herself, the original owner had a fondness for it, and Ling Ran, inheriting her memories, could only sense a delightful reminiscence of its flavor. Pei furrowed his brow slightly, suspecting that Ling Ran had lost her mind. He was about to instruct Chun Lu to find a safe place to stop when, in the next instant, a bread larger than her palm materialized in Ling Ran's grasp. Squeak! The off-road vehicle suddenly halted, causing Ling Ran to lurch forward. Fortunately, her left hand shielded her forehead, preventing any collision. However, the bread in her hand was squished, the cream oozing out as she grasped it. Ling Ran cast an annoyed glance at Chun Lu. Even without uttering a word, Chun Lu, catching her gaze in the rearview mirror, felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Chun Lu coughed to mask his embarrassment for being startled, forcing a smile as he remarked, "Sister, what did you get this bread? Are you a spatial ability user?" Chapter 3. Foolishness. Ling Ran shot a glance at Chun Lu, disregarding him as she began to savor the bread in her hand. As she took a bite, the soft bread and cream flooded her mouth, a delightful blend of flavors that made her eyes sparkle with delight. She had never tasted food with such a flavor. It was indeed quite peculiar and remarkably delicious, surpassing the tasteless compressed biscuits that Ling had just offered her. Why, 1,000-fold. Pei was still pondering the matter of Ling Ran absorbing the energy from the crystal core. "Did you manage to convert the energy from the crystal core?" He inquired that he was skeptical about Ling Ran producing bread, believing it to be merely a clever trick of a little girl with spatial abilities. Yes, Ling Ran replied briefly. The crystal core contained not only spiritual energy, but also a considerable amount of impurities. However, she was unfamiliar with the process of conversion. She simply absorbed the spiritual energy. You converted it so quickly? Pei was taken aback. As a level 2 ability user, he required half an hour to absorb a level 1 crystal core, necessitating intense concentration. Yet, Ling Ran had seemingly completed the absorption in just a matter of seconds. How did you convert it? Why are you so fast? Isn't it simple? Just absorb what you need, Ling Ran retorted, casting a glance at Pei, who perceived 2 words in her gaze. Foolish. Pei remained silent. Suddenly, the vehicle halted by the roadside as a swarm of zombies began to encroach. Pei refrained from further questioning and said to Chun Lu beside him, "Let us continue on our way. We can discuss this once we reach a safe location." Agreed. The off-road vehicle roared back to life. En route to safety, Ling Ran, having absorbed a crystal core, felt rejuvenated and gleaned the current circumstances from Pei. 3 months into the apocalypse, chaos reigned within the nation. Societal order had collapsed, morality had deteriorated, and humanity had become distorted. Zombies roamed freely, natural disasters struck incessantly, and superhumans emerged as saviors capable of combating the undead. Through information relayed via radio and messages from airborne superhumans, it was known that a base had been established in the capital, providing refuge for ordinary citizens. A sanctuary amid the desolation. Naturally, in addition to the capital base, other locations had also established similar sanctuaries, serving as havens for humanity. At this moment, Pei and his companions were en route to City G, neighboring City H, where a modest base was rumored to have been set up. They intended to assess the scale and operational methods of this base. Should it prove inadequate or poorly managed, they would undoubtedly seek an alternative. Ling Ran, having grasped the situation, rifled through the memories of the original owner and inquired, "Where is Pei Xiu?" Pei Xiu was Ling Ran's half-brother. After the divorce of their mother, Lu Qing, from Ling's father, she remarried into the Pei family, which also included children from previous marriage, one of whom was Pei. Following the establishment of this new family, Lu Qing and Pei Tianyan welcomed Pei Xiu into the world. "Oh," Ling Ran acknowledged. The original owner's relationship with Pei Xiu was quite amicable, in stark contrast to her rather indifferent rapport with their biological mother, Lu Qi. Chen Lu, seizing the moment when Ling Ran and Pei fell silent, interjected, "Pei Gu, ahead lies Lingdao Mall. Shall we stop by? Let's allow Zijin a glimpse when we are nearby," Pei replied. Lingdao Mall was initially on their agenda, yet such expansive commercial zones, while abundant in resources, inherent TLY posed greater dangers. Pei and his group intended to assess the situation. If it appeared excessively perilous, they would retreat. Chapter 4. Just consider a vacation. Point 2 off-road vehicles came to a halt, and Ling Ran was instructed to wait until they cleared the nearby zombies before disembarking. The murky liquid was quite unappetizing to behold. There weren't many zombies on the streets, and Pei and his companions swiftly utilized their abilities to eliminate them. Ling Ran watched as they extracted pale blue crystals from the brains of the fallen, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. She hurriedly exited the vehicle, but before she could approach, a man clad in a white shirt even amidst the apocalypse nodded towards Pei, stating, "There should be no danger in this vicinity, though the shopping mall is a bit distant. We need to venture inside and assess the situation." Pei, wiping the crystals with a clean towel, noticed Ling Ran's arrival and gestured her over with a free hand. "Let me introduce you. This is Gu Zijing, whom you have met before, if you recall." "Zijing, this is my sister, Ling Ran. Gu Zijing was Pei's childhood friend, having visited the Pei household several times in the past. However, the original owner of Ling Ran had always hidden away in her room. Thus they had never exchanged words, merely observed one another from afar. Gu Zijing cast a brief glance at Ling Ran and nodded slightly, remaining reticent. His nature was inherently taciturn, and Pei said nothing further. He then called over the other 2 individuals to introduce them to Ling Ran. One was Shun Yinshin, another childhood companion of Pei Yi, while the other was Su Yimo, Shen Nianshan's fiancée. She was impeccably dressed, her attire pristine, a testament to the formidable prowess of Pei Yi's group. Otherwise, she would not be able to present herself so elegantly. Through their conversation, Ling Ran discerned that they all possessed extraordinary abilities. Pei Yi possesses the most formidable supernatural abilities, being a fire-type ability user. The vivacious and loquacious Chun-Li is a wind-type ability user, while the reticent Gu Zijing wields mental powers. Shen Yinshan, who appears gentle and serene, is a space-type ability user, and Su Yimo, with an air of pride and disdain towards Ling Ran, is a water-type ability user. Aside from Pei Yi and Gu Zijing, who are both second-level ability users, the others remain at the first level. Yet, why do these names sound so familiar? When Ling Ran inquired about them from Pei Xiu, she felt no particular concern. However, now with Shen Yinshan and Su Yimo included, these names evoke memories of what her friend referred to as the gentle male trio and the malicious female trio. In an instant, Ling Ran comprehended the reason for her presence in this realm. Before arriving in this world, she was a powerful divine spirit master in the realm of cultivation, K, known for her solitary nature, rarely finding anyone worthy of her regard. However, she had a penchant for culinary delights, and serendipitously, she became enamored with a renowned cook from the cultivation world. After a period of courtship, she learned that this individual hailed from a place known as the modern apocalypse, where he met his demise after discovering he was merely a supportant G character in a novel, pushed into a horde of zombies and devoured whole. Not only did he lack the opportunity for vengeance, but he also died without ever knowing the identity of his true enemies. What had Ling Ran once said? She had declared, "Oh, that is quite simple, I shall assist you. The divine commands that I personally exact revenge on the one who caused Xiao Yunshu's demise." In the next moment, the fabric of space distorted, and Ling Ran found herself here. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming strength of her true form that the heavenly laws of this realm forbade her entry, compelling her to arrive in this world in the form of her soul. Oh, alas, the allure of gourmet delights has led her astray, clouding her judgment. However, according to Xiao Yunshu, prior to the advent of the apocalypse, the 21st century boasted a plethora of culinary delights, and all her recipes are derived from that era. Thus, it seems quite essential to linger here for a while. After all, with nothing pressing to attend to, one might as well treat it as a vacation. Chapter 5. Understanding investment with a clearer mindset. Ling Ran found tranquility amid the chaos. After Pei Yi and the others successfully excavated the zombie crystal course, the group proceeded towards the shopping mall. Despite the remaining distance of 5 to 6 meters, the fragmented glass windows offered a glimpse of the zombies moving stiffly within. It is worth noting that while human abilities may evolve, so too do zombies. Currently, the majority of zombies are classified as first level, primarily relying on sound to detect humans. As long as one remains silent, it is possible to traverse past them without incident. Moreover, first-level zombies exhibit clumsy and rigid movements. Thus, a cautious individual has little to fear from being bitten. Upon entering the mall, they indeed encountered numerous zombies, with dozens visible at a glance. However, they paid little mind to the zombies on the upper floors. Those could be dealt with gradually. Their primary objective was to reach the large supermarket on the basement level, which, unless previously raided by organized factions, would likely still contain supplies. The group turned to Gu Zijin, who gently closed his eyes and employed his psychic abilities to extend his perception to the first basement level. Currently, his psychic power was only at level 2, limiting its use to sensing danger rather than offensive capabilities. Moments later, Gu Zijin's handsome visage paled, and as beads of sweat formed on his forehead, he opened his eyes. His expression grave. "I can only say there are many, an overwhelming number of zombies. I cannot ascertain the exact count, but given our current capabilities." He shook his head, leaving the rest unsaid. Pei Yi felt no disappointment at this revelation. They had mentally prepared for this scenario even before their arrival. If the horde were scarce, it was unlikely they would have the opportunity to gather the spoils. Chen Lu pointed towards the west building, saying, "I recall there is a street of delectable snacks there. Shall we venture up to take a look?" "No, it would be unwise," Shen Yinshan replied firmly. "Most of the food at those stalls consists of perishable ingredients. Instead of seeking out something to eat, we should prioritize finding clean clothing." The presence of zombies was still somewhat prevalent inside, and to avoid drawing attention, it was prudent to search for clothes on the first floor. Furthermore, it was essential to venture into safer, more secluded areas to eliminate zombies, thereby accumulating more crystal cores to enhance our abilities. Otherwise, we would have to forego opportunities when we encounter resource-rich locations in the future. There was no dissent regarding Pei Yi's words, and thus the group proceeded in hushed silence, carefully navigating away from the zombies without making a sound. If they spotted any suitable garments, Shin Yinshin would utilize his spatial abilities to store them away. After a span of over half an hour, they quietly emerged after gathering the clothing. As for Ling Ran, she had remained outside the entire time, with Chenla standing guard alongside her, ready to alert them of any danger. Once they settled back into the vehicle, Ling Ran turned to Pei Yi, who had taken the driver's seat. Are we really just leaving like this? There's no alternative. Our strength is insufficient, Pei Yi replied as he started the car. If you could provide me with more crystal cores, perhaps I could resolve the situation, Ling Ran suggested. You could invest in me. My abilities are quite formidable. The power of space manipulation, you see. Chenla waved dismissively. So is Shin Gu. Ling Ran fell silent. Pei Yi drove, glancing at her through the rearview mirror. If you wish to obtain crystal cores, you must contribute to the team. In this apocalyptic world, those who lack value cannot survive. Do you understand the concept of investment? Ling Ran crossed her arms. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails, and thus, the principles articulated by Pei Yi in this apocalyptic world resonate deeply with her. However, at present, she finds herself devoid of any spiritual energy. The essence of this world is palpable, yet the spiritual energy is alarmingly sparse. The prospect of arduous training pales in comparison to the swiftness of absorbing crystal cores. With one hand deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, Pei Yi retrieved several crystal cores from his pocket and tossed them back. Ling Ran caught them with precision. What is this? Chapter 6. You have a background in a world where the unworthy cannot survive. Possessing a background is a boon. Among the team, Pei Yi and Gu Zijing amassed the most crystal cores, followed by Chen Lu and Shin Yinshin, with Su Yimo coming next. The distribution was based on their contributions. After all, it was Pei Yi and Chen Lu who had slain the most zombies, not to mention the significance of their abilities. Pei Yi's power was self-evident, while Gu Zijing's psychic abilities were equally crucial, enabling them to navigate numerous dangers. This explains why Pei Yi and Gu Zijing's powers ascended to level 2 first. Ling Ran smiled softly. Her half-brother Pei Yi was indeed commendable, as he chose to seek her out first instead of their mutual half-brother Pei Xiu. Regrettably, she had arrived too late. The original owner was already gone. Clutching the crystal cores, she absorbed them in mere moments. Chen Lu, observing from the side, exclaimed in disbelief. It's still astonishing to witness. He looked at Ling Ran with a complex expression. Little sister, you are truly formidable. Ling Ran glanced at him, but remained silent. Having absorbed several crystal cores, her spirits were significantly revitalized. Following Gu Zijing's guidance, the group arrived at a villa district as their temporary refuge as twilight descended. In the villa district, there were not many zombies. After locating a villa, everyone moved in. It was evident that the villa had been vacant for quite some time, with many belongings scattered about and a thick layer of dust covering everything. After thoroughly inspecting the villa and confirming that it posed no danger, Pei Yi said, "Everyone, find your own rooms and clean them up. Miss Su, could you please fetch some water?" Shin Yinshin took out clean bed linens, noting that a simple wipe of the bed would suffice, requiring little water. Ling Ran, disinterested in ascending to the second floor, found a room with a bathroom downstairs and cast a spell. The divine declares, "This is a clean and tidy room." In the next moment, the entire room transformed, appearing as though it had undergone a thorough cleaning by a professional. Pei Yi approached with the bedding, surprised to find Ling Ran's room immaculate. "How is your room so clean?" He recalled that it had been dusty just moments earlier. "I did mention that I possess a few skills," she replied. "You even have the ability to clean rooms?" Pei Yi was greatly astonished. "Indeed, my knowledge has been rather limited." "Then, dear sister, I entrust my room to you. In light of the crystal core you provided me this afternoon, I shall oblige." Before the apocalypse, Pei Yi had been somewhat of a neat freak, though not excessively so. He preferred cleanliness. However, after the world fell into chaos, that trait had been tempered. When survival became a struggle, one could no longer afford to be picky. Yet, if given a choice, who would not wish to dwell in a clean environment? Pei Yi selected a small room on the first floor. Ling Ran cast a glance and then uttered an incantation. The divine proclaims, This is a pristine chamber. In the blink of an eye, everything within the room transformed into a state of immaculate cleanliness. Even the crumpled tissue paper strewn on the floor appeared spotless. Pei looked at Ling Ran with a hint of astonishment. Ling Ran, your ability is remarkable. He retrieved several crystal cores from his pocket and handed them to her. These cores are for you. After we finish our meal, I shall venture out to dispatch some zombies. The undead in this suburban area are sparse, making it an ideal hunting ground for crystal cores. Upon seeing the cores, Ling Ran's eyes sparkled, and emulating a girl from a short video she had once viewed, she playfully pinched her cheeks. Thank you, brother. Let us converse properly. Just as they were engaged in conversation, a knock echoed from outside. Chapter 7. The emergence of the protagonist. The group gathered in the living room, their gazes fixed upon Gu Zijing. The latter gently closed his eyes, and after a brief moment, reopened them, his lips parting slightly. 2 men and 2 women. I sense no danger. Hearing Gu Zijing's words, Chun Lu queried Pei Yi. Brother Pei, shall we open the door? Indeed, Pei Yi replied. Since the onset of the apocalypse, encounters with fellow humans had been exceedingly rare, and their information was somewhat scant. Meeting others to exchange knowledge would prove beneficial. Chun Lu approached and opened the door, revealing, as Gu Zijing had predicted, 2 men and 2 women. They appeared youthful, their eyes reflecting a naive clarity. They seemed aware of the zombies' characteristics, as they approached with a cautious, subdued demeanor, whether knocking or walking. Upon encountering Chun Li opening the door, surprise sparkled in his eyes. I spotted 2 off-road vehicles outside and surmised that there must be someone here. I never expected to be right. Hello? Indeed, indeed. Another boy, possessing a rather delicate appearance, immediately nodded in agreement. As we journeyed here, apart from encountering a few airborne superhumans, we did not encounter a single other human. Were it not for these extraordinary beings, we would have doubted whether anyone else remained in this world. Pei Yi raised an eyebrow. Are you from the Institute of Technology? Do you know Pei Xiu? I certainly do. The refined boy exclaimed excitedly. He is quite the prominent figure at our school, though he likely does not recognize me. After a brief exchange, it was revealed that the tall boy was named Zhuo Su, a junior, while the delicate boy was Yang Ziheng, a sophomore. The 2 other girls were named Xia Qianqian and Meng Rui, both also sophomores and roommates. Upon hearing their names, Ling Ran glanced over at those with the ABB names, Xia Qianqian, Meng Rui, and Zhuo Su. These 3 were none other than the protagonists and supporting characters mentioned by Qiao Yinshu. She was astonished to have encountered them. Upon learning that Ling Ran and her companions were heading to the G-City base, Zhuo Su and his group requested to accompany them. Noticing Pei Yi's slight frown, indicating reluctance to include them, Zhuo Su articulated their worth. I am a dual-element superhuman specializing in wood and speed. Qian is a space element superhuman, and Yang Ziheng possesses strength abilities. We have a reasonable supply of resources and will not impose upon you. Furthermore, we simply wish to reach G-City together, offering mutual assistance as best as we can. As Zhuo Su spoke, Meng Rui's expression subtly shifted, her gaze dimming. Among those present, only Ling Ran, who possessed a modicum of awareness regarding the unfolding narrative, took note of her emotional shift. Meng Rui, a pivotal character in the early stages of the plot, served as the close friend of the protagonist, Xia Qianqian. With the onset of the apocalypse and her lack of any supernatural abilities, compounded by her unrequited affection for Zhuo Su, who favored Xia Qianqian, her emotional turmoil manifested as jealousy. Ultimately, her resentment led her to administer poison to Zhuo Su and masquerade as a scheming rival, culminating in a bitter enmity with Xia Qianqian once the truth was unveiled. Meng Rui's role is significant in Xia Qianqian's journey of growth. Chapter 8. An intuition upon discovering that Zhuo Su possessed supernatural abilities and did not deplete Ling Ran and her companions' resources, Pei consented to accompany them to the G-City base. After their introduction, Shen Yinshan retrieved rice and eggs from his spatial storage, suggesting, "Let's have egg-fried rice for dinner." He then turned to Ling Ran, inquiring, "I've heard you are a food blogger. Would you like to take on the cooking?" "I cannot cook," Ling Ran replied. Shen Yinshan regarded her with skepticism, prompting her to add, "I am only responsible for tasting and reviewing." It appeared that among the 5 of them, only Shen Yinshan had any culinary skills, while Su Yimo, having lived as a young lady before the apocalypse, was utterly unversed in such matters. Thus, the cooking responsibilities fell solely upon Shen Yinshan. Originally, he had hoped that with Ling Ran's arrival, he might alleviate some of his burdens. However, he discovered that she too was inept in the kitchen. With a resigned sigh, He prepared to cook for himself when Xia Qianqian, who had been enjoying self-heating rice, approached and offered, "I can cook. Let me assist you." "Is that necessary?" Shen Yinshan replied, somewhat embarrassed. "My culinary skills are quite commendable," she reassured him. Xia Qianqian smiled, her eyes sparkling with brilliance and vivacity. "Consider this a token of gratitude for your willingness to include us." Shen Yinshan found himself unable to refuse. His culinary skills were limited to being a mere consumer, and he had no particular fondness for cooking. "Then I shall leave it to you." Xia Qianqian accepted the rice from Shen Yinshan's hands, skillfully rinsed it, and placed it on the makeshift stove to steam. "The rice is ready. We can stir-fry once it is done." "Thank you." "No need," she replied. Xia Qianqian's bright gaze remained fixed on Shen Yinshan. "I still don't know your name." "Shen Yinshan." Just as Xia Qianqian was about to respond, Su Yimo interrupted, unable to contain herself. "Yinshan, could you come here for a moment? I have something to discuss with you." She then turned apologetically to Xia Qianqian. "Miss Xia, I apologize. My Yinshan is not adept at cooking and may cause you inconvenience." Hearing this, Shen Yinshan furrowed his brow slightly. Though they were betrothed, their relationship was devoid of affection. Their engagement had originated from a strategic alliance before the apocalypse. His willingness to include Su Yimo was solely due to her water-related abilities. Now that the world had descended into chaos, such alliances held little weight. Nevertheless, having known each other for many years, Shen Yinshan would not demean her in front of a newcomer. Xia Qianqian shook her head, her eyes glimmering as she inquired, "Sister Yimo and Brother Yinshan, are you two in a romantic relationship?" "Yes, we are engaged." "Oh, you seem to share a wonderful bond." After uttering this, Xia Qianqian took her seat at the dining table to continue her meal. Her gaze lowered, obscuring her thoughts. Meanwhile, Ling Ran furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that this Xia Qianqian appeared to differ significantly from what Xiao Yushu had described. Alternatively, it could be said that the portrayal of Xia Qianqian, as understood through Xiao Yinshu, is somewhat different from reality. In truth, Xia Qianqian does not exhibit any particularly remarkable traits. This perception is merely a fleeting impression held by Ling Ran. It is true that Xia Qianqian possesses considerable culinary skills, having prepared a delectable fried rice that elicited expressions of satisfaction from Pei Yi and the others. As for Ling Ran, she found it rather mediocre, especially when compared to the fried rice crafted by Xiao Yinshu, whose culinary prowess is unparalleled. After their meal, the group examined the map and sketched several routes leading to City G, though the precise path would depend on the unfolding circumstances. They needed to depart promptly. While the natural disasters in City H were not as severe as in other regions, flooding nonetheless posed a threat, albeit a minor one. Yet, one can never predict the whims of nature, so an early departure seemed prudent. Once the night watch was arranged, Ling Ran received a set of clean clothes from Shen Yinshan and retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Although her linguistic abilities could render her clean, the original owner of the body had become somewhat odorous, and she felt an innate discomfort without a proper wash. Chapter 9. Natural disasters. In the midst of a deep slumber, a sudden shout pierced the silence. Ling Ran opened her eyes, her sleep deprivation rendering her irritable. With her hair disheveled, she opened the door to find the living room illuminated by a solitary candle, several individuals already roused from their slumber. Just as she inquired about the commotion, an unusual sound reached her ears. What could that noise be? Gu Ziqin hurried down from the second floor, speaking with urgency. "It is perilous. I sense a multitude of zombies, and they appear to be fleeing." No sooner had he finished speaking than a tremendous roar echoed through the sky, as if lightning were splitting the heavens, followed by a torrential downpour. "Zombies are fleeing?" Shenla anxiously inquired. "Brother Pei, what shall we do now?" "We shall depart. Gather our belongings, awaken the others, and leave immediately. The zombies are fleeing, we must do the same." With the addition of Xia Qianqian, their vehicle has become nearly unusable, necessitating 3 individuals to squeeze into each car. Ling Ran promptly took her seat in the front passenger position. The downpour was relentless, and in the blink of an eye, water began to accumulate on the ground. Gu Zijing, seated in the back, gazed out the window, his brow slightly furrowed. "This appears to be a natural disaster. Look, many rats are scurrying about." Illuminated by the occasional flash of lightning, one could observe the mutated rats of the post-apocalyptic world darting from their burrows, racing with remarkable speed through the darkness. Alongside the rats and dragonflies, the zombies were also in motion, displaying an instinct akin to that of these creatures. It was truly terrifying to witness such a multitude of zombies. Fortunately, Due to the absence of earthquakes or other calamities in H City, the roads remained relatively clear. As they drove, they encountered numerous other vehicles fleeing in a similar manner, yet none of this commotion seemed to attract the attention of the zombies. It appeared that survival took precedence over sustenance. Qianlu, gazing out the window, suddenly pointed to a location and exclaimed, "Look, it's a flying ability user." If one were to determine which type of ability user had the most advantageous position in this post-apocalyptic world, it would undoubtedly be the flying ability users. Although many bird species had mutated, they posed no threat to humans, never initiating an attack. Thus, flying ability users possessed exceptional self-preservation skills. As long as they ascended into the sky, neither zombies nor natural disasters could harm them. Moreover, with communication severed in this apocalyptic world, the transmission of messages between various bases relies solely on radio broadcasts and the abilities of flying psychics, thus ensuring the survival of these aerial beings. Su Yimo rarely displayed envy, exclaiming, "How wonderful it must be to fly." Ling Ran glanced over and yawned, retorting, "What's so difficult about that? As if you were a flying psychic yourself." "I may not be one, but I can fly." Su Yimo rolled her eyes, scoffing, "You boast without any preparation." Under the enhancement of Gu Zijin's psychic abilities, the two off-road vehicles sped relentlessly towards G City. The rain fell increasingly heavier, swiftly accumulating into pools that rendered further travel impossible. The windshield wipers struggled to clear the deluge, leaving their view obscured by a curtain of rain. Chun-Li pressed the accelerator, feeling the effort become more laborious. "We can't proceed any further. The rain is torrential and the water is too deep. If we continue, the engine might stall," he stated. The headlights cut through the watery veil, but the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. Pei slightly lowered the window. Immediately assaulted by the cacophony of rain and howling wind, raindrops surged through the gap, flooding the interior. "Zijin, is there anywhere nearby where we can take refuge? We cannot reach G City for now." Having continuously utilized his psychic powers to navigate, Gu Zijin, now fatigued and pale, concentrated at Pei Yi's inquiry. After a moment's reflection, he replied, his complexion still ashen, "To the southeast, there is a location where we can seek temporary shelter." Chapter 10. The diverse powers of the 1,000 and 10,000 systems. Tall buildings typically symbolize danger. However, at this moment, the rising water level proved to be a more formidable source of fear than the undead. Without hesitation, Chen-Lu turned on the high beams and drove southeast. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at the location Gu Zijing had mentioned as a potential refuge. By now, the water had risen nearly to their calves. The vehicle stalled, and Chen-Lu called out, prompting everyone to disembark with their flashlights in hand. Ling Ran cast a glance at the murky water below and, with an impassive expression, remarked, "God said, I shall fly and shall not be drenched by the rain." Su Yimo, who was about to exit the vehicle, noticed this scene and was momentarily speechless. "Ling Ran, are you out of your mind? What kind of nonsense are you spouting at a time like this?" She had tolerated Ling Ran for quite some time. Had it not been for the fact that Ling Ran was Pei Yi's sister, she would have long since mocked her. In the next instant, Su Yimo's eyes widened in astonishment. Ling Ran had lifted off the ground, floating out of the car with an ethereal grace. The beam of her flashlight piercing through the curtain of rain, rendering the scene somewhat eerie. More astonishingly, not a single drop of the torrential rain touched her. You. Ling Ran, now hovering above, looked down at Chen-Lu, who stood frozen in place, mouth agape in disbelief. "What are you standing there for? Lead the way." After delivering her command, she fell silent again. Chen-Lu, perplexed, questioned why he felt compelled to cater to her whims. More importantly, why should he be the one to lead? He felt a surge of frustration, yet his movements were swift and decisive. He extended his hand, adopting a somewhat ingratiating tone. "This way, no, this way to fly." Upon uttering those words, Chen-Lu immediately regretted them. He always felt a peculiar unease when meeting the gaze of Pei Ji's rather unassuming sister. The others, observing the silhouettes of Chen-Lu and Ling Ran soaring above, were filled with a complex mix of astonishment and bewilderment. Never had they heard of a flyer possessing such abilities, soaring without wings. Moreover, why was it that the rain did not drench her? Was there such a disparity in treatment? Yet, this was hardly the moment for inquiries. It was best to first ensure their own safety. Gu Zijing mentioned that the building was a private 3-story residence. The first floor appeared to house a small supermarket, with shelves strewn about, leaving only a few essential supplies visible. The group pulled down the rolling shutter door and proceeded to the second floor. It seemed that the second floor served as the owner's living quarters. Although the furniture was coated in dust, it remained intact. As Ling Ran landed, she noticed several crystal cores materializing before her, looking quizzically at Pei. What does this mean? Make this place a bit cleaner, he instructed. Chen Lu and the others were puzzled. Pei Gu, what do you mean by cleaner? Ignoring their confusion, Ling Ran took the crystal cores, and after absorbing their energy, she felt quite pleased. The divine voice declares this place clean and tidy. With the aid of a flashlight, everyone clearly observed that all the furniture had been restored to pristine condition, and even the floor appeared as though it had been thoroughly scrubbed, the white tiles gleaming with radiance. Ling Ran, what exactly is your ability? Someone inquired. I have already mentioned it, Ling Ran replied, relishing their adoring glances. I possess a little bit of everything. A little bit? More like a billion bits. Su Yimo bit her lip and pondered. But what does this capability even entail? You can fly, you can clean. I heard from Chen Lu that you possess spatial abilities as well. Is this a manifestation of dual, or perhaps even tri-system powers? The existence of dual and tri-system ability users had been discussed among them, particularly regarding the formidable individuals who held multiple abilities within various bases. This inquiry piqued the curiosity of others, all eyes turning towards Ling Ran, who, with an indifferent expression, leisurely declared from her seat on the sofa, I suppose I am a wielder of innumerable abilities. Having restored a significant amount of her spiritual energy, Ling Ran had risen to prominence. From this moment forth, she would no longer be beholden to the whims of others. Chapter 11. Let us not quibble. The second floor had a limited number of rooms, only 3 in total, but fortunately, the third floor boasted 2 additional rooms, one of which was a spacious master suite. With the rooms being insufficient, sharing was inevitable. However, the newly empowered Ling Ran was unwilling to concede. I have cleaned this place. Surely it is acceptable for me to occupy the master suite alone? Everyone turned to Pei Yi, for while it was true that Ling Ran had done the cleaning, the energy crystals had been provided by him. Before Pei Yi could respond, the typically taciturn Gu Zijing was the first to express his agreement. I see no issue with that. Shen Yinshan cast a glance at his friend, fully aware of Gu Zijing's rationale for his approval. While the ability to clean might seem trivial to others, for someone like Gu Zijing, who was a notorious neat freak, it was a divinely bestowed talent. Remarkably, the usually aloof Gu Zijing had even learned to curry favor with others. Shinla shrugged. I have no objections either. Since the apocalypse, having a place to shield oneself from the wind is already a considerable blessing. Who would dare to demand a spacious suite? Pei noticed that no one raised any objections and nodded. Then Ling Ran will have a room to herself. Su Yimo, seeing that the matter was settled, voiced her discontent. We are a total of 10 people, with 6 of us being girls. If Ling Ran has her own room, does that mean the 3 of us will be crammed into one? I do not agree. What about you all? Silent, Ling Ran crossed her arms and replied indifferently. If you disagree, shall we resolve it with a vote? A vote? Surely they would all vote for you. With 6 of them present, aside from Shin Yinshin who had not expressed his stance, the others had already acquiesced. So, no more arguing. Su Yimo was eager to debate further. But when she met Ling Ran's cold, dark gaze, a chill seized her heart, making her feel as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. How could it be? How could a single person's eyes be so terrifying? The fierce rhetoric she had prepared faltered, and she instead said, if we must, then we'll squeeze in together. I never said we couldn't. Her voice was loud, yet the words betrayed her timidity. Ling Ran was pleased with her compliance, and seizing the moment, instructed, go to my room and fill the tub. I wish to take a bath. The others looked at Ling Ran in shock before turning their gazes to Su Yimo. Even though Xia Qianqian and the others had known her for less than a day, they were well aware that Su Yimo typically carried herself like a pampered heiress, speaking with an air of authority. Her concession was already astonishing, yet now Ling Ran audaciously took advantage of the situation. Soon, the 2 of them would engage in a quarrel. Would they first provoke Su Yimo, or would they instigate Su Yimo first? As for Ling Ran, they did not dare to offend her, fearing her potential retaliation. Su Yimo, who was filled with indignation, still maintained her formidable presence and loud voice, declaring, let it be. Though her words were somewhat lacking in courage, with a fierce determination, Su Yimo ascended to the 3rd floor, her footsteps hurried, imbued with a sense of hasty retreat. Shen Yan looked at Ling Ran, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. He often found it challenging to contend with the temperamental nature of the young lady Su Yimo, and he had not anticipated that Ling Ran could actually subdue her. After finishing her bath, Ling Ran made her way to the 2nd floor, where the others had already tidied up and were preparing a meal. Xia Qianqian remained separated from them. Due to the heavy rain and the drop in temperature, they decided to indulge in self-heating hot pot for dinner. In Chapter 12, Words Become Law, Ling Ran settled into a single armchair, her senses awakened by the aroma of the self-heating hot pot in her hands. During her time in the cultivation realm, Xiao Yushu had prepared hot pot for her, which had been exceptionally delicious. Xiao Yinshu had remarked that the seasoning here was too scant and did not compare to any modern hot pot. Ling Ran had previously struggled to imagine this, but now, as she inhaled the enticing fragrance, her skepticism transformed into belief. Upon tasting it, the dish undoubtedly met Ling Ran's expectations. It was spicy, fragrant, and utterly delightful. Even though the ingredients were primarily vegetarian, the flavors were rich and satisfying. While the ingredients themselves were rather ordinary, the ample seasoning elevated the experience, making the quality of the ingredients secondary for Ling Ran. After all, no matter how splendid the ingredients here, they could not rival those from the cultivation realm, thus perfectly aligning with her palate. The others were equally relishing the meal, as self-heating hot pot was considered a luxury they seldom indulged in. Simply having enough to eat in a day was a blessing. Ling Ran was so exhilarated by the meal that she yearned for another bowl immediately. However, considering her internal spiritual energy, she managed to restrain herself. Perhaps it would be wise to eliminate some zombies first, as that would allow her to indulge in hot pot daily thereafter. After finishing, Pei glanced at the remaining broth in Ling Ran's bowl. His brow slightly furrowed. Those remnants were vital resources. Implicitly, he urged Ling Ran to consume it. The hot pot broth, once dismissed before the apocalypse, had transformed into a rare delicacy in these dire times. Even affluent individuals like Pei Yi and Su Yimo left nothing behind, making Ling Ran's reluctance seem rather wasteful. Ling Ran regarded the broth with disdain, stating, "I do not wish to eat it." Pei Yi, disapproving, was about to persuade her further when a soft voice interjected from the side. "If Ling Ran won't eat it, perhaps I could assist her?" Everyone turned in astonishment towards Su Yimo. She felt a touch of embarrassment herself and cleared her throat. "I merely think it's such a waste. Given the current circumstances, we must cherish our food. Go ahead and eat if you wish," she added. Su Yimo's face brightened as she accepted Ling Ran's share of the broth, tilting her head back to drink it eagerly. "Oh my, I had no idea you were such a privileged young lady." Ling Ran shifted uncomfortably, feeling a tinge of disdain. "No wonder you can't compete with the female lead. You can't even resist the remnants of someone else's hot pot. Truly disappointing." Yet, Su Yimo paid no heed to the judgments of others. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, she struggled to find enough to eat, her stomach devoid of even the slightest sustenance. Each day was a battle against hunger, especially after exerting her abilities, which drained her quickly. What was the harm in consuming Ling Ran's leftover hot pot broth? If only zombies could be eaten, then perhaps they would starve instead. After dinner, everyone felt invigorated and began to discuss their next course of action. The group turned to Gu Zijin first, for his mental abilities rendered his insights quite reliable, even when expressed in mere intuition. However, Gu Zijin chose not to employ his powers, having already exhausted them for the day. He felt utterly drained, his head spinning, and would require an entire night to recuperate. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Let us head towards the East City. It should be free from the ravages of flooding, and traveling there would not hinder our journey to City G." Although H City and City G are not far apart, they are in two distinct provinces. On the other hand, both East City and H City fall under the jurisdiction of the Southern Province. The Southern Province does have its own base, aptly named the Southern Province Base, but it is fraught with danger. The coastline is plagued by mutated marine creatures that frequently venture ashore in search of human prey. Consequently, the Southern Province faces not only natural disasters and the threat of zombies, but also the peril posed by these aquatic monsters, rendering safety a significant concern. Therefore, aside from those unwilling to leave the Southern Province, others seek refuge in safer havens. Heading to East City is feasible, Chenli declared. But the question remains, how shall we get there? Our vehicle is undoubtedly incapacitated, and we cannot predict how long it will take for the water levels to recede. By then, our supplies may be insufficient. Pei furrowed his brow slightly. In that case, we should primarily search for kayaks in the coming days. We must expedite our departure from H City, for flooding is often accompanied by a host of bacteria and viruses. Xia Qianqian listened to their conversation and couldn't help but interject softly, "Actually." However, before she could finish her sentence, Ling Ran's louder voice abruptly drowned her out. "What are you looking for a lifeboat for? If you all contribute some crystal cores, I can conjure one." Gu Zijing looked at her in astonishment. "Your ability can actually create a lifeboat out of thin air?" Although they had limited knowledge about the powers of those with abilities in a post-apocalyptic world, Ling Ran's claim seemed utterly outrageous. Ling Ran crossed her arms and leaned back on the sofa, her gaze indifferent. What is it to you? Do you want to pitch in some crystal cores? Having a lifeboat was undoubtedly a necessity. They could not afford to be trapped here. If they ran out of crystal cores, they could always slay more zombies. But if they lost their lives, that would be irrevocable. The remaining 9 discussed among themselves. With 10 people in total, they figured that if they squeezed into an average-sized lifeboat, 5 could fit, but for comfort's sake, it was agreed that they should avoid such congestion. Ultimately, they tallied the number of crystal cores each person was willing to contribute. Pei decided on 5 crystal cores per person in exchange for 3 lifeboats. Ling Ran readily agreed to the deal. After swiftly absorbing the 15 crystal cores, she sat motionless on the sofa, merely moving her lips. God has spoken. Before my eyes are 3 lifeboats. The 9 watched in awe as a wave of energy rippled through the living room, and indeed, 3 lifeboats appeared out of thin air. This, Xia Qianqian stared at Ling Ran in shock. If these lifeboats were not stored in space, then what kind of ability was this? Words manifested into reality. Xia Qianqian turned to the speaker and saw Qinlei excitedly crouching beside Ling Ran. Sister, no, Ling Jia. I find that your extraordinary ability can aptly be described as the manifestation of words into reality. Whatever is spoken comes to fruition. So, can my cravings also be materialized? With that, he pulled out his meager savings, 5 crystal cores. Will this suffice for a serving of braised pork and rice? Truth be told, before the apocalypse, Qinlei had no particular fondness for braised pork, but post-apocalypse, he had developed a craving for this rich, fatty dish. More importantly, it had been 3 months since the world had changed, and he had scarcely eaten any meat. He yearned for that taste. The others observed Qinlei's obsequious demeanor, unable to watch without a twinge of pity, yet within them lurked a hint of envy. Rice and braised pork, who wouldn't desire such a meal? Just the thought made their mouths water. Ling Ran raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that these individuals possessed such crystal cores. Unfortunately, they were too familiar, making them difficult to seize. She accepted the crystal cores, her brow relaxing. Very well. She did not save the cores. Instead, she absorbed them immediately. In stark contrast to Gu Zijin, who had yet to finish absorbing even a single core, her speed was astonishingly swift. The divine voice declared, "Before me lies a steaming bowl of rice and a plate of braised pork." In the next moment, indeed, a bowl of rice and a platter of braised pork appeared on the coffee table before Ling Ran, still releasing steam. The aroma of the braised pork wafted through the air, a rich blend of meaty and spiced fragrances intertwining. The meat, marbled with fat, quivered delicately when lifted with chopsticks. Tender and succulent. Chapter 13, The Savior. Gulp. The sound of incessantly swallowing was unmistakably audible. Unable to resist the allure of the fragrant rice, Qinlu, feeling the piercing gazes akin to those of wolves from the group, quietly poured the rice onto his plate. He then sought refuge in a corner, hastily devouring the meal. The harmonious blend of fat and sugar within the meat created a delightful fusion of sweetness and saltiness, causing Qin Li's eyes to narrow in sheer satisfaction. This is the essence of life. From this day forth, where he exists, there are no zombies. Where there are no zombies, he thrives, his existence outweighs that of the undead. The others, drawn in by the enticing aroma of the meat, felt their previously satiated stomachs grow hungry once more. However, considering their own crystal core situations, they ultimately refrained from indulging. In this apocalyptic world, enhancing their abilities took precedence over mere sustenance. Once they grew stronger, would they not have ample resources at their disposal? Ascending from a level 1 to a level 2 ability user necessitated 1,000 crystal cores. How long would it take to accumulate such a number? While it is true that current zombies are easily dispatched one-on-one, intel from the flying ability users suggested that as humans evolve, so too do the zombies. It is rumored that level 2 zombies are notably more formidable. Weighing these considerations, the group turned their gaze to Qin Lu, suppressing their desires. Pei regarded Ling Ran with a complicated expression. Sensing his scrutiny, she promptly asserted, "Even if you're my unofficial brother, don't expect to partake without payment. If you wish to eat, you must offer crystal cores in return." Pei felt a sense of resignation. He was not particularly craving anything. Is your ability truly so potent that whatever you utter becomes reality? One might say so. Although she was a food review blogger, her long-term habit of inducing vomiting to maintain her figure had led to a bout of anorexia, which, ironically, was cured by the onset of the apocalypse. Squatting beside Ling Ran and savoring the broth of the hot pot, Suyimo exclaimed with excitement, Is it truly as simple as speaking and having the law follow? If you declare the end of the apocalypse, can it indeed cease to be? Theoretically, it is possible. Shen Yin pursued, but what is the catch? It requires a substantial amount of energy, Ling Ran replied, gesturing towards Chun Lu, who was dining in the corner. For instance, if he desires a lavish feast, clearly, his meager supply of crystal cores would be insufficient. Su Yimo, somewhat disheartened, lowered her gaze, so it's essentially impossible. Amassing enough energy to end the apocalypse would mean collecting all the zombie crystal cores in the world? Not necessarily, Pei interjected, his dark eyes glinting as he fixed his gaze on Ling Ran. While it may be improbable to conclude the apocalypse, gathering energy for a vaccine should be feasible. This statement opened a new avenue of thought for everyone. Meng Rui exclaimed, exactly. If we can develop a vaccine for the zombie virus, at least those who survive will no longer fear infection, and the number of zombies will not increase. Humanity can still be salvaged. Instantly, all eyes gleamed with anticipation as they looked at Ling Ran, who had suddenly assumed the role of Ling the Savior. Pei then summarized. I propose that we refrain from allowing Ling Ran to undertake any perilous tasks in the future. Our priority should be to protect her. Do we all agree? Upon hearing this, those who had just regarded Ling Ran as the savior quickly averted their eyes from Pei. Protecting Ling Ran was acceptable, provided their own safety was assured. After all, self-preservation reigned supreme. They were not self-sacrificing soldiers willing to forfeit their lives for the greater good. Ling Ran scoffed coldly, stating, as long as you safeguard yourselves, I require no protection from you, nor shall I extend any to you. Chapter 14. The Undying Zombie. The matter of prioritizing the protection of Ling Ran ended without resolution. Human nature is inherently selfish. Despite having spent several days in the company of Pei Yi and his group, and perceiving their interactions as amicable, when faced with real danger, Ling Ran would likely not come to their aid, except for Pei Yi. Just as they suspected, the decision to save someone necessitates careful consideration. Ling Ran, having emerged from the ruthless realm of cultivation, is far from a benevolent savior. Indeed, the world of cultivation is even more brutal than the apocalypse. At night, apart from the wailing of the zombies, Ling Ran found her rest quite undisturbed. Following a night of torrential rain, the downpour continued into the next day. After breakfast, the group peered out from the second-floor window. The water level had risen significantly. Outside, aside from the zombies trudging through the rain, not a single pedestrian was in sight. Zhuosu gazed at the scene and could not suppress his curiosity, asking, do you think the zombies could drown? Impossible. Zhuosu quickly inquired. How do you know they can't drown? Qianqian. Shen Yin glanced at Xia Qianqian with a hint of admiration, saying, so you're suggesting that as long as their brains or crystal cores remain unharmed, they are, in a strict sense, still alive. Indeed, for zombies are, in a certain sense, neither aging nor dying, and they can even continue to evolve. Yang Ziheng, the invisible man, chuckled heartily. Isn't this akin to immortality? If Emperor Qin were aware that immortality was like this, he would likely lose his obsession. If the zombie virus were to leave our bodies unaltered while preserving our rationality, Chun Lei exclaimed, perhaps we would embark on interstellar battles. Just imagine how exhilarating that would be. The notion of confronting extraterrestrials sounds far more appealing than battling the undead. For aliens are indeed from a different realm. Gu Zijing, having fully recuperated, now sat on the sofa in the living room, typically clad in a simple white shirt. He had donned a thin black windbreaker due to the dropping temperatures, crossed legs, and a cup of warm water in hand. He glanced outside at the post-rain scenery and remarked, this rain seems destined to persist for a week. We cannot linger here for so long. Ai, what do you think? They had calculated their supplies just sufficient for a week, yet such precise estimations were impractical. Venturing out today was out of the question with the deluge. One could only wonder when the rain might ease. Gu Zijing resorted to using his abilities to gauge the outlook for their outings over the coming days, ultimately concluding, the day after tomorrow, we may depart, although we should anticipate some difficulties. Beyond that, he could discern no further, as his powers were only at level 2. It was said that level 3 marked a significant threshold for abilities, bringing about a qualitative transformation in comparison to levels 1 and 2. Clearly, he needed to elevate his skills to level 3 post-haste. Pei decisively stated, then we shall set off the day after tomorrow. There are no objections, I trust? Naturally, there were none. With the heavy rain outside rendering resource gathering impractical, Pei suggested taking Chen Lei and Shen Yinshin to the first floor for a look. Last night had been too late, and the first floor housed a small shop with various items still displayed on the walls. They needed to see if there was anything of use. Water had already seeped in through the cracks beneath the door, causing some shelves to float upon the flooded floor. The sound of rain outside pattered against the shutter door, amplifying the noise. In addition, the haunting groans of the undead echoed ominously. And when the flashlight beam swept down to the lower floor, a chilling wind swept through, creating an unsettling atmosphere of darkness. Chapter 15. I possess a sharp sword. The water on the first floor had accumulated to such an extent that Pei and his companions resorted to sitting in a lifeboat to inspect the supplies. The items hanging on the wall were nearly useless: backpacks, straw hats, water bottles, and other mundane living necessities. Qinlu exclaimed with delight, "Pei Ge, I found a raincoat." "Let us take the water bottles, straw hats, and the raincoat," Pei replied, as he reached up to retrieve several water bottles from the wall. "The journey to East City is quite far. If we get caught in the rain and fall ill, our medical supplies are already insufficient." Shenyan nodded in agreement, waving her hand to store all these items in her spatial compartment. "My space is nearing its limit. I need to upgrade it soon." As a level 1 spatial ability user, the storage capacity is quite small, merely 5 cubic meters. I don't have much food stored, but I have accumulated a plethora of clothing and kitchenware. "Let us discuss it the day after tomorrow," she added. Ling Ran and the others had taken refuge in this 3-story residence, and fortunately, no dangers had arisen. Upon awakening early the day after tomorrow, Ling Ran glanced out the window and noticed that the rain had diminished to a gentle drizzle. Pei distributed the collected raincoats to Ling Ran and the others. Though Ling Ran found them somewhat distasteful, she recognized that avoiding the rain would require considerable spiritual energy, so she reluctantly accepted the wrinkled, unattractive raincoat. After several days of confinement, the gate was finally opened, and 3 lifeboats gently floated out. Outside, a scattering of zombies lingered on the water's surface, resembling lifeless bodies at rest. As Ling Ran and the others emerged, the fresh scent of food seemed to invigorate the lifeless, gray eyes of the zombies, making them appear almost animated. The corpses, further swollen and decayed from their time in the water, began to rise. Many of the maggots had been washed away, leaving behind those ghastly, gray eyes void of pupils that seemed to fixate upon the living, clawing their way towards them. However, due to the resistance of the water, coupled with the daylight, their movements were sluggish, almost lethargic. Ling Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as he was about to speak, Pei interjected, "Eliminate these zombies. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel, and solitary zombies present a greater opportunity." Before Pei could finish his sentence, Chunlu and Zhuasu sprang into action simultaneously. They had previously discussed that whoever killed the zombie would claim the crystal core, with solitary zombies within reach. They seized the chance without hesitation. Before the 6 zombies could approach, they were swiftly dispatched by powerful abilities. Chenlu, clutching 2 crystal cores, calculated the necessity of slaying as many zombies as possible upon their next encounter. This would ensure a bountiful supply of rice and braised meat. He had never anticipated such eagerness in facing the undead. The thought stirred a thrill within him. As the lifeboats drifted eastward towards the city, they encountered numerous zombies akin to those at the entrance. Although the sudden downpour hindered humanity, it equally impeded the zombies. Humans had lifeboats, the zombies did not. This advantage was ours. Ling Ran wished to speak, yet she realized that if she attempted to voice her objections, her speed would not match that of those who had already engaged in combat. Thus, she wielded a sword, as if divinely bestowed, capable of vanquishing the undead. The onlookers beheld Ling Ran commanding the lifeboat's direction, and upon encountering a zombie, she thrust her blade towards its skull, swiftly twisting her wrist to extract the crystal core with her elegant swordplay. The ease with which she dispatched her foe gave rise to an illusion that these zombies were as feeble as overripe melons, their bodies rendered soft. Chenlu, seeking to conserve his abilities, retrieved an old kitchen knife from Shun Yin Shun. However, upon striking down, he quickly realized his mistake. The zombie's cranium remained as unyielding as ever. His efforts to slay a zombie paled in comparison to Ling Ran's prowess, and confined to the lifeboat, he found himself in a rather awkward predicament. Chapter 16. Ants can kill elephants. Initially, they had anticipated treacherous perils during their lifeboat expedition. Yet the reality proved to be quite the opposite. Not only had the combat effectiveness of the zombies diminished, but the floodwaters had scattered the once massive hordes, isolating them into solitary figures, rendering their reunion a formidable challenge. This circumstance greatly facilitated Ling Ran and her companions, who, like collectors of crystal cores, swiftly dispatched each undead adversary. However, apart from Ling Ran, the others refrained from overexerting their abilities. They adopted a strategy of alternating attacks, allowing each person to rest. thus avoiding exhaustion and potential danger. After Qinlu had slain a dozen zombies and settled down for a moment's respite, he witnessed Ling Ran soar into the air to eliminate a zombie that lingered slightly further from their position. He contemplated asking her if she ever felt fatigued, only to recall that she could absorb a crystal core in the blink of an eye. Is this the world of the powerful? I weep. Must one indulge in braised pork daily? While others require rest, only Ling Ran remains tireless, leaving a trail of fallen zombies in her wake. Those crystal cores seem to be as free as air, igniting a ravenous desire within them. A left turn ahead. Gu Zijing sensed the atmosphere behind her. Ling Ran, upon hearing this, eagerly inquired, "Are there many zombies ahead?" Gu Zijing immediately asked with keen perception, "Can you sense them? Did I not mention that I possess a smidgen of every ability?" The slender figure of the girl was clad in an ill-fitting raincoat, rain cascading down her sharply defined cheekbones, her face gaunt and unappealing. Yet, her dark eyes shone with an exuberant brightness, radiating an undeniable confidence, as if the light within could sear through flesh. Gu Zijing felt that psychic abilities were distinct from other powers, though she could not articulate how. Without awaiting their responses, Ling Ran declared her intent. "I wish to go there." "No." Gu Zijing frowned in opposition. "That path leads to the hospital." If one were to inquire where the most people congregate in the apocalypse, the answer would undoubtedly be the hospital. Typically, hospitals are already crowded. But during the pre-apocalyptic flu outbreak, the influx of patients surged, leading many medical systems to the brink of collapse. Thus, when the apocalypse struck, those trapped within hospitals, particularly those present during the viral outbreak, found themselves ensnared, ultimately becoming zombies. So what? I acknowledge your formidable abilities and your swift absorption of crystal cores. Yet there is truth in the saying that many ants can take down an elephant. Gu Zijing was unaware of the exact number of zombies lurking around the hospital. Yet the mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Not to mention, the streets surrounding the hospital would undoubtedly be teeming with the undead. It was quite possible that before even reaching the hospital, one could fall prey to other zombies. Moreover, Pei inquired, "Moreover, what?" Gu Zijing continued, "I have a foreboding feeling that the dangers at the hospital extend beyond the sheer number of zombies. There may be other, more perilous threats present, though I cannot discern what they are." A rare seriousness settled upon Gu Zijing's otherwise composed visage. His instincts warned him of the imminent danger, given their current capabilities. Venturing there would surely spell doom. It was a rare opportunity to enhance their strength, and Ling Ran would not let it slip away. Without power, one could hardly progress. She was reluctant to experience once more the debilitating weakness she had felt upon her arrival just days prior. Chapter 17. Ling Ran is stronger than Shun Yin. Ling Ran, do not be headstrong, Pei cautioned, his brow slightly furrowed. I acknowledge your exceptional talent and courage, but Zijing's words hold merit. A multitude of ants can overwhelm an elephant. It is prudent to proceed with caution in this apocalypse, where zombies are the most abundant threat. Those zombies are not ants, and I am certainly not an elephant. Ling Ran, hovering above, cast a condescending glance at them. I appreciate your care over these days, but my decisions are unalterable. With that, dozens of crystal cores cascaded to the ground at Pei's feet. This is my token of gratitude. Despite her delicate frame, the young girl exuded an undeniable aura of confidence, and at that moment, all present seemed to perceive her formidable self-assurance. Her fleeting glance resembled that of a celestial being surveying mere mortals, not one of disdain or mockery, but rather akin to how one observes the flora and fauna. An unfeeling yet gentle passing. Ling Ran. Pei sought to offer counsel, yet Ling Ran turned her back to them, gesturing nonchalantly behind her. Her tone light, "We shall meet again." Her silhouette receded further into the distance, prompting Qinlu to express his urgency. "Wait, Brother Pei. Is Sister Ling truly leaving like this? Are we not going after her?" He had barely tasted his rice and braised pork. No. Naturally, Pei wished to pursue her, but they were a unified team. Thus, he turned to his comrades. "What are your thoughts?" Zhuasu glanced at Xia Qianqian, and upon sensing her sentiment, settled into the lifeboat and declared, "We shall not follow. Ling Ran possesses the ability of flight. We do not, and moreover, Gu Zijing has warned us of dangers beyond the zombies." Of course, Zhuasu refrained from voicing a lingering thought. If they were to pursue her, the young girl might not extend her gratitude. Her dark eyes were imbued with such indifference, evoking a sense of offense within him, as if in her gaze he were no more than a beast of burden or mere grass. Thus, should peril arise, she might not offer them assistance. Su Yimo eagerly inquired, "Brother Pei, what about us?" Although she had been consistently overshadowed by Ling Ran, for reasons unknown, Su Yimo harbored no animosity towards her. In truth, she is inherently drawn to strength. Before the apocalypse, Shin Yinshin excelled in every aspect, standing out amongst a group of privileged individuals. After the world changed, she awakened a rare spatial ability, deepening her already favorable impression of him. Initially, she believed she had a genuine affection for Shin Yinshin. However, she now realizes her deeper admiration lies with Ling Ran. For in her heart, Ling Ran surpasses Shin Yinshin. Pei refrained from making a unilateral decision and instead inquired of others, "What are your thoughts?" Although he was eager to go, he recognized that it was not a decision he could make alone. As his friends urged him to consider the safety of their team leader, he felt the weight of responsibility. Should anything go awry, he could never forgive himself. Xia Qianqian anxiously observed Pei Yi and his companions, wishing fervently that they would not embark on this journey. If they left, the formidable yet decent allies they had recently acquired would be lost, not to mention Shin Yinshin remaining behind. I think. Shinla sat quietly in the lifeboat, furtively glancing at the others. Naturally, he longed to join them. After all, it was braised pork and rice. Who could possibly refuse such a temptation? Yet, reason cautioned him that this was a matter of life and death, not to be taken lightly. Thus, he found himself in a quandary, unable to commit to any decision. "I will defer to your judgment. Whatever decision you make, I shall accept," he declared, choosing to pass the burden of choice on to others. Shin Yinshin, however, was far less conflicted, stating firmly, "I oppose going." Zijin, what is your stance? Chapter 18. None worthy of combat. Gu Zijin furrowed his brow slightly, as he grappled with a peculiar thought that lingered unarticulated in his mind. It was the realization that his psychic abilities seemed ineffective against Ling Ran. Now a level 2 psychic, he could sense the dangers within a certain range, as well as the sentiments of both humans and psychics towards him. For instance, when Xia Qianqian and her companions approached, he discerned that they posed little threat and bore no malice. However, with Ling Ran, he felt nothing. She was like a stagnant pool, akin to air, seemingly non-existent. At this moment, he could only perceive that should they venture to the hospital, the outcome would be gravely perilous. Yet, the variable of Ling Ran remained, elusive and unquantifiable. "I disagree," he asserted. Since it was impossible to quantify, it rendered the situation uncontrollable. No one could predict the eventual outcome. Pei glanced at Su Yimo, who bit her lip and, with a hint of resignation, lowered her gaze. "I relinquish my right to choose." Her surrender surprised the others. They had anticipated her to resolutely oppose seeking out Ling Ran, believing her to harbor a deep-seated disdain for her, only to discover they had misjudged her. 2 individuals had chosen dissent, and 2 had relinquished their decision-making. Thus, Pei's choice, regardless of what it may be, would not alter the predetermined result. The man slightly averted his gaze, his voice low and somber. "Then let us turn left." The lifeboat veered to the left, diverging from the right path leading to the hospital, enveloping the atmosphere in a moment of silence. Qianlu, lacking in perceptiveness, inquired, "Brother Pei, are you all right?" Others relinquished their hopes with ease, for they had no connection to Ling Ran. Yet Brother Pei was Ling Ran's sibling. Even absent of blood ties, years of companionship forged bonds that could stir emotions, especially with a living being. "I'm fine." The group fell into silence, their earlier buoyancy dissipating as they encountered zombies, silently dispatching them one by one. Meanwhile, Ling Ran remained blissfully unaware that her departure had dampened the spirits of Pei Yi and the others. At this moment, she was in high spirits. This route was the main thoroughfare to the hospital, bustling with vehicles. Due to the torrential rain, the water levels had risen, submerging these cars. Many of them still contained zombies, trapped within. The first-level zombies possessed no intelligence. Confined by closed doors, they had no capability to open them. Sensing the presence of food, they merely resorted to mindless force, repeatedly slamming against the doors in a futile attempt to break free. Ling Ran effortlessly soared above, not overlooking a single vehicle. Upon spotting a zombie inside, she would deftly open the door and swiftly extract the crystal core from the creature. The cores she acquired were absorbed with ease. With each zombie she vanquished, her strength grew ever more formidable, showing no signs of fatigue, resembling a perpetual motion machine. What a thrill it was! After clearing a significant stretch of the road and completely absorbing the cores, she felt invigorated, her spirits soaring. Yet, she lamented the lack of worthy adversaries. As she approached the hospital's main entrance, Ling Ran caught sight of the parking lot ahead, densely populated with zombies. Her eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, there were numerous undead. Her hands instinctively quickened their pace, when suddenly she perceived a beam of light flickering nearby. Frowning slightly, She followed the source of the illumination and noticed three heads peering from a window of a 12 or 13-story residential building across from the hospital. One individual held a large whiteboard emblazoned with the letters SOS, while another frantically waved a flashlight, endeavoring to capture Ling Ran's attention. The third person was energetically gesturing towards her. Chapter 19. Self-destruction to save or not to save? That was not the question. Ling Ran cast a brief glance at the individuals above but chose to ignore them, continuing her task of dispatching the remaining zombies around the few vehicles. Upon seeing Ling Ran acknowledge them, the trio's frustration mounted. "How infuriating! That wretched woman!" exclaimed the middle-aged man wielding the flashlight, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "She clearly saw us, yet pretended not to. It's obvious she has no intention of helping." The frail woman holding the whiteboard lowered it, casting a timid glance at the man. "Old Wang, what if she doesn't save us?" Fuming, the middle-aged man raised his hand and struck her across the face. "What else can we do? If she refuses to help us, then she shouldn't expect to leave either." The other woman, noticeably younger and appearing to be in her early 20s, interjected, "Brother, are you suggesting?" The young woman, though significantly emaciated in the aftermath of the apocalypse, still possessed a hint of delicate beauty in her features, far surpassing the pallid, sagging visage of the weary woman nearby. The middle-aged man, affectionately referred to as brother in a tender tone, felt his spirits lift considerably. He embraced the woman, his hand slipping beneath her thin, tattered fabric, kneading her softly. "Go fetch the phone. That inane fool, having cleared the zombies from the main road, truly believes she has succeeded. I shall show her the harsh realities of society." The young woman cast a flirtatious glance at the man before retreating into the dwelling to retrieve the phone. In this post-apocalyptic world, electronic devices had largely lost their utility, serving merely as a means to pass the time. After 3 months, even the most fully charged devices had succumbed to power depletion. Yet, in this desolate era, the absence of one's own device was mitigated by the presence of others. She returned with the phone, switching it on as she spoke. "Brother, this phone still has about 10% battery. It should suffice without waste." "Just as clever as ever," the middle-aged man replied, a lewd grin creeping across his face. "Once it's charged, we shall delve deeper." The young woman, blushing with a coy smile, handed the phone to him. Upon receiving it, the man launched a music application, cranking the volume to its maximum before blasting an exuberantly upbeat song towards Ling Ran, who was engaged in clearing the remaining zombies below. The sound, amplified to an extreme, stood in stark contrast to the surrounding silence, punctuated only by the soft patter of rain and the distant wails of the undead. The first-tier zombies exhibit a remarkable sensitivity to sound. Some of the zombies, situated at a distance from Ling Ran, were initially oblivious to her presence. However, upon hearing the noise, they surged towards her direction in a frenzied rush. Thud! A mobile phone fell beside Ling Ran. Witnessing this scene, Ling Ran swiftly dispatched the last remaining zombie within the vehicle, then raised her gaze towards the building across from her. The man appeared to be anticipating her reaction. Upon catching her gaze, he revealed a provocative smile, and in a bid to ensure she comprehended his intent, he brazenly flashed her the middle finger. In response, Ling Ran offered a faint smile. It had indeed been quite some time since she encountered such audacious foolishness. The middle-aged man's brazen provocation stemmed not only from Ling Ran's apparent indifference to the plight of others, but also from his own awakening of supernatural powers within the realm of strength. However, the more significant factor was the presence of a second-tier zombie lurking beneath their building. The man was uncertain of its exact location, but after clearing the floors from 33 to 12, his courage to descend further had waned. This woman evidently possessed formidable abilities, and should she seek vengeance against him, it would suit him regardless of whether she succeeded in confronting the second-tier zombie. The notion of enemies engaging in mutual destruction was simply too delightful to resist. Just as the middle-aged man reveled in his cunning scheme, the next moment, the smile froze upon his face. Chapter 20. Extracting the last fragments of value. Ling Ran ascended into the air, while the zombies from all directions to the west, stirred by the recent melody, were straining with all their might to reach her. She remained still, merely elevating herself higher. In the next instant, fear flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. He felt an unseen force relentlessly manipulating him, propelling him towards the window. Startled, he instinctively grasped the woman beside him, only to discover that this force was formidable enough to drag both him and her along. The weary woman, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned. She quickly seized the young woman with one hand while clutching the nearby cabinet with the other, yet it proved futile. As her body spiraled out of control, the young woman sought to free herself from the grip of the old man. But how could she possibly escape the clutches of a power-wielding individual? The weary woman, however, effortlessly shook off the young woman's hand, noticing both figures tumbling towards the street. A flicker of satisfaction ignited within her. After all, the man's presence only brought her scorn and reprimand. Next time, it would surely be her turn to feed the zombies. In this life, witnessing her bedfellow perish before her was a bittersweet delight. After the apocalypse, her once still eyes, akin to stagnant waters, now sparkled with a glimmer of life as she eagerly observed the demise of that man. He had never fathomed the existence of powers that could control individuals from thin air. It was beyond his imagination. Which is why he dared to provoke Ling Ran so audaciously, believing she was powerless against him. Amidst the man's screams, his body gradually descended beside Ling Ran. And before he could react, she raised her foot and kicked him. As a result, both he and the woman he clutched were hastened into the water. Fortune smiled upon them, for they landed atop a car that floated on the surface. The commotion immediately attracted the zombies, who had been drawn by the allure of the man's phone and now sought to seize Ling Ran. The man, unable to utter a word, quickly rose to his feet, drawing a steel knife he always carried. In an instant, he dispatched the first approaching zombie. Ling Ran, positioned above, observed with a smile as the man eliminated the undead. Upon his victory, the crystal core automatically soared into Ling Ran's hand, clearly intending to extract the last vestiges of value from the man before his demise. Awakening a power-based ability, the man had fought his way from the 33rd floor to the 12th in this post-apocalyptic world, demonstrating considerable skill, as evidenced by his ability level, which had already reached the 2nd tier. However, faced with an ever-increasing horde of zombies, he was bound to exhaust his strength. As for the woman nearby, before the zombies could make their move, the man forcefully kicked her away. His actions were not motivated by a desire to save her, but rather to divert some of the zombies towards her. This tactic proved effective, as she was propelled away. Several zombies, drawn by the commotion, rushed towards her. The unfortunate woman let out a single shriek before being torn apart by 5 or 6 zombies. Blood, a vivid crimson, flowed into the murky water, its potent scent inciting a frenzy among the surrounding undead, who, in their madness, lunged toward the man. With his hand trembling around the steel knife, he continued to slay zombies while weeping, "Forgive me, ancestors. I was wrong. I beseech you. Show me mercy and let me go." Ling Ran, sheathing his sword and crossing his arms, replied, "I cannot condone such disloyalty. Please, save me. If you spare my life, I am willing to do anything for you. I beg of you." Chapter 21. Secondary Zombie Crystal Core. As the man's strength waned, coupled with the sight of an endless horde of zombies before him, he erupted in a fit of rage. "You filthy wretch, born of no mother. You." Before he could finish his tirade, a flash of blinding light swept through, and the man's eyes widened in shock as a steel blade fell into the water, his body collapsing backwards. In his final moment of life, he beheld countless zombies lunging towards him. One solitary corpse was insufficient to satiate their hunger. Instead, it intensified their insatiable desire for human flesh. However, Ling Ran soared high above, impervious to their futile attempts to reach her. One by one, the zombies fell, as if they were mere loot being dropped. With each lifeless body that crumpled, a crystal core soared towards Ling Ran. She did not hoard the cores. Instead, she effortlessly absorbed them as they came into her possession. The commotion had evidently attracted more zombies, their presence heralded by a particularly loud and distinctive sound that pierced through the rain, reaching Ling Ran's ears. As she turned slightly, she caught sight of a zombie leaping out from the base of the building directly across from her. Though it lacked the ability to fly, it managed to leap an astonishing 3 meters high, not only soaring upwards, but also covering a significant distance. This male zombie bore a grotesque visage. Half of its face had been devoured, with putrid flesh infested with maggots writhing amidst the decaying matter, and its pallid eyes. Its gaping maw emitted a low, guttural growl as it swung its remaining arm, its horrific countenance advancing rapidly towards Ling Ran. She deftly sidestepped, while the fierce wind indiscriminately claimed the nearby zombies. Thus, the winds of the wind-type zombie swept mercilessly through the fray. Ling Ran's eyes sparkled with realization. This zombie was evidently unlike the ordinary ones. Thus, the crystal core it possessed must be distinct as well. The zombies seemed to sense Ling Ran's disdainful attitude, and suddenly, a powerful whirlwind enveloped the surroundings. In no time, an invisible wind coalesced into somewhat visible, tangible arrows of wind. These wind arrows were both forceful and swift, and they could be directed with precision. As Ling Ran deftly evaded the wind arrows, she decided not to play this game of cat and mouse any longer. In an instant, she flashed beside the zombie. The zombie reacted quickly, using its wind-based abilities to dodge, but Ling Ran was even quicker. With a swift motion, she extracted a blue crystal core with the tip of her sword. Upon sensing the energy within the core, she found it to be approximately 10 times more potent than those she had encountered before. In high spirits, she observed as the corpse of the zombie was devoured by other zombies, and she remarked lightly, "Umph. You've truly bitten off more than you can chew by provoking me." After a brief skirmish, though not fatigued, her stomach growled with hunger. Just as she was about to sheathe her sword, the familiar glimmer caught her eye once more. Upon raising her gaze, she saw the remaining gaunt woman holding up a whiteboard. The message upon it was no longer an SOS, but rather, "There are many ready-made crystal cores here." It was evident that the woman understood that Ling Ran was not one to be swayed by moral appeals. Rather, she could only attempt to entice her with the prospect of profit. The woman had clearly observed that Ling Ran, or rather, those with abilities like hers, harbored a fondness for crystal cores. Ling Ran glanced at the woman and inquired, "Are you a good cook?" Though the two individuals were separated by a considerable distance, the weary woman felt as if the words were being whispered directly into her ear. Chapter 22. Heaven sees all. The woman, disregarding Ling Ran's remarkable abilities, hastily nodded in affirmation. "Delicious, truly delicious. My father was once a chef." Upon hearing that the woman hailed from a culinary background, Ling Ran's eyes glimmered with interest. In a world where the highest flying ability among all aerial practitioners was merely at level 2, allowing them to soar only 5 or 6 meters, Ling Ran ascended effortlessly to the 12th floor where the woman resided. As she witnessed Ling Ran defy the laws of Newtonian physics, suspended in midair, the woman felt an overwhelming impact on her psyche. However, she masked her astonishment, instead adopting a very accommodating demeanor. "My lord, do you require assistance to enter?" "Not necessary," Ling Ran replied, gliding through the window and landing gracefully indoors. Upon surveying the space, she was pleasantly surprised to find it relatively tidy. Sensing Ling Ran's curiosity, the woman offered an explanation. "After the apocalypse, we moved down from the 33rd floor, so the place remains fairly clean. I do my part in tidying up as well." "Indeed," Ling Ran acknowledged, settling onto a clean wooden stool. "And those two individuals, who were they to you?" "Indeed," Lu Xiaoping hesitated for a moment before confessing. "That man is my husband. We originally resided on the top floor. After the apocalypse, he awakened his power-related abilities. As for the other woman, she is a university student living on the 20th floor. Her family is left with only her, untouched by the virus. In her desperation for survival, she has submitted herself to my husband." "Oh, so if I were to kill your husband, you would not harbor any resentment towards me?" "I harbor no ill will towards adults. In fact, I wish for his demise." Lu Xiaoping's eyes glimmered with profound hatred. "He has usurped my family's South Vast estate. The Lu family restaurant was my father's lifelong endeavor, renowned for its excellent reputation. Yet after his passing, I found myself utterly incapable, unable to manage it. Only adept at cooking. One step at a time, he took it all from me." "Enough of that. Where are the crystal cores you mentioned?" "In the room." "Allow me to fetch them for you." Lu Xiaoping hurried into the room and soon emerged with a small cardboard box, which contained a considerable number of crystal cores. Upon estimation, there were indeed over 100. These belonged to Wang Qing. He possesses abilities, yet he remains unaware of how to absorb these crystal cores, merely collecting them. It was only last month that he discovered their potential. Thus, he has been absorbing the cores daily to enhance his strength. According to him, he is a level 2 power user. However, Ling Ran casually grabbed a handful of crystal cores from the box and began to absorb them. However, despite being a level 2 ability user, he dares not venture downwards, for he senses a perilous aura below. At least one level 2 or even a level 3 zombie lurks there. Hence, we have remained on the 12th floor for several days, too fearful to descend. As for the supplies, they had long been depleted, all acquired through the plundering of others. Those individuals had either become zombies or had fallen victim to Wang Qing's hand. Some, when Wang Qing could no longer withstand the onslaught, were cruelly pushed toward the zombies to satiate their hunger. Lu Xiaoping harbored a genuine fear of Wang Qing, an innate terror that compelled her to compromise for the sake of survival. With such beasts now deceased, she could only express her relief, claiming that heaven had eyes. "Oh, is it possible that there exists a third-tier zombie?" Ling Ran immediately extended her psychic energy downward to investigate, only to be met with disappointment. There were indeed second-tier zombies, but none of the third tier. Nevertheless, second-tier zombies would suffice, as they were preferable to the ordinary variety. She was in no rush to eliminate that zombie, within moments. Under Lu Xiaoping's astonished gaze, she absorbed all the crystal cores in less than 2 minutes. Chapter 23. The other party is not a good person. Lu Xiaoping's stock of supplies had dwindled to just a few open packets of biscuits. Ling Ran looked at the crumbled remnants with disdain. What dishes can you prepare? My lord, our Lu family's restaurant offers a variety of cuisines, but we primarily focus on homestyle dishes. Our most renowned dish is the pickled fish, and we also excel in various seafood preparations. Given that we are situated in a coastal city abundant with seafood and frequented by tourists, my father has researched several seafood recipes that have garnered unanimous praise from our patrons. From what you say, your father seems to be quite an accomplished chef. Indeed. My culinary skills have only scratched the surface of my father's expertise. When Lu Xiaoping mentioned her father, her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, my father met with an unexpected car accident. Otherwise, she paused, contemplating how, had her father been there, the Lu family's restaurant would have certainly maintained its esteemed reputation. Ling Ran raised an eyebrow. Have you ever considered that your father's demise may not have been merely an accident? The implication struck Lu Xiaoping, clearing the fog that usually clouded her thoughts. Her eyes welled up with tears as she realized the painful truth. It is I who caused my father's death. It is my fault. It was tragic that she remained unaware of the fact that her father had been wronged, only to be reminded of it by others. Had she known earlier, she would have been willing to perish alongside the man responsible. Ling Ran, however, felt little empathy for Lu Xiaoping's anguish. Her mind was preoccupied with her own concerns. If we wish to indulge in seafood, where should we go? The realm of cultivation does possess seas, but according to Qiao Yushu, the seafood there is entirely unlike that of the modern world. By the way, do you know how to prepare spicy crayfish? Qiao Yinshu has been longing to savor that dish, and I cannot resist the temptation to try it myself. Let us have a simple meal, and then seek out provisions. Though her linguistic prowess could conjure spicy crayfish from thin air, Ling Ran desired the authentic taste, uninterested in anything fabricated by her abilities. Suddenly, she declared, I have a creamy bread before me. Just as Lu Xiaoping was about to suggest sharing the leftover cookies with Ling Ran, she heard this inexplicable statement. And before she knew it, a creamy bread appeared before them. What kind of supernatural ability is this? To conjure resources out of nothing? Would that not mean one could never suffer from hunger again? Let us eat, and after a brief respite, we shall seek for supplies. Lu Xiaoping found it somewhat peculiar. Was it not within this gentleman's power to conjure provisions? Why then must he venture forth in search of them? Yet, she dared not voice her curiosity. Lu Xiaoping understood well that the amiable faade of Ling Ran was maintained solely by her current worth. Should she lose her value or fail to provide palatable sustenance, the gentleman would unhesitatingly abandon her. She had not forgotten that he was no benevolent soul. Creamy bread, once a trivial indulgence in the pre-apocalyptic world, had now transformed into a luxury item. As Lu Xiaoping savored the soft, fragrant bread, she was reminded of the preciousness of life itself. After finishing her meal, she packed a small bag containing some sanitary napkins, a change of clothes, half a bag of biscuits, and a bottle of water. The gentleman may be indifferent to such matters, but she could not afford to be so careless. Let us proceed and clear this building. Chapter 24. Clearing the building. Lu Xiaoping followed closely behind Ling Ran, her heart pounding with trepidation. Previously, when Wang Cheng had dispatched zombies, he occasionally tasked her with scouting ahead, and the terrifying visage of the undead had left an indelible psychological scar upon her. She cast a glance towards the gentleman ahead, relieved to see that he had no intention of sending her forth to scout. The 12th floor had been purged of zombies by Wang Cheng, so Ling Ran intended to descend via the fire escape. As she pushed open the tightly secured fire door, the creaking sound echoed conspicuously in the otherwise silent corridor, where only their breathing could be heard. She would rather perish from hunger than succumb to the bite of a zombie, becoming a mere shell of her former self. At that moment, she observed a figure ahead brandishing a sword, its cold gleam razor-sharp. Lu Xiaoping was momentarily startled, yet she refrained from exhibiting overt fear. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, she had mastered the art of self-control, suppressing any instinct to scream. The sound of the door indeed attracted the zombies downstairs, as if a switch had been flipped, causing a cacophony of restless hisses akin to a pack of wolves howling in the mountains. Bang, bang, bang. Among these zombies, some, hindered by missing limbs, stumbled and rushed clumsily upstairs. Ling Ran did not pause. She descended further, and upon encountering the zombies, she hurled the sword forth, channeling her spiritual energy to guide it. In no time, she dispatched the two zombies ascending the staircase. The crystal cores soared into Ling Ran's hand, while the sword remained suspended in midair. Lu Xiaoping, witnessing this spectacle, felt her astonishment rekindled. It was impossible for her to count the number of times she had been awestruck by Ling Ran in such a brief span. Yet, she had come to a realization: this individual was extraordinarily powerful, remarkably so. If she could remain by her side, safety would be assured to the greatest extent. More importantly, this formidable figure was a woman. In the wake of the apocalypse, even if Lu Xiaoping had not ventured outside to witness the world beyond, she had gleaned from this very building the moral decay and loss of humanity. In a world where a woman holds no value, she becomes mere merchandise, or rather, a plaything. Much like that female university student who incessantly pleased Wang Qing with her body, a man old enough to be her father. And in a desperate bid for survival, she hypocritically referred to him as brother. Lu Xiaoping did not harbor any disdain for female university students. The other party simply wished to survive and had not harmed anyone but herself, leaving others with no grounds for judgment. As for those who might claim that university students engaging in affairs are destroying marriages, one must wonder, in a post-apocalyptic world, what value does marriage hold? Moreover, her own marriage had long since become a mere facade. Descending to the 11th floor, Ling Ran led Lu Xiaoping to the corridor. The layout comprised 2 households per staircase, with the residences facing one another. Within the confines of the doors, the unmistakable sounds of zombies could be heard, relentlessly battering against the entrance, causing the door to tremble as though it might yield at any moment. Ling Ran approached one of the doors, drawing her sword to slice through its center. To her astonishment, the thick iron door cracked open. With Ling Ran's assistance, the zombies within surged forward, forcibly breaking through the door. It appeared to be a family of 3. It was evident that one pair were the parents, accompanied by a young boy of around 10 years. The bodies of all 3 were relatively intact, devoid of any bite marks, suggesting that their immune systems had succumbed to the virus at the onset of the outbreak, transforming them into zombies. Ling Ran felt no sentimentality. She swiftly dispatched the family before stepping inside the dwelling. Chapter 25. Consuming spicy strips inside the house, no zombies remained. And since the family had mutated during the apocalypse, there were still ample supplies within. While Ling Ran surveyed the space, Lu Xiaoping had already discovered a bag and began collecting the edible provisions. What should we do with all this rice and flour? She inquired. Lu Xiaoping had not tasted rice in quite some time. Even if they had some, without water and fire, it could not be prepared. Reluctant to discard it, she felt a deep sense of attachment. Even without knowledge of the external circumstances, she understood that staple items like rice and flour were undoubtedly precious commodities. Ling Ran casually remarked, "Gather the supplies and place them in the living room. I shall attend to them shortly." As she spoke, she began to wander through the house. Eventually, she arrived at the child's room, which was somewhat chaotic, filled with dust and a rather unpleasant odor. However, Ling Ran's gaze was immediately drawn to a box of snacks resting on the study desk. She approached it without hesitation. The box contained a substantial assortment of treats. And from the original owner's memories, Ling Ran recognized their names: spicy strips, delectably savory, jelly, guava, nuts, and crispy noodles, among others. Ling Ran, with her wrist casually draped over the box, opened a packet of spicy strips and indulged. The moment the flavor touched her palate, a wave of piquant delight flooded her senses. The spiciness was invigorating. Though she was not accustomed to consuming spicy foods, she found herself reluctant to discard what she had just tasted. How remarkable it was that the people of this era could craft such delectable fare. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Ran arrived at a possible explanation. Perhaps those in the realm of cultivation sought longevity, rendering the act of eating a cumbersome task. With the time spent on meals, they could instead devote themselves to their practice, leading to the creation of fasting elixirs. Having found no further edible items in the other rooms, Ling Ran discovered a locked chest in the master bedroom. Upon opening it, she was met with a trove of jewels and gold. Disappointment washed over her. She had expected to unearth something of greater significance. Rising to her feet, she had no intention of claiming the gold and jewels for herself. As Lu Xiaoping entered, she was about to inquire when her gaze fell upon a safe filled with gold bars and jewels. Heavens, so many gold bars! Although Lu Xiaoping's family was not impoverished, she surmised that they could not rival the wealth of this household. As a descendant of the Huaxia, who could resist the allure of gold? What is the matter? Ling Ran resumed rummaging through the cabinet, which was brimming with clothing. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she spotted several garments still adorned with tags, dresses, to be precise. Ling Ran had never worn such attire. The clothing given to her by Shun Yin Shun and the others had been limited to casual jeans and trousers for convenience. Lu Xiaoping reluctantly tore her gaze away from the gold. Sir, I have gathered all the consumable goods. The seafood and vegetables in the refrigerator have spoiled and are no longer usable. Ling Ran gestured toward the row of tagged clothing. Please set aside all the garments with tags. Understood. Lu Xiaoping swiftly began sorting through the clothing. There were not many items with tags, and she quickly assembled them. All the collected items were piled in the living room. It was surprising to see the abundance of supplies belonging to this family. There were 2 vacuum-sealed bags of rice, each weighing 5 kilograms, along with some regular rice, which Lu Xiaoping placed into a clean plastic bag. In addition to the rice, there was a bag of open flour, weighing approximately 5 to 6 pounds, half a box of rice noodles, a carton of milk, a bag of packaged noodles, 2 large bags of instant noodles, a small bundle of sweet potato flour, a bag of dragon mouth vermicelli, a bucket of oil, and various jars of condiments. Chapter 26. My lord. I follow you. Ling Ran cast a glance and, after leaving behind a dress, inquired, have you not taken any gold? She had clearly witnessed Lu Xiaoping's eyes gleaming with excitement upon seeing the gold. At this moment, Lu Xiaoping was bewildered. With a mere wave of her hand, the items in the living room vanished without a trace. Yet now, she could not take any, but her lord seemingly could summon them with a mere gesture. Initially, Ling Ran had no intention of intervening, yet the thought of savoring Lu Xiaoping's culinary skills later prompted her to offer, if you wish to retrieve the gold, I shall assist you. After some contemplation, Lu Xiaoping decided to proceed. It was not that she desired the gold for herself. Rather, she sensed that her lord appeared somewhat oblivious to the value of wealth. In this post-apocalyptic world, money had lost its significance. Instead, gold and jewels might transform into a form of currency. Her lord might find them useful in the future. As Lu Xiaoping pondered this, she failed to notice that her mindset had shifted from merely seeking to attach herself to a powerful figure to genuinely considering how to serve Ling Ran wholeheartedly. Once the gold was brought out, Lu Xiaoping observed that Ling Ran had already changed out of her soiled sportswear. She now donned a white dress, the hem just above her knees. The fitted design accentuated her slender waist, and the dress bore no excessive embellishments, only a few delicate details, exuding an air of simplicity and elegance. Below, she wore a pair of stunning silver high heels, the heels towering at approximately 7 to 8 centimeters. My lord. Ling Ran glanced over, asking, is this all? Upon seeing Lu Xiaoping nod in a daze, Ling Ran waved her hand, and the gold vanished from sight. Let us go. Ling Ran confidently led the way, while Lu Xiaoping cautiously observed from behind. She breathed a sigh of relief upon noticing that, despite wearing such high heels, Ling Ran walked with remarkable steadiness. Truly, adults are commendable, even in such elevated footwear. She moved more swiftly and steadily than Lu Xiaoping. Lu Xiaoping's mouth was agape in astonishment as they descended the building floor by floor. Regardless of the number of zombies encountered, wherever Ling Ran's sword passed, no undead remained. Even the formidable second-level zombie on the 8th floor, which had instilled fear in Wang Cheng, succumbed beneath her blade in a mere 3 seconds. As for the other zombies, they were dispatched in an instant. Lu Xiaoping transformed from a trembling, hunched figure to one standing tall and proud. The sight of those foul-smelling, grotesque zombies no longer filled her with dread. Indeed, with sufficient strength, or rather, when supported by a powerful ally, even the most terrifying entities become easily vanquished. Upon reaching the 1st floor, they encountered not a single living soul. However, according to Lu Xiaoping, there had been people previously, but they dared not descend due to a particularly formidable zombie on the 8th floor. As resources dwindled, they retreated upwards, ultimately becoming mere pawns in Wang Cheng's game. Upon reaching the ground level, Ling Ran employed her verbal magic to conjure a lifeboat. The number of zombies within the community was minimal, allowing Ling Ran to effortlessly gather them. Even before entering the hospital, the spoils from this building had restored her strength to nearly 10%. Ling Ran felt fortunate not to have continued with Pei Yi and his group, who seemed to avoid areas with fewer zombies, predominantly traversing suburban and rural paths where both people and undead were scarce, steering clear of bustling urban locales. Following their path, when will she be able to restore even a fraction of her strength? Ling Ran steered the lifeboat towards the hospital across the way. I am going to the hospital shortly. Will you accompany me or wait outside? The surrounding zombies had mostly been dealt with by Ling Ran, so Lu Xiaoping would likely face no peril outside. Should she encounter any zombies, she could always retreat to the hospital, as she was entering from the outside. Chapter 27. A sharp tongue with a soft heart indeed. The hospital was teeming with zombies. As soon as Ling Ran and Lu Xiaoping stepped inside, it was as if a switch had been flipped. The zombies lunged towards them en masse. Unfortunately, their movements appeared clumsy due to the resistance of the water. While Ling Ran wielded her sword to vanquish the zombies, she caught a glimpse of Lu Xiaoping's envious and admiring gaze. Would you care to give it a try? Huh? The voice of destiny proclaimed, I require a lightweight steel knife capable of dispatching zombies. In the next instant, a steel knife materialized out of thin air and was presented to Lu Xiaoping. She stood momentarily dazed. My lord, this is the apocalypse. Relying on others is far less dependable than relying on oneself. I cannot shield you for eternity, Ling Ran stated with a brutal reminder of reality. The zombies in the hospital were grotesque, a consequence of the outbreak being far more severe here, characterized by numerous biting incidents. Furthermore, having been submerged in water for several days, their bodies were swollen, resembling corpses marinated in decay. Lu Xiaoping grasped the steel knife, suppressing her urge to vomit as she rose to her feet. Before her stood a zombie that had narrowly escaped demise, its upper and lower lips absent, revealing a ghastly mixture of crimson and green teeth. The bridge of its nose was missing half, and its left eye, devoid of a pupil, was obscured by a large mass of congealed blood, teeming with writhing white maggots. These maggots, a consequence of the apocalyptic mutations, were notably larger than those from the world before. They gaped hungrily at the decaying flesh nearby, reveling in the putrid offering. The stench was akin to that of long-rotting eggs, a nauseating odor that assaulted the senses. Even after enduring the apocalypse for so long, Lu Xiaoping found herself unable to withstand the foul aroma, her stomach churning in protest. As the zombie drew nearer, the stench intensified, nearly paralyzing her with revulsion. At that moment, a soft voice drifted over. Aim for the head, as if slicing a watermelon, cleaving it cleanly. If your strength is insufficient, sever the head first, then split it down the middle. Ah! Lu Xiaoping could not help but exclaim, her hands gripping the steel knife tightly. With a decisive stroke, she drove the blade straight through the zombie's face. She exerted all her might, and to her astonishment, the zombie's head was indeed cleaved in two, revealing the crystalline core within. Lu Xiaoping's eyes sparkled with excitement. Disregarding the fleeting sensation of having taken a life, she reached out to grasp the core. With a thud, the zombie's body collapsed into the water. Gazing at the exquisite crystal core in her hand, her eyes brimmed with emotion. She wiped the core against herself reverently and offered it to Ling Ran. My lord, take this. No need, Ling Ran replied disdainfully, casting a glance at the core, which had not been cleaned properly and appeared even dirtier after being rubbed against her soiled clothing. My esteemed lord, the cores of the apocalypse are worth more than gold. It would be wise for you to retain them. My lord, Lu Xiaoping's eyes brimmed with tears once more. It turned out that my lord was such a benevolent person. How could she have ever thought otherwise? He was merely at a loss for words, harboring a deep-seated aversion to malevolence, yet possessing a tender heart beneath a sharp tongue. The gratitude reflected in the eyes of Ling Ran left her perplexed. She struggled to comprehend the thoughts of mere mortals. With Ling Ran leading the way, she occasionally faced a zombie with a grotesque demise, which Lu Xiaoping initially found utterly nauseating. Yet, she gradually adapted to confronting these hideous creatures. Wielding her steel knife with precision as though slicing through a watermelon, effortlessly cleaving the zombie's head in twain. Having trained as a chef, she possessed ample strength. And with Ling Ran's exceptionally sharp blade, her prowess in dispatching zombies became increasingly proficient. Chapter 28. The southern province based the vast hospital housed only a handful of second-tier zombies, a number rather insufficient compared to the flow of humanity. Nonetheless, it was better than having none at all, and Ling Ran swiftly dealt with them. The hospital comprised numerous buildings, even with her swiftness. It would take more than a day to cleanse them all. After clearing 3 edifices, twilight began to descend. The zombies of the night were notably more formidable than their daytime counterparts, though this posed little challenge for Ling Ran. However, after a day of slaying, she found herself feeling somewhat famished and weary of the monotony. My lord, night is approaching. The nearby residential complex was a newly constructed upscale community, modest in size with a total of only 10 buildings. Aside from the building where Lu Xiaoping resides, Ling Ran did not bother to clear the other structures. It must be noted that there is indeed an abundance of zombies in this bustling urban area. Ling Ran has regained 1/10 of her strength. Thus, she is no longer in a hurry to cleanse the area of the undead. Lu Xiaoping pondered over the ingredients they had gathered today and inquired, "My lord, what shall we have for dinner? Why don't you prepare some eggs for yourself?" "I shall indulge in snacks," Ling Ran replied. After which she rummaged through the snack basket they had previously discovered, refilling it after consuming quite a bit. "Follow me to the kitchen." Lu Xiaoping trailed behind Ling Ran into the kitchen, where with a mere wave of her hand, the gas stove ignited, and 2 eggs alongside a bottle of water appeared in the empty pot. "Is it all right if I boil some eggs for myself?" No, Lu Xiaoping stammered. Ling Ran, holding the basket, approached the dining table, surveying the bountiful assortment of snacks before selecting. I shall start with this spicy, crispy noodle. It seems quite delectable." Through the kitchen's glass door, Lu Xiaoping observed the frail girl clad in a white dress, and a warmth blossomed in her heart. Eggs, a staple food in everyday life, had not graced her palate in quite some time. The humble boiled eggs, once prepared, extinguished the flame automatically. Lu Xiaoping emerged from the kitchen with the eggs in hand and asked, "My lord, shall we venture to the hospital to eliminate more zombies tomorrow?" With Ling Ran's assistance today, she had dispatched 5 zombies and acquired 5 crystal cores. While not an abundant harvest, it represented a significant stride into the apocalypse for her. "No, we shall not go." Ling Ran, having regained considerable strength, felt little inclination to seek out zombies for slaughter. "You mentioned that your seafood dishes are quite good. I would like to have some seafood. Where might we find it?" "That would require a trip to Y City." Y City. Y City boasts a thriving tourism industry, situated by the sea with multiple ports, abundant in seafood. Yet, one cannot help but wonder if these marine delicacies have undergone any mutations. Lu Xiaoping reminisced about a previous encounter at the 20th floor of the Qing building, where a resident owned a poodle. This petite creature, once small before the apocalypse, astonishingly grew to the size of an ordinary golden retriever after the cataclysm. However, aside from its enlarged stature, the poodle exhibited no extraordinary abilities. Perhaps the seafood follows a similar trajectory. Could small crayfish transform into large lobsters, and those into even larger ones? As for that dog, in a world fraught with peril, lacking the means to protect itself, it inevitably succumbed to becoming another's meal. The couple on the 20th floor, burdened with their hungry canine, ultimately met their fate at the hands of Wang Cheng. This notion of mutation had been previously discussed by Ling Ran and Pei. She took a bite of her crispy snack, chewing thoughtfully as she remarked, "It seems the base in the southern province is established right in Y City. I've heard tales of marine creatures venturing ashore to hunt humans." Chapter 29. Wolf-Tooth Special Forces. Lu Xiaoping's face turned pale. Indeed, she had been preoccupied with the idea of previously ordinary food growing larger. But what of the predatory creatures of the sea? Sharks and whales, which were already fearsome in their natural state, would surely be unimaginable in size post-apocalypse. After all, if a poodle could mutate to the size of a golden retriever, what horrors might lurk beneath the waves? Yet, what did it matter? No one could deter her from indulging in her desires. The words hung lightly in the air, seemingly weightless. Yet Lu Xiaoping felt an undeniable aura of dominance and confidence emanating from them. She lifted her gaze to glance at the individual, having just finished her instant noodles. Her mood exceptionally buoyant as she sifted through the snack basket for her next treat, displaying an endearingly childish demeanor. Yet only Lu Xiaoping was aware of the formidable strength she possessed. Indeed, even if sharks and whales, those formidable denizens of the ocean, ventured ashore to hunt humans, before the adults in her household, it would merely be a matter of seconds. 1 second for a first-level zombie, 3 seconds for a second-level zombie. Lu Xiaoping savored 2 eggs with gratitude, then collected fresh linens and a duvet from Ling Ran, meticulously tidying the entire room, especially the bed, rendering it immaculate. "The adults have tidied up," she announced. "All right, let's get some rest. Tomorrow we shall head to City Y." Yes. As night fell, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, marking the most restful and secure sleep Lu Xiaoping had experienced since the onset of the apocalypse. A night devoid of words. The following morning, after a simple breakfast of eggs and milk, the two descended the stairs in preparation for departure. Upon exiting the community, they beheld a vast expanse of red in the distance. Approximately 5 lifeboats appeared to be stationed there, filled with people clad in uniform combat attire, armed with firearms. A figure stood at the forefront, peering through binoculars. "Captain, there are 2 women ahead, wielding steel knives, and there are no zombies in sight." "No zombies? This is the top-tier hospital in H City. How peculiar." Beside the man with the binoculars stood another, tall and ruggedly handsome, casting his gaze towards Ling Ran. They were soldiers from the Southern Province base, known as the Wolf Fang Special Forces, comprising a total of 10 members. Upon receiving orders from the base, we as the vanguard set forth towards the tertiary hospital to scout the situation. Initially, I anticipated this mission to be fraught with peril. However, to my astonishment, as we approached the hospital, the number of zombies diminished significantly, which struck me as exceedingly peculiar. Concurrently, Ling Ran and Lu Xiaoping were the first to notice individuals in the distance. Lu Xiaoping, feeling a surge of anxiety, tightened her grip on the steel knife, exclaiming, "Sir, there are numerous people." Lacking any special abilities, she could not discern the figures far away, yet Ling Ran observed with clarity, "Indeed, they are not foes." According to the original host's impressions, these individuals were referred to as soldiers. The sight of their uniforms instilled a sense of calm within all Huaxia people. Ling Ran halted, refraining from advancing the lifeboat any further. As the figures drew nearer, Lu Xiaoping recognized their attire and exclaimed with excitement, "They are soldiers. They have come to rescue us." As they accelerated towards us, the two groups finally converged. The captain, standing at the forefront, was the first to speak. "Greetings, comrades. We are the Wolf-Tooth Special Forces from the Southern Province Base, and I am Captain Hu Xiao." "Hello, military uncle," Lu Xiaoping replied, pointing to the nearby community. "We are the residents of this neighborhood. We were just about to head to the Southern Province Base. How is the situation there? Are there plenty of seafood?" Hu Xiao thought to himself. Moreover, the person before him looked nearly 10 years older, calling a 28-year-old uncle. Well, he had grown accustomed to such things. More importantly, he had initially thought he was imagining things from afar, only to realize now that she was indeed wearing a white dress and towering high in stiletto heels. The delicate raindrops cascaded upon her, seeming to fall yet also appearing not to, for her attire remained utterly dry. Chapter 30. I am merely a servant to the adults. The decision to accompany the soldiers was not hers to make. Ling Ran glanced at them and inquired, "You are here to clear the way, are you not? What do you seek at the hospital? Perhaps I could assist." Hu Shua was taken aback by Ling Ran's perceptiveness, as she had accurately deduced their mission. To her astonishment, not a single zombie was in sight. As they had traversed this path, they had encountered numerous corpses of the undead, likely having drifted from this very place. "I am unsure," Ling Ran replied innocently. "I am merely a resident of this community. There were once many zombies, and I was too afraid to venture out. It was only in the past few days that I noticed their apparent absence, prompting me to emerge." Hu Shua astutely observed that when Ling Ran professed her ignorance, Lu Xiaoping beside her momentarily failed to mask her emotions. They must know something, yet refrained from sharing. "Do you truly know nothing? The zombies have vanished suddenly, and there were no sounds from within the house." "No, not at all." Hu Shua was now convinced that this young girl was certainly concealing something. Ling Ran pondered for a moment before stating, "I plan to leave in the next couple of days. Will you be able to complete your mission in that time? If one had protection and need not act, would it not be preferable to simply recline and enjoy?" Ling Ran was no drudge. On the contrary, she relished pleasure. Otherwise, she would not be pursuing gourmet delights in a world where survival was a fierce struggle. Not necessarily. Hu Shua was uncertain. "In a little while, I will inform my colleagues. They should arrive later, at which point you may choose to accompany them." He decided to assess the situation. With someone providing protection, Ling Ran retrieved a woven stool from her space and took a seat. Observing this, Lu Xiaoping hastily produced an umbrella from her backpack to shield Ling Ran from the elements. Beside Hu Shua sat a young man, barely in his 20s. With rosy lips and white teeth, entirely unlike the rugged soldiers one might expect. He appeared more akin to a gullible college student. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Are you two mother and daughter?" Fei Fei was genuinely intrigued. The middle-aged woman bore an uncanny resemblance to the servants of the Qing dynasty's imperial palace. Before Ling Ran could respond, Lu Xiaoping quickly waved her hand in denial. "You mustn't say such things. How could I possibly have a daughter like her? I am merely her servant." After pondering for a while, Lu Xiaoping struggled to find a more suitable term. Fei Fei exclaimed, "Goodness, I had a hunch. And you truly admit to being a servant. And what is this term, master? You two are master and servant. Could it be that you've traversed time from the Qing dynasty?" Observing their reluctance to divulge any information, Hu Shua refrained from pressing further, mindful of his mission. Chapter 31. The hospital is desolate. A series of lifeboats floated into the hospital, which was eerily vacant, save for a plethora of vehicles, electric bikes, corpses of the undead, and an assortment of unidentified objects adrift on the water's surface. Ling Ran's lifeboat trailed behind, where she sat upon a bench while Lu Xiaoping stood beside her, shielding her with an umbrella. Had one not surveyed the surroundings, one might have mistaken them for a pair of aristocrats leisurely boating. The members of the Wolf Fong Special Forces maintained a vigilant stance, however, upon entering the outermost outpatient building of the hospital. They were met with a grim sight. Corpses of the undead lay strewn about. This locale should have been one of the most perilous in the post-apocalyptic world. Yet it was devoid of any zombies. Who, one wondered, possessed such formidable strength to eradicate the zombies from the outpatient building? Even the Southern Province base, with all its resources, would find such a feat exceedingly challenging. It was not that it was impossible, but the cost-to-benefit ratio was far too disproportionate. Typically, one would only consider attacking such treacherous places when their own strength had significantly increased. Their presence here was a reluctant necessity. The base had a handful of scientific talents, yet they required sophisticated equipment that ordinary clinics simply did not possess. Only tertiary hospitals could provide such resources. As for the choice to bypass the hospitals in City Y for H City, analysis revealed that the former held greater dangers. In comparison, H City was relatively safer. Smaller towns did exist, but their remoteness from City Y posed logistical challenges that could lead to unforeseen complications. Ultimately, after careful consideration, they settled on this hospital in H City. Each team was tasked with a comprehensive search, pairing off as they dispersed to comb through the outpatient building. Hu Shua and Fei Fei formed one team, and he turned to Ling Ran, asking, "Will you be following us, or we will manage on our own? Do not worry. We will call for you if danger arises." Ling Ran was far from courteous. After casting a deep glance at her, Hu Shua signaled to Fei Fei, and together they commenced their search. The outpatient building comprised 9 floors, and as they meticulously scoured each level, it became evident that not a single zombie lurked within. They even failed to uncover any supplies. Undoubtedly, someone had preceded them and successfully overtaken the hospital. Thus, the items they sought were likely no longer available. After all, aside from medications and medical equipment, the hospital offered little of value to entice others, rendering it quite low in cost-effectiveness. Could it be that, aside from the Southern Province base, there existed other unknown large factions in the Southern Province? The pharmacy had already been stripped of its medications. Reflecting on their objectives, Hu Shua suggested, "Let us proceed to the medical technology building." Adjacent to the outpatient building, the medical technology building housed the equipment they desired. However, much like the outpatient facility, it was devoid of any resources. The equipment had been entirely removed, and this time, their expedition had proven fruitless. Let us move to the inpatient comprehensive building. Yet, the inpatient comprehensive building too was empty. Just as Hu Shua began to assume that the hospital was entirely deserted, upon arriving at the administrative building, they encountered the long-absent zombies. Hu Shua inquired, "Captain, what shall we do now?" While Fei Fei fought off the zombies. The number was relatively sparse, yet still substantial. Their battle against the zombies yielded only crystal cores. Otherwise, clearing the area offered them no tangible benefits and posed the risk of unforeseen dangers. "We must retreat," Hu Shua instructed. As they fought their way through the zombies, they made a swift exit, soon boarding the lifeboat and hastily departing from the hospital. Chapter 32, Dual Power Ability User Upon Departing from the Hospital. The absence of zombies outside offered a temporary sense of safety. Hu Shua furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating, there must be other significant forces in the Southern Province. Yet we remain entirely unaware. This indicates that their strength is undoubtedly formidable. Lu Xiaoping, overhearing his words, felt a twinge of guilt while simultaneously taking pride. What major forces are there? Only adults exist. Those medications and devices have long been secured by the adults in their space. If the Wolf Fong Brigade had arrived a day earlier, they might have encountered the adults directly. Ling Ran, with a mischievous intent, observed the members of the Wolf Fong Brigade engaging in a flurry of conspiracy speculation, yet chose to remain silent. Having made a decision, Hu Shua found that the others had no objections. After a morning of tumult, it was nearly noon. Since the area posed no immediate danger, they opted to seek shelter from the rain, intending to enjoy lunch before continuing their journey. The rain had diminished considerably, and it was anticipated to cease by tomorrow at the latest, which was a piece of good news for humanity. Among Hu Shua's team was a space ability user, a man with a somewhat dark complexion, who smiled broadly, revealing a set of bright white teeth. His features were unremarkable, exuding an air of simplicity and honesty. He retrieved a prepared lunch from his space, which consisted of rice wrapped in lettuce, containing either fish or shrimp, rendering it quite a feast. Originally, each person was to have 2 rice balls, but with the addition of Ling Ran and Lu Xiaoping, they naturally had to share some. With a determined expression, Hu Shua, feeling famished, asserted, "Please allocate my portion to them." The rice ball is about the size of a woman's fist, which would certainly suffice for a girl with a smaller appetite. No, thank you, Captain Hu. Ling Ran declined. We have food. In the next moment, upon a wave of Ling Ran's hand, a plethora of items materialized on the lifeboat, causing Hu Shua's eyes to widen in astonishment. A spatial ability user. This was undoubtedly an exceptionally rare power. Although it could currently only store items, it was still remarkably impressive, especially for a military unit like theirs that frequently undertook missions. Having a spatial ability user would be incredibly convenient. Lu Xiaoping placed a small pot on a metal rack and proceeded to pour bottled water into it, covering it with a lid. Just as Hu Shua looked on in bewilderment, a flame suddenly ignited beneath the pot. A fire ability user? His gaze shifted to Ling Ran, eyes gleaming with excitement. A dual ability user. In the base, those with dual abilities were undoubtedly the elite, although upgrading required double the crystals. Possessing an additional ability provided an extra card to play, increasing the chances of survival in battle, whether against foes or zombies. The others abandoned their rice balls and stared in astonishment at Ling Ran. Fei Fei immediately extended an invitation. Miss, would you consider joining our base's military? The benefits are exceptional. Fei Fei, mind your words. All right, Fei Fei acquiesced. Comrade, would you like to join our base's military? Exceptional benefits, plus a guaranteed boyfriend. Hu Shua, is it true that the rhetoric has shifted from one side to the other? However, Hu Shua chose not to elaborate further. Fei Fei, being youthful and exuberant, exhibited behavior that was entirely expected. There was no need to join in, but I had heard that your base is in close proximity to the port, correct? I have a keen interest in the seafood from that region. Chapter 33, Isolation from Danger. As the conversation unfolded, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, capturing the attention of everyone present. Lu Xiaoping placed instant noodles into a pot of boiling water, followed by the addition of seasoning, and then some eggs and ham sausages. The bubbling sounds of the boiling water echoed, prompting their stomachs to respond in kind. Ling Ran, too preoccupied to ponder the elusive seafood, immediately shifted her gaze toward the pot. After a brief moment, Lu Xiaoping skillfully ladled the noodles into a bowl, ensuring that the eggs and sausages were all placed into Ling Ran's bowl. Help yourself to some eggs and sausages, she suggested. Originally, Ling Ran had prepared enough for two, but the enticing aroma made her reluctant to share what was in her bowl. With a swift motion, she retrieved an egg and a ham sausage from her space, offering them to Lu Xiaoping, while she herself accepted the large bowl with a deep breath. How fragrant! The modern seasoning packets truly exuded an irresistible aroma. She used her chopsticks to scoop a mouthful of noodles into her mouth, and an explosion of fresh, spicy flavors danced on her palate. Lu Xiaoping, indeed a culinary expert, had cooked the noodles to perfection, neither too soft nor too firm. They were delightfully chewy. Ling Ran eagerly devoured the noodles, her earlier musings about her arrival in this world fading away. Why hadn't she come here sooner? It was truly a shame. Meanwhile, Fei Fei savored the aroma while consuming the rather bland rice balls in his hand. Though seafood rice balls sounded appealing, they had grown weary of them. After all, no matter how delectable a dish may be, consuming it daily can become unbearable. Take instant noodles, for instance. They have not indulged in them for quite some time. Not to mention, while the flavor may be mediocre, the aroma is undeniably enticing. After savoring all the noodles, Ling Ran let out a satisfied burp and, catching sight of a group of scent thieves, she felt rather generous and offered, "Would you like some? We have plenty left." Upon hearing Ling Ran's invitation, many discreetly swallowed hard. Yet they resolutely declined, stating, "No, we have our own food, and we cannot take from the communal supply." Juandu. What a delightful surprise to see such a charming side from a person of your stature. After lunch, Hu Shua and his companions were taken aback when they witnessed Lu Xiaoping extravagantly using bottled water to wash a pot. It was raining, and rainwater was readily available. Why not utilize it? They surmised the reason: an abundance of resources. Those who possess ample supplies are often equated with strength. Whenever they encountered zombies, it was typically resolved with a single shot. If that failed, a second shot would suffice. The journey from City H to City Y had been arduous for Hu Shua and his group, not due to peril, but rather because during their meals, they were relegated to dry rice balls while Ling Ran and her companions feasted on a sumptuous spread. It was a struggle to suppress their tears, nearly spilling from their mouths, yet they managed to wipe them away quickly, ensuring no one noticed. Upon arriving in City Y, their familiar territory, Hu Shua and his companions felt even more at home. The base in the southern province was established near the port, delineating a substantial area along the coast. This location, undoubtedly fraught with danger due to its proximity to the sea, was chosen for a reason, despite the inherent risks. If the base were not established here to prevent marine life from invading the land, the peril for those inhabiting the terrestrial realm would undoubtedly increase manifold. It is only by situating the base in this location that we can effectively isolate the dangers from the sea, preventing them from reaching the shore and further endangering the already precarious existence of humanity. Chapter 34. Is she unwell? The base is constructed with formidable strength, fortified by walls of various steels and metals. The entrance for humans is positioned with its back to the ocean, while the door facing the sea is more akin to a battleground than an entryway, situated at an elevated position. The design of the base was initially intended to withstand marine threats. However, it has fortuitously proven effective against the recent flood disasters. Once inside the base, there is no need for lifeboats. Ling Ran, adorned in elegant high-heeled shoes and a stunning white dress, would have appeared quite normal prior to the apocalypse. Yet now, she presents a pristine image, accompanied by a servant holding an umbrella, reminiscent of a young lady on an outing, drawing numerous gazes. At the entrance of the base, a throng of people gathered, and Ling Ran effortlessly captured the attention of all present. Among them, not far off, a young man in his 20s. Having just completed an exchange, lifted his gaze, and was met by the striking figure of Ling Ran in her sky-high heels. Is she unwell? He silently mused, though a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. After all, those who dare to dress thus must possess either considerable strength or a substantial background. Others may yearn to dress similarly yet hesitate. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from making a quip. Shogu, the young man, entered the kitchen. Guess what I just saw during my exchange? Pei Xiu, upon hearing the boy's words, immediately directed his gaze to the food in his hands. Instant noodles. You have actually resorted to instant noodles. You should eat this porridge. I shall have the noodles. This won't do, Shogu. We must share equally. The boy promptly refused. After a brief tug-of-war, Pei Xiu, asserting his seniority, ultimately secured 7/10 of the noodles, leaving the remaining 3/10 for his junior. As the noodles boiled, Pei Xiu finally inquired, Zhou, what was it you claimed to have seen? Shogu, I spotted a woman at the entrance of the base, and you would never guess what she looked like. Could you perhaps make a more thoughtful guess? Before Pei Xiu could venture another guess, Zhou could not contain himself and blurted out, the woman was adorned in a stunning white dress, her feet encased in sky-high heels, accompanied by an older woman holding an umbrella for her, presenting an immaculate appearance, akin to a young lady on an outing. Is she out of her mind? The dress is one thing. Wearing high heels is tantamount to courting disaster. Pei Xiu had encountered numerous women within the base, and while some were exceptionally delicate or possessed formidable strength, they were at most merely tidy. Even those who did don dresses tended to wear them in a modest fashion. In the post-apocalyptic world, women lacking strength easily became playthings among men. The base was rife with women who deliberately disguised themselves as older or unattractive. Who can argue with that? I share your sentiments. I observed that she was accompanied by a military contingent, likely the daughter of some leader within the base. Pei Xiu sighed enviously. I once believed I had been fortunate in my reincarnation, but now I realize that such assumptions were hasty. Those truly fortunate in this world are those who possess genuine advantages. As the conversation unfolded, Pei Xiu could not help but recall his half-sister, whose timid demeanor and petite frame led him to fear for her survival. Even if she were to endure, he dreaded the thought of what might befall her. Meanwhile, Ling Ran, the one on Pei Xiu's mind, was presently at the identity registration hall, obtaining her access pass. The process was straightforward. She received an electronic wristwatch to scan upon entry. The base's utilities were operational, yet one was required to pay a certain amount of crystal cores to utilize them. Chapter 35. The base situation after securing her identity. Hu Shua and Fei Fei escorted Ling Ran and Lu Xiaoping to a nearby registration office to document their abilities, which would determine their housing allocation based on their strengths. After explaining the procedure, Hu Shua addressed the staff. Ling Ran, a dual ability user with spatial and fire powers. He then turned to Ling Ran, inquiring, Do you possess any other abilities? Ling Ran shook her head. Although Hu Shua suspected she might be withholding information, the absence of evidence left him no choice but to instruct the staff to record only these two abilities. The staff, brimming with excitement, gazed at Ling Ran with sparkling eyes. Miss Ling, would you kindly demonstrate your abilities? Ling Ran effortlessly absorbed a pen holder from the staff's desk and then released it, followed by conjuring a flame in her palm. Indeed, she was a dual ability user. The staff was elated, exclaiming, With this, our base gains another formidable talent. The onlookers in the vicinity were filled with admiration upon witnessing the spectacle. Some quietly set aside their dark thoughts, while others pondered how to attach themselves to influential figures, each with their own motives. Ling Ran paid no heed to these gazes. Envy, jealousy, and even hatred, with many wishing to slay her with their eyes, were commonplace. As for Lu Xiaoping, lacking any special abilities, she possessed a few culinary skills and could tidy up, but little else. Nevertheless, as she followed Ling Ran, she naturally had the privilege of residing in the same place. After inquiring about Ling Ran's requirements, the staff handed her the key. Thank you. Upon boarding Hu Shua's military off-road vehicle, Fei Fei provided a detailed introduction to the base. For instance, the base housed several trading posts, akin to a simple marketplace. Although multiple trading spots were established, the most frequented one remained at the entrance of the base. The trading system was straightforward, primarily based on barter. The circulating currency was crystal nuclei. Gold had some utility, yet its value was relatively low, with much of it only able to procure minimal supplies. In comparison to other jewels, gold was considered a stable asset. As for the seafood Ling Ran longed to savor, it was the least valuable here. After all, they frequently engaged in battles with marine creatures, resulting in an overwhelming surplus of seafood, often to the point of excess. Regrettably, the number of flying ability users at the base was limited, and the high time cost of trading with other locations rendered the prices of goods, aside from seafood, to soar dramatically. In addition to the marketplace, there existed a mission hall, a space designated for the acceptance and dispatch of tasks. Individuals can accept corresponding tasks based on their unique abilities to earn money or resources, and they can also issue tasks according to their financial standing. This place is the most bustling area of the base, where people constantly hurry in and out of the task hall. As they spoke, the vehicle had already arrived in front of a villa. The streets here are remarkably clean and tidy, bordered by numerous mutated flowers. Each vying for attention with their vibrant beauty, they are indeed visually appealing, yet there is an unsettling aura about them. Noticing Ling Ran's gaze upon the flowers, Hu Shua reassured her, "Fear not, the plants cultivated within the base are entirely safe." Chapter 36, Xiao Gu. Look, it's that woman. In light of Ling Ran's request, her residence is situated perilously close to the battlefield. This is a two-story villa, with the first and second floors comprising one unit, accompanied by a small courtyard. The third floor is another unit, featuring a small terrace. Ling Ran opted for the first and second floors for their convenience. Given her dual abilities, she would not typically be able to reside in such a fine abode. It is not a matter of insufficient strength, but rather that Ling Ran has yet to contribute to the base. However, the base is in dire need of skilled individuals and is eager to recruit Ling Ran, thus overlooking trivial matters such as accommodation. Their primary concern is to ensure a successful investment. Even if unsuccessful, they bear little loss. In essence, one might profit, but capitalists will never incur a loss. After escorting Ling Ran to her new place, Hu Shua exchanged contact information with her before hastily departing. Lu Xiaoping unlocked the door with a key. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and dust covered everything, indicating that it had not been cleaned in quite some time. As Ling Ran was about to speak, she noticed Lu Xiaoping rolling up her sleeves with great enthusiasm, declaring, "My lord, you may take a rest or perhaps take a stroll outside. Allow me to tidy up here, and I assure you it will be immaculate." "Very well. I shall take a walk," Ling Ran replied, not refusing her offer. Although she could easily transform the house into a pristine state with a mere utterance, she understood that, as a capitalist, it was prudent not to be overly generous to the laborers, lest they become demanding and lose their humility. She needed to learn to manage them effectively, instilling in them the knowledge that as long as they had work to do, she was indeed a kind and benevolent employer. After leaving the necessary items for Lu Xiaoping, Ling Ran glanced at her electronic watch. It was only 10 past 10 in the morning, still quite early. The distance from her residence to the base entrance was rather considerable, approximately an hour's walk. Fortunately, the base had established a ride service at various locations. After a brief interaction with her electronic device, she summoned a vehicle. While waiting at the entrance, a three-wheeled electric vehicle soon appeared. Upon seeing Ling Ran, the young driver widened his eyes, stammering, "Amen, my lord. Did you call for this vehicle?" "Indeed," Ling Ran replied as she boarded the vehicle. Feeling the refreshing breeze from the west as they set off, her spirits lifted. "Take me to the largest market." "Certainly, my lord," the young man responded, revving up the vehicle and speeding along the way. He dared not harbor any inappropriate thoughts about her. Anyone residing in this area and dressed as she was must possess considerable strength. As the sea breeze enveloped her, Ling Ran inquired. The seafood within the base must be quite fresh, yes? The atmosphere was quite novel, as the daily struggle against marine creatures was relentless. On days devoid of such attacks, the inhabitants of the base found little motivation to engage in fishing. The dangers were manifold, and the monotony of seafood had begun to wear on them. While those endowed with abilities boasted robust physiques, the ordinary folk suffered from the overconsumption of seafood, which proved detrimental to their health. It seemed that Ling Ran exuded an approachable charm, prompting a young man to eagerly initiate conversation without needing much encouragement. He enthusiastically shared various anecdotes about life in the base, akin to a torrent of information spilling forth. In truth, Ling Ran found herself quite captivated by his exuberance. The young man drove swiftly, and with minimal traffic, they soon arrived at the marketplace. The bustling crowd presented a myriad of expressions, reflecting the diverse emotions of the day. Given the proximity to the task hall, many individuals, having completed their assignments, flocked to the marketplace to engage in trade. Upon Ling Ran's arrival, it was no surprise that she garnered considerable attention. Hey, Xiao, look, it's that woman. Chapter 37, The Heart of a Devotee. Having finished his instant noodles, Pei Xiao gazed at the remaining pot of seafood porridge and realized that this routine could not continue. Thus, he and Zhou Hang ventured to the task hall to accept new assignments. Pei Xiao was endowed with speed-based abilities, while Zhou Hang wielded powers related to water. To be candid, speed-based abilities offered little utility at the first tier, serving primarily to facilitate a hasty retreat when necessary. Conversely, water manipulators held significant importance. However, the southern province base was not in want of water, given its coastal location. Consequently, the duo found themselves navigating a precarious balance, their circumstances somewhat dismal. They were unable to accept tasks requiring numerous crystal cores, while those with fewer cores seemed beneath their notice, revealing a certain degree of hubris in their aspirations. Having been struck down by the seafood, I finally came to terms with reality and resolved to achieve prosperity through hard work. Upon arriving at the mission hall, Zhou Hang's keen eyes caught a glimpse of white. Upon focusing, he realized it was the ailing woman he had encountered earlier. Pei Xiao was calculating how many tasks he needed to undertake to elevate his abilities to the second level, when Zhou Hang pulled him aside to observe. Oh, someone is really tempting fate, aren't they? Look at the men around. Their gazes are as if they wish to strip her bare. TSK, what could possess her? Before he could finish, the reckless woman turned her head and cast her gaze upon him. In that moment of eye contact, he exclaimed, "Am I seeing things?" Indeed. She had the audacity to attend the market alone in a dress. While she may possess formidable strength, one must remember that there are always those stronger. Can she truly claim to be the mightiest in the base? No, she should simply focus on her own development, lest. With a slap, Zhou Hang covered his face in disbelief, staring at Pei Xiao. Brother Xiao, why are you hitting me for no reason? What are you saying? My sister is the strongest. How does her wearing a dress affect you? Zhou Hang was utterly bewildered. Sister? Is Brother Xiao hoping to curry favor with that woman? Has he decided to become a kept man and save himself 20 years of hard work? Zhou Hang looked at Pei Xiao, speechless. What he saw was his steadfast and unyielding brother Xiao, now resembling a flamboyant peacock as he flamboyantly approached the woman. Zhou Hang thought, despite her being more attractive than the powerful figures in the base. However, such comparisons are unwarranted. Just observe this woman. She has become so emaciated that touching her feels akin to grasping a mere bone. Zhou Hang expressed that his remarks were not born out of jealousy. Some individuals refrain from indulging in a life of ease not because they choose to, but rather because they are unable to. Zhou Hang is one such individual who finds himself unable to partake. Contemplating this, he hurried over, pondering whether the woman of stature might prefer a more understated charm rather than flamboyance, perhaps even favoring his modest handsomeness. Ling Ran, too, did not anticipate that a casual glance would reveal the brother whom the original owner had long defined. In her heart, the original owner's brother held a significance surpassing even that of their biological mother. Nonetheless, no matter how pivotal he may be, she is not the original owner. Thus, when faced with Pei Xiao's advancing form, Ling Ran deftly sidestepped, causing him to miss his target entirely. Pei Xiao, undeterred, exclaimed with excitement, "Sister, it's truly you. Why are you wearing a dress? You look wonderful." The original owner seldom donned dresses, as her frail frame often invited unsolicited remarks about her skeletal appearance whenever she ventured outside. Just then, Zhou Hang, who had just arrived, remarked, "That is not how you spoke moments ago. I never would have imagined, Brother Xiao, that you possess such a devoted heart. Ling Ran looked up at him and inquired, "What brings you here?" It was no wonder that Pei could not locate him. It turned out Pei Xiao had come to City Y. Chapter 38, Sister. You need not be moved. It is all his fault. Pei Xiao pointed at Zhou Hang, who had followed him on the eve of the apocalypse. He experienced heartbreak and expressed a desire to see the sea. Thus, I accompanied him on a road trip to City Y. Upon our arrival, a horde of ravenous zombies suddenly emerged in the streets, and the virus swiftly engulfed the entire city. We sought refuge in a hotel, where we awakened our latent abilities for self-preservation. Eventually, the city fell into chaos, and we were rescued by a relief team from the base, which transported us to the southern province base. I assumed you all would come here as well. You are mistaken, Zhou Hang replied. Pei has gone to City G. He and the others believe that the southern province base pales in comparison to the one in City G, both in size and geographical advantages. So they all fled to City G. How do you know this? Pei Xiao asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Sister, have you seen Big Brother? Yes. He found me at my residence, accompanied by his companions. Later, he searched for you near the Polytechnic University, but was unable to locate you, due to the weather conditions. We decided to head to the City G base ahead of schedule, and then, Pei Xiao pressed eagerly. Then we reached a fork in the road. I wanted to take the more perilous route, but Pei disagreed, leading us to part ways. Pei Xiao seemed to overlook the implication of danger and erupted in frustration. He just abandoned you like that? I'm truly astounded. He calls himself an older brother, yet without blood ties, he is utterly unreliable. Sister, it's better that it's just the two of us. In his fervor, he completely forgot that he and Pei were also half-brothers. When I see him next, I will certainly teach him a lesson, Pei Xiao declared fiercely. Humph. I may not have been able to defeat him before the apocalypse, but now things are different. I have awakened my powers, and I possess the gift of speed. Ling Ran quietly reminded, Pei has awakened his fire abilities. When I parted ways with him, he was merely a level 2 ability user. Pei Xiao responded, well, at least he can run fast now and won't get beaten. Sister, are you all right? How did you make it here? I flew over. Zhou Hang exclaimed in astonishment. Sister, you are actually a flying ability user? That power is quite valuable. No wonder you dare to wear high heels. It turns out you can fly. Can I touch your wings? I am so curious. Pei Xiao, glaring at him, retorted. What are you hitting me for? You scoundrel, keep your distance from my sister. Wanting to touch her wings, why don't you just perish? Zhou Hang made a gesture of zipping his lips, prompting Pei Xiao to relent. Sister, what brings you here? Are you looking to exchange supplies? I have a few crystal cores. Take them. What Pei Xiao referred to as a few was actually just 3 crystal cores. The scarcity of crystal cores is dire. They are needed to upgrade abilities and to barter for supplies. Although zombies are not particularly difficult to slay, the surrounding areas have been thoroughly cleared, and the solitary ones have also been dealt with. To acquire more crystal cores, one must venture into unsearched houses or similar locations. And since he has not joined a team, it is understandable that he is so impoverished. Ling Ran glanced at the crystal cores in his hand, feeling somewhat speechless. Seeing her silence, Pei Xiao mistook her for being moved and patted his slender chest, saying, Sister, you need not be touched. I am about to take on a mission. Earning crystal cores is a matter of moments. Supporting you in the future will surely pose no problem. I am not moved. You are not moved. And that is perfectly fine. Chapter 39, 2 Destitute Souls. A duplex villa? Zhou Hang, overhearing the conversation, could not resist interjecting. I am aware that aerial superhumans are in high demand, yet I am astonished by the extent of their desirability. Perhaps in other regions, aerial superhumans may not be as sought after. However, in the southern province base, they are undoubtedly in great demand. The rationale lies in the fact that many cities in the southern province have been submerged, resulting in a scarcity of resources. While seafood is plentiful, who among us can indulge in it daily? Thus, there arises a pressing need for numerous aerial superhumans to transport marine goods to other locales in exchange for essential supplies. Given that aerial abilities are a rare category of superpowers, those who awaken to such abilities are few, and even fewer exist within the southern province base. Consequently, those who possess aerial powers truly have the opportunity to soar and earn a livelihood, as long as they do not encounter malevolent human adversaries. The profession of an aerial superhuman is relatively safe. They can fly and earn money. It is truly enviable. Upon hearing this, Pei Xiao felt a mixture of disappointment and happiness for his sister. He had believed that in this apocalyptic world, he would finally become his sister's pillar of strength, only to discover that she was even more formidable than he. Before the apocalypse, she had always cared for him. Growing up, their household was strict with his allowance, and only she would share her pocket money and snacks with him. As she matured and became a successful streamer, she showered him with everything he desired. He had always thought that once he began earning, he would repay her kindness, but the apocalypse arrived instead. "Let us go," Ling Ran remarked, oblivious to Pei Xiu's emotions. "Come with me to the market." What is referred to as a market is, in reality, merely a collection of various stalls alongside an official storefront operated by the base, where one can exchange resources for crystal cores. The stalls selling seafood are the most numerous, yet they attract the least attention. Ling Ran spotted a stall featuring a large iron basin filled with small lobsters, which were slightly larger than the mutated lobsters one might encounter in a post-apocalyptic scenario. A sign above proclaimed, "Mutated small lobsters, exquisite meat, fresh, 1 crystal core per basin." Pei Xiu, following Ling Ran's gaze, read the sign and exclaimed, "What the? 1 crystal core per basin? That's extortion." Throughout their journey, Ling Ran had heard that seafood here was of little value. Yet she was astonished at just how little it was worth. To think that a basin of small lobsters, priced at 1 crystal core, could be deemed exorbitant. Noticing that the lobsters appeared relatively fresh, Ling Ran produced a crystal core and tossed it to the vendor, stating, "I'll take this basin of lobsters. Pei Xiu will carry it." "Sister, that is not worth it. You shouldn't." Before Pei Xiu could finish his sentence, the vendor eagerly accepted the crystal core, beaming with gratitude as he handed the basin of lobsters to Pei Xiu, saying, "Thank you, esteemed customer. This basin is a gift to you as well." With that, he swiftly departed, clearly anxious that Ling Ran might reconsider her purchase. "Sister, 1 crystal core for a basin of lobsters is far too expensive." Pei Xiu thought of how his sister, new to the base, was unaware of its circumstances. After tossing the basin to Zhou Hang, he hurried to catch up with Ling Ran, eager to explain, "You have no idea. We are on the verge of frequent skirmishes. Once the battles conclude, the shoreline will be teeming with seafood to collect, all at no cost. While 1 crystal core may not seem like much, it would be better spent on other resources." "Oh, but I desire to indulge myself now, and if it is a matter that can be resolved with money, why should I toil over it?" Ling Ran expressed her bewilderment. Her tone was so sincere that it rendered Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang, the 2 impoverished souls, utterly mortified. While the destitute pondered the cost-effectiveness, the extraordinary individuals endowed with flight abilities did not have such concerns. After all, they resided in luxurious duplex villas, despite being of the same species. How could the disparity be so vast? Chapter 40. No return after purchasing seafood. Ling Ran noticed an abundance of fresh vegetables and decided to acquire a considerable amount as well. Fresh produce had become a luxury, particularly in the post-apocalyptic world, where few were inclined to engage in farming. Ordinary individuals with even a modicum of ambition preferred to venture out, battling zombies to earn crystal cores and secure their survival in this grim reality. Naturally, these were merely palatable excuses. The truth was that ordinary folk could never outpace those endowed with wood-based abilities in cultivation. These individuals could accelerate plant growth, thereby driving down the costs for the commoners, ultimately monopolizing the market for fruits and vegetables. The prices were predominantly dictated by them, as they were the true suppliers. Most vendors merely acted as intermediaries, procuring goods from the wood-based abilities users and selling them at a markup. Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang, being financially constrained, found themselves unable to purchase vegetables. If they desired to eat greens, they would have to spend crystal cores on seeds and cultivate them themselves. Although selling the produce would require considerable effort, it was still feasible for personal consumption. At that moment, both men were burdened with the items Ling Ran had purchased during her excursions, seemingly oblivious to the envious gazes lurking in the shadows. "Sister, let us depart swiftly." Although fighting is prohibited within the base, such restrictions cannot be enforced. Much like the laws established before the apocalypse, there are still many who choose to flout them. Zhou Hang immediately lavished praise, exclaiming, "Sister, how formidable." "Formidable indeed." Pei Xiu frowned, adding, "While my sister's flying ability renders her immune to zombies, human powers can still pose a threat to her." Relieved, Pei Xiu promptly summoned a vehicle, and the 3 of them loaded their belongings into the car. Ling Ran provided the address, and the vehicle set off. Before long, another car swiftly followed in pursuit. At that moment, Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang were reflecting on Ling Ran's residence, remarking, "This is a fine place, though it's a tad too close to the battlefield. If the base were to falter one day, this location would be the first to suffer. Do you two still have possessions in your rooms? If so, It would be wise to retrieve them. You may as well stay with me from now on. Ling Ran, seated in the passenger seat, glanced at the two through the rearview mirror. Her primary intention was to keep Pei Xiu close, for he was the one person from the original owner's life she couldn't bear to part with. In the realm of cultivation, one must heed the principles of cause and effect. Having inadvertently usurped the original's body, she sought to enjoy her time here, naturally feeling compelled to offer some form of recompense. Besides caring for Pei Xiu, she anticipated a prosperous rebirth for herself. As for their belongings, they had little left. They had already reached the end of their resources, which is why they had ventured out to accept a mission. In fact, one of the advantages of the South Province base, compared to others, is its abundance of food, specifically seafood, leading to a prevalence of laziness among its inhabitants. As long as one does not starve, one may indulge in seafood to one's heart's content. The notion of venturing into perilous escapades is utterly unattainable. Merely sustaining existence is a commendable feat. Ling Ran, lacking male attire, requested the driver to make a brief detour to the residence of Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang. Their abode, though modest, was situated within a quaint yet aging community. The compound appeared reasonably well preserved, with buildings that seemed no older than a decade. Chapter 41. Social terrors. The entrance to the community stood ajar, allowing free access to pedestrians, though vehicles were barred from entry. The trio disembarked, and Zhou Hang remarked, "Shogu, allow me to retrieve it. You two wait here." Pei Xiu acquiesced, and as Zhou Hang ventured forth, he approached Ling Ran, poised to speak. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of a compact van halting behind their vehicle. In a manner reminiscent of squeezing cotton, numerous individuals emerged from the diminutive van. 1, 2, 3. Astonishingly, 6 individuals disembarked. Among them were 2 men and 2 women of Western descent. 2 of the men appeared to be in their late 40s, sporting beards, while the others appeared to be in their 20s or 30s. Their gaze, fixated upon Ling Ran and Pei Xiu, brimmed with an insatiable greed. One man, notably less than 5'7", possessed a robust physique, a pronounced scar across his face, and menacing, inverted triangular eyes, exuding an aura of intimidation. Among the group, he seemed to wield the most power, subtly asserting his leadership. He stepped forward, leering at Ling Ran with a lascivious gaze, and remarked, "My dear girl, I advise you to hand over the crystal core you possess. Satisfy my desires, or else do not blame me for my lack of chivalry." "Fool." Ling Ran cast a glance at them, retrieving a phrase from the depths of her mind. "What the hell are you saying? Not only are you foolish, unattractive, and short, but you are also deaf." Pei Xiu gazed at his sister in astonishment. When had she become so audacious? Although he understood that many individuals had undergone significant personality transformations in the aftermath of the apocalypse, his sister's metamorphosis from a socially anxious individual to a social terror was indeed remarkable. "Sister," he whispered, "they have 6 people. The advantage is not on our side. We should retreat." "Oh," she replied, "I will go first and distract them. You escape. Trust me, I possess speed abilities and can run swiftly." Ling Ran glanced at Pei Xiu, her eyes filled with deep affection for him. She finally comprehended why the original owner of her body could not let go of this brother, finding him somewhat dim-witted and lacking in perception. Observing her calm demeanor, it was evident that she was confident in her abilities rather than merely posturing. After all, she was no fool. She understood the disparity in numbers between friend and foe, yet chose to provoke them. The man leading the group, who was equally oblivious, burst into laughter upon overhearing Pei Xiu's hushed words. "You think you can escape with so many of us around?" Before he could finish, 2 girls standing behind him frowned slightly. "Enough with the chatter. Let us deal with them quickly. Encountering patrols would be troublesome." As the 2 girls spoke, Ling Ran simultaneously declared, "The divine has bestowed upon me a sword to vanquish the foolish." As the words of the 3 converged, the 6 opponents beheld a slender silver sword, gleaming with a dazzling radiance, as if it were a celestial blade descended from the heavens, landing in Ling's grasp. A wielder of spatial abilities? Pei Xiu, witnessing the spectacle, bit her lip and exclaimed, "Sister, you possess spatial powers? Then why did you have me carry that heavy purchase? You didn't even inquire." The 2 conversed as if oblivious to the presence of the 6 adversaries, leaving them with a sense of being disregarded. The leader among them promptly declared, "If you refuse our toast, you shall taste the bitterness of our wrath. Let us advance." With that, all but the foolish leader unleashed their powers. Yet, it soon became apparent to Ling Ran what his ability was. A wielder of mental powers? Ling Ran chuckled. "Oh, the little fool dares to display his skills here? Of all abilities, he resorts to mental assaults. In Chapter 42, the universal ability user, to Ling Ran. The man's mental attack was akin to a single drop of water in the vast ocean. It required no effort on her part to dissipate his mental assault. However, a counterattack was still necessary. She raised her sword to block the incoming mental assault, and with a mere flicker of thought, she observed the man before her suddenly widen his eyes, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, as his expression transformed from shock and panic to a vacant stupor. Sister, I'm hungry, let us eat. Alarm bells rang. It was a mental attack. The two women closest to the man immediately sensed his abnormality, exchanging a glance. They urged, Sister, we must leave. Among the six, the most formidable was this third-level psychic ability user. Not only did he possess the highest rank, but being of the psychic type allowed him to strike without being seen. They had collaborated several times before and encountered other abilities that surpassed theirs. However, relying on the man's psychic ambush, he had never failed. Thinking of escape? One would have to reckon with my sword. Ling Ran flung her sword forward, its blade glimmering coldly, slicing through the air and leaving behind a silvery trail. Alongside it, several vivid crimson streaks emerged. Pei Xiu stood in astonishment, witnessing the scene before him. A slender and elongated sword glided like a whispering wind past the necks of the six, causing their blood vessels to burst forth. 6 streams of blood erupting into the air, yet the blade remained untouched by a single drop. In the blink of an eye, the 6 widened their eyes, seemingly unable to comprehend that they had not even a moment to defend themselves before being obliterated. In their final moments, it appeared they heard the low voice of the assailant. I told you, my sword is meant to slay fools. Once drawn, it cannot be sheathed without striking. Zhou Hang, carrying his bag, happened to witness this moment. Wow, sister, how impressive. The sword emerged from the air and vanished into it once more. Sister, you are actually a triple ability user. Psychic, spatial, and flight? Even the most skilled in the base possess only dual abilities. Aren't you afraid of me? Ling Ran raised an eyebrow, having noticed Pei Xiu's startled expression. Just now, I killed 6 people. Although in this post-apocalyptic world, murder is no crime, and the number of killers has only increased. However, there are still some individuals who possess a moral compass and cannot accept the act of murder. Pei Xiu shook his head, expressing his fears for his sister. If it weren't for her capabilities, we would have perished today. Those individuals were clearly not of good character. Their movements were practiced, and countless victims had suffered at their hands. Those who perished could be considered as contributing to the apocalypse. This revelation caught Ling Ran somewhat off guard. Her act of killing in front of Pei Xiu was, in fact, a test of his character. As for the outcome of that test, it was satisfactory. Ling Ran was no virtuous person, yet she was fiercely protective of her own. Once someone became part of her circle, regardless of their right or wrong, she would always defend them against outsiders. If lessons were to be imparted, she would administer them herself. It was not for others to meddle. After finishing his statement, Pei Xiu immediately inquired, Sister, are you truly a tri-system ability user? No. Am I perhaps a Western system? I should be an all-system ability user. All systems? Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang's eyes widened in astonishment. You mean to say you possess every ability? Indeed. The two stared blankly, resembling startled huskies, for quite some time. As the vehicle arrived at the villa, the timid driver finally mustered the courage to speak. We have arrived. He was merely an ordinary person, having heard so many secrets. He wondered if he would face repercussions for his knowledge. Chapter 43. No one shall steal her work. Ling Ran cast him a sidelong glance. How much do I owe you? No, it's unnecessary, the driver stammered, too frightened to meet her gaze. Rest assured, my lady, I shall not disclose your status as an all-system ability user. Pei Xiu suddenly realized that it was rather unwise for others to be aware of their situation, and his gaze turned fierce. Sister, why not eliminate him? Eliminate? You must be joking, just grab the items. Ling Ran tossed a crystal core to the driver before stepping out of the car and heading towards the villa. Seeing this, Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang had no choice but to gather the items, shooting a disdainful glare at the driver, and making a slicing gesture across their throats before following her inside the villa. My lord, what do you wish for lunch? Who are they? Upon noticing Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang trailing behind Ling Ran, Lu Xiaoping's heart immediately sounded alarm bells. Only I am the servant of my lord. No one else shall encroach upon my duties. My brother and his friend, Ling Ran introduced them. This is little Lu, my, cook. Ling Ran had no intention of addressing Lu Xiaoping as Aunt Lu, considering her to be merely a child in comparison, given that she was an ancient being who had lived for millennia. Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang dared not refer to her as Little Lu. Aunt Lu, shall we assist you in transporting these items to the kitchen? However, are we having seafood for lunch again? They truly wished to avoid seafood once more. Noticing their expressions, Ling Ran waved her hand, revealing all the supplies she had gathered over the past days. Little Lu, prepare whatever they desire, but I want seafood for lunch, specifically the spicy variant of crayfish. I will take my leave to rest for a while. Understood, my lord. Lu Xiaoping promptly began moving the supplies to the kitchen, while Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang could only drool at the sight. You rascal, you truly have latched onto a significant opportunity. Zhou Hang spoke, a stream of tears cascading down his cheeks. Why do I not have such an extraordinary sister? Why must I struggle to make ends meet? Pei Xiu chuckled foolishly. Perhaps it is simply because I am rather handsome. Zhou Hang. Very well. Only in his wounded world has this been achieved. Pei Xiu, disinterested, hurried to the kitchen. Aunt Lu, I am here to assist you. Damn, this fellow is surely trying to sneak a taste. Aunt Lu, I shall help as well. These two, rather than causing disruption, diligently aided Lu Xiaoping, swiftly preparing all the seafood. Zhou Hang's water-based abilities made the task exceedingly convenient. As Lu Xiaoping stir-fried bamboo shoots, she addressed the drooling Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang beside her. Young masters, it will be ready shortly. You may call the adults down for dinner. I shall go. Pei Xiu dashed off, and before he reached the upper floor, Ling Ran, who was watching television downstairs, had already heard his call. Sister, dinner is ready. The lunch spread was quite sumptuous. Spicy crayfish, stir-fried flower crabs with legs as large as king crabs, their meat appearing tender and succulent, dry pot spicy squid, stir-fried bamboo shoots, garlic baby bok choy, and tomato beef brisket. Except for the bamboo shoots, all the dishes had just been purchased by Ling Ran at the market. Chapter 44. It is my refusal. Wow, it smells so good. Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang, chopsticks in hand, gazed at the array of dishes on the table, their eyes shimmering with desire. Yet, neither commenced eating. Instead, they watched Ling Ran. Upon seeing her select a piece of squid, they finally directed their chopsticks toward their favored dishes. Tomato beef brisket. They had been tantalized by its aroma while Aunt Lu was stewing it. The beef brisket is tender and succulent, owing to the unique breed of cattle from which it is sourced, resulting in a flavor that is both firm and satisfyingly chewable. It has been stewed to perfection, allowing the tomato broth to penetrate every crevice of the brisket, melding together to create a rich and complex taste. Both Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang simultaneously displayed expressions of enjoyment. In the next moment, they both delved into their bowls of rice, as if a switch had been flipped, officially entering the mode of hearty eating. The squid, crab, and crayfish lay untouched before them, despite their enticing aroma and undoubtedly superior taste compared to their usual steamed fare. They paled in comparison to the allure of the brisket, bamboo shoots, and baby bok choy. These youngsters are draining my wallet, Pei Xiu mused. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoping had prepared an ample amount of food, allowing both Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang to consume 5 generous bowls of rice, leaving the rice cooker completely empty. What a delightful feeling! The two of them patted their bellies, faces aglow with satisfaction. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed such a lavish meal. After a brief respite, they noticed Ling Ran still eating, with half a bowl of rice remaining and diligently peeling crayfish. The squid had been finished, and there was still half a plate of crab, but the crayfish were abundant, with a large metal basin filled to the brim, of which Lu Xiaoping had brought out half. Pei Xiu quickly sought to please his sister. Sister, let me peel it for you. No need. Ling Ran waved her hand. Qiao Yinshu once said that one should peel crayfish oneself for the best experience. Who is Qiao Yinshu? He wondered, unaware of his sister's friend with the surname Qiao. A chef. Oh. Seeing that Ling Ran did not require his assistance, Pei Xiu took matters into his own hands, picking up a crayfish, frowning slightly as he brought it to his mouth. In the next moment, his frown vanished. I now feel that I can show off. He promptly began to showcase the crayfish, while Zhou Hang shook his head, exclaiming, You truly have an insatiable appetite. At this moment, I have no desire for seafood. I can only say that the distinction between steamed and spicy is significant. Never mind, you may indulge yourself. Zhou Hang, having eaten his fill, felt as though his thoughts had been liberated from the clutches of seafood. Sister, with your plethora of abilities, you must have joined the military at the base, right? The influence of the southern province base derives from the numerous military factions in this region, boasting immense power. Not at all. Ling Ran replied leisurely as she skillfully peeled the crayfish, her movements graceful, yet undeniably swift. After deftly removing the shells from several crayfish, she quickly mastered the technique, allowing her to extract the succulent, bouncy meat from the crimson shells with ease. Dipping it into a vibrant sauce, the aroma was tantalizingly spicy, enough to provoke envy in the child next door. No? Pei Xiu inquired, peeling crayfish himself. That can't be true. With your formidable prowess, they haven't extended an invitation? It is I who declined. Oh? What benefits does joining the military offer? Pei Xiu pondered for a moment. It's akin to being a civil servant before the apocalypse, fixed salary, assured meals, and with diligence, one might even ascend to a managerial position within the base. Ling Ran glanced at her. Such things are unnecessary for me. Indeed, Zhou Heng nodded in agreement. Sister, your strength is unparalleled. You can earn crystal cores and seize resources without being part of the military. As for the management roles at the base, that would be exceedingly taxing, with so many responsibilities to oversee. Chapter 45, My mood on the contrary, I still intend to engage in various endeavors. Ling Ran respects the beliefs of these soldiers and admires their dedication. However, each individual's upbringing is unique. Ling Ran cannot emulate their selflessness in undertaking tasks without regard for personal gain or loss. She is a refined egoist, centering everything around herself, striving for what she desires. And if unable to attain it, she will bide her time until she possesses the strength to pursue it. Of course, this is merely her approach within the realm of cultivation. My sister is correct. Joining the military is fraught with danger, given the multitude of missions to execute. We are merely ordinary individuals, so it is perhaps best to refrain from such pursuits. Pei Xiu nodded in agreement. After their meal, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Ling Ran was contemplating a brief afternoon nap when she heard a knock at the door. Zhou Heng hurriedly went to open it, and soon his voice echoed from the entrance. Sister, there are people from the military here to see you. Please come in. In the living room, Ling Ran was seated on a single sofa, while Pei Xiu perched on the leather armrest of the couch. Next to them sat Hu Shuo, Fei Fei, and an unfamiliar middle-aged man. He was clad in a Zhongshan suit, possessing a square face that appeared somewhat stern when devoid of a smile, yet exuded a sense of righteousness. Ling Ran, my young friend, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Wen, the superior of Hu Shuo. Lu Wen offered a smile, striving to present himself as approachable. Initially, he had no intention of attending, intending only to send Hu Shuo instead. However, news of Ling Ran's elimination of those 6 individuals had reached some ears this morning, and her extraordinary abilities had naturally come to light. A mental-type ability user. The dual abilities of spatial and fire powers were already formidable. Now, with the addition of a psychic ability, Lu Wen felt compelled to take action. Such talent was worth the effort to seek out. Hello, Ling Ran greeted with a faint nod. I've heard you have a keen interest in the seafood at our base. Lu Wen observed her with a benevolent expression. Feel free to inform Hu Xiao about your preferences. I can arrange for him to deliver it to you daily. No need. Ling Ran replied, her words layered with meaning. I will pursue what I desire on my own. Lu Wen's offer, ostensibly about delivering seafood, was in fact a gesture of goodwill towards Ling Ran. Should she accept, it would imply that when the base required assistance in the future, her cooperation would be anticipated. Considering the favors rendered in the form of seafood. With a sigh, Lu Wen continued, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, survival at the southern province base has become exceedingly challenging. Many residents have departed due to the dire conditions. However, we cannot afford to surrender. This land belongs to our nation. We must not allow foreign species to claim it. Ling Ran, unable to fully grasp the sentiment, merely responded with a subdued acknowledgement. Should you require any assistance within the base, do not hesitate to speak up, Lu Wen noted, recognizing her lack of emotional response and understanding that further discussion was unnecessary. If the base needs help, would Miss Ling be willing to lend a hand? Of course, it would be compensated. Although the southern province base was robust, bolstered by a significant number of military personnel, it had been less effective in attracting ability users. The invasion of marine life had prompted many to seek refuge in other bases, as battling zombies yielded crystal cores, whereas confronting oceanic creatures offered nothing but a futile endeavor. I observe the mood. Ling Ran remains quite approachable. In the end, Lu Wen exchanged a few pleasantries before preparing to depart with Hu Shuo and Fei Fei. As they reached the entrance, Ling Ran called out to them. May I inquire about the purpose behind the Wolf Fong Brigade's recent visit to the hospital for medical equipment? Chapter 46. Do not disturb my afternoon nap. Lu Wen hesitated briefly, then sighed. In truth, this matter is not something to be concealed, but he cast a glance at Pei Xiu and Zhou Heng, who had followed them outside. After Ling Ran subtly nodded, indicating their trustworthiness. Lu Wen continued. The base is home to numerous scientific talents who are engaged in the research of crystal core energy extraction solutions and vaccines for the zombie virus. While superhumans can indeed absorb energy from crystal cores, it is rather inconvenient and time-consuming. Therefore, extracting energy from the cores to facilitate a more efficient absorption process represents a significant advancement for all superhumans. As for the quest to develop a vaccine for the zombie virus, it is a pursuit that every base with relevant expertise is likely to undertake. Only by devising a vaccine can we ultimately put an end to the chaos of this apocalyptic world. Once Ling Ran confirmed that this base was indeed, as it was rumored, free from hidden corruption, she waved her hand. And the courtyard in front of the villa was instantly filled with various medical equipment. Hu Shua and Fei Fei exchanged bewildered glances with Ling Ran. What is this? They were astonished to discover that the truth they had been pursuing was, in fact, right beside them. In truth, one cannot entirely fault them. Had they encountered a formidable team, they might have harbored doubts. Yet, they found themselves facing merely a mysterious adept and an ordinary individual who could possibly believe that. The initial correct answer had long been instinctively dismissed. I shall leave this to you. After all, I am of little use. As she walked away, Lu Wen and his companions observed the scene and promptly rendered a military salute. They did not take Ling Ran's act of presenting these items as a matter of course. After all, human nature tends towards selfishness. She could have easily extracted each item, negotiating terms with the base, and they would have expressed their gratitude. Yet, she chose to offer them without expectation of reward. How many others could have done the same? They understood, they were grateful, and they committed this to memory. Lu Wen instructed Hu Shua and Fei Fei, go summon the spatial adept from the base and handle the items with care. Understood. Hu Shua and Fei Fei replied eagerly. Keep your voices down. Yes, they responded meekly. Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang were left bewildered, wondering what was happening. Lu Wen stepped forward and patted Pei Xiu on the shoulder. Is Miss Ling your sister? Indeed. Should you encounter difficulties, seek assistance from the base. They will aid you. Huh. Lu Wen nodded at him and then departed, leaving Hu Shua to guard the equipment. Pei Xiu leaned closer, playfully draping an arm around his brother's shoulder. Brother, is my sister now quite powerful at the base? Who are you calling brother? As she gazed at Pei Xiu, who bore a slight resemblance to Ling Ran, Hu Shua silently endured Pei Xiu's movements. Indeed, your sister is quite remarkable and immensely admirable. Admirable? Are you certain? My sister coldly executed 6 individuals this morning without a flicker of hesitation. Regardless, Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang seemed to grasp the situation only partially. Noticing their bewildered expressions, Hu Shua couldn't help but remind them, everything that has transpired and what has been said must remain confidential. Of course we are aware of that. Do you think we need your reminders? They would never divulge anything concerning our sister. Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang looked at Hu Shua as if he were a fool. Hu Shua sighed inwardly, feeling exhausted. Why must someone as astute and capable as Ling Ran have such a dim-witted brother? Most importantly, he lacked any discernment. Chapter 47. Embracing a lethargic aura. Although Ling Ran claimed she was sleeping, slumber eluded her. As night descended, Pei Xiu came to summon her for dinner, and she realized she had not finished a single episode of the television series. Human television was far more captivating than the tales of the cultivation realm. Ling Ran rubbed her weary eyes, feeling the strain. After a brief wash-up, she made her way downstairs. The evening's fare was largely reminiscent of lunch, consisting of the same dishes Ling Ran had procured from the market that morning but had not completed cooking. After filling their stomachs at noon, Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang were still animated during dinner, though they exhibited much greater composure. While peeling shrimp, Ling Ran inquired, why does this base seem a bit chaotic? Oh, chaotic? Pei Xiu had not perceived it that way. Upon Ling Ran's observation, both Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang began to understand. Indeed, there exists a significant issue within the base, which the administration is well aware of. However, the current staff at the base is severely lacking, compounded by the overwhelming number of survivors within its confines. Although individuals with special abilities, such as Pei Yi, are reluctant to remain at the Southern Province base, a greater number of ordinary people are inclined to stay. This is largely due to the ample resources available at the Southern Province base, ensuring that no one goes hungry. In fact, some ordinary individuals who have experienced other bases are even more unwilling to leave after being rescued by the relief team. It is said that at other bases, a single bun could spark a fatal incident, and for some men, it could lead to the betrayal of their wives. There, one can witness the grotesque depths of human depravity. The relative peace of the southern province base is attributed to its well-fed populace. However, this abundance has fostered a culture of laziness, with many unwilling to engage in productive labor. Individuals like Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang, both endowed with special abilities, exhibit this lethargy, shunning the outside world in favor of comfort, and ordinary citizens are no different. The prevailing atmosphere of the base is one of indolence. Ling Ran quickly comprehended the situation. The number of special ability users at this base is alarmingly low, and those present are largely apathetic, content with their sustenance. Why would anyone venture into danger when the base is willing to support their idle existence? Meanwhile, the military personnel tasked with maintaining order must juggle the protection of the base, fend off marine creatures, scavenge for supplies, combat zombies for crystal cores, and manage the continuous operations of the rescue teams. It is indeed a daunting endeavor, leaving them stretched thin. The administrator of this base possesses good intentions. However, the base lacks a sufficient number of talented individuals. The desire to have it all has resulted in a disarray where no aspect is executed well. As Ling Ran suggested, it may be more prudent to cease certain operations and focus on managing one responsibility effectively before gradually incorporating others into the schedule. Although resources are not in short supply, it is impractical for everyone at the base to indulge in seafood. While the physical constitution of those with abilities may withstand it, can ordinary individuals bear such a diet? Pei Xiu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this issue has also been contemplated by the base's administrator. Thus, efforts are currently underway to recruit more flying ability users, aiming to facilitate the transport of seafood to other bases in exchange for supplies. Ling Ran could only offer a thumbs up to the administrator. Chapter 48. The human heart is more terrifying than zombies in truth. Ling Ran was indifferent to the affairs of the southern province base, as her sole intention for being there was to enjoy food. Yet, the base exuded an air of pervasive foolishness from top to bottom, and she found herself fearful of being infected by this folly. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow. Had her generous donation of equipment to the base during lunch stemmed from this very foolishness? No, she could not linger here. Once she had indulged herself enough, she would hasten to her next destination. After dinner, Ling Ran intended to take a stroll outside, but Zhou Hang urgently advised against it. Sister, it's best not to go out at night. Although our base is relatively peaceful, there are still quite a few people about, much like today. Where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. The southern province base may be tranquil compared to others, but looting is an innate human trait. Do you think I am afraid? Zhou Hang recalled the 6 individuals from earlier that day and instantly felt that his words were in vain. Indeed, his sister was truly remarkable. Observing Pei Xiu's proud demeanor left Zhou Hang speechless. For an entire afternoon, he had listened to Pei Xiu boast about having such a wonderful sister. Even revisiting the notion of reincarnation, it seemed that until the very end, one could not ascertain the quality of one's rebirth. Zhou Hang genuinely wished to deliver a couple of slaps to him. However, he resolutely refused to acknowledge the twinge of envy he felt, nearly overwhelmed by it. After exchanging a few words with Lu Xiaoping, the 3 of them stepped outside, greeted by an inky darkness. Although the base had power, it was generally conserved. Streetlights, for instance, were a complete impossibility. The accommodation that Zhou Hang and Pei Xiu had previously resided in did not enjoy round-the-clock electricity either. Power was available from 7 to 8 a.m., 11 a.m. to 12 p.m., and 8 to 9 p.m. This privilege was afforded to them as ability users. Ordinary individuals were limited to a mere hour of electricity per day, with the remainder of the time devoid of power resources. Unbeknownst to Ling Ran, her access to electricity around the clock was due to the midday equipment. Otherwise, her current residence would also be plunged into darkness. Ling Ran produced a lantern, its illumination particularly striking against the pitch-black night. The nearby villas were mostly devoid of light, leaving one to wonder whether their occupants were asleep or if they were uninhabited. The rain had ceased, leaving the ground slightly damp. A cool sea breeze wafted through, adding a touch of chill to the air. As Pei Xiu walked through the tranquil night, he mused, "It has been quite some time since I felt this at ease." In the aftermath of the apocalypse, even sleep had become a matter of anxiety, fraught with the fear that zombies might launch an attack at any moment. Later, they entered the base, apprehensive of potential thieves. Human nature has always been more fearsome than the undead. "Sister, shall we remain at the southern province base?" Pei Xiu had previously believed that if his parents and siblings were still alive, they would surely come to the southern province base. He could not leave, for fear of missing them. Now he realized that his brother had no intention of coming to the southern province base and had already gone to the G-City base. If their parents were alive, would they not also avoid the southern province base? Certainly not. Ling Ran wished to enjoy this small world to the fullest. Naturally wanting to explore, I should go everywhere. My next destination will be the G City base, and if I happen to encounter Pei Yi, you may choose to accompany them. I would rather not. Pei Xiu felt a pang of inner conflict. He preferred to stay with his sister. If his elder brother found their parents, he would feel reassured under his care. However, his sister had only him. He must stand by her side. Chapter 49. Gathering seafood. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Ling Ran emerged with dark circles under her eyes, and upon glancing at Pei Xiu, she noticed he resembled Zhou Hang. The soap operas they once deemed unworthy of their attention before the apocalypse were now consumed with great enthusiasm. The essence of humanity, indeed, proves to be delightfully ironic. Sister, good morning. Ling Ran responded weakly. Good morning, everyone. Lu Xiaoping greeted them with vibrant energy. Would you prefer milk or soy milk this morning? Ling Ran waved her hand dismissively. Soy milk, please. Very well, please hold on. Lu Xiaoping brought out the steamed buns she had prepared early in the morning, followed by several cups of freshly made soy milk. She introduced to Ling Ran, My lord, this is a bun filled with crayfish, this one contains beef and bamboo shoots, and this is filled with vegetables. Well, let us sit down and eat. Lu Xiaoping's culinary skills were indeed commendable. At least these buns were exquisitely crafted, each one perfectly round and nearly identical in size. The fragrant, soft buns, infused with the aroma of wheat and complemented by the impeccably balanced fillings, elicited a satisfied nod from Ling Ran. This person was certainly a fortunate find. It seemed prudent to pay closer attention to the cook in the future. If there were a skilled chef, they could certainly keep her on. Lu Xiaoping took a sip of soy milk and then remarked, My lord, we still have plenty of rice, flour, and dried goods at home. But we have run out of meat and fresh vegetables. I notice there is ample space in our yard. Why not purchase some seeds and grow our own vegetables? It could save us some money. Seeds are rather expensive, and buying them ourselves may not be cost-effective, Pei Xiu retorted, gritting his teeth. Currently, the fruits and vegetables at the base are monopolized by those with wood-type abilities. Seeds are already pricey, and with those wood-type practitioners engaging in price wars, the cost of vegetables has skyrocketed. Zhou Hang nodded in agreement. Indeed, Pei Xiu and I were considering going to Ning City. As we've heard, it has not been flooded. In this recent disaster, H City has been the hardest hit. Neighboring Dongqing and Y City have also suffered to some extent, but it is far better than H City. Ning City, adjacent to Y City, has experienced minimal impact. Merely localized rainfall. With the sun shining today, the ground may have already dried out. Ling Ran nodded thoughtfully. All right, let us visit the city today and check the task hall to see if there are any missions available. If there are, we shall take them on. Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang were filled with confidence. Although they had previously been somewhat indolent, it was largely due to their lack of self-assurance. One was a level 1 speed-type ability user, and the other a level 1 water-type ability user. They truly felt quite inadequate. Moreover, the other ability users around them seemed increasingly timid and lethargic. Oh well, let us just take it easy. After all, we won't starve. With Ling Ran around, a master of all abilities, who could they possibly fear? As they were enjoying breakfast, a knock sounded at the door. Lu Xiaoping quickly got up to answer it. While Ling Ran glanced at her watch, it was only 7 in the morning. Shortly thereafter, Hu Shua and Fei Fei entered, dressed in sleek black combat uniforms. They stepped in with an air of decisiveness. Upon noticing Ling Ran and the others still having breakfast, Hu Shua apologetically remarked, Sorry to intrude. Is there something you need? Ling Ran, having consumed a couple of steamed buns, felt somewhat satiated. She lifted her cup of soy milk, savoring its rich, robust flavor. Generally, around 8 o'clock, the marine creatures will be withdrawn, and there will be plenty of seafood to gather along the port. If Miss Ling is interested, you might want to take a look. Chapter 50. The lack of entrepreneurial talent. Ling Ran, intrigued, inquired, Do you engage in battles with those marine creatures? And is there an agreed-upon time for it? Indeed, there is nothing unusual, yet those marine creatures tend to appear suddenly along the shoreline between 6 and 7, seemingly intent on attacking and capturing humans. Generally, by 8, they retreat. Hu Shua expressed a hint of helplessness at this observation. It always occurs at this time, and we remain oblivious to their intentions. However, this predictable pattern of aggression considerably eases the burden on the base. After all, knowing the timing of their assaults allows us to prepare our defenses in advance each day. Much like our current routine, we engage in a skirmish at a set time, striking just enough to make our point before withdrawing. If there ever comes a day when we do not engage, we might find ourselves somewhat unaccustomed to the change. Oh, are you all heading to the battlefield now? Husha nodded in response. We merely came to inform you. Ling Ran finished her soy milk, declaring, I will accompany you. Pei Xiao and Zhou Hang, upon hearing this, eagerly expressed their desire to join, while even Lu Xiaoping showed keen interest in the rumored battlefield. Thus, the group swiftly concluded their meal and changed into attire more suited for combat, except for Ling Ran, who wore an elaborate princess gown, adorned with white stockings and a pair of black pearl shoes. A delicate crown perched atop her flowing locks. Those present were well aware of her character and refrained from questioning her choice of attire. Outside the villa, a military green pickup truck awaited. The group climbed aboard, setting off towards the battlefield. Along the way, they encountered numerous individuals carrying metal basins and buckets, making their way purposefully. These inhabitants of the base, who do not engage in production, rise early each day to scavenge for seafood along the shore after the battles conclude. Ling Ran. This base is increasingly peculiar in its nature. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, we arrived at the so-called battlefield. Exiting the base's main gate, we found ourselves at the port. The air here was thick with the scent of the sea, and from a safe distance, one could still observe those who were carrying buckets and basins. As for the front line of the port, it was occupied by soldiers clad in uniform combat attire, a sight that was undeniably impressive. Behind them were the base's practitioners of extraordinary abilities, appearing rather disordered. According to Fei Fei, these practitioners would lend their assistance by launching their powers from a distance, yet in the face of danger, they would be the first to flee. Ling Ran. To manage a base in such a manner, the administrator must possess remarkable talents. Surely, the managers of your base are not politicians, lacking the aptitude to be capitalists. Perhaps they have such a talent, but it is scarce. Upon hearing this, Fei Fei did not perceive it as a derogatory remark. Instead, he replied with righteous fervor, as soldiers, we possess our own beliefs and are dedicated to serving our nation and its people, hence we would never exploit the populace. While their intentions are noble, such ideals are ill-suited for managing a base. As they conversed, Ling Ran and Husha arrived at the front line. Standing at the forefront of the port, with the cool sea breeze caressing them, they had scarcely begun to admire the picturesque scenery when the water began to stir, revealing numerous fish fins that swiftly broke the surface. Husha, observing the horizon, spoke in a solemn tone. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Miss Ling, when the battle commences, we may not be able to attend to you. Please take care of yourself. Understood. Ling Ran turned to Pei Xiao and Zhou Hang, who were following closely beside her. You two should stay with the practitioners. The two individuals obediently moved to the rear positions. As for Lu Xiaoping, she also carried a bucket, positioning herself at the back, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the battle to gather the freshest seafood for her esteemed master. Chapter 51. But where are her wings? On the tranquil surface of the sea, numerous sharks and whales leaped into the air, accompanied by a host of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The foremost shark, with its spindle-shaped body, robust torso, and a short, pointed snout, sported two dorsal fins and broad, side-shaped pectoral fins. Husha furrowed his brow slightly. It is a man-eating shark. The man-eating shark, also known as the great white shark or the killer shark, belongs to the family of mackerel sharks and is among the most formidable carnivores that existed before the apocalypse, ranking within the top 3 for ferocity. In this post-apocalyptic world, it has grown to an astonishing size. Its mouth, when opened, could easily swallow several muscular men, each standing at nearly 6 feet tall. In its presence, humans appeared utterly insignificant. The mere sight of the great white shark's colossal form could instill a profound sense of dread. God declared, I shall fly. As everyone was wholly focused on preparing for the attack, a figure slowly emerged in the sky, clad in a princess dress. She possessed a slender frame, with sunlight illuminating her, as if she were enveloped in a halo of white light. A gentle breeze caressed her hair and the hem of her dress, evoking the image of a celestial being descending from the heavens. However, in this moment of beauty, no one took the time to appreciate it. Their minds were consumed by a singular question. But where are her wings? Such grand wings. Where could they have vanished? Those with the ability to fly were perhaps the most frequently encountered supernatural beings at the southern province base, which desperately needed individuals with aerial capabilities. All those with the extraordinary ability of flight, without exception, possess wings. Yet this individual, how is it that she can soar through the sky sans wings? Even Newton's principles seem utterly confounded. Husha was left in a state of astonishment, for he had witnessed Ling Ran uttering those words before ascending into the air. Could it be that mere words could grant one the power of flight? He raised his gaze towards her, then glanced at the onlookers. Noting that all eyes were fixed upon Ling Ran, unable to contain himself, he murmured, "The divine has decreed. I shall take flight." A second passed, and nothing transpired. Hu Shua began to ponder the matter. Was it that his declaration lacked conviction? Clearing his throat, he reiterated, albeit in a hushed tone, "The divine has decreed. I shall take flight." 2 seconds elapsed, yet still, nothing occurred. Embarrassment washed over him, and he felt relieved that no one had noticed his folly. "Hu Shua." A voice resonated from above, belonging to Ling Ran. "What you say is futile. This is my unique ability." Hu Shua, mortified, socially obliterated. He had truly lost his wits, unable to resist mimicking her. Why inquire at all? Enraged and humiliated, Hu Shua barked, "Prepare yourselves, stop staring." In that moment, the great white shark had entered their attack range. Everyone snapped to attention, instinctively unleashing their powers upon the formidable creature. Ling Ran, perched high above, observed as the shark deftly evaded all assaults. With a powerful flick of its pectoral fins, the water below surged violently toward the shore. Roar! Other species of fish began their own onslaught, while the lesser shrimp and crab soldiers rushed to the beach, brandishing their claws, ready to ensnare the humans. Though they possess little offensive capability, being pinched by them is truly painful. During serious battles, they swarm around your feet like mosquitoes, weak enough that a single slap could extinguish them, yet immensely irritating. The great white shark surveyed the individuals before it, swiftly advancing. With a gaping maw, a prolonged, piercing sound wave attack resonated across the battlefield. It was a sonic assault. Protect your ears. Everyone clasped their ears. Yet the sound relentlessly invaded their ear canals, causing excruciating pain in their heads, igniting a sense of irritation. A few individuals of lesser strength, positioned too close, were instantaneously rendered unconscious with bleeding ears. The great white shark gazed upon this scene with satisfaction, preparing to feast upon a few humans as a reward for itself. When its peripheral vision caught sight of a petite figure suspended in midair, she stood there calmly, seemingly unaffected by the sonic waves. Instinctively, it shifted direction, intending to devour this human and impose a warning. Hu Shua, employing his abilities to shield against the sonic assault and various other powers, noticed the great white shark's change in trajectory and, disregarding his own ear protection, urgently called out, "Be careful." Chapter 52, The Divine Command. Stasis aside from a few who were concerned about Ling Ran, the rest remained oblivious to her presence. Everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, having little time to attend to others. Moreover, fighting by the harbor provided these creatures with an advantage, akin to fish in water, with numerous beings having awakened water-based powers. The abundance of water rendered defense nearly impossible. At times, it becomes difficult to discern whether the water is merely splashed or a result of the adversary's assault. A moment of carelessness could very well lead to injury or even the loss of one's life. Pei Xiu was diligently assisting in the offensive. When out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the formidable great white shark advancing towards his sister. "Sister!" Ignoring the pain in his ears and the octopus entwining around his feet, he hurried towards Ling Ran. In that instant, he pushed his speed to its utmost limits. Faster. Ever faster. Regret flooded his mind. Why was he so slow? Why had he been so lazy before? If he wished to protect his sister, how could someone like him offer any protection? Hu Shua was equally anxious, yet he was preoccupied with a red-tailed shark that posed no lesser threat than the great white, leaving him unable to assist. Conversely, Ling Ran remained composed, observing the ferocious great white shark leaping towards her, its gaping mouth wide enough to swallow several of her whole. She calmly stated, "The divine commands, be still." The great white shark, soaring high in its ferocity, abruptly froze, as though captured in an oil painting, its mouth agape. Beneath it, the surrounding waters appeared shrouded in darkness, as if obscured by a thick cloud. This spectacle left everyone astonished. The young woman gently extended her hand, and a whimsical, pink magic wand materialized within her grasp. She delicately tapped the shark's snout, proclaiming, "The divine commands, fall," with a resounding thud. The once motionless great white shark plummeted into the water, sending sprays soaring to heights of 10 zhang, resembling a colossal curtain of supernatural water. As her words echoed, a blinding white light emanated from the wand, and a row of orderly fins emerged at the water's surface, swiftly descending into the depths of the sea. As for the remaining octopuses, crayfish, crabs, and other aquatic creatures, upon witnessing the departure of their leaders, they promptly leapt back into the sea. Were it not for the coercive control exerted by these dominant beings, how could they possibly venture into human territory? The residents of the base, waiting at a distance to collect the spoils, were oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon seeing the colossal figures retreat, they hastily approached with their buckets to gather what they could. Meanwhile, the rest of the onlookers gazed intently at Ling Ran, some fixating on the magic wand she held. Ling Ran stowed away the wand and gracefully descended from the air. As she landed, Pei Xiao, who was still entangled with an octopus, crawled over. Lifting his tearful face, "Sister, are you all right?" Upon noticing her black pearl shoes, Pei Xiao instinctively attempted to cling to her leg, but Ling Ran, quick in reflex, swiftly kicked him aside. This rascal nearly sullied her pristine white stockings with mud. However, as more people approached her, water from the ground soon splashed onto her stockings. Ling Ran. Before she could express her annoyance, Pei Xiao crawled back, the octopus still wrapped around his leg, hindering his movement. "Sister, are you okay?" At that moment, Zhou Hang, arriving a step later, rushed over and used his supernatural abilities to pry the octopus away, then assisted Pei Xiao to his feet. "Xiao Go, your sister is fine. Didn't you see her magnificent display just now?" Chapter 54, The Eerie Encounter. Huh, what did he see? As he rushed towards his sister, an octopus ensnared his leg, causing him to stumble. Nevertheless, he persevered, crawling forward despite being stepped on by others, unwavering in his determination to reach his destination. Had he acted foolishly once more? Pei Xiao felt a tinge of melancholy. Ling Ran pointed at the octopus and commanded, "Pei Xiao, why are you dawdling? Capture that octopus. Let Xiaolu prepare a stir-fried octopus for lunch." "All right, sister." Upon noticing that his sister was unbothered by his blunder, Pei Xiao immediately regained his vigor and dashed to seize the octopus, which was attempting to escape back to the sea. With a swift motion, he caught it, exclaiming, "Just a moment ago, you were quite arrogant. How dare you entangle my leg? Thank goodness my sister is unharmed. Otherwise, I would have chopped you up and consumed you, using your remains as fertilizer for the vegetables I would later enjoy." Miss Ling. After directing the team to complete their tasks, Hu Shuo promptly approached Ling Ran. "Earlier. Thank you." He had intended to inquire about Ling Ran's abilities, yet he reconsidered, realizing it was likely futile and unnecessary to provoke her. Even so, the scene from just moments ago lingered in his mind, leaving him profoundly impressed. Hu Shuo felt an inkling that if the base could retain Ling Ran, perhaps all the issues plaguing the southern province base could be resolved, potentially even elevating it to the foremost base in the country. Well, Ling Ran nonchalantly waved her hand. "You seem rather idle. If you have time to spare, help me gather some seafood. It's delicious, though quite pungent when alive." Hu Shuo found her indifferent demeanor amusing, as if the earlier incident was merely a trivial matter for her. "All right, I'll gather some. Is there anything specific you wish to eat?" "I've had my fill of shrimp and crabs. How about shellfish?" "And what a fish?" "I'm not particular. I'll indulge in whatever is delectable." As Ling Ran observed everyone crouched down for seafood, she realized she stood alone. She turned her gaze to the seemingly endless ocean. Squinting slightly, "Is the great white shark palatable? Once a protected species before the apocalypse, I wonder if it still holds that status. Yet, the thought of its gaping maw gives me pause. Perhaps I shall pass." "Hu team, would you care to join us for a seafood feast at noon?" To be frank, the invitation held little allure. Before Ling Ran's arrival, they had feasted on seafood daily until they could bear it no longer. Now, they subsisted solely on the meager fare of steamed buns and greens from the cafeteria. "Then we shall impose upon you at noon. Would it be acceptable if I brought an additional companion? Should the seafood prove insufficient, we can always procure more from our supply." Hu Shuo, typically serious, allowed a slight smile to break through, albeit in a somewhat disconcerting manner. "That's quite all right." "Very well," Hu Shuo nodded. "We shall take our leave for now and return at noon." Ling Ran acknowledged with a sound, then offered a friendly piece of advice. "Hu team, a word of counsel, perhaps refrain from smiling in the future. It can be rather unsettling." Hu Shuo. Beside them, Fei Fei could not contain a chuckle, but quickly stifled it. Ling Ran, unfazed by Hu Shuo's stern demeanor, declared, "I'm off for a nap." With that, she yawned, having stayed up all night watching television. Fatigue had begun to take its toll. Pei Xiao and Zhou Hang exhibited a commendable vigor. Both were vibrant young university students, accustomed to sleepless nights, having spent countless hours gaming in the past. "Sister, you should rest. I will assist Aunt Lu with the seafood," he proposed. Ling Ran responded with a yawn, before ascending the stairs to retire for the night. Chapter 55. The meeting. Meanwhile, Lu Wan, whom Ling Ran had previously encountered, occupied the first position to the left of the main seat. Hu Shuo approached and seated himself beside Lu Wan. while Fei Fei found his place at the very end of the table. Had it not been for the numerous exchanges he had shared with Ling Ran, he would not have qualified to attend the meeting today. Occupying the main seat was a young man, appearing to be just over 30 years of age. Clad in a black combat uniform, his hands were folded upon the table, the fabric taut at the elbows, subtly revealing the impressive musculature beneath. His dark eyes shone with the brilliance of stars, exuding determination, while his thin lips were pressed together, scanning the room with a gaze that most dared not meet. This was Jiang Huaiji, the highest-ranking official of the base. Enlisting at the tender age of 12, he rose to become a soldier king by 13, subsequently joining a special forces unit. His youthful appearance belied his numerous successful missions, through which he earned substantial recognition. Upon reaching adulthood, he risked his life for his country, executing SSS-level classified operations, and at a remarkably young age, he had attained the rank of Major General due to his military achievements. Furthermore, Jiang Huaiji not only possessed extraordinary prowess himself, but he was also the grandson of a commander in a military district. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, with the military district suffering significant losses, Jiang Huaiji swiftly organized and established the Southern Province base. It is precisely because the personnel in the military district experience fewer fatalities compared to ordinary individuals that the strength of the Southern Province base remains relatively formidable. However, the management system of the base is profoundly inadequate, and the influx of too many survivors has rendered the Southern Province base somewhat languid. It is evident that Jiang Huai's military capabilities are exceptionally prominent. Yet, when it comes to managing the base and related affairs, he indeed lacks proficiency. Now that everyone is gathered, Jiang Huai cast a sweeping glance around the room before addressing Hu Shuo. Hu Shuo, please share your insights. The others in the conference room were immediately taken aback. 3 types of supernatural abilities. Within the entire base, the most powerful individual was Jiang Huai, a dual elemental adept in both fire and lightning. Notably, the lightning element is a rare and specialized type of ability, surpassing ordinary powers at the same level. However, it was Hu Shuo's account of the events that transpired that morning which truly left them astounded. No wings yet flying through the air? Such a phenomenon of flight abilities is unheard of. An enormous white shark suspended in midair? This must involve psychic abilities, likely of at least level 3. A magic wand? What is this? Has it suddenly turned fantastical? It can emit light waves? Surely, this is a miraculous weapon descended from the heavens. The magic wand merits thorough investigation. In conclusion, after absorbing the information, all present agreed, this woman is exceedingly formidable. We must seek to ally with her. Jiang Huai was pleased with their response. The purpose of today's meeting is to contemplate how we might retain Ling Ran within our base. Although Jiang Huaiji appears somewhat flustered in managing the base, he is, after all, a product of the military district. As bases are being established across various regions, one can foresee that as these bases solidify, the nation's system may become obsolete. The competition for resources among bases will intensify, leading to fierce struggles. After a moment of exchanging glances, someone spoke up. Our base can offer nothing but money, power, and goods. Previously, Lu Wen attempted to forge alliances. Yet the efforts were somewhat informal and lacked sincerity in their terms. Chapter 56, The Conditions. Money is a given in the future. The core of the base will grant her a portion of its benefits, along with privileges exclusive to the base, and perhaps even a position as deputy manager. After all, the Southern Province base has always operated under the principle that those with strength will rise to the top. The individuals in this meeting room, to a considerable extent, represent the elite within the base. Of course, there are stronger individuals out there, but they may not share the same allegiance to the base, and thus do not qualify to be present in this meeting. The last item, akin to the core, pertains to the resources available, which will undoubtedly be closely guarded for her. As for undertaking missions, they do not expect Ling Ran to participate. It's not that they lack the desire. Rather, such prominent figures typically hesitate to engage. They merely hope that Ling Ran can serve as a steadfast anchor for the base, stepping in only when insurmountable issues arise. Jiang Huaiji turned to Hu Shuo. Hu Shuo, do you believe these offers will entice Ling Ran? It's unlikely. Hu Shuo shook his head. What do you mean? She seems indifferent to such matters. After reflecting on the recent interactions with Ling Ran, Hu Shuo expressed his uncertainty. From my observations, she seems to place a greater emphasis on food. Rather than providing her with these items, it would be more prudent to gather some offerings from chefs. Moreover, given her capabilities, it would not pose a challenge for her to either join any base or establish one of her own. A profound silence enveloped the room. Shua's assertion was indeed valid. Her formidable strength meant that what one base could offer, another could as well. Furthermore, if she harbored ambitions, creating her own base and ascending as its leader would undoubtedly be more exhilarating. Shua turned to Jiang Huaiji and said, Jiang, Ling Ran has invited me and Fei Fei for a seafood feast at noon. I mentioned bringing someone along. Will you join us? I will, Jiang Huaiji replied, his brow slightly furrowed. It is essential to meet her in person. As for the matter of persuasion, we shall extend our utmost sincerity. If she declines, we shall accept it, for our own strength is not to be underestimated. My only concern is that if she does not remain with our base, she might choose another. The idea of Ling Ran remaining a free agent is one thing, but should she align herself with another base, it would undoubtedly enhance their power. Now, let us discuss the points system for our base, Jiang Huaiji said, handing over a document he had received from the intelligence team to Lu Wen. This outlines the point systems of various bases. Let us analyze and devise a point system that suits our own base. After a refreshing slumber, Ling Ran awoke to find it was already 11 o'clock. Following her morning routine, she surprisingly opted for a comfortable black sports outfit instead of a dress. In the master bedroom's wardrobe, a full-length mirror awaited. She glanced at her reflection. Recently, the meals have been delightful, and I have gained a little weight, though not excessively. Reflecting on this, Ling Ran smiled slightly. God said I would gain 20 pounds. Upon uttering these words, her physique remained unchanged, yet Ling Ran paid it no mind. Such weight accumulates gradually. It is not as if one could suddenly gain 20 pounds. Descending the stairs, she encountered Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang diligently scrubbing seafood in the courtyard. Not finished yet? She inquired. Almost done. This is the last bucket, Pei Xiu replied, wielding scissors to trim an octopus. Sister, when shall we head to the city? Chapter 57. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore after the morning skirmish. Pei Xiu had regained his composure. Nevertheless, he still recalled the emotions of that moment, despite his sister's formidable strength, which perhaps rendered his protection unnecessary. He aspired to cultivate his own strength, vowing that even if he could not shield her, he would not be a hindrance. We can go whenever you wish, he said. Ling Ran glanced at the sun overhead. The recent gloomy weather had dissipated, and the sky now radiated brightness. Perhaps we could depart after lunch. We just need to procure a vehicle. I will inquire with Shua shortly. At the mention of Shua, Pei Xiu became even more animated in his task. Great. Then we shall go after lunch. As they conversed, a knock resounded at the door. Ling Ran approached and opened it, revealing Shua and Fei, alongside a man clad in a black combat uniform, exuding an imposing aura. Although he endeavored to temper his presence, the air of someone forged in the crucible of battle was unmistakably distinct from that of an ordinary person. Miss Ling, we have arrived, he announced. Shua handed the item he was carrying to Ling Ran. At that moment, Lu Xiaoping entered the room and, upon witnessing this scene, reached out to take it. Ling Ran made space for them, inviting, please, come in and have a seat. The group entered the room and settled down. Lu Xiaoping was dispatched by Ling Ran to the kitchen to attend to some tasks, while Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang remained outside, busy cleaning seafood. At that moment, only the six of them occupied the living room. Once seated, Shua took the initiative to introduce, Miss Ling, this is Jiang Huaiji, the supervisor of our base. Hello. Jiang Huaiji extended his hand towards Ling Ran. I heard about this morning's events from Shua, as well as the equipment from yesterday. Miss Ling, I sincerely appreciate your contributions to the South Province base. Ling Ran shook his hand briefly, then withdrew. No need for thanks, it was merely a small effort. What are your impressions of the South Province base, Miss Ling? Quite good, Ling Ran nodded slightly. Although the various systems at the South Province base were not yet fully developed, it must be acknowledged that in these dire times, having such a model base that genuinely considers the needs of ordinary people is truly commendable. After witnessing so much ugliness, encountering such a kind-hearted fool, though somewhat disdainful, Ling Ran could not bring herself to scorn his goodness. Have you considered staying at the South Province base, Miss Ling? Jiang Huaiji seamlessly broached his intention. No, rest assured. Miss Ling, if you wish to remain at the South Province base, we will do our utmost to accommodate your needs. Leaning back on the sofa, Ling Ran's expression remained indifferent, clearly disinterested in the topic. Never mind, the world is vast, and I wish to explore it. 3 individuals were present. Are you serious? Before the apocalypse, such words might have been deemed normal, but after it? The world is indeed vast, yet what is there to behold? Is it merely the desire to witness the various manifestations of zombies in different locales, or the diverse natural calamities that plague them? Miss Ling, are you truly serious? This apocalypse is fraught with peril. Our southern province is relatively better off, for the floods have, in fact, diminished the number of zombies here. I have heard that secondary zombies have begun to emerge in various regions, and there are even rumors that a granary in the capital has been overrun by third-level zombies, leading to the annihilation of all who ventured there. And so what? The girl's tone was nonchalant, yet her words brimmed with unwavering confidence and authority. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Huai refrained from discussing the prerequisites any further and stated, "I wish Miss Ling a delightful time at the Southern Province base. Even if you do not join us, you shall remain our most esteemed guest. Should you require assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out." The Southern Province base will undoubtedly lend its support. Chapter 58. A Seafood Feast. Hearing Jiang Huai's words, Ling Ran seized the opportunity. "I happen to have a matter to discuss." Jiang Huai inquired, "What does Miss Ling wish to address?" "I need to make a trip to Ningxia this afternoon and would like to procure a vehicle, preferably one of your military-grade, modified ones." "May I inquire, Miss Ling, what is the purpose of your visit to Ningxia?" "To gather supplies." "Very well." Confirming that Ling Ran was not about to depart from the Southern Province base just yet, Jiang Huai graciously added, "As for the vehicle, given all the assistance you have provided us, it is but a trifling matter. We shall gift it to you. Might I ask if you are in need of any firearms?" Ling Ran initially intended to decline, but upon hearing the commotion from Pei Xiu, who had just entered the courtyard with a basin of seafood, he swiftly approached Ling Ran's side, adopting a puppy-eyed expression. It was rather embarrassing to have such a younger brother. Ling Ran forced a smile, tugging at the corner of his lips, and said, "Then I shall leave it in Manager Zhang's capable hands." Pei Xiu, upon hearing this, quickly turned to Jiang Huaiji with an ingratiating grin, saying, "I beg of you. What boy wouldn't desire to handle a firearm?" However, the only way to truly grasp one was to enlist in the military. Pei Xiu had thought he would never have that opportunity in his lifetime, yet unexpectedly, he found himself possessing a gun in this peculiar manner. Jiang Huaiji nodded. "Then I shall make the arrangements." Pei Xiu, brimming with joy, cheerfully urged, "Make sure to enjoy your meal, Manager Jiang." With that, under Ling Ran's disapproving gaze, he promptly carried the basin away, while Zhou Heng leaned in closer, and the two exchanged whispers. Yet in this post-apocalyptic era, with enhanced senses, the subtlety of their conversation was as audible as if spoken directly into their ears. At noon, a seafood feast awaited. Although everyone was somewhat weary of seafood, Lu Xiaoping's preparations were far from the ordinary steamed or stir-fried dishes served at the base. She had infused the dishes with a plethora of spices, transforming the meal into something delectable that everyone found appealing. The crabs were prepared in both spicy and ginger scallion styles, and with a surplus of crabs remaining, Lu Xiaoping skillfully extracted the abundant crab roe to create delightful crab roe soup dumplings. The crawfish was prepared in two delightful flavors, spicy and garlic. The octopus was served in a fragrant spicy version in a baked casserole style. The fish offerings included sauerkraut fish, steamed fish, and grilled fish, while a medley of shellfish and mannish shrimp was steamed to perfection. The table was lavishly adorned with an array of dishes, complemented by two large rice cookers overflowing with steaming white rice, enough to entice anyone to tears. These rice cookers were not the ordinary household variety from the pre-apocalyptic era. They were the substantial models used in cafeterias, sufficient to feed a dozen people from the days before the world changed. However, in this new reality, as everyone awakened to their extraordinary abilities, their caloric needs surged, transforming each individual into a voracious eater reminiscent of the past. With the enhancement of their powers, their appetites only grew, although they could also absorb energy from crystal cores to reduce their food intake. Fei Fei gazed at the bountiful spread before him, feeling fortunate to be present. Initially, when Sister Ling had mentioned a seafood feast, he had little interest. Yet now, his enthusiasm was palpable. This was indeed a seafood banquet. Unable to contain himself, he discreetly suggested to Captain Jiang, "Might it be possible to recommend to the cafeteria that seafood be prepared this way in the future?" Just as he spoke, he felt a gentle nudge beneath the table as Hu Shua stepped on his foot. "Captain, you stepped on me," he remarked. Hu Shua replied, "My apologies. It's nothing." Ling Ran observed this exchange, glancing at Hu Shua, and their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. Chapter 59. The onlookers of the world. As Ling Ran picked up her chopsticks, everyone began to indulge heartily, cradling their stainless steel bowls, each mouthful akin to an abyssal maw. Within the gathering, only Ling Ran, Jiang Huaiji, and Lu Xiaoping maintained a semblance of decorum. Jiang Huaiji, being a base administrator and hailing from a distinguished lineage prior to the apocalypse, possessed little pretension regarding food. As long as there was sustenance, he remained remarkably composed. Lu Xiaoping, on the other hand, was simply an ordinary individual, and a modest bowl of rice sufficed to satiate her hunger. The most popular dishes on the table were the pickled fish, grilled fish, and crab roast soup dumplings, while the least favored was the pot of assorted steamed seafood, which they managed to consume without retching, a testament to their remarkable fortitude. Ling Ran savored her meal leisurely, and after Lu Xiaoping finished her portion, she seated herself beside Ling Ran, donning gloves to assist in peeling the spicy crab for her. The spicy crab, requiring thorough cleaning and intricate handling, proved somewhat cumbersome to eat. Ling Ran, finding it tedious, opted to refrain after a single piece. Observing this, Lu Xiaoping promptly took it upon herself to peel the crab with enthusiasm. Seeing Ling Ran partake in the delicacy motivated Lu Xiaoping to peel even more fervently. There was no concern of the rice in the rice cooker going uneaten, for each individual possessed a hearty appetite. Even Jiang Huaiji, who appeared genteel in his demeanor, did not lag in pace and ultimately consumed a substantial bowl of rice. Had it not been for the depletion of rice, Ling Ran surmised he could have eaten more. The pickled fish and grilled fish were devoured entirely, with even the broth utilized to soak the rice, while Ling Ran relished the crab roast soup dumplings. Having consumed 3 out of the total 10 baskets, the spicy crab and crayfish remained in modest quantities, and everyone's lips were flushed and glistening with the remnants of their feast. Jiang Huaiji wiped his mouth and gazed at the table, which appeared as if ravaged by a tempest. A hint of embarrassment flickered across his otherwise stern and resolute visage. "Miss Ling, I appreciate your hospitality." "Not at all," Ling Ran replied, indifferent to the remnants scattered about. To her, culinary delights were meant to be shared for true enjoyment. Dining alone held little allure. "I will arrange for the vehicle and weaponry this afternoon. May I inquire about your departure time, Miss Ling?" "Perhaps around 2:30, Ling Ran remarked, glancing at the clock, which indicated it was already 1:30. "I still need to tidy up." "Very well, I shall dispatch someone to make the arrangements immediately." After bidding farewell to Ling Ran, Jiang Huaiji departed from her elegant residence. In the car, Fei Fei could no longer contain his curiosity. "Director Jiang, why did you not even mention your conditions to Sister Ling today?" "It is unnecessary. Even if I did, she would not acquiesce. Establishing a cordial relationship with her at the base is already the most favorable outcome." Despite spending merely an afternoon with Ling Ran, Jiang Huaiji felt a profound kinship with her in certain respects. They both embodied a certain purity. Once they set their minds to something, they pursued it with unwavering resolve, impervious to external deterrents. However, in other dimensions, Jiang Huaiji found himself perplexed. Ling Ran exuded an air of nonchalance, as if she were uninterested in everything yet oddly intrigued by it all, as though she were both a player in the world and a mere spectator. In essence, she seemed ethereal and surreal. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Huaiji abruptly halted his thoughts. What was he even contemplating? It felt almost metaphysical. On the other side, after Lu Xiaoping tidied up the remnants of the meal, she heard Ling Ran mention a trip to Ning City in search of supplies. "Would you like to join me?" In other teams, the presence of ordinary individuals often proved to be a hindrance, yet in Ling Ran's case, this notion was entirely unfounded. While the surroundings were indeed secure, nothing could compare to the safety found in the company of adults. Chapter 60. The lack of intellectual awakening. Well, prepare yourself. We shall depart around 2 or 3. "Very well, my lord. Should we prepare some rice balls or similar provisions? After all, cooking outdoors can be quite challenging." Ling Ran nodded. "That sounds suitable. You may decide on the food. Since there is no one at home, gather the other supplies and store them in the space." Though she did not place much value on those supplies, the thought of leaving them in the villa only to be stolen would indeed irk Ling Ran. "Understood, my lord." With Lu Xiaoping managing the preparations, Ling Ran decided to take a nap. As for Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang, they possessed little in the way of belongings but lacked the inclination to rest. Their energy was boundless. They continued to chatter excitedly about the impending firearms, animatedly discussing how to wield them with style, hopping about the courtyard like 2 randy male monkeys. Around 2 o'clock, Hu Shua and Fei Fei arrived, each driving a 5-seater military pickup truck. Ling Ran was roused from her slumber by Pei Xiu's call, just as Hu Shua unveiled the canopy of the truck bed, revealing several rifles within. Pei Xiu and Zhou Heng immediately erupted in exuberant chatter. "It's an AK-47. Wow, how impressive. And there's an 416 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifle. And what about this one? Hu team, is this a submachine gun?" "Indeed, it is the Thompson M1921 submachine gun. World-renowned firearms. Truly enamored." Zhang's management is exceedingly gracious to provide such exceptional weaponry. Moreover, there are more conveniently concealed handguns and an assortment of explosives. Ling Ran and her companions each received 2 of every type. Ling Ran, however, remained unfamiliar with these firearms and did not comprehend the fervor displayed by Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang. Miss Ling, this vehicle has been modified. You need not worry about its performance. The fuel tank is full, and there is an additional barrel of diesel in the trunk. The windows are also specially designed to be bulletproof. Ling Ran nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. After the task was completed, Hu Shuai expressed his intent to take his leave. Fei Fei waved goodbye to Ling Ran, Pei Xiu, and Zhou Hang, saying, Goodbye, Sister Ling. Farewell, young Master Pei and young Master Zhou. Hey. What do you mean, young master? We are peers, after all. Pei Xiu immediately bristled. Still calling you young master. With that, Fei Fei swiftly departed. Pei Xiu, feeling disgruntled, shouted. Next time we meet, let us have a spar. The one with the bigger fists is the elder brother. He and Zhou Hang had established this hierarchy based solely on the size of their fists. Hence, he was brother Xiu and Zhou was brother Hang. Once the outsiders had left, Ling Ran inspected the items in the vehicle and addressed her companions. Take the firearms. I shall stow the rest in my space. Xiao Lu, you should also take one. Lu Xiuping hesitated, glancing warily at the gun, but ultimately picked up a handgun and affixed it to her person, saying, My lord, I do not know how to use a firearm. It's quite simple. Aunt Lu, we will teach you in the car shortly. Indeed, it is especially easy. Neither of them had wielded a firearm before. They had merely watched videos, envisioning themselves as sharpshooters. Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang contemplated for a moment, selecting a handgun to attach to their persons, followed by slinging a submachine gun over their shoulders. The remaining firearms, along with ammunition and diesel, were swiftly stored away in a spatial pocket with a mere wave of Ling Ran's hand, who also managed to stow away a pickup truck. Zhou Hang's eyes widened in astonishment. Sister, how did you manage to put the vehicle away? One is sufficient. Ling Ran regarded him with a look of affectionate condescension. Merely refraining from seizing what belongs to others already makes one a commendable person. If something is willingly offered, it would be foolish not to accept it. After all, even free insecticide has its sweet and sour notes. Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang immediately adopted an expression of enlightenment. It was no wonder they were so impoverished. Their awareness and understanding were lacking. Look at their sister, so powerful and affluent, yet she never despised the gifts of others. Chapter 61. The mission hall. Pei Xiu desired to handle a firearm, thus allowing Zhou Hang to take the wheel. Ling Ran occupied the passenger seat, while Pei Xiu fiddled with the weapon, sharing knowledge about firearms with Lu Xiuping. Zhou Hang, remember to stop for a moment when we arrive at the mission hall. Understood, sister. With few vehicles within the base, the roads were quite clear, and approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the mission hall. This locale bustled with the most individuals, adjacent to the marketplace. As the military pickup truck approached, many gazes reflected envy. Those who could operate such a vehicle were undoubtedly among the upper echelons of the base, possessing either strength, influence, or a combination of both, individuals not to be trifled with by the likes of them. Ling Ran donned a meticulously chosen beige floral dress, complemented by a pair of white canvas shoes, exuding an aura of freshness and cleanliness, reminiscent of someone preparing for an outing. As the Westerners disembarked from their vehicle, it was undeniable that Ling Ran was the center of attention. After securing the car, the trio encircled her protectively, with Pei Xiu standing beside Ling Ran, instinctively guiding her. Sister, this way. The remaining individuals cast envious glances at Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang, their expressions rife with jealousy. Pa, pretty boy. Living off a woman's fortune, how shameless. Upon entering the task hall, they discovered an environment akin to certain government agencies from the pre-apocalyptic era, replete with numerous counters and large screens adorning the walls. The left side was designated for task acceptance, while the right side was for task issuance, with the second floor reserved for settling completed tasks. Ling Ran and her companions approached the left side, where beneath the grand screen lay several small machines detailing the specific tasks. There were only 5 machines available, all currently occupied. Pei Xiu voluntarily queued up, allowing Ling Ran to join the other 2 in the resting area. After a wait of about 10 minutes, it was finally Pei Xiu's turn. Ling Ran stepped over to observe as Pei Xiu operated the machine, inquiring, Sister, what star-level task shall we accept? Ling Ran was familiar with the star rating system, which ranged from 1 to 10 stars. The greater the number of stars, the more perilous the task, yet also the higher the reward. After glancing at the options, Ling Ran furrowed her brow slightly. Why are all the tasks to be completed with others? Are there any we can undertake independently? Most high-star tasks involved searching for supplies and were to be executed in collaboration with the military stationed at the base. The military possesses exclusive channels of information, particularly regarding the locations of national-level reserve grain depots. While some individuals may be privy to this knowledge, the majority, even those who could access it, remain indifferent. Aside from the missions assigned by the base, tasks issued by individuals and small teams tend to be rather straightforward. Individuals primarily seek to exchange supplies or search for relatives, while teams often collaborate with skilled practitioners of special abilities to scour specific areas for resources. There are also tasks focused on scavenging for supplies independently, but such endeavors necessitate a division of resources with the base, which Ling Ran would not agree to. As for the point system, it was announced by the base only this morning. The specifics dictate that one crystal core equates to 10 points, with detailed pricing established for grains, oils, and other essentials. For instance, the substantial metal basin of lobsters that Ling Ran previously purchased cost merely 1 point. Thus, her expenditure of a crystal core was indeed a significant loss. It is noteworthy that purchasing seafood now requires points, indicating that residents of the base will no longer be permitted to freely gather seafood from the coastal areas, but rather must redeem it using points. Moreover, numerous construction tasks are available within the base, as long as the residents engage in minimal effort. Earning a point is not a daunting challenge, allowing them to exchange it for the most affordable seafood, thus barely sustaining themselves. It appears that Jianghua has finally acknowledged the issues within the base. Residents' lethargy and their reliance on the base for sustenance cannot continue. Observing the tasks at hand, Ling Ran noted the types of plants required and chose not to dwell further. As for collaborating with other teams possessing special abilities, such an alliance seems unnecessary unless resources are truly scarce and others possess information regarding available supplies. Upon exiting the task hall, a group of individuals boarded the vehicle, which promptly departed from the base. Trailing behind them, however, was an inconspicuous follower. Chapter 62. They were merely assessing the situation. The accumulated water outside had been largely cleared, and for what remained, the Earth-based abilities of the base personnel had constructed a pathway. At this moment, as the vehicle moved away from the base, Zhou Heng suddenly pondered a significant dilemma. Sister, do you know how to reach Ning City? I do not, Ling Ran replied, narrowing her eyes. You all expressed a desire to go to Ning City, yet you were unprepared? Zhou Heng, recognizing his fault, retracted his neck sheepishly. It was mainly instinctive. I've always relied on navigation before and never considered the possibility of being unfamiliar with the route. Ling Ran was at a loss for words, her head spinning. Suddenly, a smile graced her lips as she glanced at the rearview mirror. Stop the car. Zhou Heng instinctively slammed the brakes, nearly causing Pei Xiu, who was handling a firearm in the back seat, to discharge it inadvertently. Zhou Heng, what are you doing? I almost fired my gun. Sister said to stop, Zhou Heng replied. Oh, then it's fine. The road they traversed was narrow. If the vehicle ahead remained stationary, the one behind could only follow closely. Ling Ran observed the filthy and chaotic ground, her feet hovering above the surface as she exited the vehicle. Today, she wore pristine white shoes, and stepping down would surely soil them. She approached the driver's seat of the vehicle behind them and rapped on the window. After a brief moment, the trembling driver cautiously rolled down the window. As the car window slid down, a young man, likely in his mid-20s, was revealed as the driver. In the passenger seat sat another man of similar age, while the back seat was occupied by two slightly younger women. Though their clothing appeared drab and unremarkable, it was nonetheless clean. Ling Ran crossed her arms, her gaze coolly assessing them. Are you following us? Despite the lack of intimidation in her look, the individual she scrutinized visibly flinched. The man in the driver's seat stammered. I didn't. He had intended to deny it, but upon meeting Ling Ran's penetrating gaze, he quickly altered his response. Boss, we mean no harm. We just want to follow you and pick up some scraps. Ling Ran's formidable reputation had long since circulated among the ability users in the base. After all, the incident involving a level 3 ability user who had initially sought to provoke her was well known. It was evident that these individuals had been dealt with by the seemingly innocuous girl before them. Moreover, the remarkable power Ling Ran exhibited on the battlefield today had left everyone in awe. Their intent in following her was not to instigate trouble like that level 3 ability user. They were not fools. Instead, having learned of Ling Ran's prowess, they aimed to trail her, hoping to scavenge any supplies she and her companions might not require. When the boss feasts, they simply wished to glean the leftovers. Oh, Ling Ran nodded, recognizing the sincerity in their words. Do you know the way to Ning City? Boss, are you headed to Ning City? In the backseat. An excited girl exclaimed, pulling a map from her bag. We happen to have a map from the base to Ning City, purchased for 10 points. Hand me the map. And you all can follow behind. She quickly passed the map to Ling Ran, saying, thank you, big shot. Chapter 63, on the highway once back in the car. Ling Ran tossed the map to Pei Xiu. You know how to read a map, right? Guide Zhou Hang. Of course, Pei Xiu replied, sensing that his sister seemed displeased. He swiftly put away his gun and focused on directing Zhou Hang. The distance from the base to Ning City was relatively short, just over 200 kilometers. Pei Xiu studied the map's junctions, frowning slightly. Sis, should we take the highway to the right up ahead? If we don't, other routes might be flooded. The road constructed by the Earth-type abilities at the base didn't extend far, merely facilitating travel for nearby residents. Then let's take the highway, Ling Ran decided. Pei Xiu began to voice a concern, but Ling Ran interrupted. As long as the road is intact, we needn't worry about anything else. I can also repair the road. But that would be too exhausting. All right, Zhou Hang, veer right to enter the highway. Understood. Ahead, an enormous traffic jam loomed. Vehicles were colliding in a chaotic tangle, suggesting a severe accident with no end in sight. The pickup truck came to a stop, and Ling Ran and her companions disembarked, followed closely by their small entourage. Pei Xiu grasped his submachine gun but soon deemed it an extravagant choice for the current moment. Thus, he set the weapon aside and instead retrieved a custom-made watermelon knife he always carried with him. In their immediate path lay a black sedan, which had collided violently with the left side guardrail, the impact having been so severe that the front of the vehicle was utterly deformed, half of it crumpled inward. The airbags had deployed within the car, and the man in the driver's seat bore the gruesome consequence of the crash. His cranial matter was splattered across his face, obscured by a swarm of maggots feasting upon his flesh. One of his eyes had been entirely consumed, leaving a hollow socket revealing bloodied bone. At this moment, the man was restrained by his seatbelt, and upon catching the scent of human presence, he began to thrash about in a maddened frenzy, desperately tugging at the restraints. The others who approached, witnessing this horrific scene, turned pale, though they managed to suppress their nausea. More than 3 months into the apocalypse, they had developed a certain immunity to the sight of zombies and the pervasive stench of decay, yet it remained an unpleasant experience. Aside from this small car, the 3 lanes to the right were also filled with vehicles, all entangled in a chaotic heap of wreckage. Further ahead, numerous buses and large trucks were visible, many of which had been overturned or crushed by the relentless collisions, leaving the occupants inside to meet their demise almost instantaneously, with no chance to rise as the undead. These zombies remained trapped within the confines of their vehicles, posing little immediate threat. The priority was clear: eliminate the zombies and claim the crystal cores for oneself. Ling Ran could indeed take the lead, but the zombies within the bus, possessing crystal cores, should not be squandered. Moreover, there might be supplies to be found inside the vehicle. As soon as she spoke, the others immediately set to work clearing the zombies. Even Lu Xiaoping drew the steel knife that Ling Ran had given her, searching for a less populous area of the bus to engage the undead. Ling Ran, however, traversed 5 or 6 meters to locate the large bus. It appeared to have been a tourist vehicle, filled with a number of occupants, approximately 10 or so. In the driver's seat, the driver was impaled by a steel rod, his eyes blankly staring ahead, his body leaning forward, hand poised on the door button. Chapter 64. It would be wonderful to join them. Ling Ran scanned the interior and, noticing the absence of any second-tier zombies, forcefully kicked the bus door open. The scent of humanity instantly revived all the hissing zombies within, who lunged towards her. A pink magic wand materialized in Ling Ran's hand. The divine has decreed that any zombie touched by my wand shall lose its vitality. Wherever the wand pointed, a beam of white light shot forth, causing the targeted zombie to collapse, its crystal core soaring outwards. Meanwhile, her companions continued to dispatch the undead, reflecting on the day's bountiful harvest. When they glanced up, they beheld a girl in a fresh, floral dress, wielding a magic wand that dispatched zombies with a mere tap. The group was taken aback, their spirits dampened. While they toiled exhaustively to slay the zombies, she effortlessly collected the crystal cores. Not even a speck of dust marring her attire. After eliminating a busload of zombies, Ling Ran pressed onward. A delivery? Ling Ran's eyes lit up with intrigue. With a flick of her magic wand, the door of the truck's compartment swung open in an instant. Ling Ran approached, gently tugged at the door, and with a swift motion, it was effortlessly torn away. Pei Xiu, who had come over to check on her sister's safety, marveled. How did she manage that? With such ease, the door was flung open. As the compartment door opened, a deluge of packages cascaded out. Observing this, Ling Ran waved her hand and gathered all the parcels into her space. Only then did Pei Xiu rush over, excitement evident in her voice. Sister, those were packages. Weren't they? Just look at the sheer quantity. There must be an abundance of supplies. Who knows? Ling Ran mused, her mind opening to new possibilities. You continue to eliminate the zombies while I search for more delivery trucks. To her surprise, there were indeed quite a few delivery vehicles, one after another. Ling Ran, uninterested in examining them closely, simply absorbed all the packages into her space. After collecting the contents from 6 trucks, she encountered a large truck that was not a delivery vehicle. Instead, she stumbled upon some refrigerated trucks. However, the contents had all spoiled. Even without opening the doors, the foul stench wafted through the air, detectable from a considerable distance. Swarms of flies buzzed around, drawn to the scent, even more enticing than the remnants of a feast. Ling Ran quickly shielded her sense of smell. Otherwise, the repugnant odor might ruin her appetite for the evening. After dispatching the nearby zombies, she noticed the girl who had handed her the map, now tossing a vehicle aside after clearing the area of zombies. Pei Xiu had just dispatched a zombie when he raised his gaze to behold the formidable Barbie figure. Was it not stated that the majority of those endowed with strength-based abilities were men? Ling Ran, wielding a magical staff, pointed at a nearby fresh produce truck, which instantly soared down the mountain as if it had sprouted wings. Subsequently, she directed another vehicle, which either moved aside or followed suit down the slope. Those accompanying Ling Ran were left astounded by this display of power. The leader was indeed extraordinarily formidable. Indeed, how splendid it would be to join their ranks. The onlookers could not suppress their imaginations of such a scenario, their faces breaking into foolish grins. Lu Xiaoping, meanwhile, was struggling to push her cart when she suddenly found it immovable. Raising her eyes, she expressed her exasperation. Hey, what are you all doing standing there? I cannot manage this alone. Ahem, my apologies, I was lost in thought. Chapter 65, The Chosen One. If she were to encounter another vehicle, she would once more wield her magical staff, pointing at the cars obstructing their path, which would promptly be cleared. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Pei Xiu could not help but remark, with this magical staff, any obstruction can be effortlessly dispelled. Zhou Hang and Lu Xiaoping were immediately amused by his quip, while Ling Ran remained utterly perplexed. What was so amusing about this? Sister, is this magical staff some sort of divine artifact? Pei Xiu, long curious about the staff, mused. In this apocalyptic world where everything has mutated, is it possible that this staff is the legendary tool of the Chosen One, having been selected for transformation? Beyond this explanation, I can fathom no other plausible reason. Surely it cannot truly be a magical staff. Ling Ran nodded in agreement with his words, saying, yes. Let us keep this matter confidential. Upon receiving Ling Ran's response, the other 3 occupants of the vehicle fell into a profound silence, each vowing not to disclose the information. Pei Xiu couldn't help but notice how increasingly reminiscent his sister was of the heroines found in captivating novels. With her extraordinary abilities and divine artifacts at her disposal, she truly embodied the essence of a fabled Chosen One. However, such Chosen Ones often encounter numerous challenges and betrayals. Thus, he resolved to diligently enhance his own skills to safeguard his sister. As for the legendary male protagonist, he was resolute in his determination to prevent his sister from inadvertently aiding him in achieving his ambitions. That scoundrel, he must not be allowed to meddle. Pei Xiu's imagination ran wild, nurturing a deep-seated animosity toward this fictitious character whose existence was yet uncertain. Ling Ran retrieved around 10 packages from her space and tossed 5 of them backward, stating, it's rather dull in the car, let us open a package. She placed the magic wand on the car window, allowing it to activate itself. There is nothing more delightful than unboxing free surprise packages. Pei Xiu and Lu Xiaoping eagerly picked up small boxes, excitedly embarking on their unboxing adventure. Ah, I've received a pair of cups, exclaimed one. This is a figurine from a mobile game, and it's quite exquisite, the other noted. I unwrapped 2 bottles of crispy snacks. I've tasted this brand before, and they are quite delectable. Among the 5 packages opened by Pei Xiu and Lu Xiaoping, aside from the crispy snacks, the rest contained cups, figurines, keychains, and sockets. As for Ling Ran, fortune smiled upon her as she opened her packages, revealing 2 bottles of boneless chicken feet, a small box of probiotic yogurt bread, a bottle of shower gel, and a large bag of spicy strips. Wow, so much food, and spicy strips too. Pei Xiu gazed at the delicacies unwrapped by Ling Ran, her mouth watering in envy. Sister, you are truly fortunate, she remarked. The first treat she indulged in was the boneless chicken feet, seasoned with a tantalizing spiciness that captivated Ling Ran. The chicken feet were delightfully tender, the heat perfectly satisfying, fulfilling Ling Ran's expectations. She nodded appreciatively. Delicious. Sister, this crispy rice is equally delightful. You must try it, she urged. Zhou Hang, driving the car, watched them relish their food, his desire intensifying. Xiao Gu, share some with me. I yearn to taste it too. What would you like to eat? Anything you offer, I will gladly consume, Pei Xiu replied. She opened a package of spicy strips and handed it to him. There is no traffic ahead. You can manage with one hand. Zhou Hang eagerly accepted it, lowering his head to bite into a strip. This is the flavor. How I have longed for it. It has been ages since I savored this taste. He glanced over at Ling Ran, who was enjoying a yogurt-filled bread, and sincerely expressed, Sister, I am grateful for your presence. Were it not for you, I would struggle to enjoy even a simple bowl of plain rice. Chapter 66, Level 3 Zombies. The ground outside the rest area was stained with dried blood, accompanied by remnants of decaying flesh, with flies buzzing about freely. A few zombies roamed aimlessly. As Ling Ran and her companions approached, their movements immediately drew the attention of the zombies, who hastily advanced toward the source of the sound. Pei Xiu and the others swiftly engaged, ready to combat the undead. It was at this moment that Ling Ran noticed the Westerners accompanying them. Aside from the girl who possessed strength-based abilities, the other three were also endowed with extraordinary powers. The male driver wielded earth-based abilities, another male exhibited ice-based powers, while the remaining female was adept in water-based abilities. However, apart from the two boys being level 2 supernatural beings, both girls remain at level 1. In comparison to the Westerners, Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang's ability to combat the zombies is only marginally better than Lu Xiaoping's. One possesses speed-based abilities while the other wields water-based powers, both still at level 1, rendering them incapable of making a significant impact in the battle against the undead. Once the zombies were cleared, they disregarded those still inside the vehicle and proceeded towards the service area. In the distance, they spotted a convenience store and a small supermarket, seemingly brimming with supplies that had not been scavenged. It was only natural that these resources remained untouched, as no one had traversed this road, and the delivery vehicles had also been overlooked. Pei Xiu and the others were filled with excitement, eager to advance, yet Ling Ran furrowed her brow. Wait. Don't go over there. Just as her warning fell, a loud crash resonated as a table was hurled towards them. The group reacted swiftly, dodging just in time. A zombie emerged from the convenience store's dining area, its body relatively intact, save for a bite wound on its shoulder. With a square face tinged a ghastly gray and blood smeared across its visage, its lips were a vivid crimson, and its teeth stained red, indicating it had indulged in human flesh. This was a level 3 zombie. Pei Xiu, being the fastest due to his speed abilities, instinctively took the lead upon sighting the level 3 zombie. Run! Zhou Hang exclaimed, quickly launching a water arrow at the undead before hastily retreating. However, the zombie effortlessly swatted away Zhou Hang's attack, showing no signs of damage from the water arrow. As the Westerners contemplated their impending attack, a level 3 zombie suddenly materialized before them. The zombie extended its hand, intent on seizing the foremost Earth Elemental ability user. Just as it reached him, a slightly smaller ice wall emerged to obstruct its path. The zombie transformed its claw into a fist and forcefully struck the ice barrier. The wall shattered, only to be swiftly replaced by a sturdy earthen barrier. The two young women could only retreat while ineffectually casting their meager abilities. This zombie was a dual threat, possessing both strength and speed. It was common knowledge among all ability users that a level 3 ability wielder underwent a qualitative transformation. Though the specifics of this change remained elusive, they understood only that it was significantly more potent, rendering level 2 capabilities utterly incomparable. The same held true for zombies. The disparity between level 2 and level 3 zombies was unfathomable. The attacks from the level 2 ability users were effortlessly neutralized by this formidable undead creature. Desperation set in. They could not sustain their defenses any longer. The ice and earthen walls demanded considerable energy, and as level 2 ability users, their reserves were limited. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the earthen wall crumbled. The earth elemental user attempted a hasty retreat, but he was no match for the speed of the zombie. Ajay! The others cried out urgently. Realizing his escape was futile, Ajay chose to stand his ground, urging, "Go quickly." He resolved to sacrifice his own safety to buy time for the others. In a mere 10 seconds from the moment they spotted the convenience store, Their initial excitement had spiraled into peril. At that moment of indecision among the 3 remaining individuals, a celestial voice resonated. God said, "Be still." A radiant light emanated from a pink magic wand, freezing the zombie-esque grasp in midair. In that instant, it felt as though they had glimpsed the divine. Ling Ran stepped back a step behind the crowd, lightly tapping her magic wand. God said, "Incinerate." A stream of energy shot forth from the wand, engulfing the zombie in flames. The creature seemed to struggle, yet under Ling Ran's mental control, it was utterly powerless, merely enduring the agony as it was consumed by the fire, piece by piece. The stench of charred flesh was unbearable. However, no one covered their noses. They were all stunned by the spectacle before them. This was a level 3 zombie with dual abilities. A creature that had effortlessly overpowered their level 2 abilities was now being reduced to ash by the mere utterance of 2 phrases from the powerful figure, one to immobilize, and the other to incinerate. Apart from the green crystal core, the zombie was left as nothing but a handful of ashes. A timely breeze swept through, scattering the remnants. Lu Xiaoping was the first to react, exclaiming, "You are incredible, my lord. Indeed, even a level 3 zombie is nothing to you." Pei Xiao, filled with excitement, embraced Ling Ran. "Sister, you are amazing." Caught off guard, Ling Ran pushed him away in disdain. "You are filthy. Do not touch me." "Filthy? How so?" Pei Xiao glanced at himself. Compared to his pre-apocalyptic self, he undoubtedly appeared dirty, but in comparison to others in this new world, he was relatively clean. "You are truly remarkable." The Western survivor, having narrowly escaped disaster, was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you for saving us. If you ever need anything, please do not hesitate to command us." Ling Ran acknowledged, walking towards the convenience store. Perhaps due to the presence of 3 levels of zombies guarding the area, everything within this service station remains remarkably intact. After collecting all the items from the convenience store into her space, she proceeded to the supermarket and addressed the foreigners. "Each of you may take a basket of supplies. I shall gather the remainder." Ling Ran cast her gaze upon the small red baskets on the ground. No, we do not deserve these supplies. Were it not for you, we would have perished." They replied, "Did you not wish to follow me and scavenge the remnants? Go ahead." The foreigners were taken aback, then expressed their gratitude towards Ling Ran. "Thank you, esteemed leader." They felt an immense relief for having accompanied her. One of them grabbed a small red basket and began to browse the small supermarket, primarily selecting high-calorie items such as chocolates and candies. However, they were not excessively greedy. Instead, they took a few of each item. Once their baskets were full, they approached Ling Ran. "Leader, we have gathered our share." "Very well." After Pei Xiao and the others had procured some food, Ling Ran collected the rest into her space, then proceeded to a specialty shop, where she also stored the goods. To her surprise, they had amassed such a bounty even before reaching Ningshi. According to the map, there is still another service area before we arrive at Ningshi. Observing the dimming twilight, she noted that dinner time was approaching. "Let us remain here for the night and depart tomorrow." Her words met with unanimous agreement from the others. After clearing the service area of zombies, they also checked the gas station, discovering that fuel was still available. Ling Ran carefully excavated the oil tank, discovering nearly 100 cubic meters of reserves. She also made sure to fill several barrels of gasoline for the Westerners, whose off-road vehicles were remarkably fuel inefficient. Chapter 68. Searching for recipes. After thoroughly clearing out everything useful from the service area, the group finally found a restaurant where they could prepare a meal. Ling Ran retrieved the necessary cooking supplies, while Pei Xiao, Zhou Hang, and Lu Xiaoping adeptly began to handle the ingredients. During a casual chat while tidying up, Ling Ran learned the names of the Westerners. The Earth-type ability user was named Yu Jie, the Ice-type user was Yang Zimiang, the Strength-type user was Yao Jiafei, and the Water-type user was Gui Qingyu. They took out the prepared biscuits and water, watching Ling Ran busily cooking with great enthusiasm, unable to suppress their salivation. Lacking a spatial ability user, they had no means to cook for themselves, and, naturally, very little rice. Noticing their envious gazes, Ling Ran inquired, "Would you like to join us for a meal?" She felt no aversion towards the Westerners and did not mind sharing her food. No, it's fine." Yao Jiafei quickly waved her hand in refusal. "Thank you, but we brought our own food, which is sufficient." Having arrived from another base, they had witnessed many individuals resorting to desperate measures over a mere packet of instant noodles, leading them to a deeper understanding of the harsh realities of the apocalypse and the significance of resources. Due to their differing philosophies and the dissonance with their previous base, They had chosen to come to the southern province base, a place that all ability users seem to disdain. The conflicts here are significantly diminished due to the abundance of seafood resources. Thus, the significance of supplies cannot be overstated. They dare not take liberties. For this is not the world it once was. For dinner, a delightful medley was crafted from hot pot ingredients, featuring a generous assortment of meats, seafood, and vegetables, ultimately enriched with several packs of noodles. Complementing this feast were the sushi boxes prepared by Lu Xiaoping at noon, which were more than sufficient, one must admit. The diverse array of seasonings in this dish perfectly caters to Ling Ran's palate. As for the sushi, while subtle in flavor, it offered a distinct culinary experience. After satiating their appetites, the night had deepened. With the zombies in the parking lot having been cleared away, the surroundings were relatively tranquil. The group ingeniously fashioned a makeshift bed from the tables in the small eatery, covering it with some bedding, which proved to be quite satisfactory. Inside the eatery, there was a resting area with a small bed, naturally reserved for Ling Ran. They arranged for shifts to keep watch through the night, after which everyone drifted into slumber. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. The next day, while Yu Jie and the others nibbled on biscuits and sipped water, the pot was once again brought to a simmer. They watched enviously, for indeed, the leader did not compromise even in their travels. Breakfast consisted of lean meat rice noodles, with the meats and vegetables specially procured by Ling Ran. Ling Ran noted Lu Xiaoping's culinary prowess. The simple yet delicate rice noodles were cooked to perfection under her care. Lu Xiaoping felt a swell of joy within her. "Master, I shall strive even harder to perfect my craft." "Indeed," Ling Ran replied with a nod. "Once we reach Ning City, we shall seek out some recipes, and I can choose dishes from them." "Very well, master." After finishing their rice noodles, the group boarded the car, which had been filled with fuel the previous day, and continued their journey towards Ning City. The highway remained clear as they encountered minimal hazards, primarily due to the zombies being sluggish and stiff under the influence of the morning sunlight, rendering them less agile than during the night. Many of the undead preferred to forage under the cover of darkness, retreating during daylight hours. Chapter 69. A preemptive strike. The road was unobstructed, and the group smoothly exited the highway, arriving in Ning City. The sun shone brightly, and the weather was considerably more pleasant compared to Y City. The ground was littered with various vehicles and the remnants of humanity. Since it was not a bustling urban area, the number of zombies was relatively sparse, with only a few congregated here and there. Upon hearing the sound of the vehicle, they quickly surged toward Ling Ran and her companions. But their sluggish movements rendered them unable to keep pace, and soon the travelers left them behind. Zhou Hang glanced at the map and directed Pei Xiu, who was driving, "Turn left ahead." He then addressed Ling Ran, saying, "Sister, this map only covers a district of Ning City after we exit the highway. It lacks the maps for the other districts." Ling Ran replied, "Let us first search for supplies in this district, and we can explore the others as we go. After all, once we reach Ning City, having a map becomes less crucial. However, it would help us avoid unnecessary detours." "All right, Brother Xiao. Let us head to a large supermarket nearby," she suggested. "Yes, just guide me," he affirmed. After driving for over half an hour, they finally arrived at the large supermarket that Zhou Hang had indicated. The supermarket stood 3 stories tall, adjacent to a modest night market, where numerous uniform stalls were visibly lined up, some displaying food that had already succumbed to mold and decay. The stalls now lay abandoned, bereft of their proprietors. Beside the night market, a small square was littered with refuse, abandoned shoes, discarded phones, and thrown-out garments, among other debris. Scattered about were also a few fans and silk scarves. Within this chaotic scene, a handful of zombies could be seen, their blood-stained attire hinting at their former existence as elderly women who danced in the square, all clad in matching pink outfits. Their stylish curls, now matted with blood, obscured any trace of their original hair color. The entrance to the ground-level parking lot was obstructed by several vehicles, prompting Ling Ran to simply alight from the car there. The night market square offered little in terms of supplies, with the surrounding establishments primarily serving snacks, milk tea, fast food, stinky tofu, and various mobile phone and computer repair shops. The zombified elderly dancers, having caught the scent of humanity, immediately lunged towards them. Pei Xiu, being the swiftest among them, managed to seize one of the 3 zombies and successfully extracted a crystal core. The ground-level parking lot was not expansive, resulting in a limited number of zombies. Many car doors stood ajar, revealing car keys and owner's bags left casually on the passenger seats, painting a vivid picture of the panic that ensued when the apocalypse struck, forcing people to abandon their vehicles in haste. Upon entering the first floor of the supermarket, they discovered that the number of zombies inside was relatively sparse. After dispatching a few that had emerged from within, the group ventured further in, only to find that the resources in the vast supermarket had been nearly depleted. There is hardly any food left, but an abundance of daily necessities, appliances, and clothing remains. Paisio, feeling frustrated, slapped the nearby checkout counter. Damn it. We arrived too late. Let's head to another location. The district in Ning City is not considered a central area. It lies in the suburbs. The danger level is relatively low, and this supermarket does not attract a significant crowd. A capable team, with a bit of caution, could conquer it within a day or, at most, 2 or 3. Paisio pointed to the map. There is a mall approximately 7 kilometers from here. It should be the most bustling place in this district. Then let us go have a look, Ling Ran suggested. The group boarded their vehicle and made their way to Jinxiu Square in the district. The 6 or 7 kilometers was not a long distance, but due to roadblocks, it took them half an hour. Jinxiu Square features both above-ground and underground parking lots, encompassing a total of 5 levels, 3 above ground and 2 below. The first underground level is divided into a supermarket, a food court, and a parking area. The ground floor primarily houses jewelry shops, bookstores, and cafes, while the second floor is filled with tea shops, electronic goods, and children's clothing. The third floor is dedicated to restaurants, a cinema, and an arcade. Chapter 70. A pincer attack naturally. Ling Ran and her companions aimed for the large supermarket on the first underground level. However, upon noticing the sign indicating a bookstore on the ground floor, Ling Ran expressed her desire to take a look. The crowd on the mall's ground floor was manageable, with most people either in the underground level or on the third floor. Apart from Ling Ran, the group entered the mall back-to-back. The bright glass windows were now smeared with blood and dust, and several shops were present, along with a couple of zombies aimlessly wandering about. The coffee shop was bustling with a multitude of customers. At least 5 or 6 zombies could be seen, identifiable by their attire as both staff and patrons. Paisio and his companions, without the assistance of Ling Ran, swiftly dealt with all the zombies on the first floor. Shortly thereafter, they stumbled upon a quaint bookstore nestled in a corner. The bookstore was modest in size, roughly 20 square meters, featuring a small nook furnished with tables and chairs. However, most patrons were either standing or seated on the floor, engrossed in their reading. Ling Ran, disinterested in searching for a menu, promptly gathered all the books into her space. Yao Jiafei and her companions watched in awe, filled with envy and admiration. Just how vast could this space be? Unlike the spatial abilities they had encountered before, where individuals had to be frugal with their possessions due to limited capacity, Ling Ran's space defied their imagination. In the service area, she had already stored a small convenience store, a mini supermarket, and a considerable amount of oil. Now she had added a bookstore, and they surmised that soon enough, the supermarket would also fit within. Was her space at level 5 or 6? Or perhaps 7 or 8? In this apocalyptic world, where a level 3 ability was already considered formidable, they could hardly fathom the extent of Ling Ran's powers. The escalator had ceased to function, and the group cautiously descended the steps. Yu Jie and Yang Ziming led the way, as, apart from Ling Ran, they possessed the highest levels of abilities. As they descended, they approached a food street and a large supermarket. If the supplies within had not been claimed, they were certain that many zombies lurked inside. The further they descended, the dimmer the surroundings became. The absence of light was palpable, and the basement floor was particularly suffocating, devoid of any illumination. Yu Jie and Yang Ziming led the way, holding a diminutive flashlight that cast a faint glow ahead. As they descended the escalator, the beam illuminated a nearby lottery shop, where 7 or 8 zombies lurked. Further along, the light revealed a food establishment teeming with even more of the undead. Opposite the food shop lay one of the supermarket's entrances, where a multitude of zombies could be discerned. The good news was that supplies were still available. The bad news was the overwhelming number of zombies. The moment the light appeared, it instantly captured the attention of the undead. Their raspy breaths echoed, resembling both a call and a signal to attack. In an instant, countless grayish-white eyes fixated upon them. The darkness of their surroundings enabled the zombies to move with alarming speed. As Yu Jie merely directed the light, the horde surged towards them with frightening swiftness. Run! They found themselves in a constricted position. If they were surrounded by zombies above and below, it would be futile to cry for help. It was crucial to remember that the zombies on the second floor had yet to be cleared. Should they hear the commotion, they would undoubtedly descend. Ling Ran was ensconced in the center, with everyone turning to flee, propelled forward by those behind her. Upon reaching the ground floor, They beheld the zombies from the second and third levels already locating the escalator, hastening downwards. They were caught in a pincer movement. However, it was imperative to draw the battle outside. As long as there was sunlight, the zombies' formidable strength would be significantly diminished. Chapter 71. Holding one's breath. The light on the ground floor was dim. Soon, the zombies ascended the escalator. Despite the light streaming in through the glass windows hindering their speed, they were now perilously close. Yu-Jia swiftly unleashed his supernatural powers, causing an intricate network of earthen spikes to erupt beneath the zombies, impaling those in the front row and sending them tumbling backward. The group hastily fled, but just a few steps ahead. Their path was obstructed by the zombies descending from the second and third floors. Ziming, I will hold back the zombies behind us. You forge a path ahead. We simply need to escape, Yu-Jia instructed. Understood, Ziming replied. The two coordinated seamlessly, positioning themselves one in front of the other to shield their companions. The others were equally proactive, adjusting their positions to assist, except for Ling Ran, who remained notably idle. They all recognized that Ling Ran could easily handle such a situation alone. However, they understood the necessity of not always relying on their formidable ally, as he could not protect them indefinitely. Without the experience of battling zombies, they risked not only succumbing to the undead, but also to the perils posed by humanity itself. Ling Ran, observing the chaos, seemed quite at ease. He leisurely retrieved a pack of spicy snacks, savoring them while audibly relishing the flavors. The others were taken aback, urging themselves to remain calm. Focus. We must remain composed. Hold your breath. Do not succumb to the aroma of the spicy snacks. Oh, the scent of those snacks was overpowering. Despite the stench of the surrounding zombies, which could induce nausea, it was still unable to eclipse the tantalizing fragrance of the spicy treats. The group found themselves in a sensory battlefield, oscillating between the foul and the fragrant. The zombies, indifferent to their plight, lunged at the sight of potential sustenance, prompting everyone to activate their powers without delay. In a fierce confrontation, Zhou Hang and Guoqingyu, wielding their water manipulation abilities, conjured a massive water sphere and hurled it towards the zombie's head. Meanwhile, Yao Jiafei and Pei Xiu, endowed with powers of strength and speed, drew inspiration from the third-tier zombies in the service area. Under Pei Xiu's swift guidance, Yao Jiafei adeptly followed suit, swiftly severing the head of a zombie with her machete in a decisive blow. Lu Xiaoping, lacking any supernatural abilities, skillfully navigated through the chaos, seizing the opportunity to swiftly decapitate any isolated zombies with her steel blade. As the severed heads piled up, the zombies remained animated yet motionless, their inability to act rendering them harmless. A simple kick was sufficient to send the heads far away. Fortunately, the task of disposal was rendered unnecessary, as the relentless horde of zombies trampled over the severed heads, ensuring their complete annihilation. After vanquishing dozens of zombies, the group's faces turned pale. Their powers had been thoroughly depleted. Yet, they did not succumb to despair. Instead, they drew forth their weapons. Bang! Just as Pei Xiu, devoid of his powers, reached for his weapon, he noticed the firearm hanging from his chest. In that moment, he felt utterly foolish. The gun fired. Zhou Hang, equally dazed, exclaimed, "Wait, I have a gun. Why did no one remind me?" Although the weapon boasted considerable firepower, their aim was less than precise. The bullets failed to strike the zombies' heads, nearly slowing their advance. The sound of gunfire echoed relentlessly as they suppressed the horde, retreating while firing. Before long, they found themselves at the threshold of the entrance. Not far from the entrance, a dozen zombies were hastening towards them. "Let me go first," Yang Ziming shouted, propelling himself forward. Chapter 72. The Aesthetics of Violence. At last, everyone fled from the mall. The zombies followed suit, yet their movements were sluggish due to the sunlight. Nevertheless, the exhausted group found themselves powerless against the overwhelming horde of zombies. When they had initially suppressed the onslaught, Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang had already exhausted their ammunition, with even the bullets in their handguns nearly depleted. Pei Xiu, disregarding any notions of bravado, found himself utterly drained, his supernatural abilities and stamina spent, compounded by the recoil of the firearms. "Sister, help me," he cried out. Then came a soft voice. God said, "Fire curtain." Instantly, the tension in everyone's hearts dissipated. Simultaneously, the moisture in the air seemed to evaporate, and a wave of heat surged forth. A fiery curtain emerged between them and the zombies. Any attempt by the undead to advance would be met with flames. As for the other side, God said, "Ice wall." Just moments ago, they had been sweating from the heat of the fire curtain. Now, with the appearance of the ice wall, a refreshing coolness enveloped them. Their backs were scorched by flames while their fronts were invigorated by the chill, creating a true dichotomy of ice and fire. Ling Ran stood resolutely between the two extremes, her magic wand lightly tapping the air. Shatter. With that ethereal utterance, the fire curtain and ice wall shattered into countless fragments, raining down upon the zombies. Hiss. Those zombies were devoid of pain. In that instant, Pei Xiu sensed their agony. The fragments, akin to razor-sharp blades, recklessly harvested within the bodies of the zombies, erupted simultaneously in a resounding explosion as hundreds of zombie heads burst open, showering the air with brain matter and an indeterminate green liquid. It resembled an explosion from an art film, bloody yet orderly, possessing a certain aesthetic of violent beauty. All who beheld this scene stood stunned into silence. With a gentle tap of her magic wand, Ling Ran conjured a transparent curtain of water that enveloped them all, ensuring that not a single droplet of brain matter or other debris touched them. It was truly magnificent and undeniably beautiful. They felt justified in using the term beauty to describe it. For the first time, they grasped the essence of violent aesthetics. Pei Xiu, holstering his still-smoking gun, was about to applaud Ling Ran, but Lu Xiaoping's applause preceded him. With fervent claps, she marveled, "My lord, you are extraordinary. You are a deity." "Modesty, modesty," Ling Ran replied, satisfied by their awe. "Now, let us excavate the crystal cores." Upon hearing those words, the fatigue and weariness of the others vanished in an instant. As the water curtain dissipated, everyone rushed to dig for the crystal cores, with Zhou Hang and Guo Qingyu exerting their last remnants of water-based abilities to cleanse all the cores thoroughly. A rough estimate suggested that there were at least 600 or 700 cores. The 7 of them had fought valiantly, exhausting all their methods to slay approximately 100 zombies, while their leader, with just a few words, had effortlessly dispatched 500 or 600. The disparity between individuals was staggering. They lacked even the qualifications to aspire to his level. All the crystal cores were entrusted to Ling Ran, though they had made contributions. Without her, they would have perished long ago. Ling Ran did not consume their crystal cores after dispatching the zombies. She casually discarded the cores for them to divide amongst themselves. The remaining cores were all absorbed by her. The first encounter with Yu Jiexerin left him in awe. Is she truly that formidable? Her sister is the chosen one, after all, and naturally. She is not like ordinary individuals. I can suppress firepower too. I must have taken down at least 20, and I believe my marksmanship is rather precise. Zhou Hang hastily added. In no time, the 100 crystal cores were swiftly apportioned among the 7 of them. Chapter 73. A bountiful harvest. Ling Ran absorbed over 600 crystal cores in one go. And with the addition of a third-tier zombies core she had absorbed the previous day, her body was now brimming with spiritual energy, leaving her utterly invigorated. "Let us proceed downwards," she declared. Without the need for a break, the group promptly followed Ling Ran to the -1 level. The -1 level was shrouded in darkness, however. This time, they opted not to use mini flashlights, but rather large illuminating lamps, one for each person, illuminating the area brilliantly. There were still about 10 zombies lingering in the -1 level, yet they posed no significant threat. Upon entering the supermarket, the sight of abundant supplies left everyone's eyes gleaming with excitement. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such an abundance of provisions. This should suffice for several years. Wouldn't you agree? At the front, where the cash registers were located, they found chewing gum, QQ candies, and small umbrellas. Pei Xiu opened a packet of QQ candies and exclaimed, "How come I never realized how delicious these are before?" Yu Jiexerin observed this scene but refrained from indulging. They had previously agreed to only collect the discarded items that the esteemed one deemed unnecessary. If the esteemed one had no refuse left, they would harbor no resentment. Ling Ran was selecting snacks when she noticed Yu Jie and his companions, who surprisingly managed to resist the temptation of the abundant supplies before them. "Each of you may take a cart," she offered. "Thank you, esteemed one." With her consent, Yu Jie and his friends immediately took a cart each and began deliberating on what to collect. Some seeds, rice, flour, spices, and instant noodles. Their focus was primarily on staple foods, as they deemed it prudent to wait until they had sufficient essentials before indulging in snacks. After all, such items could hardly satiate hunger. The fruits outside had largely spoiled, emitting a foul odor and attracting numerous flies, while the adjacent vegetable and yogurt sections suffered similar fates. Lu Xiaoping meticulously examined the frozen section for items like ham sausages, carefully checking expiration dates and flavor integrity. Anything that met her standards was added to her cart for later storage in her space. Ling Ran opened a package of snacks and, finding them unpalatable, casually tossed them to Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang, who showed no disdain. What they typically shunned now seemed like gourmet delicacies. "Ah, this is delicious," Ling Ran exclaimed as she savored a particularly tasty spicy skewer, promptly storing the remainder in her space. The sections for marinated dishes and seafood had been completely depleted. Yet the bread aisle still had several bags of bread that, while past their expiration dates, had not yet spoiled. After Yu Jie and his companions had selected their share of supplies, Ling Ran gathered everything from the shelves into her space, not sparing even the appliances and utensils. As they gathered their supplies, Yao Jiafei's keen eyes spotted that a certain section of bread remained untouched by Ling Ran. She quickly whispered, "Boss, aren't you going to collect that bread over there?" "HM?" Ling Ran followed her gaze, replying, "Oh, Xiaolu mentioned that the bread there has expired. Don't you want it?" "No." "Then can we take it?" "Feel free." Upon hearing this, Yao Jiafei eagerly rushed over to load all the bread onto a new cart. While the spoiled and moldy ones were undoubtedly inedible, those that had merely surpassed their expiration dates still contained preservatives and were safe for consumption. After all, they wouldn't lead to dire consequences, so they could indulge freely. Once they confirmed that the supermarket had been thoroughly emptied, the group prepared to depart. Yao Jiafei, along with 5 carts of goods, was fortunate that their SUV had ample space. With a bit of maneuvering, everything could be accommodated. All right. No one expressed dissent regarding this arrangement. Chapter 74. I can solve this problem upon exiting the supermarket. It was already noon. They casually found a noodle shop nearby. After clearing out the zombies inside, they were ready to have lunch. Ling Ran noticed some self-heating hot pots that they had previously enjoyed and decided to bring out 8 boxes for their midday meal. However, relying solely on hot pots would not suffice, so Lu Xiaoping set up a large pot to boil some noodles, adding shrimp stored at the southern base, along with ham and marinated eggs. For those who preferred spice, they could add chili sauce, while others who favored garlic sauce could indulge in that instead. Pei Xiu savored a mouthful of noodles paired with the self-heating hot pot, nodding in satisfaction. Delicious. Ling Ran was quite satisfied with her meal. How about hot pot for dinner? I recall we gathered quite a bit of hot pot base today. However, she added, without fresh meat and vegetables, the flavor would be significantly diminished. Ling Ran furrowed her brow. Indeed, the absence of meat was a substantial drawback. Yet, with the apocalypse nearing its 6th month and devoid of electricity, the frozen meat had long since spoiled. As for fresh meat, they would need to venture to some pig farms, but one might wonder if those pigs were still alive. Let us leave it to fate, if necessary. We can purchase it, she mused, confident in her financial means, though currently unable to dine out. After lunch, the group boarded their vehicle. With no specific destination in mind, they decided to drive aimlessly, stopping wherever they might find supplies. As night fell, they had only gathered a few scattered items. Small supermarkets and convenience stores had long been emptied. Only in bustling urban areas, densely populated shops might still hold some remnants. As darkness enveloped the landscape, they found themselves in a relatively deserted area, likely a rural setting, with only 7 or 8 houses standing side by side. With the night now pitch black, numerous zombies that had concealed themselves during the day began to stir, their eerie hissing echoing from afar, instilling fear in the hearts of the living. Yu Jie and his companions, being somewhat seasoned, utilized the car's headlights to locate a well-furnished 2-story house where they decided to halt. "Boss, shall we stay here for the night?" "Yes," came the affirmative reply. No sooner had the words left his lips than a faint light flickered on in the house, accompanied by a stern male voice from within. "There are people here. Go away." Yu Jie frowned slightly. "Then let us move to the adjacent building." Among the 7 or 8 households, only these 2 had constructed 2-story homes, as their numbers were considerable and a single-story dwelling seemed insufficient. As the vehicle advanced a bit further, Guo Yu furrowed her brow and remarked, "Ajay, next door. We must." She gestured towards the supplies in the car. Ling Ran, who had been listening nearby, raised an eyebrow and suggested, "If you do not mind, you may temporarily store them in my space." "Not at all." Once everyone disembarked, Ling Ran swiftly stored both vehicles within her space. Yu Jie and the others exhaled in relief and expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed one." Upon illuminating the area, they discovered the door was locked. Just as Ling Ran was about to force it open, Yang Ziming raised his hand and declared, "Allow me, I am proficient in this matter." Stepping forward, he produced a wire from seemingly nowhere and, after a brief flurry of activity, swiftly unlocked the door. Pei Xiu gazed at him in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness, my brother. What did you do before the apocalypse? Surely, You weren't a notorious thief? Please, do not misconstrue. Yang Ziming hurriedly waved his hands. I merely possess a locksmith's skills. Duly registered with the police department, it is a family tradition. Zhou Hang, standing by, expressed his envy, remarking, that is quite impressive. Unlike our studies in finance, which are utterly useless in this new world. Do not even mention it, Yao Jiafei lamented. I pursued business English, enduring the arduous journey to conquer the 6th levels, only to find. Chapter 75. The social demise of Li Ro. With the door now ajar, the group cautiously entered. The beam of their flashlight revealed an empty space. Although the door had been secured, one could never be too certain about the presence of others inside. It was prudent to remain vigilant. After a thorough examination, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, there was no one here, nor any zombies. Typically, lights would not be turned on at night, as illumination attracts the undead. However, Ling Ran was unperturbed. The dimly lit surroundings made her cautious about her speech and breath, which she found intolerable. She promptly placed lamps around the room, illuminating the entire space brilliantly. Shortly thereafter, a voice from next door grumbled, "Damn it, what fools! Who turns on such bright lights at night?" Ling Ran chuckled softly, prompting Pei Xiu to quickly intervene. "Sister, calm down. Don't let those people get to you. We'll be eating soon." "All right." Pei Xiu was somewhat surprised by Ling Ran's easy acquiescence. When had she become so mild-tempered? Lu Xiaoping finished tidying the house and had just set up the pot to prepare dinner when a harmonious voice drifted in from next door. The individuals in the room exchanged glances, feeling slightly awkward. Ahem. Although such scenes were common in the apocalypse, encountering them with unfamiliar people still evoked a sense of embarrassment. Ling Ran maintained her composure and, noticing their halted activities, lightly tapped the table. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and cook." As she spoke, she retrieved her phone along with some sunflower seeds and nuts, arranging them on a plate. She began to indulge in both television and novels simultaneously. The phone was a find. She had no idea to whom it belonged, but it contained numerous stories. During the day, Ling Ran charged the phone in the car. And now at night, it was the perfect opportunity to read. As she perused, a sudden realization struck her. Wait, isn't this exactly what modern society refers to as risk literature? She opened the settings, where the Apple ID displayed the owner's name, Li Ro. Ling Ran thought to herself. She reluctantly flipped to the next chapter, discovering that while the plot was somewhat lacking, it felt as though the protagonists were two men. When she witnessed the accidental kiss between them, Ling Ran was finally certain that the main characters were indeed two males. Silence enveloped the evening at Cambridge. Li Ro. Do the girls of this world truly enjoy such narratives? Ling Ran mused that she would not find pleasure in reading such stories. Subsequently, she perused a few more books and eventually stumbled upon one with a captivating plot. Though it still bore a hint of awkwardness, it was undeniably delightful. "Dinner is ready, dear." "Oh." Ling Ran accepted the chopsticks, consuming her meal while engrossed in her novel. The others watched her as she diligently devoured her rice. They dared not address her as Big Shot and instead cast their gazes towards her younger brother. Pei Xiu suddenly felt a surge of pride. "Sister, stop looking at your phone. You haven't even taken any food. Eat your own." "Oh." The dog appeared aggrieved, just as they were enjoying their meal. A voice unexpectedly emerged from the now silent neighboring table. "Hey, what are you all eating? Mind your own business." Pei Xiu could not refrain from retorting. A faint squabble ensued next door, likely spurred by an irate man attempting to cause trouble and seize resources, but he was dissuaded by his companions. Although this place was remote, and they had not encountered many zombies on their way here, one could never be too cautious, as there could be lurking dangers in the shadows. To become complacent could ultimately cost them their lives. This group of individuals was far too arrogant. Indeed, during conversation, they spoke without the slightest whisper of discretion, completely unafraid of our hearing. This, I believe, is nothing short of provocation. How amusing. They remain blissfully unaware of the kind of individuals they are antagonizing. But it is too late now. There is no need for further discussion. The dangers of the night far exceed those of the day. Prudence is of utmost importance. In the darkness, should one gaze closely, they would behold a throng of grayish-white zombies, devoid of eyeballs, their bodies grotesquely disfigured, skin decomposing to reveal muscle and bone. They move in erratic, twisted formations. A multitude advancing towards us. Chapter 76. The zombie tide. After their meal, the group prepared for washing up and rest. Ling Ran, already nestled in bed with her phone in hand, indulged in snacks while scrolling through her screen, occasionally breaking into a perplexing smile. Meanwhile, Pei Xiu sat in the living room, on watch for the night, having drawn the first shift, though it was still early, merely 9 o'clock. The post-apocalyptic world offered little in the way of entertainment, leading everyone to adopt an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine. Pei Xiu was engrossed in his phone, a recent acquisition from a shop he had visited that day. After charging it in his vehicle, he discovered a plethora of novels about the return of the Dragon King, which he treasured dearly. Life in this desolate world was exceedingly dull. One could hardly pass the time without some distraction. Just as he became absorbed in his reading, a panicked, urgent whisper from next door jolted him awake. He quickly stowed his phone and, utilizing his abilities, stealthily approached the door. The moonlight of the night was dim, akin to a delicate veil that gently shrouded all beneath it. Though not blinding, it was sufficient for Pei Xiu to discern the densely packed horde of zombies in the distance. He was instantly struck with a sense of dread. A cursory glance revealed that the number of zombies was vastly greater than those encountered during the day in the supermarket on the first basement level. A few of them were momentarily stunned, but soon rose quietly, hastily donning their shoes, and ascended to the second floor to awaken the others. As for Ling Ran, she had not slept at all. A horde of zombies? Ling Ran raised an eyebrow slightly, her mental energy extending outward. Approximately 20 meters away, there indeed approached 1,000 or so zombies. Strangely, they emitted not a sound. No wonder they had gone undetected until now. From the adjacent unit came the faint rustling of movement, indicating that someone was packing. Despair washed over them, for neither of the two houses possessed a back door. They could only exit through the front. All of Ling Ran's belongings were safely stored in her spatial pocket, allowing for immediate departure. However, they refrained from leaving hastily, as it was possible the zombies were merely passing by, and stepping outside would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Clearly, the occupants of the neighboring house shared this sentiment, as they secured their door tightly, holding their breath and daring not to make a sound. Ling Ran stood on the balcony of the second floor, recalling the recent events. Nonchalantly, she retrieved a cup from the room and tossed it into the yard of the adjacent house. The sound of shattering glass echoed sharply in the stillness of the night. She could hear the heavy breaths of the individuals next door, yet no one uttered a word of reproach. Despite their attempts to conceal their alarm, the shattering cup inevitably attracted the zombies. Once quiet, the horde erupted into guttural roars, reminiscent of wails from the depths of hell. As they surged towards the source of the noise, intent on devouring all life in their path. At this moment, it was evident that escape was no longer an option. An angry, suppressed voice emanated from the neighboring room. "Damn bitch, how dare you harm us? Enough, we must leave quickly, or we shall be trapped." The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a group hastily exited, only to be met with a chilling sight. Before them lay an unending tide of zombies, dense and overwhelming, as if a single spit could drown them all. Run. This group comprised 11 individuals, 3 women and 8 men. The women, clad in tattered and revealing garments, bore on their exposed skin numerous marks of violence and struggle. In contrast, the men were relatively clean and well covered, with the 2 leading figures possessing a fierce demeanor and firearms in hand. Chapter 77. To bring them to their doom suddenly, a petite man waved his hand, and a Western-style pickup truck materialized before them. The open cargo area had evidently been modified into a sealed compartment resembling that of a freight vehicle. This man was, astonishingly, a spatial ability user. No wonder Ling Ran and the others had not spotted a vehicle outside the house upon their arrival. The 11 quickly boarded the vehicle, and although they moved with considerable haste, the zombies, prowling in the darkness, were even swifter. In the blink of an eye, the undead were merely a few meters away. The truck roared to life. Before the rear door could be secured, several zombies lunged forward. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted. The man displayed commendable marksmanship, successfully hitting several zombies in the head. Upon seeing the relentless pursuit of the zombies, the man, filled with defiance, spat onto the ground and uttered, "Wretched harlots. If you intend to harm us, do not expect to fare any better." He extracted a mobile phone from his pocket and blasted it with raucous music, tossing it towards the nearby building. The jubilant strains of the song echoed ominously in the air, creating a dissonance that felt eerie amidst the chaos. As Ujia observed the phone descending towards them, he contemplated using his powers to intercept it when a voice beside him intoned, "God commands, rebound," with a resounding thud. The phone struck the ground of the carriage. The cacophony of sound stirred the zombies into a frenzy, with more and more of them clinging to the carriage, some even attempting to scale its roof. The man's gaze swept across the interior of the carriage, landing on two women trembling in the corner, while the third appeared more composed. She possessed a level 1 water-based ability, rendering her relatively significant within the group, not easily expendable. The man gestured to another, signaling. Cast her aside. Who? Anyone. No, please. The two women wept profusely, hastily kneeling in supplication. Quan Gu, I beg you. I can do anything for you. Please. Do not abandon me. The man known as Quan exhibited no trace of empathy in his eyes, merely urging the other man to hasten his actions. After a moment's deliberation, the man seized the less attractive of the two women. The woman struggled desperately, pleading, Brother Quan, Brother Jun, please, I beg you. Her words of supplication were abruptly cut short as she was cast down. Before her scream could escape, the ravenous zombies, previously climbing the vehicle, ceased their efforts and immediately swarmed her, feasting upon her flesh. In the blink of an eye, all that remained on the ground was a gruesome pile of bloody bones. The woman left in the compartment felt no sense of relief. Instead, her trembling intensified. Today it was someone else, but tomorrow it could very well be her. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, yet she dared not utter a sound, hiding in the corner, striving to suppress her shivers. The sacrifice of one individual had indeed slowed the zombies' advance, but as night fell, evading them would prove to be a formidable challenge. Brother Quan, what should we do? If we press forward, we'll soon reach the city streets, where the zombies will be even more numerous, and we will be surrounded. The thought of continuing down this path, even if more lives were sacrificed, offered no hope of escape. This strategy was undeniably desperate, and all present quickly acquiesced to Brother Quan's plan. Chapter 78. Just a cup, the vehicle swiftly turned around at an opportune location, making its way towards Ling Ran and her companions. The zombies pursued them with relentless speed. Armed with guns, Brother Jun and Brother Quan fired, but their efforts proved futile as their ammunition swiftly dwindled. The slender man at the wheel remarked, Brother Quan, that wretched woman is still upstairs. She hasn't left. What a fool, Brother Quan muttered in disdain. In that case, let us forcefully breach their door and see how they can remain uninvolved any longer. The vehicle came to a halt in front of Ling Ran's residence. The relentless horde of zombies swiftly surrounded them, and the air became charged with various supernatural abilities. As they defended themselves, they kicked open the heavy door and dashed into the courtyard. The zombies surged in, causing the sturdy door frame to tremble precariously. Quan Gu and his companions attempted to enter the main room, intending to ascend to the second floor. However, upon trying to open the door, they discovered it was encased in a thick wall of ice, rendering it impossible to budge. The formidable thickness of the ice wall surprised Jun Gu. Quan Gu. This must be the work of at least a third-level supernatural being. Quan Gu was equally astonished, yet given the urgency of their situation, there was no time for such observations. Cripple, quickly use your fire abilities to melt the ice. Shinbin, create a ladder with your powers. Let us see if we can reach the second floor. Understood. The limping Li Xin, a first-level fire ability user, was sheltered behind them. He hurriedly directed his flames at the ice wall, but after a brief struggle, he realized it was futile. The ice was far too thick, with his feeble fire abilities. He would be burning for ages. Quan Gu, it won't work. It's too thick. Quan Gu, I can't hold on much longer. The faces of those blocking the zombies turned pale, their legs trembling. They were clearly nearing their limits. Their group consisted of 10 individuals, aside from one ordinary woman. The rest possessed supernatural abilities, including 2 second-level users and 1 third-level user. Quan Gu, Lu Qingchuan, was the third-level user who had yet to engage in the fray. Observing Chun Bin form a small ladder with his earth abilities, which, while it provided some elevation, was insufficient to access the second floor. Lu Qingchuan tossed his firearm to the slender man, Wang Zhendong, and placed his hand upon the earth. Under the moonlight, the resplendent gold rose majestically from the ground, swiftly ascending in layers, akin to the construction of a staircase. Before they could reach the top, they were already confronted by the frenzied zombies above, hastily climbing upwards. Halfway up, a thick earthen wall abruptly isolated the zombies. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Qingchuan felt a surge of blood rise in his throat. They were mere death row inmates, destined for execution in prison. Who could have anticipated the arrival of the apocalypse and the awakening of supernatural abilities? Lu Qingchuan quickly organized those endowed with powers, seizing firearms from the police station, engaging in rampant violence and plunder. In their eyes, the southern province base, despite its favorable geographical position, was utterly inept in its utilization, rendering it unworthy of their allegiance. Moreover, the high-ranking officials of the southern province base were all military personnel. And these condemned individuals, notorious for their heinous deeds, harbored an intense disdain for the soldiers, refusing to submit to their authority. Little did they expect that today they would be outmaneuvered by a woman they had always looked down upon. A cup, merely a cup. Had he thought of this tactic earlier, diverting the calamity, he would not now find himself in such dire straits. Chapter 79. The sky is falling. As Lu Qingchuan was deep in thought, battling the zombies with his powers while devising a plan, a faint voice echoed above him. Are you angry? Have you reached the point of exasperation? Oh, The light laughter resonated with an air of unbridled arrogance. Lu Qingchuan could not contain himself any longer. Damn you. You. A torrent of expletives erupted from his lips, laden with frustration and fury. In those years, even when apprehended by the police for committing serial murders, Lu Qingchuan remained unperturbed. Not even the pronouncement of the death penalty by the judge could breach his composure. Yet, at this moment, he faltered. Ling Ran, listening to Lu Qingchuan's unraveling words, felt no anger. Instead, she calmly stated the facts. Go ahead and curse, for after today, there shall be no tomorrow. Her eerie laughter accompanied her cutting remarks, which not only unsettled Lu Qingchuan but also caused others to crack. The very individual responsible for their plight exhibited no remorse. Instead, he continued to deliver sardonic comments, a provocation that no one could endure. Soon, their abilities waned, and their physical strength dwindled. They observed the relentless tide of zombies outside, hindered from overwhelming them due to the vehicles and terrain. Oh dear, how could you possibly be at fault? You are blameless. No, I truly am at fault. Just save me, and I shall serve you faithfully. I will go east if you command it. I will not stray west. I will endure any humiliation you impose. Please, grant me this opportunity. I am still a level 3 metal ability user, brimming with potential. Others joined in, their pleas dripping with desperation. Then go ahead and eat excrement. As he spoke, he seized the woman who had been silently lurking behind and, amidst her screams, forcefully hurled her forward. The zombies, momentarily diverted, turned and lunged at her. And within mere seconds, she was consumed. Pei Xiao and the others, observing from their elevated position, were starkly confronted with the gruesome spectacle, which provoked a visceral reaction of nausea. Before they could even retch, they were met with an unexpected deluge from above. A substantial mass fell before Lu Qingchuan, accompanied by the words, "Now that it's here, if you consume it, I might consider saving you." Yet, the relentless onslaught of zombies was overwhelming. Lu Qingchuan hastily engaged in bargaining. A soft response followed. Then, as the divine command states, the zombies shall remain still. Those zombies, having just feasted on the woman, became abruptly motionless, as if the film had been paused. Lu Qingchuan and his companions had never witnessed such extraordinary powers, leaving them utterly astounded. Perhaps moments ago, they were contemplating revenge on the woman once they escaped, but now, only fear remained in their hearts. How could someone possess such strength? How could an individual's ability render thousands of zombies immobile? Chapter 80. No spitting allowed. Eat, echoed that faint voice once more, though no threats were uttered. A shiver ran through the hearts of all present. Lu Qingchuan felt genuine trepidation. However, the suggestion to consume feces seemed merely a jest, as one cannot truly expect him to partake in such an act. Who could have anticipated encountering someone so unconventional, who would insist he actually eat excrement? The others gazed at Lu Qingchuan with sympathy in their eyes. Fortunately, when they pledged their loyalty, they refrained from uttering such words. Otherwise, they too would face the grim choice between consuming feces or meeting their demise. "Master, if I actually eat it, will you save me? Is this just idle chatter?" An impatient voice echoed. "Without the courage to express loyalty, perhaps it is best to let it be," the deity remarked. Before she could finish her words, Lu Qingchuan hastily interrupted. "I will eat. I will eat. I am most sincere." He glanced at the pile of excrement on the ground, its origin a mystery, still emitting a faint warmth and a repugnant odor. Lu Qingchuan gradually squatted down, his movements slow and filled with despair. At that moment, he wished fervently for someone to come to his rescue, to extricate him from this predicament. He stealthily shifted his gaze to his subordinates, but as soon as they caught sight of his expression, they averted their eyes. There was no hope for rescue, not in this lifetime. Lu Qingchuan gritted his teeth inwardly, lowering his head, and even before making contact, the mere thought of touching the filth made him nauseous. Just as he was mentally preparing himself, Ling Ran grew impatient, exclaiming, "Stop dawdling, it's infuriating. I will eat." Lu Qingchuan shouted, closing his eyes as he plunged his head into the deliciously soft pile of excrement. "Ugh, no vomiting." The witch's merciless voice rang out once more. Lu Qingchuan dared not ponder the taste. As soon as it entered his mouth, he swallowed it whole. Yet it felt as though it lingered, the sticky substance seemingly pervading every corner of his mouth. He couldn't help but recall a couple he had once murdered. In front of the husband, he had humiliated his wife, subsequently forcing the man to drink his own urine and eat his own excrement. After subjecting them to extreme torment, he had methodically dismembered the wife before finally killing the husband. Retribution? Lu Qingchuan did not believe in retribution. He merely felt unfortunate, attributing his plight to his own inadequacy. If retribution truly existed, he should have perished when the apocalypse erupted, rather than awakening his extraordinary abilities, which made him far stronger than many others. Gulping down the repulsive food, Lu Qingchuan reminded himself to endure humiliation and bear burdens, to survive until he grew stronger. He vowed to exact vengeance on that despicable woman, to violate and kill her repeatedly, ultimately dismembering her and feeding her remains to the zombies. In a fit of extreme rage, Lu Qingchuan finally finished the revolting meal. He suppressed his overwhelming nausea and spoke with an attempt at conciliatory charm. "Boss, I have finished. I swear it's all true. I can be your loyal dog. And I will obey your every command." "Oh," Ling Ran observed him, a hint of disgust evident in her expression. "You are utterly revolting. With excrement still lingering at the corners of your mouth. It seems every word you speak carries a foul odor." Lu Qingchuan thought to himself, wasn't that repugnant taste in his mouth a result of her actions? "Boss, I can clean myself," he offered. "How disgusting." Ling Ran shook her head. God said, "Zombies, revel in your feast." The zombies, having been still for barely 5 minutes, seemed bewildered for a moment. But soon the heavy scent of blood engulfed them, prompting them to lunge toward Lu Qingchuan and his companions. Chapter 81. All are dust. Lu Qingchuan had initially thought that after consuming such filth, his days would be spent in silent endurance, gradually amassing strength. However, he was taken aback when Ling Ran, showing a lack of integrity, forced him to eat that repugnant meal and then promptly reneged on her word. "How can you be so untrustworthy? I merely said I would consider it. I never agreed." She was rather adorable, wasn't she? But then, Lu Qingchuan, feeling utterly overwhelmed, exclaimed with frustration, unleashing a torrent of expletives. Once again, Ling Ran found herself subjected to derogatory remarks about her ancestry. Yet, before long, that voice faded away. As the number of zombies increased, leading to a chaotic scene where they pushed and shoved each other, amidst the cacophony of screams. Lu Qingchuan was ultimately the last to be engulfed by the horde. Even in his final moments, he could not comprehend how he had met such an abrupt demise. It was akin to the bewilderment of those he had slain, who, having done no wrong, could not fathom their misfortune in being so suddenly murdered. The abilities of the mutated individuals typically began at the second level of zombies. The others had all been dismembered, deprived of any opportunity to transform into zombies themselves. Even the spatial ability user, upon their death, had released a plethora of resources now heaped abundantly in the courtyard. Only Lu Qingchuan, with an uncertain twist of fate, became a zombie. When Pei Xiu and the others witnessed the spatial ability user's bounty of equipment, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Such an abundance of resources. Upon reflection, it was evident that this team possessed formidable strength, armed with firearms and led by a third-level ability user. They would undoubtedly rank among the elite teams within the southern province base. The divine decree proclaimed that the zombies before them were but dust. In the blink of an eye, those zombies that had aimed to attack Ling Ran and her companions found themselves rendered to mere particles of dust, having been denied the chance to strike. A collection of azure crystal cores shimmered like stars in the air, among which a singular green core stood out prominently. It was, astonishingly, the core of a third-level zombie. This third-level zombie was, in fact, the result of Lu Qingchuan's mutation. The waste, having met its demise, was exploited by Ling Ran. Pei Xiu and his companions were utterly astounded. Thousands of zombies, just moments ago brandishing their claws before them, were rendered powerless in the blink of an eye, disintegrating like a cinematic effect, leaving behind only crystalline cores. Ling Ran extended her hand, and the beautiful cores floated gracefully into her grasp, soon transformed into mere stones that fell to the ground, one after another, infinitely. The others, struck dumb by the spectacle, stood frozen in place, their minds blank. After absorbing the cores, Ling Ran felt her body rejuvenated with newfound strength, her spirits lifted. She cast her gaze towards the shadows, her red lips parting slightly. "Come out." "What comes out?" Pei Xiu pondered, while the others immediately assumed a defensive stance. Was there still someone here? When did they arrive? From the dilapidated house adjacent to where Lu Qingchuan and his companions were, several figures emerged. Zhou Hang swiftly directed his flashlight towards them. and Pei Xiu incredulously exclaimed, "Elder brother?" Indeed, the group emerging from the rundown building was none other than Pei Yi and his companions. Albeit without Xia Qianqian and her team, Pei Yi's group was equally astonished. After parting ways with Ling Ran, they had ventured to East City, avoiding numerous dangers thanks to Gu Ziqin, an adept with mental abilities, and had even procured a substantial amount of supplies. Naturally, Gu Ziqin's team was reluctant to part ways, as Pei Yi was a crucial asset to their group. Without him, their strength would be significantly diminished. Chapter 82. Returning in another manner after thoroughly cleaning the supplies in the yard, Ling Ran finally stored the materials that the space ability user had revealed into her dimensional space. Yao Jiafei keenly observed that many of the labels on those supplies bore the name of the supermarket they had previously visited. Did you just see the labels on those supplies? They all bear the name of the supermarket we went to. It seems that the goods from that store have indeed been taken by them. Pei Xiu let out a cold laugh, as expected. They are ours and will return to us in another form. Once the supplies were collected, the group settled in the living room on the second floor. A few battery-operated lamps illuminated the room, with Ling Ran seated in the center of the sofa, flanked by Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang, who acted as her guardians. While Lu Xiaoping, unwilling to be outdone, stood behind Ling Ran. Pei Yi and his companions occupied the small stools opposite them, recounting their experiences over the past few days. They were uncertain about who had dealt with the zombies and could only continue their search for Ling Ran towards City Y. They soon arrived at the southern province base, where they learned of Ling Ran's remarkable feats. She topped the southern province's ability user combat rankings, possessing flying abilities, spatial manipulation, fire powers, and a magical weapon. It was said that with a mere tap of her wand, she could fell even the mightiest of oceanic beasts, such as the great white shark, displaying unfathomable combat prowess. Later, upon hearing that someone was looking for Ling Ran, Pei Yi and his group encountered Hu Shua. Upon discovering the connection between Pei Yi and Ling Ran, they learned that she had arrived in Ning City. Thanks to Ling Ran and her companions clearing the way ahead, they had successfully reached Ning City, with both parties arriving almost in tandem. Upon their arrival in Ning City, Ling Ran and her companions wandered aimlessly, whereas Pei Yi and his group pursued their objectives with clarity, resulting in the two parties not crossing paths. The accommodations they chose were typically secluded, offering the advantage of spaciousness and a scarcity of zombies, making it easier to flee should a horde appear. Heeding Gu Zijing's counsel, they opted for a dilapidated dwelling rather than a more desirable one, primarily because Gu Zijing informed them of a basement beneath the single-story house. When Lu Qingchuan's group approached, Gu Zijing sensed a significant threat emanating from Lu Qingchuan, prompting their retreat into the basement. Subsequently, once the danger had subsided, they cautiously emerged, only to be discovered by Ling Ran. After succinctly recounting their journey thus far, Pei Yi turned to Ling Ran, finding her somewhat unfamiliar. The sister he remembered, shy, socially anxious, and lacking in eloquence, seemed to have transformed into a figure of intelligence, strength, and assertiveness. Was it her formidable power that bestowed upon her such confidence? Upon hearing his account, Pei Xiu finally seized the opportunity to interject, slapping the coffee table in disappointment. Pei Yi, I am utterly disappointed in you. How could you abandon our sister? What kind of brother are you? From now on, you may refer to me as your elder brother. Could you repeat that? Pei inquired, and under his piercing gaze, Pei Xiu quickly relented. Yet, with their sister present, he stubbornly retorted, Are you going to admit it was wrong to leave her behind? Chapter 83. Early Death. Early rebirth. After all, Gu Zijing had stated that venturing there was a perilous endeavor, fraught with the likelihood of death. He would not disregard his own life or that of others. If Ling Ran chose to court death, he could not intervene. They were all adults, and one must bear the consequences of their choices. Now, they understood why that treacherous hospital was deserted. Given Ling Ran's extraordinary abilities, it should be her responsibility to resolve the situation. Indeed, compared to others who struggled to absorb crystal cores, she could do so instantaneously. In the face of zombies, as long as there were crystal cores available, it was akin to having a portable charger, ensuring continuous power and significantly enhancing her strength at a much faster rate than the rest. Moreover, her powers. Pei Yi was now genuinely convinced. Words held power. With sufficient energy, a mere whisper could reduce 1,000 zombies to dust in an instant. It was utterly astonishing. His character differed from the rational Pei Yi. Had he been in the same situation, he would have chosen to leave with Ling Ran, abandoning others. Even with the awareness that such an endeavor likely led to certain death, he could not allow his sister to face it alone. If danger was inevitable, they might as well face it together. After all, Whether one dies sooner or later, death is still the same. An early death could mean an early rebirth. To perish while striving to protect those dear to him would render his demise without regret. Ling Ran found nothing amiss in Pei Yi's decision. Were their roles reversed? She would have acted similarly. She would never entrust her life to another's hands. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Ling Ran stifled a yawn and remarked, "Is there anything else? If not, I shall retire to bed, as I am quite fatigued." Of course, this was merely a pretext. Chasing a novel only to be interrupted midway is truly agonizing. One could say that Lu Qingchuan and his companions have indeed stumbled into a predicament. It is, after all, getting late, and tomorrow they must rise early to scavenge for supplies. With that in mind, she bid her farewells, and everyone gradually dispersed. Suddenly, a memory surfaced of Shun Yinshin's admiration for Xia Qianqian during their journey to the East City, causing her brows to furrow slightly. In hindsight, Shun Yinshin is not as remarkable as he seemed. Her sister is still the one who captivates. Sighing, she mused at how incredibly handsome he was. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was only 5 in the morning. A yawn escaped her lips as she contemplated the possibility of squeezing in another 2 or 3 hours of sleep. With that thought, she closed her eyes, but not long after, she heard Pei Xiu calling her to rise for breakfast. "It's barely morning. Let me be," she retorted. "Dear sister, it's already 8 o'clock. Aren't we supposed to go gather supplies soon?" Ling Ran checked her watch, and, indeed, it was 8. Wait. I just closed my eyes. How could it be 8 already? Reluctantly, Ling Ran got out of bed. The washwater and towel had already been prepared by Lu Xiaoping, placed conveniently at the door. After freshening up, she made her way downstairs for breakfast. This morning, Lu Xiaoping had skillfully crafted simple shrimp wontons, boiling 2 large pots to ensure there was ample food for them all. Yes, ample, for Yu Jie and his group felt too embarrassed to impose on the meal, just as Pei Yi and his entourage were equally hesitant. They had not shared hardship with Ling Ran, so naturally, the supplies she had gathered were not meant for them. Chapter 84. Benevolence and Righteousness. Yu Jie and his group had managed to scrounge quite a bit of resources by following Ling Ran, so in the morning, they borrowed hot water from Lu Xiaoping. Each indulged in 2 bowls of instant noodles, adorned with marinated eggs and sausages, a true luxury for them. As for Pei Yi and his companions, their meals had improved compared to before, consisting of seaweed rice balls and steamed buns, likely prepared in the base and stored in a spatial pocket. The enticing aromas of wontons and instant noodles wafting nearby rendered their previously satisfying rice balls and buns somewhat bland. Chen Lu, while consuming his bun, inhaled the fragrant scents and contemplated his amassed crystal nuclei, ultimately deciding against purchasing from Ling Ran. He was on the verge of accumulating enough nuclei to advance to a level 2 ability user and could no longer afford to squander them on food. After finishing breakfast, Pei Yi inquired of Ling Ran, "Where are you headed?" "Anywhere," came the reply. Pei Xiu immediately positioned himself protectively around Ling Ran, as if interpreting Pei Yi's question as a threat. "It seems we are on a different path." "All right, no need to sulk," Pei Yi said with a resigned glance at Pei Xiu, then turned to Ling Ran. "Did you come here to undertake a mission?" Pei Yi continued without concern. "Our task is to search for medicinal supplies. Any kind will suffice. Upon discovery, we must surrender half to the base, while retaining the other half for ourselves. And the base will grant us certain points in return." Ling Ran nodded in acknowledgement. For ordinary individuals or non-spatial ability users, acquiring resources and entering the base would mean they could not conceal their findings. Thus, they were obligated to relinquish half to the base. After all, the safety within the base was secured by the lives of soldiers. It was not unreasonable to submit half of any found resources. However, for those with spatial abilities, concealing resources became exceedingly simple, a situation that could not be entirely prevented. Typically, the base would strive to enlist spatial ability users for its own purposes. "Let us proceed together." Pei spoke straightforwardly, "if you don't mind." He was concerned that Ling Ran might think they were deliberately approaching her because they had reconciled. However, Ling Ran was indifferent, responding, "All right." Although Pei could not dote on his non-blood-related sister as he would a biological sibling, he nonetheless extended his utmost kindness. "You may determine the route," Ling Ran suggested. Their chosen path was one devoid of a fixed direction. They would wander aimlessly, confident in their formidable companion, Ling Ran, who would ensure their safety no matter where they ventured. Once everything was packed, the group emerged and retrieved their vehicles. It was then that Ling Ran noticed that Pei Yi's entourage had also drawn their cars from their spatial storage. It appeared that Shun Yinshin had already ascended to the status of a level 2 ability user. After everyone boarded their vehicles, Pei led the way, with Ling Ran's car closely following, and behind them trailed Yu Jie and his companions. Upon entering the car, Ling Ran plugged in her phone to recharge. Sitting in the passenger seat, she retrieved a basket of snacks and shared some with Lu Xiaoping and Zhou Hang, who were seated in the back, before handing a lollipop to Pei Xiu in the driver's seat. "Thank you, sister," Zhou Hang said as he opened a pack of spicy chicken feet and began to munch on them. "Oh, I've been snacking too much these past few days. I'm starting to feel a bit weary of it." Ling Ran found a bar of chocolate and took a bite. Initially, she found its bittersweet flavor unappealing. But after a few more bites, she discovered a rich and complex taste that made her understand why so many enjoyed it in modern times. Yet, overindulgence would surely lead to fatigue. After savoring a piece, she then produced a large bag of tearable beef jerky, prompting Pei Xiu to exclaim in excitement, "Tearable beef jerky. Sister, I want to eat this." Chapter 85, Survivors. "Let Zhou Hang feed you." Ling Ran took out 2 packets of hand-tiered beef jerky, tossing one to Zhou Hang and one to Lu Xiaoping, while she herself began to gnaw on the jerky. It must be said, this delicacy was tough and taxing on the teeth, yet its flavor, spicy and fragrant, was utterly addictive, revealing a unique charm with each chew. Though they set out in search of supplies, the atmosphere among Ling Ran's group resembled that of a leisurely outing, filled with laughter and an abundance of snacks. After approximately half an hour of travel, the vehicle entered a street noticeably scattered with zombies. This appeared to be a village town, its buildings modest and unadorned. However, remnants of vibrant life before the apocalypse lingered in the various signs and were still displayed on the stalls. There was a pharmacy. Pei Xiu spotted the pharmacy from a distance. Without needing to say a word, Pei Yi's vehicle had already come to a halt. To the left of the pharmacy stood a steamed bun shop, its steamer overturned, the round buns trampled and flattened on the ground, their colors obscured, with only a hint of white visible. The shopkeeper was nowhere to be seen, and all the small tables meant for customers lay scattered on the floor. On the right side of the pharmacy was a grocery store, its shelves of rice, flour, and oil nearly bare. Above the shop, a 6-story residential building loomed, with numerous floors displaying banners that read, "Save us." Regrettably, these banners fluttered in the wind, seemingly on the verge of being whisked away. One could only wonder if the owners of these banners ever awaited salvation. After Ling Ran descended, she began to survey the surroundings, while Pei Yi and his companions had already entered the pharmacy in search of supplies. The pharmacy had evidently been ransacked, yet not completely emptied. The group seemed to prioritize food. The medications appeared to take up too much space, leaving a considerable amount behind. These were all common medicinal items, which was quite fortuitous. Pei Yi and his companions quickly gathered all the medicines, preparing for Shun Yanshun to store them in his space. Before doing so, he stepped outside to ask Ling Ran, "Would you like some? We can share." "No need," Ling Ran replied decisively. She still had plenty of medicines in her own space, collected from their previous visit to the hospital, far exceeding what they had found. As for Yu Jie and his group, they reluctantly declined. These supplies were discovered by Pei Yi and his companions, and since they had no close ties with them, they felt it inappropriate to accept. Pei Yi did not press the matter further and instructed Shun Yanshun to gather all the supplies. Just as the group was about to search the entire street, a faint voice called out from above, "Are you humans? Can you help us?" Everyone looked up to see a gap in the window of the second floor of a convenience store, where a middle-aged man's eye peered through. Noticing Ling Ran's silence, Pei Yi inferred that she preferred to avoid trouble and took the initiative to say, "Come down." Once the individual descended, they discovered that it was a middle-aged couple, likely in their mid-30s to 40s, accompanied by a boy of around 10 years and an elderly woman, presumably their mother, who appeared to be in her 70s. They appeared somewhat clean, albeit it seemed they hadn't washed their clothes in quite some time, emanating an unpleasant, acrid odor. Carrying several luggage bags, presumably containing their clothing and supplies, they gazed at Pei Yi and his companions with excitement. "I must speak frankly," Pei Yi began. "Having survived until now in this apocalyptic world, you must possess some resources. I can escort you to the base, but during the journey, you shall need to provide for your own food." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman immediately grew displeased. Just as she was about to speak, a middle-aged man beside her hastily restrained her, nodding repeatedly, Yes, we can manage our food, but..." He licked his chapped lips. "We have run out of water. Could you possibly provide us with some?" "Certainly, but you will need to exchange some of your supplies," Pei Yi replied. The man pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right." The elderly woman, though somewhat irked, understood that they had been trapped there for a long time, and without assistance, their demise was inevitable. Silence, Su Yimo exclaimed impatiently, then turned to the middle-aged man. Control your mother. If she screams every time she encounters a zombie, do not blame us for abandoning you. If you wish to perish, do so without dragging us down. With that, the zombie had already been swiftly dispatched by Pei. The family stared in astonishment at the flames that had seemingly materialized in Pei's hand. What was this? A superpower? His extraordinary ability rendered them all silent. Even though the little boy gazed longingly at the snacks in Ling Ran's hands, swallowing hard, the elderly woman said nothing, merely cradling her grandson to shield him from view. However, with more people present, they needed to find an additional vehicle. Ling Ran had one, but she was unwilling to lend it to strangers. Fortunately, vehicles were abundant on the streets. Soon, Pei located a car, but it had run out of battery. He promptly used his own vehicle to jumpstart it. And before long, the car roared to life. Can you drive? Pei inquired of the middle-aged man. Yes, came the reply. Good. Pei exited the driver's seat. You can drive yourselves and follow us, but don't lose track. The middle-aged man nodded eagerly. Afterwards, Ling Ran and her companions scoured the streets once more. Aside from some furniture stores, toy shops, and appliance stores that were adequately stocked, they discovered only a few scattered supplies in other establishments. The items deemed undesirable by others were collected by Ling Ran, who stored them in her space. Once the street search was complete, the vehicles departed from the village. On the return journey, they spent the night in a city, unexpectedly finding a post station within a residential community, where numerous packages awaited their owners. Given the absence of danger, the group divided the supplies into 3 portions, one for Pei, one for Ling Ran, and one for Yujia. As for the survivors from the nearby settlement, they received nothing. The base's entrance had expanded further, and now, when survivors sought refuge, the process was no longer as simple as a brief inspection. Instead, they were required to undergo a 24-hour quarantine in a designated area before being allowed entry. Moreover, entry is not permitted without a fee. Should one possess supplies, half must be surrendered. Observing the survivors queuing outside, Ling Ran raised an eyebrow, pondering why this Jiang Huai had been so active in recent days. Did they not know how to manage? What was there to fear? Others had successfully completed their tasks. Simply emulate their efforts. Chapter 87. I thought to wander about Pei, having escorted a survivor, along with Chen Lu, led them to the isolation zone for registration. Ling Ran and her companions entered through another grand gate. The apparatus appeared to be custom-made for the southern province base. Upon passing through, a red light signified denial while green indicated approval. Once inside, the group reboarded the vehicle, awaiting Pei's return with their points, while Yujia and his companions bid farewell to Ling Ran within the base. Ling Ran, seated in the passenger seat, remained unfazed, waving her hand dismissively. Farewell. May we meet again. As the military green pickup gradually receded from view, Yujie and the others hastily boarded their own vehicle. Guiqing Yu inquired, Do you think we will see the esteemed one again? Doubtful, replied Yu Jiafei, a hint of disappointment in her tone. The esteemed one is too formidable, and there are far too many eager to follow her. Indeed, the Westerners shared a sense of melancholy. They naturally wished to accompany Ling Ran. However, she was surrounded by too many individuals, rendering their presence unnecessary. Enough. Yujia encouraged his companions. Thanks to the esteemed one, we have secured ample supplies without encountering danger. After settling the base's 20%, we shall have enough provisions to sustain us for several months, relieving us from the worries of survival for quite some time. This is truly a cause for celebration. With the mention of supplies, spirits were finally lifted among the group. The base has now established new regulations, requiring those with abilities to pay a protection fee. Given that the security personnel do not exert much effort, if one wishes to enjoy the benefits of the base's protection, a fee is only natural. However, compared to ordinary individuals who must contribute half of their supplies, those with abilities only need to pay 20%. On the other hand, Pei and his team, possessing a spatial ability, only contributed the supplies they wished to offer, and upon submitting their mission, the team earned 50 points. How they decide to allocate these points among themselves is of no concern to Ling Ran. As Pei discussed future plans, Ling Ran interrupted him at the very first sentence. I have no intention of staying at the Nan province base. What do you mean? Pei was momentarily perplexed. Literally. Ling Ran replied, munching on a package of pork jerky. She found it amusing to see Su Yimo and Chen Le try hard to avert their gaze from the treat in her hand. She retrieved 2 more packages from her spatial storage and tossed them to them. The 2 instantly rejoiced, akin to ancient servants rewarded by their masters. "Thank you, esteemed one." Pei shot them a glare, then furrowed his brow. "Then which base do you wish to go to?" He assumed Ling Ran had decided to remain at the Nan province base. Thus his plans revolved around how to thrive there. "I do not wish to go to any base. I simply want to wander about." Pei. "Indeed, this sister remains as willful as ever. Is this the pre-apocalyptic world? Still wishing to roam freely?" "Yes," Ling Ran affirmed. Noticing his conflicted expression, she added, "In truth, you have already fulfilled your responsibilities towards me, and there is no need for such concern. You should be aware of my strength." Upon hearing this, Pei furrowed his brow even deeper. "In this world, perhaps you and Pei Xiu are my only kin." Chapter 88. Competing for the position beside him, Pei Xiu listened to their conversation, immediately resembling a child caught in the dilemma of choosing which parent to stay with during a divorce. "I want to stay with my sister." "Pei, so it seems I am the villain here?" Previously, due to the presence of their team, he had refrained from making any rash decisions that could jeopardize everyone's safety. However, now that they were secure, his focus shifted solely to his own safety. Pei realized that he had scarcely hesitated before deciding to remain with his brother and sister. Perhaps it stemmed from his childhood spent in a divorced family, followed by his father's remarriage, which he initially struggled to accept. Yet, as time passed, he found solace in the kindness of his stepmother and the charm of his younger sister, while his mischievous younger brother brought him joy deep within. He harbored a profound yearning for familial bonds, cherishing the ties of kinship. Pei glanced at Gu Zijin, who instantly grasped his intent. Clad in a pristine white shirt, Gu Zijin spoke little and now made his choice. "I believe it would be delightful to wander about." "I concur," Su Yimo exclaimed, her excitement drawing the attention of the others. Clearing her throat, she continued, "I think Ling Ran possesses formidable strength. Wherever she goes, chaos ensues. I wish to accompany Ling Ran." Chun Li silently raised his hand, contemplating the prospect of saving his crystal cores to savor some braised meat after reaching level 2. The remaining individuals turned their gazes to Shun Yinshan, who, with a resigned gesture, said, "Since you all agree, how could I possibly object? It seems like a happy resolution for everyone." Yet Ling Ran remarked, "On what grounds do you believe that if you choose to follow me, I must acquiesce?" Her words instantly rendered the crowd somewhat awkward. Indeed, Ling Ran possessed formidable strength, attracting followers wherever she went. What gave them the audacity to assume that her agreement was a given, merely because of their own inflated egos? Lu Xiaoping, lurking in the corner, observed a group of capable supernatural beings being dismissed by her master, feeling a clandestine sense of triumph and urgency. She reveled in her status as the chief eunuch beside her master, yet she was anxious about the possibility of someone usurping her position, which could lead to her relegation to a cold palace. Gu Zijing hesitated, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts, only to be interrupted by Su Yimo. "Boss, I have water-based abilities. I know you have no shortage of power, but I can assist you with carrying bags and massaging your back. Sit down, and I'll help you wipe your chair. When you drink, I'll wash your cup. If it rains, I'll hold an umbrella for you. If it's hot, I'll fan you. What do you think?" One must admit, Su Yimo was astutely observant, noting Ling Ran's penchant for dresses, and the services she proposed were impossible for Ling Ran to decline. The latter cast a fleeting glance at Su Yimo, saying, "You are quite remarkable. What is your name?" "Su Yimo." "After all this time, the boss doesn't even remember my name. Heartbreaking." Su Yimo. "Ah, so you're feeling emo, are you?" "Boss, it's Su Yimo." "Indeed, emo. Fine, if it's emo, then let it be, as long as I can stay by the boss's side. Everyone else might feel emo, but not me. Once I become the boss's favorite, who is Xin Yinshan anyway? Who is Xia Qianqian? It's amusing, but who still cares?" As Su Yimo successfully competes for the position, Chen Lu refuses to be outdone. "Sister, Sister? What sister?" Pei Xiu dismissively shoves Chen Lu aside. "My sister is younger than you. Do you still have the audacity to call her sister?" After that, he turns to Ling Ran, expressing his discontent. "Sister, look at him. Isn't your most beloved brother only me?" Ling Ran replies, "Where did this foolish dog come from? Get lost." In Chapter 89, she truly is a remarkable person. Ultimately, Chen Lu, Xin Yinshan, and Gu Zijing each competed for the position, articulating their strengths and successfully securing the opportunity to remain by Ling Ran's side. As for Pei, he gained entry through connections. After all, he is Ling Ran's unofficial brother. With someone to assist her, Ling Ran's life has become considerably easier. These individuals are indeed perceptive, far more so than Pei Xiu. Ling Ran utilizes her nearly depleted phone, and Su Yimo ensures it is charged. Essential supplies are conveniently stored in Xinyinshan's space, so she doesn't need to fetch them each time. Chen Lu, with his repertoire of jokes, never fails to amuse Ling Ran, while Gu Zijing proves to be a handy human detector when they venture outside. After spending a week at the southern province base and accumulating a sufficient supply of seafood, Ling Ran prepares to depart. Before leaving, she informs Hu Shua and Fei Fei, and on the day of her departure, Jiang Huaiji personally comes to see her off. At the entrance of the villa, Jiang Huaiji appears somewhat disheartened, not expecting to tire of the southern province base so quickly. Miss Ling, I wish you all the best in the future. If the opportunity arises, do visit the southern province base again. This is a gift for you. I hope you will not disdain it. With that, he opened the cargo compartment of the truck that Hu Shua had driven, revealing an array of seafood. Although Ling Ran had gathered some, it paled in comparison to the bounty within the truck. By chance, I have prepared some gifts for you as well. Placed in the villa, Ling Ran remarked, collecting all the seafood from the truck into her spatial storage. Now, we bid farewell. Pei Xiu, along with Hu Shua and Fei Fei, exchange goodbyes. Hu, my friend, in the future, let us have another contest of marksmanship. For now, you surpass me. But when we meet again, we shall surely outdo you. Very well, until next time. In this post-apocalyptic world, today may not promise tomorrow. This parting leaves uncertainty about when they might meet again. Take care. The olive green pickup truck and the black off-road vehicle departed from the villa. Jiang Huaiji waved and instructed Hu Shua, go check what Miss Ling has left in the villa. Understood. Moments later, a somewhat flustered voice from Hu Shua echoed from the villa. Hearing this, Jiang Huaiji hurried inside to investigate. The interior of the house was distinctly divided into 3 areas. One section contained an impressive assortment of Western and traditional Chinese medicines, many of which were exceedingly rare prescription drugs not found on the market. The second area housed numerous barrels, approximately 20 in total, their contents emitting an aroma suggesting a mixture of diesel and gasoline. Finally, the last section appeared rather disordered, featuring rice, flour, various condiments, small umbrellas, and a considerable collection of books. These items are exceedingly precious in the post-apocalyptic world, yet Ling Ran, with a mere gesture, has bestowed upon them such a bounty. In contrast to the seafood they provided, they feel their offerings are woefully inadequate. Jiang Hui, momentarily losing his composure, exclaims, Ling Ran. She truly is a remarkable person. Hu Shua and Fei Fei nod in agreement. Little do they know, what Ling Ran gifted them is but a fraction of her true wealth. Her space contains an abundance still. As the vehicle departs from the southern province base, Su Yimo smiles and remarks, Manager Jiang must be overjoyed upon seeing those supplies. Indeed, this morning, Pei Yi and his companions were taken aback when Ling Ran unveiled such a vast array of resources. Compared to her offerings, their own supplies paled in comparison, not even amounting to 1/10 of what she provided. They were aware of her affluence, yet never anticipated her to be this wealthy. At that moment, a singular thought echoed in their minds. Had they inadvertently ingratiated themselves with a wealthy benefactor? Chapter 90. The back door inside the military green pickup truck, Su Yimo, having displaced Lu Xiaoping, is happily munching on a pack of beef jerky. Fortunate for her, she won the game of rock, paper, scissors today. Otherwise, she would not have had the chance to indulge in such delightful snacks. Moreover, riding alongside a formidable ally instills a profound sense of security. She no longer fears that Shen Yinshan may not harbor feelings for her. Gu Zijing sits beside her, savoring a small probiotic bread. Before the apocalypse, he often regarded food with indifference, merely consuming to satiate his hunger. However, in the aftermath, he discovered the true delight of these once-ignored snacks when faced with the pangs of hunger. When food is scarce, all sustenance transforms into a cherished treasure. Today, in the game of rock, paper, scissors, the young man emerged victorious, usurping Zhou Hang's position. As for Pei Xiu, he leveraged his connection as the half-brother of Ling Ran to be the first to board the vehicle. Meanwhile, Pei Yi, being a product of different parents, faced opposition from others regarding his attempt to take advantage of backdoor opportunities. Consequently, after losing the game of rock, paper, scissors, he now finds himself in an off-road vehicle. This time, they resolve to head towards G City, opting to bypass H City and instead take a route through Ning City, navigating through 3 additional cities to approach G City from the north. Although this route is rather circuitous, the water levels near H City have receded somewhat. Yet the roads remain treacherous. Recently, It has been reported that H City is again shrouded in gloomy weather, with the possibility of rain looming. The team is quite familiar with Ning City, having visited once before, and the highway obstructions have been cleared, ensuring a smooth journey. Upon reaching Ning City, they chose not to exit the highway there, but rather to continue onward. With ample time remaining, they decided against stopping for an overnight rest in Ning City, opting instead to reach the next service area for the night. As they passed the entrance to the Ning City exit, they noticed a vehicle approaching, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a rescue team, adorned with a banner proclaiming the South Province-based rescue team. Gu Zijin, observing this scene, remarked, "The management of the South Province base is commendable. It is disheartening to witness their own base being burdened by numerous non-contributing survivors. Yet they remain steadfast in their rescue operations. In contrast, other bases may offer assistance, but only when it serves their interests. For instance, if their own base is overcrowded, they would not extend help to any survivors encountered. Alternatively, upon encountering survivors, only the young and able-bodied are deemed acceptable. The elderly, particularly those in ill health, are unequivocally rejected. They cruelly compel the young to abandon their families, asserting that if they refuse to relinquish their kin, the base will render no assistance. It is a harrowing choice, to survive alone or perish collectively, leaving the labor force within the household to decide their fate." Su Yimo nodded in agreement. Indeed, their prior journey to Dongsheng had brought them perilously close to the G City base, where they had heard numerous accounts of its operations. In summary, achieving the same ease as at the Southern Province base seemed highly improbable. There, a rigid hierarchy prevailed, with a stark divide between the abilities of supernatural practitioners and ordinary individuals. Noticing that rescue is unnecessary, the rescue team's vehicle continued toward the Southern Province base. After passing the exit for Ning City, the road ahead became far less navigable. Vehicles were strewn haphazardly, necessitating clearance before passage was possible. However, due to the acute shortage of crystal cores, everyone disembarked to clear the obstructing vehicles, as the likelihood of encountering zombies within them was considerable. Chapter 91. Concealed malice. As midday approached, they had yet to reach a service area, prompting the group to cook outdoors. They set up 2 large pots, planning to prepare snail noodles for lunch. With Pei Yi and his companions present, Ling Ran was finally relieved from the burdens of gathering supplies, fetching water, and igniting the fire. The pots soon began to boil, as Lu Shouping added small packets of seasoning, and the fragrant aroma quickly wafted through the air. Everyone was captivated, their attention fixed on the pot, leaving little room for distraction. As the rice noodles softened to perfection, Lu Shouping added a handful of water spinach, which Pei Yi and the others had exchanged for points. After a brief blanching, she announced, "Young Master Pei, the fire is no longer needed." Despite her attempt to address him correctly, Lu Shouping's reference to him remained unchanged. "It's ready to eat," she declared, retrieving a large bowl to serve. Ling Ran a generous portion of the flavorful rice noodles, and then inquired, "Would you like 2 poached eggs, my lord?" "Yes," came the reply. Lu Shouping quickly returned to the stove to fry 2 poached eggs. The others, however, felt too shy to ask for any. As the perfectly cooked eggs soaked in the broth, the first bite revealed a delightful explosion of spicy flavors intertwined with the essence of the eggs, especially the slightly runny yolk, truly a moment of satisfaction. The others savored their meals with equal enjoyment. In this post-apocalyptic world, the once derided technologies and makeshift items from before had now become the epitome of luxury. As Su Yimo savored her rice noodles, she couldn't help but reflect on her circumstances. How long had she been following Ling Ran? She had already gained 2 pounds. This life was indeed wonderful and exceedingly comfortable. Observing that Ling Ran was nearing the end of her meal, she hastily set down her utensils, exclaiming, "My lord, let me serve you." She now addressed Ling Ran in the same manner as Lu Shouping. After finishing the broth, Ling Ran handed her bowl to Su Yimo, who accepted it, and then offered Ling Ran a napkin. Watching this exchange, Lu Shouping thought to herself, "Oh, Su Yimo, you may appear delicate, yet you harbor treachery, daring to usurp my duties." The 2 large iron pots of rice noodles were emptied completely, and Ling Ran retrieved a can of cola, which she had chilled with her powers, savoring a sip of the delightful fizzy drink. A collective gasp of awe escaped the crowd, a testament to their satisfaction. Fortunately, their audacity had paid off, allowing them to secure their positions in this competitive environment. Just then, the distant sound of an approaching vehicle caught their attention. Everyone turned in unison towards the source of the noise, and they recognized it as the direction from which they had arrived. Two camouflaged military jeeps, adorned with vibrant colors, were leading the way, with one vehicle's roof revealing half of a figure brandishing a submachine gun. Upon spotting Ling Ran and the others from afar, the passenger in the front seat promptly leaned out of the window, binoculars in hand, to get a closer look. Shen quickly gathered up the pots and bowls, hastily collecting even the refuse from the snail rice noodle packets. However, he was a moment too late. The man with the binoculars had already caught sight of a multitude of snail rice noodle wrappers, along with some joyous fizzy drinks. Most notably, Ling Ran was still clutching a packet of beef jerky. Inside the vehicle, the man in the passenger seat lowered his binoculars and glanced into the rearview mirror. Tonggu. There are 9 individuals ahead, 3 women and 6 men, rich in supplies. Among them are spatial and elemental abilities, specifically fire and water. Furthermore, one of their vehicles is a military pickup. The presence of the spatial ability user was visible to him, while the fire and water users were merely conjectures. Nevertheless, possessing both spatial and water ability users is indicative of a formidable team. Without a spatial ability user, managing supplies becomes exceedingly cumbersome, as an abundance of resources easily draws unwanted attention. Chapter 92. No malice. Seated in the back, a man known as Tonggu, approximately in his 30s, boasted a muscular physique, clad in a black short-sleeve shirt and loose-fitting black trousers. A dragon tattoo adorned his left arm, instilling fear even in those unaware of his potential abilities. Prior to the apocalypse, Wutong was notorious for his ruthless participation in underground boxing, having even killed several fighters in pursuit of profit. With our supplies dwindling, it seemed prudent to exploit them, but first, we needed to gauge the situation. Standing beside Wutong, Nya Bufan, half of his body exposed outside the vehicle with a gun in hand, immediately aimed it at Ling Ran and her companions. Suyimo, witnessing this scene from a distance, gasped in shock, instinctively glancing at Ling Ran's expression, only to find her halted mid-bite of beef jerky. With a sympathetic gaze, she observed the 2 approaching jeeps, her thoughts echoing, "Heaven offers a path, yet you choose not to tread. Hell has no doors, yet you insist on barging through." Hurriedly, Suyimo stepped forward, taking the uneaten beef jerky from Ling Ran. She then retrieved wet wipes from her backpack, diligently cleaning Ling Ran's hands before adorning them with delicate white gloves. Though she had never served others, she had been accustomed to being catered to before the apocalypse. Thus, she was well aware of how to assist. Is having a gun really that impressive? Everyone has one, she thought. As the group pondered their options, Ling Ran produced a substantial number of guns from her space. Upon witnessing this, Pei Yi and the others' eyes lit up with excitement as they eagerly grasped the weapons. Regardless of their proficiency, striking poses to fire, all aimed at the approaching jeeps. In that moment, it resembled a large-scale gang confrontation, the atmosphere ripe for an explosive encounter. The jeep came to a halt 2 meters away from Ling Ran and the others. Its doors swung open, and the occupants alighted one by one. From the first vehicle emerged a single man, while from the second emerged 3 men and 2 strikingly beautiful young women. The women were dressed in revealing attire, their exposed skin displaying various alluring marks, yet they were not emaciated, clearly having fared well in the aftermath of the apocalypse. It is said that in such dire times, the strength of a squad can often be gauged by the well-being of its most beautiful women. Evidently, this particular squad was formidable. Upon noticing the array of firearms brandished by Ling Ran and her companions, it was apparent that their group included 3 women, one being elderly, another exceedingly thin, but the third possessing considerable beauty. However, the focal point of the team was undoubtedly the frail woman, adorned in a pristine and intricately designed vintage European court gown, complemented by high-heeled shoes. Surrounded by armed individuals, she held a pink, magic wand. Among the 7 men who disembarked, only one, a muscular figure exuding a commanding presence, refrained from wielding a firearm, while the others drew their weapons, each squad aiming at the other. Wutong, observing this scene, narrowed his eyes slightly, his thoughts racing. He took the initiative to speak first. "What are you doing?" "Lower your guns." Turning to Ling Ran, he added, "We mean you no harm. We are merely passing through." Yet, the notion of having no ill intentions seemed disingenuous, as it was merely a matter of assessing the situation. In the apocalypse, possession of a firearm does not necessarily denote strength, but acquiring one certainly indicates a degree of capability. After all, gun control in Huaxia is stringent, and even in the aftermath of the apocalypse, few firearms have surfaced. Ling Ran responded softly, "Then you may pass." Su Yimo and her companions lowered their weapons but remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on Wu Tong and his group. The highway had multiple lanes, and at present, Ling Ran's party occupied merely two. There was ample space for Wu Tong and his companions to proceed. Chapter 93. The game begins. Wu Tong was uncertain of Ling Ran's capabilities. After some contemplation, he ultimately refrained from taking action. Let us depart. The group reboarded their vehicle, passing by Ling Ran before continuing forward. However, it wasn't long before they encountered a blockade ahead. Wu Tong and his companions soon realized that the roadblock had been set by Ling Ran's group. Now that they were in the lead, it fell upon them to clear the way. Damn, we were careless. Luo Qingdong glanced at Wu Tong and inquired, Brother Tong, what shall we do now? While clearing the blockade could yield zombie cores, the rewards were disproportionate to the effort expended. Furthermore, lurking behind them was a formidable team whose true intentions remained uncertain. If their abilities were excessively depleted, they would be at a disadvantage should the other party decide to strike. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard by Gu Zijing, a mental ability user. Listening to Gu Zijing's recounting, Ling Ran slightly curved her lips into a smile. In that case, let us play mahjong. I am quite intrigued by the game. With her space ability, Ling Ran produced a mahjong table along with 2 complete sets of tiles. With a total of 9 individuals present, they could perfectly set up 2 tables. She also brought out sunflower seeds, nuts, snacks, and beverages, arranging for 8 players at 2 tables, while Su Yimo chose not to play, instead sitting beside Ling Ran to serve her tea. Ling Ran, Pei Xiu, Pei Yi, and Gu Zijing gathered around a table. The 3 began with a trial game, teaching Ling Ran the intricacies of mahjong as they played. After a round, Ling Ran swiftly grasped the rules. I've got it, she declared, flipping over the tiles. Let us start anew. The clattering of the mahjong tiles resonated loudly, especially in the post-apocalyptic silence where even the faintest sound amplified significantly. Not far away, the perceptive Wu Tong and his companions immediately caught the sound of the game. Yue Yuan peered through his binoculars, noting, Tong, the VE set up 2 tables. Wu Tong, realizing that his plan was now fully known to the other party, understood their unspoken message. If he did not clarify his intentions, they would continue their game, testing each other's endurance. It was indeed reminiscent of a game of wits. Yue Yuan concurred, a slender girl, fond of skirts and high heels, wielding a magic wand. Who would dare dress like that in this world? She could very well be a new talent from the base. The emergence of the magic wand led many to speculate that some items might have undergone mutations, albeit in scarce quantities, remaining unnoticed by the masses. After all, even if artifacts truly existed, one would certainly keep such treasures hidden to avoid theft. Thus, the notion of the wand's mutation gained credence, culminating in the establishment of a weapon ranking at the base, with the magic wand proudly occupying the top position. Wu Tong scoffed, a master? I'm eager to see just how skilled she is. And that magic wand, if it is indeed akin to a divine artifact, we must secure it for ourselves. Chapter 94. 3 Level 2 Zombies. Ultimately, Wu Tong and his group concluded that it was prudent to forge ahead and clear the path. However, driven by ulterior motives, their pace was rather leisurely, as they wished to conserve their strength, fearing that Ling Ran might take the initiative. On the contrary, Ling Ran and his companions were at ease, treating the journey as a delightful excursion. While the front line cleared the obstacles, they indulged in games of mahjong and snacks, blissfully unaware of their good fortune. Even at night, Ling Ran was able to set up a bed, having previously acquired an abundance of furniture, thus experiencing no hardship whatsoever. After lingering for 3 days, they finally arrived at the service area. This place was typically bustling with people and consequently overrun with zombies. During their last visit, the number of zombies had been remarkably low. Ling Ran surmised that the scarcity of zombies in the service area was likely connected to a certain level 3 zombie, pondering why some zombies evolved so rapidly. Whether it stemmed from inherent factors or acquired circumstances, there was undoubtedly a catalyst at play. As they approached the service area, they witnessed the zombies drawn in by the scent of fresh flesh, surging towards them in droves. Stopping just 5 meters from Wu Tong's vehicle, they observed that Wu Tong and his group remained inside, hastily turning their car around and inexplicably leading the horde of zombies towards Ling Ran and his companions. Su Yimo rolled her eyes in exasperation. What a treacherous bunch. Meanwhile, the driver, Pei Yi, and Gu Zijing shared a silent understanding and swiftly reversed the vehicle. The throng of zombies pursued them, but since it was daytime, their speed was not particularly swift, allowing them to quickly shake off the majority. Nevertheless, Three zombies continued to give chase with alarming speed. Shun Yin deeply held the binoculars given by Ling Ran, glancing back to see three level 2 zombies, all of which had presumably awakened their abilities. It was rare for level 1 zombies to possess such powers, occurring almost once in 1,000 instances. However, the likelihood of level 2 zombies awakening their abilities surged to over 90. As he calculated the distance, he began to speak, but before he could finish, the zombies unleashed their abilities upon Wu Tong's Team's vehicle. With a resounding bang, the Jeep narrowly evaded the massive fireball, which struck the surrounding cars, igniting them in a matter of moments and causing their fuel tanks to explode violently. Wu Tong, observing the two vehicles ahead, cursed under his breath. Damn it. We need to stop. If they continued at this rate, they would inevitably be caught, and their vehicle would be rendered useless. This Jeep had been a hard-won acquisition, and its destruction would be a painful loss. Xin Yin swiftly reported, they have halted. Consequently, Ling Ran and the others parked their vehicle a short distance from Wu Tong. The group disembarked, and Xin Yin retrieved a soft armchair from his storage space, placing it beside Ling Ran, who then sat down. Following this, Su Yimo produced beef jerky and drinks from her bag, offering them to Ling Ran. Once Ling Ran was settled, Xin Yin took out stools for everyone to sit. After Wu Tong and his team exited the vehicle, they prepared to confront the three pursuing level 2 zombies. Wu Tong refrained from attacking immediately. Instead, he stood behind his subordinates and cast a glance backward. This sight nearly drove him to the brink of fury. Before them stood a group of individuals. The leader reclining against a sofa, one hand clutching a beverage while the other grasped a piece of beef jerky. Behind him, a row of seated companions diligently cracked sunflower seeds. This orderly assembly bore a striking resemblance to the scene during a film screening at the village square. Chapter 95. Obediently enduring upon witnessing this tableau, Wu Tong narrowed his eyes slightly. The intention of the others was unmistakably to lure him into danger. Yet he was willing to confront peril. His apprehension lay in the possibility that, once the zombies were dealt with, those individuals might seize the opportunity to strike against them. Although no animosity existed between them, Wu Tong, a habitual aggressor who often preyed on others, could not afford such naivety. No. The risks posed by the zombies must be shared. It was also an opportune moment to test the capabilities of this woman. Having come to a resolution, he discreetly gestured to the few others who were currently engaged with the zombies. They gradually retreated toward Ling Ran, leaving Nie Bufan to contend with the undead alone. Just as Pei Yi and the others pondered the strategy of their opponents, they witnessed the sudden emergence of a pair of pitch-black feathered wings sprouting from Nie Bufan's back, allowing him to take flight. Once airborne, he swiftly maneuvered to draw the zombies toward Ling Ran. Shortly thereafter, as he evaded a fireball, it hurtled toward Ling Ran's direction. Chen Lu, quick to respond, employed his wind manipulation abilities, directing a powerful gust to divert the fireball away. Second tier, wind manipulation abilities. After several days of effort, Chen Lu had finally ascended to the second tier. Three zombies, lured by the scent of fresh flesh, became increasingly agitated, their hunger driving them into a frenzy. Pei Yi and Chen Lu stepped forward, while Pei Xiu and Zhou Heng raised their submachine guns. With a distinct click, they chambered their weapons, ready to fire at the slightest movement from Wu Tong and his companions. Although the zombies had encroached upon Ling Ran's group, they instinctively targeted the individuals closest to them. Wu Tong, witnessing this scene, internally cursed his misfortune. Abandoning his concealment, he raised his hand, and the temperature around them plummeted. Ice shards crystallized in the air, swiftly piercing the skulls of the nearby zombies. In mere moments, the three zombies were dispatched with remarkable efficiency. As a level 3 ice ability user, Wu Tong showcased a dramatic leap in power compared to a level 2 ability user, a fact that was now palpably evident. The trio of level 2 zombies was obliterated in an instant. It was worth noting that Wu Tong's subordinates, who were also level 2 ability users, had previously struggled against such foes. Nie Bufan hastily produced a military dagger, intending to extract the blue crystal nuclei from the zombies' brains. However, before he could grasp them, a gust of wind whisked the three blue nuclei directly into Ling Ran's hands. Before Nie Bufan could voice his protest, Wu Tong, who had been enduring Ling Ran's presence for quite some time, erupted with fury. Ice spikes manifested before her, hurtling towards her forehead with astonishing speed, catching everyone off guard. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Ling Ran had set aside her snack, and, with a mere flick of her magic wand, halted the ice spike in midair, which then gently descended to the ground, quickly melting into a puddle of water. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wu Tong's eyes, swiftly replaced by indignation. What do you mean by taking our crystal nuclei, miss? He attempted to reason. I was the one who eliminated those zombies. Oh. Ling Ran finally cast a direct gaze at Wu Tong. But you deliberately lured the zombies over. Did you not consider such a scenario? If you choose to provoke me, then you shall endure the consequences. Wu Tong raised a hand, and in an instant, his men drew their guns, the click echoing as they chambered rounds. Simultaneously, Ling Ran's group acted swiftly, drawing their own firearms. The two factions stood, guns trained upon each other. Chapter 96. Surrender the supplies from the weapons displayed. It was evident that Wu Tong's group was at a disadvantage. While they possessed 2 AKs, the rest were armed with mere handguns. In stark contrast, Ling Ran's side was equipped with either AKs or submachine guns, the models being among the most renowned firearms from the pre-apocalyptic era. The atmosphere became tense. Silence enveloping the scene. Suddenly, a distinct crack pierced the silence, drawing everyone's attention to Su Yimo, who held Ling's magic wand in one hand while munching on sunflower seeds with the other, as Ling Ran casually snacked beside her. The others. Now that's impressive. Wu Tong, equally a figure of authority, felt a profound sense of humiliation. In front of his subordinates, he found himself overshadowed by the leader of another group. From the weaponry to the display of power, and now, he stood while she sat, enjoying her sunflower seeds. As he merely observed her, his pride had been bruised and his status diminished. In comparison to Ling Ran's nonchalance, Wu Tong felt an immense pressure. It was clear that Ling Ran held no fear of him. It was merely a matter of whether he would capitulate. Put down your guns. Wu Tong lowered his gaze, ultimately conceding defeat. The young lady before him had just been one of their own, inadvertently attracting the zombies. Thus, the 3 second-level crystal cores would serve as their gesture of apology. The only response was the sound of cracking sunflower seeds. Suppressing his overwhelming rage, Wu Tong declared, "We shall not disturb your seed snacking any longer. We shall take our leave." With that, he turned away, his mind brewing a nefarious scheme. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The dark muzzle emitted a wisp of white smoke, clearly indicating that she had fired the shot. "Did I not say you could leave?" The voice was not loud, yet it bore an undeniable weight. Hand over the supplies. The thread of rationality that Wu Tong had clung to snapped. "What do you mean by that? Lychee, how are you to explain this to me?" At that moment, all Wu Tong desired was to engage in a fierce battle with Ling Ran, followed by a thorough humiliation of that woman, to assuage the wrath that consumed him. "Do you not understand human speech? Hand over the supplies." Pei Yi and the others were momentarily stunned. They had never anticipated that after Ling Ran had stolen 3 crystal cores, she would brazenly demand more. It was undeniably exhilarating. At this juncture, even Gu Zijin, who typically remained unfazed by all matters, felt an adrenaline surge. If they were to endure any longer, they might as well abandon their lives in the martial world. Wu Tong raised his hand, and with another gunshot, the sound echoed once more. This time, it was Nia Bufan who had fired. The bullet aimed squarely at Ling Ran's forehead. However, Pei Yi and the others had anticipated this, and numerous abilities manifested in front of Ling Ran, successfully shielding her from the impending bullet. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly, with both sides unleashing their weapons. However, the cacophony soon ceased, as all present were endowed with extraordinary abilities, rendering bullets futile against their powers. Both factions instinctively sheathed their firearms and transitioned to utilizing their supernatural attacks. On Ling Ran's side, Lu Xiaoping lacked any abilities, while on Wu Tong's side, the 2 striking young women were similarly devoid of powers. Although Ling Ran's group enjoyed a numerical advantage in terms of extraordinary beings, in terms of rank and the diversity of their powers, Pei Yi and his companions were formidable compared to their adversaries. Wu Tong, facing them, was not only a level 3 ice elemental adept but also possessed abilities in the water element, classified at level 2. As for Nia Bufan, he wielded the power of flight alongside enhanced strength. Moreover, apart from Yue Yuan, who was a level 2 spatial adept with minimal offensive capabilities, the rest were all level 2 extraordinary beings. On Ling Ran's side, aside from Xin Yinshan, Pei Yi, Gu Zijing, and Xin Lei, the remainder were merely level 1 adept, with 2 being water elementals and 1 possessing speed-related abilities, which were relatively weak in terms of offensive power. Upon their first encounter, Wu Tong erupted in laughter. "Is this it? With such meager prowess, you dare to flaunt your bravado? Truly, you are blissfully unaware of your own limitations." Yet, in the face of an apocalypse, he remained cautious. After all, appearances could be deceiving. Ling Ran, dismissing her firearm, accepted the magic wand offered by Su Yimo. Remaining seated on the couch, she aimed the wand at Wu Tong and proclaimed, God decrees that you are a pig. Wu Tong, upon hearing these words, burst into laughter. Is this child serious? Unable to contend, she resorts to name-calling. I can hardly contain my laughter. Before his laughter could fade, a beam of white light shot forth from a magic wand, directed towards him. Wu Tong hastily erected a thick wall of ice for defense, yet it proved futile. The white light effortlessly pierced through, striking him directly. In the next moment, the unbroken laughter emanated from the body of a pig. Tonggu. The onlookers were rendered speechless as they beheld the plump, pink pig on the ground, some even swallowing nervously. Transformed into a pig. Does this mean we can feast on pork? A creature of such size could sustain us for quite a while. Wu Tong's pig head shook from side to side before he lowered it to inspect his trotters. I have turned into a pig? This cannot be. It must be an illusion induced by a psychic ability. No one's powers can transform a person into a pig. Tonggu. Nia Bufan's eyes were filled with terror as he addressed Wu Tong. You have truly become a pig. This is no mere hallucination. Yue Yuan and the others gazed at Ling Ran with dread, and in the next second, as if in unison, they all knelt down. Boss, we apologize. I was wrong. This matter has nothing to do with us. It is all Tong's doing. Wu Tong sought your trouble. We were merely following orders. Indeed. We too are merely pawns in this. We never intended to target you. We have no grievances with you, boss. If it weren't for Wu Tong's greed, we would not have been embroiled in this conflict. Wu Tong was infuriated, his rotund pig head bellowing in rage. Nia Bufan, how could you be so spineless? Do you have no shame? In the past, Wu Tong's outbursts would have terrified them into submission. As I look upon this scene, I find myself apologizing. They merely wish to ascertain whether consuming Wu Tong equates to partaking in human flesh or swine. With a gaze directed towards Nia Bufan and his crowd, Wu Tong, having spent countless days in their company, instantly comprehends their thoughts, igniting within him a furious rage. I am human. I am human. Furthermore, after enduring the trials of this apocalyptic world together for so long, despite my transformation, it is one thing for you to forsake me. But to add insult to injury is truly a betrayal I never anticipated from you. Wu Tong, aware of the harsh reality that in this world of the strong, the weak are often prey, finds himself in a dire predicament. You all. In the throes of his utmost fury, Wu Tong unleashes his wrath. Yet amidst his anger, he discovers, to his astonishment, that he can still wield his supernatural abilities. Chapter 98. There are always conditions moisture in the air crystallizes into icicles. Swiftly darting towards Nia Bufan, compared to Ling Ran's transformation of him into a pig, Wu Tong harbors a deeper resentment towards those who would kick him while he is down. Of course, he understands that the disparity between his powers and Ling Ran's is vast, making any assault on Ling Ran a near impossibility. However, the odds are significantly more favorable when directed at Nia Bufan. If I cannot find solace, neither shall you. As Nia Bufan senses the temperature plummeting, he reacts quickly and attempts to defend himself, but the chasm between a level 2 and a level 3 supernatural being is insurmountable. The icicles penetrate as if traversing an unguarded realm, the first striking Nia Bufan's heart. Blood seeps from the corner of his mouth as he gazes in disbelief at the pig on the ground. You. Nia Bufan never anticipated that Wu Tong possessed supernatural powers, nor did he foresee the ruthless assault that would come forth with such lethal intent. He transformed into a pig. Could they still thrive? All he desired was to survive. What fault did he possess? Yet these inquiries would remain unvoiced, his gaze fixed intently upon Wu Tong. His breath ebbing away, his eyes never to close. Yue Yuan and the subordinates of Wu Tong, witnessing this scene, felt a tremor of dread. They had never anticipated Wu Tong to be so merciless. After all, Nia Bufan was Wu Tong's most trusted confidant. To kill so readily, they immediately pleaded for mercy. Tonggu, we are powerless in this situation. Indeed, all I wished for was to live. For years, we had been friends before the apocalypse. Do you not know who I am? Throughout this long ordeal, though Fan Ge may not have achieved great feats, he has certainly endured hardships alongside you. To think you would end his life so callously fills me with despair. When confronted by those daring to accuse him, Wu Tong retaliated with icy resolve, swiftly ending another life. This decisive act of violence silenced the others, who sealed their lips in fear of becoming the next victim. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. The previous events had unfolded with startling abruptness. Although they were aware that Ling Ran possessed the ability to manifest her words into reality, they had never considered that such powers could be wielded in such a manner, suddenly transforming someone into a pig. Following this transformation, the Eagle Squad was dismantled, descending into infighting. In an instant, without expending any effort, they annihilated 2 foes. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. No wonder he is a formidable figure. All gazes turned towards Ling Ran, their eyes betraying an admiration that could not be concealed, an instinctive reverence for strength emanating from within. No one dared to break the silence. But the source of all this? Ling Ran spoke lightly. The transformation into pigs lasts only 24 hours. Upon hearing this, Wu Tong felt a surge of joy in his heart, while Yue Yuan and the others felt a tightening in theirs. Even in this pig-like form, they seemed unwilling to let them go. Once they reverted to their human forms, would they have any chance of survival? Yet, as is often the case, there is a but. Ling Ran paused, expertly manipulating the emotions of Wu Tong and his companions. I can extend it. After all, it is merely a matter of words. Wu Tong. The others. You truly are cunning, my friend. Now, what do you truly desire? Speak plainly. Grant us either life or death swiftly, and spare us the torment of a slow demise. Suddenly, Yue Yuan collapsed to his knees. With a wave of his hand, a pile of supplies appeared on the ground, including the gun that belonged to him. Esteemed one, this is the money I spent to secure my life and that of my friends. If you could, please let us go. Upon witnessing this, the others hurriedly surrendered their firearms as well. Chapter 99. The next moment, a roasted piglet, everyone awaited Ling Ran's words. She, unhurried and languid, raised her magic wand, lifting the spirits of all present. Pointing her wand at Yue Yuan and the others, she commanded, "You may leave the vehicle behind. Go on." They hurriedly bowed their heads in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed one. Thank you. As for continuing forward, that was out of the question. The horde of zombies in the service area was far too numerous, and given their strength, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Wu Tong, with a gait reminiscent of a swine, contemplated a stealthy escape, but the magic wand was pointed at him with unerring precision. If you take another step, the next moment will find you as a roasted pig. The pig's leg came to an abrupt halt, and Wu Tong, filled with a mix of fury and fear, dared not utter a single word of protest, let alone inquire about the intentions of his captor, for he dreaded the thought of becoming a literal roast, with not even a remnant left behind to haunt the culinary desires of others. Ling Ran, however, paid him no heed. Instead, she turned to Xin Yinshin and instructed, "Pack everything up. We must continue our journey." They had already squandered several precious days accompanying Wu Tong and his companions. Understood, Xin Yinshin replied, efficiently stowing away the supplies, firearms, and 2 jeeps that Yue Yuan had produced into the spatial compartment. He then cast a glance at the pig, questioning, "What shall we do with this creature? We cannot keep living beings in the space." Wu Tong, filled with trepidation, gazed imploringly at Ling Ran, who had already risen to her feet, handing the magic wand to Su Emo. After wiping her hands with a damp tissue, she lightly suggested, "Just take it along." Wu Tong harbored grave suspicions that they intended to fatten him up before consuming him. He had envisioned countless potential fates for himself, yet never had he anticipated such a grim conclusion. Fortunately, the cargo bed of the military pickup was devoid of any items, allowing Wu Tong to be placed within it. Before entering the vehicle, Ling Ran imparted a warning. You would do well not to contemplate escape, otherwise. The girl, adorned in a lovely dress, wore a charming smile that radiated elegance and friendliness, yet to Wu Tong, it appeared nothing short of terrifying. Escape? He lacked the courage or desire to even entertain such a notion. This opportunity is but a singular one. Should it be missed and capture ensue, the only fate that awaits would likely be that of a roasted piglet. Observing the pig's head nodding vigorously, Ling Ran added, "Do not relieve yourself within my vehicle, or else." Wu Tong could only nod in response. Finally, the girl boarded the car, and Wu Tong exhaled in relief. The entire pig collapsing weakly in the cargo area. Gazing at the clear sky, it silently closed its eyes. Sleep now. Upon awakening, you will discover it was merely a dream. Strangely enough, whether it was due to its transformation into a pig, the quality of sleep was remarkably good, and it soon fell into slumber. A song played until he was jolted awake. Wake up. Stop sleeping. He had turned into a pig. What now? The one urging him to rise, Pei Xiao, expressed dissatisfaction. Get up. Do you think we nurture you for nothing? Rise and work. The dense horde of zombies made even this level 3 supernatural being's scalp tingle. Why are you dawdling? Kill the zombies. Wu Tong then realized that those zombies seemed oblivious to their presence, unable to see or smell them, as if humans passed by unnoticed. This revelation filled him with dread, and he glanced at Ling Ran, understanding that she was the cause of this phenomenon. Startled, Wutong emitted a pig-like squeal and promptly dashed into the throng of zombies, beginning to slay them. Chapter 100. Entering G City thanks to Ling Ran's aura of kinship and her supernatural abilities. Pei Xiao and the others found great enjoyment in exterminating zombies. They obediently stayed put, allowing the slaughter of the undead to unfold, which was easier than killing chickens. When fatigue set in, they would rest, then resume their killing spree. Thus, in the span of 3 days, the group finally cleared the service area of all zombies. It is evident without need for elaboration that amidst such a multitude of zombies, resources remain largely intact. With an abundance of supplies, Shenyan's space proved inadequate for storage. Thus, Ling Ran adeptly absorbed the contents of several small supermarkets and convenience stores into her own space, not forgetting to include the fuel from a gas station. After a day's respite, the group boarded their vehicle and set off once more. Wutong had become utterly numb to the situation, particularly after witnessing Ling Ran's astonishing speed in absorbing crystal cores the previous day. His mental state had crumbled. Such remarkable velocity, could it truly be real? Had she not inadvertently ingested the virus along with the cores? This time, they had secured over 1,800 crystal cores, with 1,000 belonging to Ling Ran. While the remaining 800 were distributed by Pei Yi based on each member's abilities and contributions. Wutong received a share as well, being a third-tier ability user. He had certainly eliminated his fair share of foes, even ranking among the top fighters present. Yet, he ended up with a single core. Pei Yi, with a demeanor of righteous authority, addressed him. Our team does not engage in oppression. Despite your shortcomings, we acknowledge your contributions. Here, this is your crystal core. Handle it well. Wutong could only feel a sense of disbelief. What sin had he committed to find himself amidst such individuals? Yet, to be fair, the food was undeniably exquisite. As thoughts of sustenance crossed his mind, he could not help but salivate. Initially, he held disdain for having a mere ordinary person within their ranks. But after tasting her delectable pork rice, he understood the allure. Why had he not considered the advantage of having a chef by his side? Truly, the elite know how to indulge. The vehicle sped along the highway, initially anticipating a fruitful encounter at the next service area, only to discover it had been thoroughly stripped bare. Moreover, the subsequent stretch of road, having been cleared, was remarkably smooth. 3 days later, Shun, at the helm of the car, turned to the passenger seat where Ling Ran sat, saying, "We shall soon exit the highway and enter the territory of City Gnu Province." Indeed, Ling Ran yawned. At long last, we have arrived. The prolonged journey on the highway has been rather tedious. In that moment, Su Yimo promptly offered Ling Ran a tissue to dab away the physiological tears that had escaped the corner of her eyes. "Boss, once we exit the highway, shall we find a place to rest for a day and indulge in a proper slumber?" Ling Ran, stifling another yawn, nodded slightly. After several consecutive days of traversing the highway, there was indeed a sense of fatigue, not only physically, but mentally as well. Ahead, an off-road vehicle was the first to descend from the highway, followed closely by a military pickup truck. This highway exit was situated in a relatively remote suburban area. Once they departed from the highway, they were met with city streets, flanked by desolate roads devoid of life, with storefronts shuttered tight. A scene of crumbling walls and decay pervasive in the air. The vegetation, having mutated, had grown into towering trees that obscured the sun, painting a picture reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic wasteland, akin to a desolate city from a doomsday game. Scattered zombies, alerted by the sound of the vehicle, emerged from various corners, drawn towards them. City G, once thriving, had residential complexes adjacent to the highway exit. One could easily surmise that the number of zombies within those complexes must be considerable. Yet, could there be more than those at the service area? That would indeed constitute a minor zombie tide. Chapter 101. When the leader has yet to become a pig, although there were numerous zombies in the community, their numbers were not as overwhelming as one might expect. This was likely due to prior cleansing efforts at the nearby highway entrance, resulting in a more manageable quantity of the undead. After dealing with the zombies, the group sought out a habitable residence within the neighborhood. As the evening was still young, they decided to venture out in search of supplies. Ling Ran, however, chose to remain behind, comfortably reclining on the sofa in the tidied room, engrossed in a novel on her phone. During their days on the highway, she had scarcely found the time to indulge in reading. Now, with a moment to spare, she relished the opportunity to snack while immersing herself in stories. Perhaps the phone contained locally saved novels or even television shows. Once she finished one, there would surely be another to follow. How delightful! As she read, a thought struck Ling Ran. What if the phone she had scavenged lacked any novels? If she exhausted her stockpile, would she be left with nothing to occupy her time? Merely seeking eggs would not suffice. She needed to find the chicken that laid them. If they encountered an author with such talents, it could prove beneficial. Pei and the others returned from their supply hunt with little success, though they did manage to collect several phones. As darkness descended, they secured the doors and windows. The zombies, which had been hiding during the day, emerged at night in search of food. Meanwhile, Ling Ran and her companions prepared to cook dinner. They set 3 large pots of rice, stewed green beans with potatoes, and heated some ambient temperature meal packets, adding rehydrated vegetables to enhance the flavor. The aroma was simply irresistible. Lu Xiaoping gazed at the ample provisions and prepared several fragrant and delectable dishes in large pots. Following Pei Yi's suggestion, she added an abundance of water, resulting in a plentiful broth that complemented the rice splendidly. The group gathered around the dining table, relishing the steaming dinner with a profound sense of happiness. As for Wu Tong, he was served a separate iron basin placed on the floor for his meal. Initially, he harbored some pride, but as he noticed the lack of attention from others, he soon succumbed to delightfully devouring his food. Who would have thought that being a leader was less fulfilling than being a pig? After a hearty meal, Wu Tong, seeing that he had no further responsibilities, found a cool spot in the living room to lie down and sleep. The others, feeling fatigued as well, freshened up, assigned the night watch, and then retired for the night. There was no conversation throughout the night. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. After enjoying a simple breakfast of vermicelli, braised eggs, ham sausage, pickled vegetables, and chili sauce, the group exited the community, retrieved their vehicle, and set off towards the G-City base. The G-City base was located in a sparsely populated suburban area, not in their immediate vicinity but rather to the west. However, it was not far away. If all went smoothly, they could reach it in about an hour. The journey was relatively smooth as they navigated through the outskirts and avoided the more bustling urban areas, encountering few zombies along the way. As they proceeded westward, they observed an increasing number of aerial superhumans in the sky. Pei, who was driving, calculated the distance traveled and nodded slightly. Yes, we are almost there. After approximately another 20 minutes, they indeed spotted numerous vehicles and humans, with not a single zombie in sight. On the left, stakes have been driven into the ground, and a sign hangs above, indicating that the G-City base is located 500 meters ahead. The sight of intact military pickup trucks and off-road vehicles draws the attention of many passers-by, though most merely glance and then lose interest. Continuing forward, one can catch a distant glimpse of the G-City base. Chapter 102. The regulations of G-City base. Before one's eyes stands the G-City base, fortified with towering walls, adorned with barbed wire and several surveillance cameras. At the main entrance, 2 gates are established, a larger one for vehicles and a smaller one for pedestrians, both guarded by individuals clad in combat attire, armed and exuding an air of cold indifference, unmistakably formidable. To the left of the entrance, a long wooden shelter has been constructed, though it offers no provisions, merely serving as a refuge from the wind and rain. Inside the shelter, a multitude of survivors huddle together, their faces gaunt, bodies frail, and expressions alert yet detached. On the right side, another shelter stands, markedly superior to the wooden one on the left. It boasts a solid wall structure and is equipped with benches and water, providing respite and hydration for those within. The number of people on the right is noticeably sparse, and upon closer inspection, one can see a sign hanging by the wall, Abilities Isolation Area. Conversely, the left side is designated as the isolation area for ordinary individuals. After being bitten or clawed by zombies, most individuals swiftly undergo mutation, although some may take longer to transform. Research has revealed that this mutation does not exceed 24 hours. Thus, whether one possesses abilities or not, entry into the G-City base necessitates immediate isolation. Indeed, if you are a formidable psychic, the G-City base will pave a special path for you, assigning personnel to conduct examinations, thus sparing you from quarantine. When Pei alighted to inquire, this was the outcome he received. Furthermore, should one wish to enter the base, one must relinquish half of their supplies. Subsequently, accommodations within the G-City base will be allocated based on the supplies and psychic abilities presented. Upon hearing this, Pei Xiu found it somewhat incredulous. Goodness, how stringent. In stark contrast, the South Province base truly embodies the spirit of philanthropy. Other bases operate in a similar fashion. Gu Zijing calmly articulated the facts. The South Province base is the anomaly. Pei turned to Ling Ran. Given our psychic circumstances, we can indeed gain entry. However, I inquired and discovered that while entering is straightforward, exiting poses considerable difficulty. Oh? Ling Ran was somewhat perplexed by Pei Yi's implication. Should you enter the G-City base akin to how you previously accessed the South Province base, acquiring an identification card for G-City, you would effectively become a denizen of the G-City base, bearing responsibility for its security and certain specific obligations. Moreover, if you wish to depart the base for another, a certain redemption fee must be paid. It is reminiscent of ancient servitude. Once you have entered this estate, you are but a servant within its confines. Should you desire to leave, you must secure your own freedom. This is, indeed, a rather oppressive clause. Zhou Heng furrowed his brow, his expression reflecting discomfort. Given this, it seems prudent that we forego any intention of visiting the G-City base. What I have conveyed pertains merely to the responsibilities that psychics must bear, naturally. The base will also confer additional privileges upon them. Pei Yi added, we need not present our identity cards. It will merely complicate our entry. For instance, we may have to isolate for 24 hours each time we enter. However, if you are affiliated with the G-City base, you can isolate inside, and personnel will promptly arrive to check for any signs of infection. Upon finishing his statement, everyone turned their gaze towards Ling Ran, awaiting her decision. Let us go inside first. If it proves unpleasant, we can depart early. Agreed. Pei then conferred briefly with Xin Yanxin before retrieving some supplies and placing them in the vehicle, subsequently driving to the base entrance. Without identity cards, they were unable to enter, and a guard clad in combat attire approached to inquire. We are a group of 9, 8 of whom possess abilities. Among us is a level 3 ability user and a level 2 ability user. We are passing through G-City and wish to take a look inside. Chapter 103. The pig surprisingly spoke. Pei Yi's words were understood by the guard. This indicated a formidable team of ability users expressing interest in the G-City base for potential evaluation. Should it meet their expectations, they would remain. If not, they would continue their assessments at other bases. Upon hearing of a level 3 ability user, the guard promptly stated, I will escort you to the special passage for inspection. Thank you. The gate opened, allowing the vehicle to smoothly enter the G-City base. As they ventured further, they observed that the area was suburban, with few apartment buildings, predominantly featuring newly constructed, rudimentary residences. In the distance, a vast expanse of makeshift housing constructed from wood and tents was visible. Not long after entering, they arrived at the inspection area. As Ling Ran and her companions alighted from the vehicle, they were approached by a group of individuals clad in identical combat uniforms, summoned by the guards. Among them were a young man and woman, both taken aback by the sight of Ling Ran, who was being treated like royalty as she stepped out of the car. Her pristine and elegant floral dress, paired with uniquely designed stilettos, was a sight they had not encountered in quite some time. Suppressing their astonishment, the young man approached and inquired, Are you the team here for the base inspection? What is your team's name? Pei glanced at Ling Ran, who slightly tilted her head in response. Why did they seek her input on this matter? Naming was hardly her forte. After a moment's contemplation, Pei declared, the strongest team. Indeed, his sister was the strongest. The young man did not comment further on the name, having encountered far more audacious team names in the past. What about supplies? He asked, just as he finished speaking. His gaze fell upon a pig that had stood up from behind the pickup truck, and his eyes lit up instantly. A pig? You actually have a pig. And it's alive. Wutong immediately fired back. You're the pig. Your whole family is made up of pigs. I am a level 3 Esper. And if I am a pig, then I will slaughter you. Wow, the pig actually spoke. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. Wutong retorted, You have no idea what you've just done. You're in for a world of trouble. Pei quickly interjected, We cannot part with this pig. It indeed possesses special abilities and is a member of our team. In the heat of the moment, they had instinctively overlooked including the pig in their count. The young man pointed at Wutong and managed to utter, I will record him for now and later report this to my superiors. Subsequently, they utilized instruments to examine Ling Ran and her companions, confirming their lack of infection. Afterward, they conducted a search of the supplies within the vehicle, confiscating half of the provisions before arranging temporary accommodations for them. Their lodgings were situated within a residential complex, and due to their sizable group, they were allocated 2 connected apartments, each comprising 3 bedrooms and a living room. Pei Xiu gazed upon the rudimentary dwelling, unable to refrain from comparing it to the facilities at the South Province base. Manager Jiang demonstrated foresight. When my sister and I first arrived, we were assigned a luxurious duplex. Here at the G-City base, despite my sister being a Tier 3 ability user, and our pig also being a Tier 3 ability user, they have allocated us such modest quarters. How disappointing. Pei Yi, however, had a clearer understanding. After all, we have not officially joined the G-City base. We are not considered one of their own. Yet, what shall we do about the pig? Su Yimo appeared puzzled. What do you mean, Brother Pei? Animals that undergo mutation do not possess abilities, nor can they speak. This pig is an anomaly. And with its Tier 3 abilities, would it not attract attention? Would no one be tempted to dissect it? Chapter 104. A Chance Encounter with Xia Qianqian Wutong. Overhearing the conversation, exclaimed in distress, I don't want to be dissected. I am not a pig. I am a human. His shrill cries prompted Ling Ran to furrow her brow in irritation. Be silent. The pig's cries ceased abruptly. Su Yimo seized the moment to pose an existential question. So, esteemed one, does he now belong to the realm of humans or pigs? If he were to be consumed, would it be considered cannibalism or merely the consumption of pork? This inquiry left Ling Ran momentarily perplexed. She pondered carefully and remarked, to be consumed as pork, it is now merely a pig, albeit one possessing a human soul. Wutong keenly observed that upon Ling Ran's realization of his porcine identity, several pairs of eyes glimmered with intrigue. Exhausted, he felt inclined towards obliteration. Yet, almost immediately, he heard a voice infused with hope. Should this base dare to seize my pig, they shall discover the consequences. Although Ling Ran was indifferent to Wutong's fate, she was not yet finished with her amusement. The prospect of someone else snatching it away was intolerable, whether she relished the idea or not. This was a direct affront to her authority. After discussing Wutong's predicament for a while, Lu Xiaoping and the others assisted in tidying the room to immaculate perfection. Especially with Su Yimo and Zhou Hang, both adept in water manipulation, ensuring the furniture gleamed. Once everything was organized, the group planned to venture out and explore the G-City base. Perhaps it was fate, for upon descending, Ling Ran and her companions encountered Xia Qianqian and her entourage. Upon seeing Ling Ran, Xia Qianqian's eyes sparkled with recognition. Nian Xinggu, what brings you here? Su Yimo, holding an umbrella for Ling Ran, muttered under her breath upon spotting Xia Qianqian, expressing her disdain, though she had long ceased to care about Shen Yinshan. An inexplicable aversion towards Xia Qianqian lingered within her. Shen Yinshan, catching her words, furrowed his brow slightly. Su Yimo, how could you speak like that? What of it? Su Yimo retorted, her temper flaring. I haven't said anything wrong. Besides, you are not my concern. Why should you dictate my words? Historically, Su Yimo had always considered herself as Shen Yinshan's fiancée, yet in this moment, declaring him as not her concern took him by surprise. He did not dwell upon it for long. Su Yimo's lack of insistence upon his company brought him a sense of relief. Shen Yinshan nodded at Xia Qianqian, saying, Yes. I just arrived today and was planning to explore the G-City base. Oh, Xia Qianqian replied, her inquisitive gaze sweeping over Ling Ran before she added eagerly. Why don't we guide you around? With a guide, the experience would undoubtedly be more enjoyable. Shen Yinshan glanced at Ling Ran, noting her lack of dissent, and nodded in agreement to Xia Qianqian. Then we would appreciate your assistance. Not at all, Xia Qianqian responded, taking the lead as they walked, providing insights about the base. The G-City base is rather ruthless. There are rankings among the ability users and teams. Those who make it onto the list, particularly the top 10, receive rewards from the base, making competition for the rankings quite fierce. However, generally speaking, the top talents remain fairly consistent. What criteria determine the rankings? Shen Yinshan inquired. Points earned through task completion, Xia Qianqian replied, glancing at Shen Yinshan who had walked alongside her. Essentially, it encourages everyone to compete with one another and to undertake tasks that contribute to the base's development. Pei Xiu interjected with a smirk. This base is truly heartless. It's not heartless, Shen Yinshan clarified. For a base to grow and prosper, such methods are entirely commonplace. I understand, Pei Xiu acknowledged, fully aware that this was a normal practice and even beneficial for the base's expansion. Even before the apocalypse, society had its own brutalities, and he merely found it amusing to voice his discontent. Chapter 105. The Power of Space Ability Users. Having concluded the discussion about the rankings, Xia Qianqian shifted her focus to the adept individuals within the G-City base. Among the top 10 ability users, most were classified as level 3, with the foremost being a level 3 lightning user. Lightning? That indeed falls under the category of special abilities. Meng Rue, walking alongside Xia Qianqian, nodded in agreement. It is now widely recognized that there exists a hierarchy among abilities. Within the same level, special abilities are the most formidable, followed by ordinary abilities. And then enhancement types. Does that imply my ability is the least impressive? Pei Xiu lamented, for he possessed a speed-type ability, categorized as an enhancement type. My water-based ability isn't much better, Zhou Hang added with a frown. This means that among us, Brother Shun and Brother Gu possess the most powerful abilities, and their potential for development is even greater. However, Brother Shun's space ability seems rather limited, as it appears to serve merely as a storage function, someone remarked. How did this information come about? Shen Yinshan inquired with keen interest. As a space ability user himself, he often felt like nothing more than a mobile warehouse. And to be honest, he harbored a sense of disappointment. Rumors circulated within the G-City ability user community, suggesting that another base had encountered a level 3 space ability user who had triumphed over a level 3 fire ability user. Xia Qianqian interjected, given that space ability users are categorized among special abilities, their potential must be immeasurable. I believe that as the level of abilities escalates, space abilities will undoubtedly emerge as exceptionally powerful. Thank you. Shen Yinshan assumed Xia Qianqian was offering him words of comfort. She refrained from elaborating further. Yet the conviction in her eyes did not go unnoticed by Ling Ran. She raised an eyebrow, her certainty suggesting that she was not merely speculating, but rather seemed to have witnessed the formidable powers of a spatial ability user firsthand. Ling Ran recalled that she too possessed spatial abilities. Could it be that her level had ascended to the 3rd tier or beyond? No, she vaguely remembered that Xiao Yushu had a unique advantage regarding spatial powers. Perhaps her confidence stemmed solely from the protagonist's inherent perception and self-assurance. The others did not pay much heed to Xia Qianqian's words. However, Pei Xiu cast a wary glance over Shen Yinshan and then turned to Gu Zijing. The more he observed, the more he felt something was amiss. Both individuals possessed special abilities with boundless potential. And then there were their names, physiques, appearances, and identities prior to the apocalypse. How strikingly similar they were to the male lead. Goodness. Surely, these two harbored secret intentions towards his sister? No, he must keep a vigilant watch. Should any inclination arise, he would swiftly extinguish it. As they exited the residential complex, they walked along the road leading to the G-City base. Their group was sizable, and with Ling Ran, who effortlessly drew attention, they garnered many curious glances. You folks from the West, have you joined the G-City base? No, Xia Qianqian replied, shaking her head. Our ability levels are relatively low, and we are few in number. We are still in the process of scouting for other ability users to form a small team. However, even if we successfully assemble one, we may not necessarily join the G-City base. The competition here feels rather fierce. Shen Yinshan nodded in understanding and inquired further, typically, how many members are there in an ability user team? A team of 7 is the most common, although teams of 10 also exist. A 7-member team is the most cost-effective for executing tasks, as the rewards can be distributed most favorably. This is quite logical, while a larger team may seem safer. It proves to be counterproductive. The points awarded for a task are finite, and as the number of team members increases, the individual share diminishes, which no one desires. In Chapter 106, titled No Room for Them, the building is bustling with both ordinary individuals and those possessing abilities. However, the atmosphere feels distinctly divided, as if belonging to two separate worlds. The non-powered survivors appear gaunt and emaciated, their heads disproportionately large for their frail bodies, devoid of any spark in their eyes. They wear tattered and filthy clothing, their hands calloused, reflecting a profound despair for life. Conversely, the powered individuals present a stark contrast, both in attire and demeanor. This is the task hall, where numerous missions are announced by the base, primarily revolving around resource retrieval. Occasionally, the base organizes large-scale joint operations. One such event previously mobilized nearly half of the base's powered individuals to seize a prominent hospital in the outskirts. As for taking on missions, Ling Ran and her companion showed little interest. After a brief inquiry, they wandered to the back of the task hall, where a marketplace is located. The G-City base is relatively well managed, and the marketplace is not excessively littered. At that moment, a commotion broke out nearby, drawing the attention of many onlookers. A man, evidently well-dressed, was berating a man in his 30s. You still owe me 2 points, and now you have the audacity to ask to borrow supplies? Where do you get the nerve? The man being insulted, known as Shan Gu, had the appearance of a petty thug, looking noticeably younger than the man he was confronting, likely only in his early 20s. A lewd smile crept across his face. Listen, Fan Chuan, you were once a revered figure before the apocalypse. I've read your novels. Don't claim I haven't been considerate. If you offer your wife to me for a bit of pleasure, I'll overlook the points you owe me. How about that for the supplies? What the hell are you saying? Get lost. That's impossible. Though Fan Chuan spoke defiantly, he was currently under Shan Ji's heel, rendering his words rather unconvincing. Shan Gu let out a cold laugh. To be frank, your wife is 35, and I'm merely 20. Sleeping with her would be a loss for me, wouldn't it? If it weren't for the novelty of a renowned author's wife, why would I bother with an older woman? If you refuse to lend, there's no need to insult me. He laughed mockingly, pressing his foot against Fan Chuan's face. Do I need a reason to insult you? Just look at your old woman. Who else would find her appealing besides me? Frankly, if your wife were to open her legs, leveraging your reputation as a great author, she might actually accumulate a good amount of supplies. Consumed by rage, Fan Chuan's face turned crimson. However, he was merely a writer before the apocalypse, and now, without any awakened abilities, he was weaker than the average man, struggling to survive. At this moment, he stood no chance against Wang Shan, a power-type ability user. It was his folly to believe that Wang Shan considered him a reader, having previously borrowed 2 points from him, naively thinking he was a good person. Little did he know the intentions of the other party. With Wang Shan's filthy shoes weighing down on him, Fan Chuan clenched his fists. His face flushed with indignation. Even in death, I would never stoop to such a thing. Chapter 107. Are you a novelist? In the aftermath of the apocalypse, a chasm separates the abilities of the extraordinary from the ordinary. Amongst the ordinary, men who possess greater strength and labor capacity have risen to dominance, with the elderly being the most helpless and children following closely behind. As for women, particularly the young, regardless of their beauty, they have become the outlets for men's frustrations amidst the immense pressures of survival. Those fortunate enough to have male protectors fare better, while those without are left with no choice but to resort to selling their bodies. Women lacking abilities and the means to protect themselves essentially become playthings for others. Xia Qianqian sighed reflectively, and Ming Rue, standing beside her, lowered her gaze upon hearing these words. She was the very young woman Xia Qianqian described, devoid of powers and the ability for self-defense. Was she being pointed out? Were it not for her protector, she would be forced to reside in a filthy shanty town, lying on a tattered piece of cloth, confronting one man after another just to secure a morsel of bread? The conversation grew heavy with this realization. Zhuosu broke the silence, asking, "Beyond this point lies the shanty town. Shall we proceed?" After he spoke, he noticed the gazes of others shifting towards Ling Ran, who stood a bit further back. Ling Ran remained silent, merely striding forward in her high heels. Fan Chuan gripped his fists tightly, humiliation flooding his eyes. Alas, he lacked strength, lacked ability, and could do nothing. The sound of high heels echoed nearby, drawing Fan Chuan's attention. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a pair of exquisite silver stilettos came into view, worn by a woman with delicate, fair feet. He glanced briefly before diverting his gaze, intending to discreetly shift away when a melodious feminine voice pierced the air. "Were you once a novelist?" These words had not graced his ears in quite some time. Fan Chuan raised his eyes slightly to behold a woman adorned in glamorous attire, flanked by admirers on all sides, her expression calm and unassuming. There was no trace of disdain, no sense of superiority, merely a tranquil gaze fixed upon him. She continued, "Or perhaps a master of your craft. It must have been splendidly written." "Well, it was passable. Achieving success often hinges on a measure of luck," he replied hesitantly. "Would you be willing to accompany me and pen novels for me in the future?" "Ah?" Fan Chuan was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he was on the brink of death, experiencing a fleeting illusion. Just as he struggled to sit upright, Wang Shan's voice confirmed the reality of the moment. "No." "Esteemed one, why do you seek Fan Chuan? He possesses no notable skills. Perhaps you might consider me instead. I have read numerous novels before the apocalypse, and my writing may not fall short of his." Wang Shan instantly recognized the extraordinary presence of Ling Ran and sought to align himself with her. However, she paid him no heed, while Lu Xiaoping stepped forward, casting a scornful glance his way. "What are you, to think you can converse with someone of my master's caliber?" Wang Shan observed Ling Ran's formidable entourage, hesitated, and retreated to the sidelines, choosing silence. He did not leave, eager to witness Fan Chuan's fate. If Fan Chuan were to associate with such a prominent figure, it would undoubtedly signify his ascent to the pinnacle of success, which would cause him considerable distress. The pain of his own failure was already agonizing, but the thought of Fan Chuan succeeding was even more heart-wrenching. Chapter 108. A lackluster profession after Wang Shan's interruption. Fan Chuan's mind finally resumed its function. He quickly asserted, "Yes, I am a novelist, primarily focusing on male-oriented narratives, though I dabble in various genres. If the esteemed one is interested in female-oriented stories, my wife is also an author, She was quite renowned before the apocalypse. We could both craft novels for you. Then you and your wife shall accompany me and write novels exclusively for me. I shall provide for your sustenance. Is that agreeable? Fan Chuan could hardly believe his ears. Nodding vigorously, absolutely, esteemed one. I will write whatever you desire. If I am unfamiliar with something, I am more than willing to learn. I possess considerable talent in the realm of novel writing. Very well, lead the way. To where? Did you not mention that your wife is also a writer? Realizing the implication, Fan Chuan quickly stood, but stumbled due to pain and weakness. Zhou Hang promptly rushed to support him, causing Fan Chuan to express his gratitude and astonishment. Thank you, thank you. It is nothing. Which direction do we head? Fan Chuan hastily indicated the way, and the group followed Zhou Hang towards the shantytown. As they walked, their polished appearance drew the attention of many onlookers. Ling Ran appeared unfazed by the curious and envious glances, instead inquiring of Fan Chuan, "Do you know any exceptional chefs?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shouping's heart tightened. "Sir, I am still here." Fan Chuan nodded. Uncle Chen, who lives next door, was a 5-star chef before the apocalypse. However, in this new world, the profession of a chef has become somewhat redundant. Much like the author, I find that practical trades such as carpentry, construction, agriculture, and medicine are far more valuable. How many people reside in his household? If there are too many, Ling Ran may not be able to accommodate them. Uncle Chen has only himself and his daughter. Realizing Ling Ran's desire for a chef, Fan Chuan hastily spoke in praise of Uncle Chen. He is quite a good man, having assisted me on several occasions. It is precisely because of his support that my wife, although he had not bartered his wife for supplies. There are still unscrupulous men who would seize women by force, taking advantage of the situation while their husbands toil for points. In a lawless world, one can only consider themselves unfortunate when faced with such predicaments. Indeed, the man replied, but did not continue. Fan Chuan felt a sense of uncertainty creeping in. However, he dared not speak further, fearing he might irritate others and jeopardize his own position. In the midst of this silence, the group finally entered the shantytown. Here, makeshift homes constructed of wood, tents, or tattered cloth stood in disarray, each dwelling diminutive and dilapidated, with uneven ground riddled with potholes. For these survivors, who possess little capability, the base's approach is to allocate them a plot of land, leaving them to construct their own shelters. They only provide a modicum of work to ensure that the inhabitants do not starve. Upon entering this place, a pungent odor wafted from the west, assaulting the nostrils. Fortunately, after the apocalypse, individuals had grown accustomed to the scent of zombies. Even in the presence of this overwhelming stench, they managed to maintain their composure. The shantytown's location varied in desirability. Those adjacent to the base's wall were clearly at a disadvantage. In the event of a zombie siege, its inhabitants would be the first to suffer. Fan Chuan was evidently struggling, residing in a dim corner against the wall. His so-called dwelling was merely a lowly structure hastily assembled from wood and tattered cloth, offering scant protection from the rain. He bent down and knocked on the wooden board serving as a door. "Wife, it is I." Chapter 109. A stroke of bad luck, is it true? In this apocalypse, are there still individuals with the energy to read novels? It is true, they are outside. Please tidy yourself and come out. I will search for Uncle Chen. Fan Chuan urged, adding, the big boss may still require a cook, though Hu Meiying was skeptical about the veracity of his claims. Their plight had reduced them to the status of ants, easily crushed by anyone. There was little left to deceive. She hurriedly adjusted her appearance, stooping as she exited the wooden shack, only to find Fan Chuan knocking on a neighboring door. A fleeting glance revealed a group of individuals standing not far from her home. They were clearly not ordinary people, clad in clean attire with rosy complexions. They appeared to be living far better than typical supernatural beings. Observing them, Hu Meiying lowered her head, her gaze falling upon her worn shoes that exposed her toes, causing her to shrink back in embarrassment. Uncle Chen and his daughter were sound asleep when Fan Chuan roused them. After hearing his account, they were instantly alert. He hurriedly awakened his daughter, tidied up, and emerged from their wooden abode, where they indeed encountered the so-called big shot mentioned by Fan Chuan. Once everyone had gathered, Fan Chuan promptly introduced, esteemed one, this is my wife, Hu Meiying, a minor deity author from the Tomato website in this post-apocalyptic world. And this is Uncle Chen, who was the head chef at a 5-star hotel in G City before the world changed. Beside him is his daughter, Chen Xiaoying, already 10 years old and capable of some labor. Can we still view your previous works? Indeed. My phone remains intact. And my wife and I have backed up our writings. We simply lack power. Yes, yes, Fan Chuan and Hu Meiying nodded repeatedly, feeling a twinge of anxiety. fearing their prior novels might not align with the big shot's tastes. Uncle Chen nodded earnestly. Yes, I am grateful for the opportunity you have provided. Very well. Let us proceed, Ling Ran remarked, turning to leave. Fan Chuan quickly rushed home to retrieve his phone, and then he, along with Hu Meiying and the others, hastily followed at the rear of the esteemed group. What extraordinary luck! Wang Shan seethed with jealousy, nearly driven to madness, yet dared not approach Ling Ran. Ling Ran had come to procure vegetables, as they lacked fresh meat and produce. After Lu Xiaoping completed her substantial shopping, the group departed the market amidst envious glances. Exiting the market, they passed the mission hall, and Ling Ran addressed Shen Yan deeply. Let us conclude our outing here for today. Very well. Let us go together. We all reside in the same community. Indeed, Meng Rue noticed from the side, her eyes narrowing slightly. Chapter 110, A Sense of Displacement. On the way back to their residence, aside from Qin Lu, Pei Xiu, and Zhou Hang discussing matters concerning the base, silence enveloped the rest. Upon arriving at the foot of the building, after bidding farewell to Xia Qianqian and her companions, just as he was about to leave, Xia Qianqian called out to Shen Yinshan once more. Brother Nianchen, I wish to speak with you privately, if I may. Sure. Pei Yi cast a glance at Xia Qianqian before turning to depart. Su Yimo gazed at Shen Yinshan, feeling an inexplicable urge to say something. At that moment, a voice called out to her from behind. Imo. I'm coming, sir. Su Yimo replied promptly, turning to follow Ling Ran. Shen Yinshan approached Xia Qianqian, leading her to a secluded corner, and inquired, Qianqian, what is it that you wish to discuss? Brother Nianchen, have you formed a small team with Ling Ran and the others? Something like that. Why do you ask? Xia Qianqian lowered her gaze, a hint of disappointment shadowing her features. I had hoped to invite you to join our team. Shen Yinshan declined gently. I'm sorry, but I do not intend to leave my current team. Whether out of friendship or self-interest, he could not abandon his present companions. Noticing Xia Qianqian's downcast demeanor, he suggested, why not consider joining our team? I can speak to the sir on your behalf. Why do you refer to her as sir? At the mention of this, Shen Yinshan's mind involuntarily recalled a scene from the night before, a moment that would always evoke a sense of awe whenever remembered, for she was undeniably formidable. Addressing Lord Ling and certainly stems from the public's consensus, yet it is primarily rooted in Shen Yinshan's profound respect for Ling Ran's formidable prowess. Moreover, given that he is currently benefiting from Ling Ran's generosity, what harm is there in expressing a modicum of reverence by calling him Lord? Shen Yinshan preferred not to elaborate on Ling Ran's affairs in the presence of others, thus he inquired, do you wish to join? Forget it, Xia Qianqian replied, shaking her head. She had no desire to serve Ling and like his subordinates. On the contrary, what she yearned for was the position held by Ling and himself. Should she join Ling Ran's team, she would inevitably forfeit her chance to become a central figure among her peers. Is there anything else? Sensing the polite distance in Shen Yinshan's tone, Xia Qianqian felt a tinge of melancholy. No, that's all. Then I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. Farewell. Observing Shen Yinshan depart without hesitation, Xia Qianqian felt an inexplicable sense of grievance. She could not articulate why, but she believed Shen Yinshan ought to be more accommodating and protective of her. From their very first encounter, she had harbored such sentiments. However, it seemed that this feeling had led her astray this time. Meanwhile, Fan Chuan and the others had tidied up, and Ling Ran was contemplating what delectable dishes to request. After a moment's reflection, she turned to Pei Yi and the others, saying, each of you may order a dish for Xiao Chen to prepare. Uncle Chun was a 5-star chef, skilled in both Vietnamese and Sichuan cuisine. And while he had some proficiency in other culinary styles and pastries, these two were his specialties. As for Ling Ran referring to Uncle Chen as Xiao Chen, none found it peculiar. Upon hearing that the adults had entrusted them with the power to order dishes, everyone felt a surge of excitement. Chen Lu quickly declared, I want to eat braised pork. I want sweet and sour ribs. I want stewed pork with preserved vegetables. Followed Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang in unison. The remaining few also eagerly voiced their desired dishes. Listening to the names of the dishes, Uncle Chen felt a sense of relief. They were all dishes he was adept at preparing. After Lu Xiaoping expressed her preferred dish, she inquired, can you make it? As long as we have the ingredients. It can be done. We have them. Uncle Chun, please follow me. Shen Yin brought Uncle Chun to the kitchen and promptly retrieved all the necessary items. Upon seeing the array of meats and seasonings laid out on the counter, Uncle Chen felt a mix of astonishment and nostalgia. Grasping a new kitchen knife, he found it somewhat unfamiliar, as his own had long since dulled beyond use while fending off zombies. To my new companion, it is a pleasure to meet you. I hope we shall work harmoniously together in the days to come. Calming his mind, he began to inspect the seasonings, vegetables, and meats to ensure nothing essential was missing. Once he confirmed that all the required ingredients were present, he swiftly set to work. Lu Xiaoping assisted by washing the vegetables, while the fan couple, having little else to do, joined in the task. As time passed, tantalizing aromas began to waft through the air. Wu Tong, who had been napping on the balcony, was awakened by the enticing scent. He quickly opened his eyes and waddled into the living room, exclaiming, "Is it time to eat?" "Ah!" Hu Meiying called out in a hurried and hushed tone, This, pig." Fan Xuan was equally startled, protecting his wife and keeping a considerable distance from the creature. Su Yimo admonished him, "Wu Tong, you have frightened our guests." Wu Tong reiterated, "I am not a pig. I am a human." Fan Xuan and Hu Meiying exchanged glances, contemplating, well, a pig that aspires to be human. Dishes began to arrive at the dining table, their enticing aromas overwhelming. Everyone's attention shifted from their tasks, their gazes frequently darting towards the kitchen. Even Ling Ran, who had been engrossed in Fan Xuan's novel, found it difficult to continue reading. Lu Xiaoping, who had not mastered even half of her father's culinary skills, was indeed no match for a professional chef. One exquisite dish after another was presented, each one a masterpiece in both presentation and fragrance. Ling Ran set her phone aside and approached the table. Su Yimo graciously pulled out a chair for her, saying, "Madam, let me serve you some rice." Once the esteemed guest was seated, the others could no longer contain their eagerness and gathered around the enormous dining table prepared by Ling Ran, ready to indulge in the feast. Aside from Ling Ran and Wu Tong, the other 7 had each requested a dish, with one prepared under Ling Ran's direction by Uncle Chen, bringing the total to 8 delectable offerings. Su Yimo filled large bowls with rice for both Ling Ran and herself, then took her place beside Ling Ran, chopsticks in hand, eagerly watching her. As Ling Ran began to sample the dishes, Su Yimo promptly followed suit. The others hurriedly grabbed their bowls to serve themselves rice before settling down to enjoy the meal. Ling Ran picked up the sweet and sour spare ribs, beautifully charred and glistening in red and yellow hues, took a bite, and nodded in satisfaction. As I contemplated sharing my thoughts, my gaze fell upon the somewhat awkward figures of Fan Xuan and Hu Meiying standing in the living room. She turned to Lu Xiaoping and said, "Xiao Lu, please invite them to join us for dinner." "Of course, madam," Lu Xiaoping replied promptly, calling over Fan Xuan, Hu Meiying, and Uncle Chen's daughter to the table, subsequently serving them generous bowls of steaming white rice. The group exchanged timid glances towards those seated at the dining table, only to find that no one was paying them any mind, and they quickly seized their chopsticks to take a bite of the rice. It was exquisite. They had never tasted rice so delectable before. They neglected the dishes entirely, reveling solely in the joy that the rice brought them. Chapter 112. Deputy Manager of G-City Base Uncle Chen, indeed an esteemed chef from a 5-star hotel, had prepared these dishes authentically and skillfully, with a perfect balance of flavors. The 8 substantial dishes were devoured in no time, leaving everyone patting their satisfied bellies, feeling as though life had never been so splendid. Culinary delights, as always, wield an extraordinary power to bestow happiness upon those who partake. Once satisfied, Uncle Chen covertly observed Ling Ran's expression as she relished the meal. Noticing her apparent satisfaction, a flicker of hope ignited within him. If this team could provide such abundant resources, following them might at least ensure their basic needs were met. And that, he thought, was all he truly desired. Ling Ran, having indulged in such a wealth of authentic cuisine, felt elated as she accepted the joyful, indulgent beverage handed to her by Su Yimo, alleviating the spiciness. She glanced at the previously reserved Western group, who had once again risen from their seats, and felt a deep sense of contentment. Just before dinner, she had perused Fan Xuan's book, which boasted a grand narrative, intricately woven with humor and engaging storytelling. Indeed a captivating read. I have yet to read Hu Meiying's book, but Fan Xuan has already decided to accept it, and Hu Meiying will surely package it together. The meal was exquisitely prepared. Ling Ran, addressing the anxious father and daughter, said, "From now on, you two shall remain here, along with Xiao Lu, to oversee the culinary needs of everyone." Thank you, esteemed one." Uncle Chen promptly bowed with his daughter to Ling Ran, exclaiming, "We shall certainly work diligently." "Very well." Fan Xuan felt a sudden flutter of anxiety as Ling Ran's gaze returned to him, his heart racing palpably, his tension visibly escalating. Just a moment ago, he had observed Ling Ran reading his novel, yet he could not discern her feelings towards it. "You and your spouse should also stay," Ling Ran continued, wiping her mouth. "From now on, you shall write novels for me. If you require any research materials, do let me know, and I shall procure the necessary books. Yes, thank you. Esteemed one. Fan Chuan and Hu Meiying exchanged a glance, their eyes glistening with unshed tears of excitement. Very well, then. Shin Yanchen. Please gather some clothing and water for them to tidy up. They must not appear shabby, lest they tarnish my reputation. Understood. With the addition of new members to the team, the atmosphere became more vibrant. Although Lu Xiaoping feared that Uncle Chen might usurp her position, the presence of other ordinary individuals in the group provided her with a slight sense of relief. Having received Fan Chuan's new novel, Ling Ran retreated into her abode, engrossed in reading. Meanwhile, others who wished to venture out or shop formed their respective groups. Those who preferred to stay behind either seized the opportunity to absorb crystal cores or, like Ling Ran, indulged in watching television or reading novels on their phones. Wutong has truly adopted a life akin to that of a pig, indulging in a routine of eating and sleeping, basking in a state of utter contentment. It appears that Ling Ran's presence does not torment him. Rather, it aligns with his own desires. One evening, as preparations for dinner commenced, a visitor arrived at the residence within the G-City base. Ling Ran was seated on the sofa, facing a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s. With two guards clad in combat attire standing beside him, the newcomer introduced himself. Miss Ling Ran, greetings. I am Wei Xing, the deputy administrator of the G-City base, overseeing the Department for Extraordinary Individuals. The G-City base comprises 3 deputy administrators, one responsible for the recruitment of extraordinary individuals, another managing all affairs concerning survivors, and the last overseeing the base's essential supplies. Ling Ran nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Chapter 113, The Invitation for an SS-level mission. May I inquire from where your team has journeyed? The emergence of a superlative expert from the Nan province base had not gone unnoticed by the neighboring G-City base. However, this extraordinary individual remains unnamed, known only by the moniker Queen. Yet, she is easily identifiable. It is said she favors wearing dresses and high-heeled shoes, wields a magical staff, possesses the ability to fly without wings, and commands powers in flight, space, and the mental realms. Upon their arrival, this team declared Ling Ran's abilities as a Tier 3 mental type, though no further details were provided. Her appearance matched the descriptions. The magical staff was unseen, and her flight capabilities remained unobservable, aside from the presence of a talking pig accompanying the team. At this thought, Wei Xing could not help but cast his gaze toward the balcony, where the pig lay soundly asleep at the edge. It is said that this pig possesses the abilities of a third-level esper, capable of speech and even cursing, exhibiting remarkable sentience. Wei Xing felt an unmistakable sense of foreboding. However, whether they were part of the team known as Queen could not be determined solely based on this. Who could say if they were not deliberately masquerading? I heard from my subordinates that you came to the G-City base for an inspection. I wonder how that went? Our base is home to numerous espers, where everything is contingent upon strength. As long as you possess a powerful fist, you can strive for a better life, as we are exceedingly welcoming and equitable towards espers. Having only spent a day here, I am still not fully acquainted with the situation. The one responding was still Pei. Wei Xing nodded. In a couple of days, our base will organize a large-scale mission. Would you like to join us? What exactly is the mission? It involves a substantial warehouse of Buokai located in G-City, which is filled with ample resources. However, the vicinity is rife with electronic factories, rendering it quite perilous. The task has been tentatively classified as SS level. Buokai, a renowned shopping app before the apocalypse, is famed for its swift service and superior quality, with large warehouses for rapid transit scattered across various locations. If we could successfully breach this large warehouse, and it happens to contain a significant amount of supplies, the entire G-City base could potentially enjoy a respite for 6 months or even a year. Pei glanced at Ling Ran, noting the absence of any opposing sentiment on their part, and thus continued. If we participate, how will the resources be allocated? This mission will involve the top 10 Esper teams from our base, along with the official Esper team and the guard unit, totaling 12 squads comprising 124 individuals. In fact, the 124 members of the G-City base organization merely serve as a vanguard for reconnaissance. If the number of zombies proves overwhelming, given the current strength of their base, it would require the mobilization of all the supernatural beings within the base to withstand the onslaught. However, such a full-scale mobilization is an impractical endeavor. Consequently, they will inevitably need to ally with other nearby bases, such as the Southern Province base and the Star base. Yet, if Ling Ran is indeed the legendary queen, Wei Xing harbors confidence that their base could secure victory independently. Even if she is not, the strength of Ling Ran's team is formidable, comprising 3 level 3 supernatural beings. Their inclusion would significantly bolster their efforts. Wei Xing continued, as for the distribution of resources. Our original plan allocated 70% to the base and 30% to the 10 supernatural teams. Should you choose to join us, the distribution will be determined by the contributions made. If your team significantly contributes, you may receive half of the base's 70%. The level of contribution will be assessed based on the number of zombies eliminated, which requires no further inquiry. Chapter 114. Rapid Acquisitions. Pei fell silent, leaving the final decision to Ling Ran. After initially responding with a simple acknowledgement, Ling Ran finally spoke again. That is acceptable, but I have one condition. Miss Ling, please proceed, Pei urged. I have heard that the residents of your base are prohibited from leaving without official permission, she stated. This information had been gathered by Pei and his group during their afternoon outing. Although the current survivors may seem of little use, the ability to propagate their population will become crucial once the base stabilizes and expands. Thus, every ordinary individual within the base constitutes an integral part of its framework. Once one enters the base, departure is virtually impossible unless assigned an external mission by the base itself. Even in cases of such assignments, one must accompany official personnel from the base. Should one truly desire to leave the confines of the base, it would necessitate the exchange of ample resources that ordinary individuals may find insurmountable to accumulate in a lifetime. Wei Xing nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, such matters exist. By responding thus, he had already surmised what Ling Ran was about to articulate. I have taken a liking to a few ordinary individuals within your base. I wish to acquire them. It would indeed be a stroke of fortune for Miss Ling to favor them, and this was a minor matter that I could readily approve. The ordinary individuals in question, Wei Xing had heard from his subordinates, consisted of 2 aspiring novelists, a chef, and a little girl, none of whom were particularly utilitarian. However, their ability to afford Ling Ran a measure of esteem far outweighed their practical value. Very well, let it be so. Once the mission period concludes, please notify us. Understood. Having concluded the negotiations, Wei Xing showed no inclination to depart. Instead, his gaze drifted toward the balcony. Miss Ling, may I inquire how you came to possess this articulate pig with extraordinary abilities? It was acquired at high speed. High speed? Wei Xing pondered. Slightly perplexed, was there perhaps a pig spirit that emerged from a transport vehicle? He dismissed this line of thought and pressed on with his true intention. Miss Ling, might we borrow your pig for research purposes at our base? Rest assured, we shall conduct only a brief examination and will return it to you in pristine condition. It is important to note that none of these creatures possess any extraordinary abilities, let alone the capacity for speech. Such an occurrence would indeed be exceedingly rare. Should we manage to conduct research and derive any insights for a potential zombie vaccine, it would be immensely worthwhile. However, let us dismiss this notion. It is merely a simple pig. Upon observing Ling Ran's refusal, Wei Xing refrained from probing further. He noticed, however, that as Ling Ran uttered these words, the others appeared as if struck by a stroke, their lips twitching uncontrollably. Wei Xing did not dwell on it for long, as they were soon to embark on a mission alongside Ling Ran's team, and it was imperative to prioritize the task at hand, lest they offend their companions over such trivial matters. Having concluded this conversation, Wei Xing stood to take his leave. Once the door was closed, the others, still twitching, finally burst into laughter. While outsiders may not grasp the absurdity, they were all too aware that the notion of a mutated pig capable of speech was utterly ludicrous. Soon they were to participate in an SS-level mission, and they needed to exert themselves. They could not allow themselves to be outshone by other ability-wielding teams and embarrass Ling Ran. Seeing their struggles with absorbing the crystal cores, which took anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour for a single core, Ling Ran felt somewhat exasperated. According to the progression of abilities, advancing from level 1 to level 2 necessitated 1,000 crystal cores. Accumulating these cores required a considerable amount of time, and the absorption process itself was also time-consuming. It was no wonder that contemporary ability users were so feeble. Bring all the crystal cores to me, she commanded. Chapter 115. Purification. Pei and his companions were diligently working on absorbing the crystal cores when they heard Ling Ran's directive. Sister, what is it? Pei Xiao inquired. Having just completed the absorption of his own core, which he presented to Ling Ran with both hands. After following Ling Ran, he had scarcely ever lacked crystal cores. With the crystal cores he currently possessed, he had ample resources to elevate himself to the second level. Once the others had absorbed their cores, they placed them on the coffee table before her, much like Pei Xiao. The small table was adorned with an array of pale blue crystal cores, which sparkled brilliantly under the incandescent light, their facets refracting dazzling rays. Ling Ran conjured a magic wand, lightly tapping the crystal cores on the table. The divine commands purification. A beam of white light emanated from the wand, enveloping the pale blue cores in a nebulous glow. In a short while, the brilliance waned to nothingness, revealing that while the color of the cores remained unchanged, they appeared to shimmer with enhanced clarity. "Take them," Ling Ran said, retracting her wand and resuming her novel on her phone. Her movements were so ethereal, indifferent, and effortless, leaving Pei Yi and the others utterly astonished. Purification? Was it indeed as they had surmised? It truly was. All the viruses within the crystal cores had vanished. They could absorb the cores without the need for painstaking discernment, no longer fearing that a moment's inattention might transform them into zombies. Just as Uncle Chun called everyone for dinner, they felt a lingering sense of eagerness. The sensation of energy accumulating within them was simply marvelous. With Uncle Chun present, the spread was even more sumptuous. Even with 12 individuals seated at one table, there was ample space for all, for Ling Ran harbored no disdain for any resources, and her spatial storage could accommodate tables of any size. Upon joining Ling Ran's team, Shiren was particularly reserved during meals, yet everyone refrained from commenting, knowing that familiarity would naturally ease the atmosphere over time. After dinner, with no tasks at hand, Fan Chuan and Hu Meiying approached Ling Ran, eager to find something to occupy themselves. Ling Ran had just acquired Fan Chuan's phone, which contained a plethora of his novels as well as those he had downloaded and saved for personal reading, enough to keep her engaged for a considerable period. "Feel free to write whatever you like, write in your areas of expertise. I am quite adept at reading," she encouraged. "Very well," they replied. Ling Ran then retrieved a multitude of brand new laptops and keyboards from her space for Fan Chuan and the others to choose from. Once selections were made, she returned the remaining items to her space. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoping and Uncle Chen's daughter busied themselves in the kitchen. In a couple of days, they would embark on a mission with the base, leaving the 5 non-ability users to remain behind. With no one available to cook en route, they needed to prepare meals for Ling Ran during the next 2 days. Throughout this time, everyone was preoccupied. Some were cooking, others writing novels, while a few were focused on leveling up, and Ling Ran found herself engrossed in novels, losing track of time. Fan Chuan's works were lengthy male protagonist novels, each spanning over 500,000 words. Despite Ling Ran's rapid reading pace, it was impossible for her to finish even one in just 2 days. On the day of the mission, all the ability users gathered at the entrance of the mission hall. Ling Ran had initially hesitated to wear the modified qipao, as her slender figure did not quite fill out the traditional attire. She resolved to wait until she gained a bit more weight for it to look more flattering. Chapter 116. Mission Command. At the entrance of the mission hall, a fleet of large uniform trucks was lined up, with an estimated 10 or so parked in a row. As the appointed time for gathering draws near, the team of extraordinary abilities set to embark on this mission has largely assembled, mingling and conversing in small clusters. It is rumored that the base has enlisted formidable external support for this operation, though the identity of these reinforcements remains a mystery, regardless of their strength. I suspect they may find the task challenging, given the presence of several electronic factories in the vicinity, which likely harbor thousands of zombies, 2 to 3,000 at the very least. Ultimately, it appears we will have to collaborate with other bases. Alas, this means the resources allocated to us may be diminished. I can only hope that when the apocalypse struck, these factories were fortuitously on holiday. Look over there. It's the esteemed SEAL team, ranked first, alongside the illustrious 007 team, ranked second. 2 off-road vehicles have just arrived at the entrance of the mission hall, from which 7 individuals emerge, each adeptly storing their vehicle within their respective spatial compartments. The SEAL team and the 007 team represent the top 2 squads of extraordinary abilities at Base G, each comprising 7 members, with both teams boasting the coveted water and spatial abilities. It is said that the leader of the SEAL team, Nie Changfeng, has elevated both his abilities to the 3rd level. Already at level 3? That is truly formidable. It seems the 007 team might struggle to surpass them, destined to remain the perennial 2nd place. However, that is not necessarily the case. Although the leader of the 007 team, Tang Feng, possesses only a single ability, it is of the mental variety, and upgrading a single ability is considerably easier than managing 2. Indeed, I sense that as time progresses, mental abilities will grow increasingly potent. As the 2 teams approached, the chatter among the several squads abruptly ceased. At that moment, 2 groups emerged from the mission hall. One was an official squad of 10 extraordinary individuals organized by the base, while the other consisted of guards clad in standardized combat attire and wielding firearms. Although they lacked awakened abilities, their prowess in various other aspects, such as combat awareness, marksmanship, and wilderness survival, was commendable. The leader of this mission was Ji Beiqing, the right-hand man of Deputy Administrator Wei Xing, a man of 28 years whose personal combat prowess ranked within the top 5 at the Ji City base. Remarkably, Ji Beiqing possessed a rare healing ability, a gift that was invaluable in an environment where medical supplies were scarcer than provisions. In addition to his healing powers, he also wielded earth-based abilities, reportedly having reached the 3rd level of mastery. Standing at the forefront of the extraordinary squad, he surveyed the assembled members before addressing them with a clear voice. Greetings, everyone. Although many of you may already know me, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ji Beiqing, the commander for this Bukai mission. He paused momentarily before continuing. Now, let us proceed with the roll call. SEAL Team, are you present? Present. Came the response. Team 007? Present. Black Hawk Team? After calling out all 10 teams, Ji Beiqing concluded with the final inquiry. The strongest team, are you here? Upon hearing the name of the strongest team, the members of the extraordinary squads below exchanged bewildered glances. Is there truly a team called the strongest squad at our base? I have never heard of it. Even among the top 20, I have not encountered such a name. Could it possibly be the rumored external support team? It seems likely. But I am unaware of which base they hail from. Not a whisper has reached my ears. Ji Beiqing furrowed his brow slightly and inquired for the 3rd time. The strongest squad is yet to arrive, correct? At that moment, the sound of approaching vehicles drew closer, resonating in everyone's ears. They turned to face the source of the sound and beheld an off-road vehicle alongside a military green pickup truck. The vehicles drove directly to the entrance and came to a halt. 3 individuals emerged from the off-road vehicle, while a Western figure stepped down from the rear vehicle. Clad in a pale pink, modified qipao, she was accompanied by an elegantly dressed woman in black casual attire, who held an umbrella over her and gently fanned her with a handheld fan. The duo resembled ancient ladies on an outing, attended by a maid bearing an umbrella. The strongest squad? Ji Beiqing queried. Indeed, came the reply. He nodded, and just then, everyone stood in astonishment as the 2 vehicles were absorbed into thin air. As the group approached, they were taken aback to discover that a pig was following behind the entourage. All the ability users' eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was indeed a pig. Moreover, it was a rather large, living specimen. Wu Tong exclaimed, "Yet another human seeks to conspire against me? Wait. Why does he refer to humans? Is he not human himself? It is one thing for others to fail to recognize his humanity, but to deny it himself, how tragically lamentable." Suddenly, a voice of astonishment rang out. "Wow, is that pig crying?" She cast a fleeting glance, seemingly indifferent, as she stood there languidly, accepting the milk offered by Su Yimo. What kind of milk is this? It tastes better than before. Boss, this is Wangzhe milk. Oh, Ling Ran nodded, remarking that the brand name sounded rather endearing. Observing the boss drinking Wangzhe milk obediently, Su Yimo felt a warmth envelop her heart. The boss is truly adorable, how sweet. Pei realized that relying on Ling Ran for an explanation was futile, so he stepped forward and said, "That pig is also a member of our team. It possesses special abilities." "A pig has special abilities? What nonsense!" One person retorted humorously, only to be startled moments later as the pig lifted its hoof, unleashing a wave of icy blades right before him. The speaker was terrified. Fortunately, the pig merely intended to intimidate him. Otherwise, it could have easily dispatched him. This indicated that the pig's abilities were at least at level 3, and it possessed a rare ice-type power. Goodness! He was outclassed even by a pig. He was not the only one shaken. Other level 2 ability users were equally taken aback. Seeing the commotion escalating, Ji Beiqing quickly interjected, "All right, it's getting late. Now that the strongest team is here, let's prepare one vehicle for each team and set off." Each team boarded their respective vehicles, engaging in hushed discussions about the unexpectedly formidable team that had just arrived. Oddities abound every year, but this year's are particularly plentiful. A young lady, dressed as if for an outing in a skirt, accompanied by her maid, guards, and pet, had come to participate in an S-class mission. Truly remarkable. The large truck can accommodate a maximum of 5 individuals, which necessitates that someone must sit in the cargo area. The confined space is bound to be stifling, and the thought of sharing it with pigs is rather unfortunate. Thus, Pei Xiao, as Lin Ran's younger brother, made his way to the rear door and secured a seat, while Su Yimo, intending to serve Lin Ran with refreshments inside the vehicle, also obtained a spot. As for the remaining passengers, they had no choice but to resort to a game of rock, paper, scissors. Chapter 118, The Main Strategy of Guerrilla Warfare. Damn, Xinlian exclaimed, engaging in the game with the last two individuals. Gu Zijing, utilizing his mental abilities to secretly cheat, thought to himself, it appears this final seat is destined for me. Xinlian and Xinyan were left speechless. Wu Tong observed their silence and truly wished to express that they at least had a chance. He had none. Having been unceremoniously relegated to the cargo area, the five of them boarded the vehicle, with Ling Ran naturally occupying the passenger seat, while Su Yimo, for convenience in serving Ling Ran, settled into the middle seat of the back row. Compared to the rear cargo area, this arrangement was already quite favorable. Gu Zijing took the wheel first, planning to switch with Pei Yi during the latter part of the journey. One by one, the trucks departed from the base. Within a kilometer radius of the base, zombies were virtually non-existent, as guards were dispatched daily to patrol and eliminate any undead that ventured too close. The Boke warehouse, G-City branch, was approximately 22 kilometers from the G-City base. Although there were no traffic lights in the post-apocalyptic world, numerous roadblocks remained, making the journey expected to take around an hour to reach the vicinity of the Boke warehouse. Seated inside the vehicle, Ling Ran engrossed himself in a novel on his phone. Surprisingly, Fan Chuan's work had considerable merit. The more he read, the more captivated he became, causing Ling Ran to lose his appetite for food as he was determined to finish the novel. Su Yimo would not forget to feed Ling Ran, always offering her something to eat. Due to taking a detour through the suburbs, they encountered very few zombies along the way. Even when faced with any, they swiftly evaded them. After approximately 10 minutes, the vehicle came to a halt. Everyone disembarked, and there stood Ji Beiqing in the center. Once all were gathered, he announced, let me reiterate the details of this mission. Beside the Boke warehouse, there are 3 electronics factories, each employing roughly over 1,000 workers. As for the Boke warehouse itself, it has around several hundred employees. Given the overwhelming number of zombies, it is highly likely that we will encounter second or even third-level zombies. Therefore, for this mission, we will primarily adopt a guerrilla warfare strategy, retreating when the enemy advances and advancing as they retreat, gradually attacking from the periphery. The estimated duration for this operation is between half a month to a month, with casualties not exceeding 10%. If the situation becomes untenable, we will withdraw and temporarily abandon our assault. They totaled 131 individuals along with a pig, while the conservative estimate for the zombies stood at over 3,000, a truly daunting figure. After another 10 minutes, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of a large factory and came to a stop. This would serve as their temporary resting place. Previously, it had been a warehouse for storing clothing for a certain company, encompassing approximately 500 square meters. The garments had already been cleared away, leaving the interior desolate and devoid of any items. The resting area featured 2 doors, a large roll-up shutter door at the front and a smaller door at the back, adjacent to which was a narrow, dimly lit restroom. After parking the vehicle at the entrance, everyone entered the premises. Ji Beiqing remarked, those who wish to use the restroom or indulge in a meal should do so quickly. Shortly, we shall switch to our own vehicles and proceed to our destination. Once a few anxious supernatural beings had utilized the facilities, the group retrieved their cars and set off once more. The distance to their destination was less than 3 kilometers. With no obstacles along the way and the roads being spacious, they swiftly arrived. From a distance, through the car windows, they could discern a vast open area within the factory grounds, where several hundred zombies roamed aimlessly. Undoubtedly, many more lurked within. Turn around, flee. Chapter 119, Level 3 Speed Supernatural Zombies. The enemy advances, I retreat. As the zombies approached, they aimed to lure a smaller number towards them, gradually eliminating them, bit by bit, until none remained. Of course, should all the zombies emerge en masse, a hasty retreat would be their only option. The horde of zombies relentlessly pursued the vehicle, their hunger insatiable since the apocalypse, having gone far too long without sustenance. The moment they caught wind of human presence, they descended into a frenzied state. Ji Beiqing stood atop the vehicle. Despite its rapid speed and the jostling motion, he maintained his balance with remarkable poise. Peering through his binoculars, he observed, over 300 zombies are in pursuit. The others are also being drawn towards us. At our current speed and distance, escaping will be challenging. Suddenly, Ji Beiqing narrowed his eyes, catching sight of a male zombie that had just emerged from the factory. He donned the uniform of an electronics factory, the garment relatively intact, yet marred by bloodstains. His exposed skin bore a pallid, bluish hue, resembling a corpse that had long succumbed to decay. The left side of his face bore the mark of a bite, with flesh torn and pulled toward his neck. The gory wound now a festering mass covered in a swarm of ravenous maggots. His eyeless, ashen gaze seemed to glimmer as it fixated on a distant vehicle. And in an instant, he surged toward them with astonishing speed, swiftly outpacing numerous other zombies. He was a level 3 zombie. Moreover, there were 5 level 2 zombies in pursuit. The vehicle was not far away, and the words of Ji Beiqing echoed in the minds of the others. Commander Ji. What shall we do now? It was impossible to halt. To do so would not only invite the level 2 zombies but also the inevitable arrival of the level 1 zombies. Their only recourse was to accelerate, to decisively outdistance the level 1 zombies, and then confront the level 2 and 3 zombies as a formidable collective. Many among them were level 3 ability users. Though they might slightly lag behind the zombies of the same tier, their numbers provided a significant advantage. However, Ji Beiqing had not anticipated that this level 3 zombie possessed speed-enhancing abilities. In less than a minute, it had already closed the distance. This was dire. It was indeed a speed-type ability. Quick, attack with me. Increase the speed of the vehicle. Fortunately, the area was spacious and devoid of obstacles. Otherwise, their vehicle would have been forced to a halt by now. The individuals possessing formidable strength swiftly ascended to the rooftops of their vehicles, launching a combined assault on the third-tier zombie. Various supernatural abilities surged forth, yet the elevated zombie, having advanced to its third tier, exhibited remarkable speed, evading their attacks with the finesse of an afterimage. They were unable to halt their vehicles to engage it properly. Stop attacking, Ji Beiqing commanded, glancing around. Can the mental ability users from each team attempt to strike it? Gu Ziqin, also a mental ability user, immediately climbed atop the vehicle, endeavoring to target the distant zombie. After a brief moment, he shook his head in dismay. I cannot. The distance is too great. Although he had recently ascended to the second tier, he was no match for a third-tier zombie, especially one that moved with such swiftness. The only third-tier mental ability user among them was Tang Feng of Team 007. Consequently, all eyes turned to him in hope. Chapter 120. Her Majesty the Queen Tang Feng stood atop the vehicle, flanked by his 2 teammates who shielded him from any potential interruptions. Clad in a sharp black utility outfit, he closed his eyes and extended his mental energy outward, perceiving a multitude of light blue orbs. He recognized these as the cores of first-tier zombies, their hue corresponding to their classification. Among them, he discerned some blue orbs and, further ahead, a singular green orb, indicative of the third-tier zombie. Without hesitation, he directed his mental energy to penetrate the mind of the third-tier zombie, aiming to attack its core. On the rooftop, Tang Feng suddenly lost his balance, his complexion pale and blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. His eyes filled with terror as he exclaimed, "It is also a psychic ability user, and its powers surpass mine." Upon hearing this, everyone was struck with astonishment. A being stronger than Tang Feng? Could it possibly be a level X psychic zombie? Ji Beiqing quickly reacted, retreat. Abandon this mission. They had never anticipated encountering a level X zombie. Its capabilities were unknown to them, and the unknown is invariably the most perilous. As soon as Ji Beiqing's words fell, they noticed the level 3 zombie, its lips curling slightly as if it were a predator relishing the sight of its prey scurrying within its meticulously woven snare. The zombie abruptly halted its advance, and before Ji Beiqing and the others could comprehend the situation, they felt as though they were ensnared by an invisible web. Initially, everyone was focused on their escape, yet inexplicably, the vehicle began to decelerate gradually, coming to a complete stop. All of them stared blankly at the approaching zombie, immobilized as if under a spell. Tang Feng was the first to awaken from this stupor. He desperately wished to warn the others, but when he opened his mouth, no sound emerged. He could only attempt to make a noise with his body, striving to convey the urgency of the situation. It was utterly terrifying, the psychic control of a level X entity. This was not merely a level 3 zombie. It was indeed a level X zombie. As for the green crystal core, it likely served as a barrier for psychic abilities. In that moment, despair filled Tang Feng's eyes. As the zombies drew ever closer, preparing to claim their prey, a crisp sound echoed in his ears, ding ding ding. Tang Feng instinctively turned towards the source of the sound, and there, at the rear of the last vehicle, stood a young girl clad in a delicate pink dress, a magical wand in her hand. Her demeanor was serene as she leisurely advanced forward. The sound emanated from her high heels striking the concrete ground, ding ding ding, each note unhurried. For reasons unknown, as Tang Feng gazed at the wand, he was suddenly reminded of a rumor he had previously heard. The super expert from the southern province base, codenamed Queen? The level 6 zombies, evidently aware of a lingering survivor, unleashed a mental assault towards Ling Ran. Unfazed, Ling Ran strolled forward, her gaze fixed on the nearby zombies. A slight smile gracing her lips. Level 6 mental zombie? Not even worthy to give me a tickle. In the next moment, the zombies were inexplicably flung away, and all present instantaneously regained their clarity. They had witnessed the earlier scene but had been unable to process it. Now, restored to awareness. A wave of shock swept through the crowd. Some recognized the magical wand in Ling Ran's grasp. It is Her Majesty, the super expert from the Southern Province base. Reportedly unranked, yet always leading the tiered rankings, ranked above all others, codenamed Queen, wielding a magical wand, characterized by her youth, high heels, and dress. Chapter 121. The zombies will flee. In the vast, open space, a throng of people stood in silence. Only in the distance did the relentless zombies continue their howling, clamoring for their next meal. All eyes were fixed on the frail figure at the forefront. Despite her delicate frame in that moment, she appeared monumental in the hearts of all, embodying an immense sense of security. After repelling the zombie, though it possessed no capacity for pain, it had just encountered a formidable mental force and realized that this individual was insurmountable. The advanced zombie had already developed rudimentary cognitive abilities akin to those of animals, instinctively fleeing from their predators. At this moment, the zombie exhibited this very capability. It turned and fled, as if resolved to escape. The onlookers were astounded. A zombie fleeing? In their perception, zombies were devoid of pain, incapable of thought, and would recklessly attack even the mightiest foes. Yet here it was, retreating. This signified that the evolution of zombies encompassed not merely physical strength, but potentially cognitive advancement as well. For humanity, this was certainly disheartening news. Ling Ran raised her magic wand, directing it towards the zombie that darted like a fleeting shadow. God commands, be confined. The spectators witnessed the elusive zombie suddenly become ensnared at a specific point by an invisible force, unable to move further. At that moment, the wand emitted a beam of white light that shot towards the immobilized zombie. God commands, explode. With a resounding boom, the violent explosion sent the lower-tier zombies into a frenzy. Observing the advanced zombie, which could annihilate them all, disintegrate into gore was a sight to behold. From the epicenter of the blast, a yellow crystal core, enveloped in an unseen membrane, swiftly soared into Ling Ran's grasp. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Feng murmured, "Indeed. That is the barrier technique." Recalling the psychic abilities of the Western-level zombies, a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes. Psychic powers undoubtedly possess limitless potential. Equally exhilarated were Gu Zijing and Pei Xiao. One had witnessed the formidable strength of Western-level psychic abilities, while the other had come to appreciate the might of Tier 3 speed abilities. Pei Xiao had rapidly ascended to the rank of Tier 2 speed enhancer just days prior. At this moment, his gaze was ablaze. So this is the extraordinary prowess of Tier 3 speed abilities. No wonder it is said that the disparity between Tier 2 and Tier 3 is fundamentally significant. The difference is indeed staggering. The zombie they had just encountered was merely a Tier 3 speed variant, its form barely perceptible to the naked eye as it left behind only an afterimage. Of course, its swiftness could also be attributed to the enhancement of psychic abilities, yet even without that boost, it would still be formidable. After dispatching the Western-level zombie, other zombies had already drawn near, making it evident that there was no time to drive away now. Ji Beiqing hastily commanded, "Guard team, suppress with firepower. Abilities team, provide cover. Other ability squads, engage." The 30-member team dispersed to secure their positions. The official 10-member ability squad, while offering protection to the guard team, commenced their long-range assault on the zombies. The sound of gunfire erupted. The other ability squads quickly responded to assist. Only Tang Feng remained inside the vehicle, resting. He had been rebounded by that Western-level zombie moments ago and had already exhausted all his strength and abilities. Fortunately, the opponent seemed to merely wish to toy with him and did not retaliate. Otherwise, he would either be a lifeless corpse or reduced to a fool by now. Chapter 122. A narrow escape. Despite carrying a substantial amount of firearms and ammunition, they could only withstand the relentless tide of zombies for less than 5 minutes. After the guards had stowed away their weapons, they drew their sharp military knives and systematically began to reap the advancing zombies. Ji Beiqing continuously employed earth-based abilities such as soil spikes and earthen walls to impede the zombies' advance, but the extensive use of these powers would evidently not last long. Although a level 3 ability user was considerably more formidable, their energy reserves were still not particularly abundant. Observing this scene, Ji Beiqing maintained a calm demeanor as he pondered the situation. Yet, the more composed he became, the clearer it was to him that they stood little chance of victory. There were simply too many zombies. When their strength was exhausted, the horde would surge forward, and they would either be bitten and transformed into zombies or be devoured, leaving behind only a pile of bones. Was this where they would meet their end? Suddenly, Ji Beiqing glanced at Ling Ran, who stood there, holding a lollipop. Behind her stood a girl, presumably the water ability user named Su Yimo, brandishing her magic wand and appearing ready to serve at any moment. Was she confident in her abilities? However, having slain a level 6 zombie, her powers must also be nearly depleted. After all, their conjectures regarding Ling Ran suggested that she was at most a level 5 ability user. At this moment, despite her remaining reservations, the overwhelming number of zombies posed an insurmountable threat. The guards who had been valiantly combating the undead began to falter, retreating one after another. Fall back. We will cover you. The rest should get to the vehicles and flee. Escape as far as you can. If this continues, the front line will inevitably collapse, and we shall be overwhelmed by these wretched creatures. In that dire moment, self-preservation took precedence over all else. One by one, they dashed past Ling Ran, while Pei and his comrades fought and retreated, eventually finding themselves behind Ling Ran, halting there. Niez Longfeng, commanding the SEAL team, gradually fell back with his team. Observing Ling Ran's group remaining motionless, he furrowed his brow slightly and called out, "Hey, why aren't you leaving?" Meanwhile, the members of Team 007 had returned to their vehicles. Tang Feng, seated in the passenger seat, noticed his teammate starting the engine, eager to depart, and interjected, "Wait, Captain, what are we waiting for?" A team member in the driver's seat queried, impatience evident in his tone. "I believe we will be fine," Tang Feng asserted, his conviction stemming from the uncanny premonitions of a psychic ability. This intuition was precisely why he had dared to undertake this mission. He sensed that danger would not befall them. The team's gaze lingered on Tang Feng, contemplating, yet they refrained from igniting the engine. Time and again, their captain's instincts had proven infallible. At that critical juncture, just as the guards were on the verge of being overrun by the relentless horde, Ling Ran, having finished her lollipop, accepted the magic wand handed to her by Su Yimo. "The divine commands, water curtain," she declared. A delicate veil of water materialized, spanning the meager gap of mere centimeters between humanity and the encroaching zombies. Though the curtain of water was thin, it was remarkably expansive, enveloping the area without any blind spots, effectively obstructing all paths for the zombies. The undead, disregarding the watery barrier, yearned to grasp the food tantalizingly close, only to discover that this seemingly delicate veil remained steadfast against their relentless assaults. They could only rage impotently behind the curtain, their guttural sounds echoing, surely laced with foul curses. Chapter 123. Desiring yet hesitant, Ji Beiqing gazed at the scene with astonishment, reflecting on the earthen wall he had erected. He surmised it could scarcely match the size of a roll-up door, and its endurance would be fleeting at best. Pei Xiu, sensing the astonished gazes from the abilities users, felt a swell of pride. He couldn't help but straighten his posture and lean closer to Ling Ran, asking, "Sister, shall we not take action?" "Not yet. Let the zombies gather," she replied calmly. Ji Beiqing, stationed not far away to provide cover for the retreat, thought to himself, while they were being thrown into disarray by the zombies, she was content to wait for them to assemble. Were they merely bait for her? With the scent of humanity lingering and the commotion escalating, the zombies surged forward, crashing into the water curtain until, in no time, nearly all of them had congregated. All eyes turned to Ling Ran as she raised her magic wand, speaking deliberately, "God commands, fall." A beam of white light burst forth from the wand, and the supporting structure of the water curtain collapsed, cascading down upon the zombies. As droplets fell upon their bodies, what appeared to be mere water transformed into razor-like blades, slicing through the flesh of the undead with precision. All the zombies were severed into pieces, nearly 3,000 of them, reduced to mere remnants in a matter of moments. Some, obstructed by others, remained unscathed and still alive, their heads adorning the ground, gaping wide with bloodied maws directed towards Ling Ran and her companions. Silence. Everyone was taken aback by this spectacle. What kind of extraordinary power could annihilate over 3,000 zombies in an instant? What level of ability must one possess? The crowd pondered, unable to fathom the answer. It suddenly dawned on them the true nature of the southern province base's assessment of the queen. They had mocked her for being unsophisticated, only to realize their own lack of experience. The power ranking of ability users at the G-City base should indeed feature a queen reigning supreme at the top. After wiping her hands, She turned her gaze towards Ji Beiqing, stating, "I shall take my share of the supplies from the book warehouse. Is that agreeable?" Ji Beiqing had no objections. Had it not been for Ling Ran today, they would have all perished here. Even if she desired all the supplies, it would not be unreasonable. However, from Ling Ran's demeanor, it seemed she was willing to share some with them. "No, Your Majesty, please take what you wish." "Very well," Ling Ran responded, pleased with his understanding. Meanwhile, Pei Xiu observed Ji Beiqing with a hint of wariness, leaving Ji Beiqing perplexed. Since their assembly that morning, Ling Ran's occasional glances towards her brother conveyed vigilance and warning, yet devoid of malice, which Ji Beiqing chose to overlook. Little did he realize, Pei Xiu believed he possessed the potential to become the male lead, fearing he might abscond with his sister. As the other ability user teams descended from their vehicles, their eyes glimmered with a fervent desire upon beholding the myriad of crystal cores scattered across the ground. They yearned to seize them, yet dared not to do so. After all, they were confronted with 3,000 zombies, each capable of dispatching foes in an instant. What audacity would one need to covet another's possessions? Unable to take any, they could only gaze in wonder, for they had never witnessed such a wealth of crystal cores in their lifetime. Once a pauper before the apocalypse, still a pauper afterward. How disheartening. Chapter 124. Gratitude for your assistance, Ji Beiqing observed as they toiled to extract the crystal cores, and instructed the guard team and the ability user squad, "Please lend a hand." With the assistance of the guards, they swiftly gathered all the crystal cores and cleared the area. Pei selected a small box of crystal cores from the larger container that Xin Lian held and presented it to Ji Beiqing. "Thank you for your help." The other ability user teams were left speechless. Regret washed over them. Why had they not offered their assistance? That small box likely contained at least 200 crystal cores. Ji Beiqing, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon, found it difficult to refuse. "Thank you. Should the Queen require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Ji Beiqing will never decline." "Understood," Pei replied. His decision was not made out of generosity, but rather from his understanding of Ling Ran. Thus he often took charge of minor matters within the group. "Let us proceed to the book warehouse." The calm voice echoed, igniting a surge of excitement in everyone's hearts. The book warehouse, a branch in City G, must surely be brimming with supplies. According to the information previously provided by Ji Beiqing, the book warehouse is relatively modest in size for G City, covering an area of 39,000 square meters, with a storage space of 30,000 square meters. Even if half of the goods are not consumables, that still leaves 15,000 square meters of space. If all of it were edible provisions, how long could it sustain the entire base? However, such a vast warehouse likely harbors a considerable number of zombies. Initially, their plan was to gradually eliminate the zombies in the electronics factory before finally entering the warehouse. Yet now, the leader has decided to proceed, so they shall comply. After all, they are merely there to observe. As the vehicle approached the book warehouse, they passed several electronics factories, where they could still sporadically spot a few zombies. These did not require Ling Ran's intervention. The others managed to deal with them. The book warehouse is quite expansive, and access is heavily restricted, with the large iron gates firmly closed. Before the vehicle even reached close, they could already hear the sounds of numerous zombies crashing against the door. Gu Zijing utilized his psychic abilities to assess the situation and remarked that there were likely around 100 zombies inside. This was not particularly alarming, as the sorting process within the warehouse is largely automated, with minimal human presence. The majority of the workforce consists of delivery personnel who are not typically stationed within the warehouse. Upon learning that there were only about 100 zombies, with merely 2 being of the second tier, everyone exhaled in relief. There was no need for Ling Ran to take action. The team of ability users equipped themselves with their weapons. On this outing, they had not secured a single crystal core, and their remaining supplies would depend on the leader's generosity. If the leader was unwilling to assist, there was little they could do. After vanquishing the horde of zombies, everyone drove their vehicles to the entrance of the warehouse. There, a large truck was parked, with 3 of its compartments nearly brimming with neatly packaged parcels. The excitement in everyone's eyes was palpable, and they were tempted to recklessly seize all the packages for themselves. Yet, none dared to act. The vivid memory of thousands of zombies being dispatched still fresh in their minds. They could only suppress their desires, casting hopeful glances towards the striking woman among them. Ling Ran glanced at the parcels inside the truck, recalling that she had received several boxes of her own on the highway, which remained unopened. This was the distribution center of Boke, a warehouse where the shelves were meticulously arranged, densely packed with delivery boxes. Chapter 125. A Team and a Truck. It turned out to be such a warehouse. Ling Ran realized she had misjudged the place. She had imagined it to be a supermarket brimming with various supplies. But it was merely a parcel distribution center. Indeed, the warehouse contained supplies, but they were all boxed up, leaving Ling Ran unable to pick and choose. Su Yimo followed closely behind Ling Ran, her excitement bubbling over as she beheld the multitude of packages. Wow, so many parcels. I can hardly imagine the joy of unboxing them. Pei Yi approached and inquired, Ling Ran, how do you plan to distribute them? He knew that Ling Ran was quite generous to those she deemed worthy, and it was clear she would not hoard the warehouse's contents for herself. Go fetch the large truck from the break area. Each team will take the supplies from one truck, and the official base will take from 2 trucks. The truck they had driven this time was a medium-sized one. They had refrained from using an oversized truck, fearing it might not be manageable. Upon hearing Ling Ran's distribution method, a mix of joy and frustration washed over everyone. Alas, why was there no allocation of super-heavy trucks? It is essential to note that the load capacity of a medium truck is merely 10 tons, while that of a heavy truck typically reaches 20 tons, and super-heavy trucks exceed 100 tons. The disparity between medium and super-heavy trucks is staggering, an astonishing tenfold difference. When recalibrated into tangible resources, the implications are unfathomable. They could only console themselves with the thought that receiving any supplies was a fortunate outcome. However, human nature is inherently greedy. Once one obtains something, the desire for more becomes uncontrollable, a primal instinct that cannot be suppressed. 10 teams of special abilities were allocated 10 trucks of supplies, while the official base appropriated 2 of those trucks. Judging by the supplies present, there were easily enough resources to fill at least 30 trucks. Everyone maneuvered the resting trucks overwhelmed by the sheer volume of packages, making it impossible to discern the contents individually. Nevertheless, the larger appliances were easily identifiable, leading to those bulky boxes being largely overlooked. By noon, after a flurry of activity, they finally completed the packing. After a morning filled with anxiety and busyness, hunger gnawed at them. Observing Shin Yenshin setting up a table and chairs, laying out a tablecloth, they eagerly anticipated the meal prepared by Lu Xiaoping and Uncle Chun. It was paramount for adults to dine punctually. Others also brought forth their lunches, some with rice and cabbage, others with mere rice balls sprinkled with barely visible meat floss, and some with buns and steamed bread, which upon biting into revealed only pure cabbage filling, though these meals were quite appetizing, especially in a post-apocalyptic world where access to rice and flour placed them ahead of many. The lavish spread at the nearby table of the higher-ups was an entirely different spectacle. Goodness! The crayfish from the southern province appear quite delightful. Pei Xiao and his companions, holding a large stainless steel basin filled with rice, indulge in mouthfuls of rice, followed by tender morsels of meat, generously drenching the fluffy white rice with the rich sauce from braised pork. Merely gazing at this scene evokes a sense of exquisite taste. A slurp escapes, and one cannot help but wonder who let their saliva slip before hastily swallowing it back. As everyone savors their rice balls, the flavors seem rather insipid. Oh, the aroma is simply intoxicating. How long has it been since they have feasted on such an abundance of meat? The meats sold at the market are those that the authorities themselves are reluctant to consume. Each piece commands a sky-high price, far beyond their means. Indeed, the world is never short of affluent individuals. What difference does it make to the heavens if there is one more wealthy person in this world? Chapter 126. The master says my fate is to be a servant after lunch. Shun Yin deeply stored all the items into her spatial realm. Soon, Su Yimo produced a transparent thermos from her backpack, and upon closer inspection, one would be surprised to find it filled with milk tea. This was a concoction prepared by Uncle Chun for Ling Ran, and after receiving her commendation, he had crafted numerous flavors of milk tea for her enjoyment. The others had become somewhat numb. They were curious to know if it was still possible to join the esteemed leader's team at this point. Ling Ran, however, remained oblivious to their gazes, or perhaps she simply did not care, noticing that the others had neatly packed their supplies. She waved her hand and effortlessly stored the remaining items into her space, including her shelves and truck. The others gasped in astonishment. This spatial ability must exceed level 10 at the very least. What other shortcomings could this leader possibly have? As the vehicle approached Ling Ran, Su Yimo opened the door, placing her hand on the roof to prevent any mishaps. Previously, everyone believed that Su Yimo and her companions lacked backbone, akin to mere lackeys. However, Upon witnessing recent events, one might feel inclined to address the esteemed leader. Esteemed one, do you require any lackeys? The master remarked that it was indeed in his destiny to serve as such. The military green pickup truck swiftly exited the warehouse, prompting others to finally comprehend the situation. Ji Beiqing instructed an associate to drive the unused cargo truck previously belonging to Ling Ran, and soon, a dozen or so trucks hastily followed the pickup. Upon encountering Ji Beiqing, a man eagerly greeted him. Your timing is impeccable. What do you think about collaborating with several bases regarding this warehouse? What warehouse? Ji Beiqing was momentarily taken aback. What other warehouse could there be but the Bokai branch? As realization dawned, he quickly clarified to Wei Xing, we have already conquered the Bokai branch, and the supplies are now loaded onto the trucks. How is that possible? Wei Xing was somewhat astonished. If it weren't for the queen, this would not have occurred. Ji Beiqing regarded Wei Xing and stated, Deputy Manager Wei, congratulations on your accurate assumption. This Ling Ran is indeed the legendary queen of the Southern Province base, and her capabilities surpass our previous evaluations, reaching heights beyond measure. Wei Xing, filled with both excitement and urgency, inquired, what exactly transpired? Ji Beiqing recounted the events of their journey, and Wei Xing began to feel a twinge of apprehension. The emergence of Western-grade zombies, particularly of the psychic variety, is truly terrifying. Thank goodness for Ling Ran. I had merely harbored doubts, uncertain because the queen's entourage did not include pigs, fearing they were imposters. I nearly led Ji Beiqing and his entire army to disaster. Aside from this matter, there is another significant issue I wish to discuss with you. Wei Xing's heart sank momentarily. What is it? Did you not notice what I just mentioned? That advanced level zombie will escape. Escape? Wei Xing instantly grasped the gravity of this behavior. Are you suggesting that advanced level zombies are beginning to think? Ji Beiqing shook his head. I am uncertain, as this particular zombie possesses a psychic ability, but I suspect that even if advanced level zombies have yet to learn to think, what about the 5th or 6th level? Chapter 127. Unpacking mystery boxes. Wei Xing promptly urged Ji Beiqing to inform the others to convene a meeting regarding this issue. Meanwhile, stop. Ling Ran waved his hand. Xiao Fan, Xiao Hu, have you completed your novels? I can read them quite swiftly. Xiao Lu, Xiao Chen, I now desire some afternoon tea. Upon hearing Ling Ran's directives, the group hurriedly set to work. As for the rest, aside from collecting the advanced level crystal cores himself, Ling Ran instructed Pei Yi and the others to distribute the purified cores. Naturally, Wutong was excluded from this. Wutong watched as they took turns distributing the crystal cores, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. In the past, regardless of the challenges faced, he had never regretted his actions. Yet now, regret washed over him. He lamented why he had not recognized the provocation from the influential figures sooner, why he had not shown immediate admiration. Otherwise, he would not only avoid being a mere pawn, but would also be a favored companion of the esteemed leaders. Today, even the ability users gazed at him, the pig, with envious eyes. Who allowed this pig to feast better and more abundantly than they? Yet, it is evident that he had the opportunity for something greater. After Pei Yi and the others divided the crystal nuclei, they eagerly entered the room to absorb them. Each person received approximately 500 crystal nuclei. When Ling Ran emerged for dinner that evening, he heard of their accomplishments. Pei Xiu had just advanced to level 2, and currently his ability level remained at 2. Pei Yi, too, was still at level 3, only Xun Yinshan, Gu Zijin, and Shen Lu had elevated their abilities from level 2 to level 3. Upon reaching level 3, not only had their energy reserves doubled, but everyone also felt a surge of formidable power coursing through them. Although they had yet to test the potency of their abilities externally, they all sensed that level 3 powers were significantly more potent than those at level 2. Particularly, Shen Yinshan and Gu Zijin both felt that the abilities were entirely transformed after their advancement to level 3. The evening meal remained sumptuous. After everyone had feasted and quenched their thirst, they cleared the living room. With a wave of her hand, Ling Ran released a plethora of delivery boxes. The 13 individuals, along with one pig, gathered in the living room to begin unboxing their blind packages. I have unwrapped an electric shaver from a reputable brand, Uncle Chen. This one is for you. Thank you. I received 2 bags of cat food. Can the pig eat this? Thank you, but I won't partake. Oh, I found cookies. The blue canister kind. Shen Yinshan, you can keep this. It's perfect for adults to enjoy in the car. All right. My dear, I have unwrapped a lovely nightgown. Do take a look at it. It is quite beautiful and of good quality. Perhaps I shall wash it and wear it tonight? Ah, delightful. I have also managed to procure 2 10 kilograms bags of rice. How fortunate I am. Alas, I find myself once again with an electronic device, this time a tablet, which I have no use for. A group of us were unboxing packages until 3 in the morning, surrounded by a sea of cardboard and parcels. Ling Ran stifled a yawn and declared, "I shall retire for the night." The others had no choice but to toil away, stacking the cardboard boxes to one side for disposal the following day. As for the packages, they required some organization. Items such as cat food and microphones, deemed unnecessary, were left in the living room to be discussed with Ji Beiqing later, in case their base requires them. The remaining edibles, of course, would be neatly stored away. Chapter 128. The arrival of Xia Qianqian having stayed up until the early hours, the following day saw everyone rising lazily, just in time for lunch. Lu Xiaoping and her companions had prepared the meal and waited for Ling Ran to freshen up before they all gathered at the table. As they dined, Pei inquired, "Ling Ran, how long do we intend to stay in G City?" "Let us remain for another 2 days, and then depart. Our objectives here have been fulfilled," replied Ling Ran. Her purpose in coming to G City was threefold: to seek a chef, to find a novelist, and to observe the G City base. With all these goals accomplished, further delay seemed unnecessary. Pei Xiu and Chen Lu continued discussing who had the best luck with the unboxing last night when suddenly there came a knock at the door. The nearest to the door, Fan Chuan promptly rose to open it. "Who is it?" "Hello, I am Xia Qianqian." Instantly, all eyes turned towards Shen Yinshan, who, feeling somewhat embarrassed under their gaze, awkwardly touched his nose. At the same time, he found his feelings towards Xia Qianqian diminishing. In truth, he had harbored some discontent since the last time she had attempted to recruit him for her team. He sensed that her friendliness was laced with ulterior motives. Recalling her earnest declarations about the formidable power of space-type abilities in the future, he felt increasingly justified in his suspicions. Noticing the familiar expressions on the faces of others, Fan Chuan opened the door. Before him stood a girl of striking beauty and cleanliness. He stepped aside to let her enter. Xia Qianqian immediately spotted the grand dining table, laden with an array of dishes so abundant that even someone like her, who had stockpiled supplies prior to the apocalypse, would hesitate to indulge so lavishly. Her gaze fell upon the individual seated at the head of the table. Ling Captain appeared pristine, and due to the good quality of food lately, she had gained a noticeable amount of weight, enhancing her beauty. "Hello, Captain Ling. I'm Xia Qianqian. We've met before." Ling Ran glanced at her but remained silent, focusing intently on her meal. Understanding her unspoken sentiment, Shen Yinshan took the initiative to inquire, "If you have something to say, please do so." The captain does not appreciate being disturbed while dining. Xia Qianqian was taken aback by Shen Yinshan's remark, feeling a twinge of humiliation. Furthermore, the implication of his words, which seemed to venerate Ling Ran, left her feeling somewhat dejected. Biting her lip, she replied earnestly, "I apologize. I was unaware of this. Just say what you need." Shen Yinshan reiterated. Having spent considerable time with Ling Ran, he had gradually adopted some of Ling Ran's style, finding himself averse to individuals who dilly-dally in conversation and action. Xia Qianqian felt a sharp pang in her heart. "I came to inquire about Captain Ling's assessment of the G City base. Does this concern you?" Pei Xiu spat out a bone from the rib he was chewing, retorting, "If that's the case, you might as well ask directly. Why ramble on for so long over a simple question?" In his eyes, Xia Qianqian resembled the delicate, beautiful green tea supporting character often found beside the main female protagonist, surrounded by numerous admirers. Wasn't she the epitome of a green tea character from a novel? "I mean no harm," Xia Qianqian persisted, struggling against the inexplicable disappointment welling within her. "I merely wanted to ask if Captain Ling intends to remain at the G City base, and if not, where the next destination might be. I was hoping to inquire if I could accompany you." As she spoke, Pei Xiu, while gnawing on another rib, spat out another bone. "Then you should have just asked directly. It's a matter of a single sentence, yet you've meandered for ages." Xia Qianqian. Pei glanced at Ling Ran before politely declining. "Miss Xia, I apologize, but our team is already quite full, making it inconvenient for additional members to join." Chapter 129. Awakening self-awareness upon hearing Pei Yi's words, Xia Qianqian felt as if she had been insulted. Leaving with a curt sorry for the disturbance and slamming the door behind her. The sound of the door crashing shut made it seem as though they had mistreated her. Shen Yinshan furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a sense of bewilderment. His previous fondness for Xia Qianqian vanished in an instant. As Ling Ran, engrossed in her meal, glanced at Shen Yinshan's expression, she found it rather intriguing. In simple terms, this small world is akin to a book where all characters are governed by the plot, including Shen Yinshan's affection for Xia Qianqian. However, Shen Yinshan now spends every day by her side, Who is Ling Ran? She is an entity whose very existence could shatter the heavenly order. Such a being could not possibly remain under the dominion of the narrative. To put it succinctly, he has transformed from a mere plot device into an individual with awakened self-awareness, no longer serving the storyline. Thus, his admiration and affection for Xia Qianqian, when stripped of the heavenly filter, dissipate. Of course, if Xin Yanxin continues to harbor feelings for Xia Qianqian after the veil is lifted, it would signify genuine affection. Yet, it is evident that he does not seem to possess such feelings. Similarly, Su Emo has undergone a transformation. Originally a tool-like antagonist, she gradually awakens her own consciousness while remaining by Ling Ran's side, liberating herself from the confines of the narrative. She develops her own thoughts and, consequently, no longer holds any affection for Xin Yanxin, nor does she feel compelled to oppose Xia Qianqian on his behalf. The actions of Xia Qianqian leave everyone perplexed. There was never any deep connection between them. Their acquaintance was merely serendipitous. Now, her demeanor suggests that they owe her an apology, rendering everyone speechless. For Xia Qianqian, disbelief envelopes her. In her previous life, she was betrayed by a friend and pushed into a horde of zombies, only to discover before her demise that the jade pendant coveted by her best friend, Meng Rue, concealed a space within. Furthermore, the boyfriend who had sheltered her in the apocalyptic world had transformed into Meng Rue's devoted admirer. In the midst of her struggle for survival in a post-apocalyptic world, Meng Rue thrived with the aid of her jade pendant space. While the others could only live by reading her expressions, Xia Qianqian, having activated her own jade pendant space in advance, expended all her savings to stockpile a substantial amount of supplies. Despite Meng Rue being the one who had deeply harmed her in her past life, Xia Qianqian refrained from immediate revenge. Instead, she chose to keep her close, allowing her to witness her fortunes, planning to enact her retribution gradually. In this rebirth, in addition to the prophetic abilities and the jade pendant as her golden keys, Xia Qianqian discovered an inexplicable intuition. For instance, upon encountering someone, she would instinctively sense whether they were benevolent or malevolent, and whether they would become formidable in the future. After meeting Xin Yanxin, she felt a strong impression that he would take an interest in her and that he would become exceptionally powerful, never refusing her requests. She believed their relationship had transcended mere friendship, teetering on the brink of romance. However, the tenderness and consideration he once showed her had vanished. The current version of him appeared aloof, completely oblivious to her grievances, and offered no support. When faced with her invitations, he rejected them without hesitation. This left Xia Qianqian, who had been smoothly navigating her new life after rebirth, feeling increasingly unsettled. Chapter 130. Management of the G-City base. Ling Ran had little interest in the emotional journey of Xia Qianqian. To her, the protagonist of this small world was merely a fleeting figure, someone she would glance at if passing by. If there was nothing of intrigue, she would not follow along for mere amusement. After all, she resides in the realm of cultivation, where every year countless prodigies emerge, many of whom possess a fate even more formidable than that of Xia Qianqian. She has grown weary of witnessing such children of destiny. Likewise, many of them meet untimely ends. Indeed, possessing fortune may grant one an advantageous start, yet the path of cultivation is not merely a matter of luck. Numerous individuals, still in their infancy, are swiftly dealt with by others. Ultimately, it is those who endure to the end who emerge victorious. Following their meal, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Ling Ran continued to gaze at her phone, her eyes weary from prolonged use. Su Yimo suggested listening to audiobooks, but found the AI's voice to be excessively mechanical. Consequently, she has recently asked those with some leisure time to prepare, as she intends to hold a voice selection competition in a few days to determine who is best suited to narrate novels, with recordings to be submitted for her review. Naturally, those selected will receive rewards from Ling Ran. Even Pei Yi, as her elder brother, finds himself intrigued by such incentives. What if he were chosen? After all, these are rewards from an adult, bestowed by someone capable of wielding influence. Who could resist such an allure? Yet again, she found herself engrossed in novels until dawn. Ling Ran, somewhat numbly, consumed her breakfast when a yawn escaped her lips, followed by a knock on the door. It was barely past 8 in the morning when Fan Chuan, enjoying a meat bun, rose to answer it. Who could it be so early? Upon opening the door, he discovered it was personnel from the base, Ji Beicheng, Wei Xing, and an unfamiliar individual. However, seeing that the two were subtly deferring to the unknown man, he could surmise who it was, the rumored manager of the G-City base, Pan Xiaogang. Unlike the dominance of the southern province base, Pan Xiaogang ascended to this managerial position purely due to his background and connections from the world before the apocalypse. In a previous life, he served as the mayor of G City. Following the apocalypse, he swiftly established the G City base by mobilizing a contingent of soldiers. Along with the vast resources and research personnel from his wife's pharmaceutical company, centered around the pharmaceutical manufacturing facility. Many of the management protocols for bases in the southern provinces were largely adapted from those of the G City base. Ling Ran sat at the dining table, unbothered by the arrival of Pan Xiaogang, choosing not to rise in greeting. However, Pei and the others still displayed respect. The esteemed individual could afford such indifference, as she was indeed a figure of high standing. Unlike them, they could not afford to overlook their own positions simply because they were in the company of someone of such prominence. Pan Xiaogang, however, paid no heed to Ling Ran's demeanor. He had encountered such prideful competence before the apocalypse. It is to be noted that capable individuals earn respect wherever they are. Miss Ling, greetings. I am Pan Xiaogang, the manager of the G City base. Ling Ran responded curtly, her mood somewhat dismal. Yesterday, her meal was interrupted by Xia Chanqian, and today it was Pan Xiaogang's turn. Pan Xiaogang cast a glance at those seated at the table and then toward the balcony, where a pig was voraciously feeding from a large iron basin. I apologize for the interruption. I was unaware you were dining at this hour. After this brief apology, he continued, I am here today to express my gratitude to Miss Ling regarding the incident at the Bokai warehouse yesterday. It was indeed thanks to your intervention that G City base was spared significant losses. Chapter 131. Reciprocity. The top 10 teams of ability users, combined with the guard team and the official ability user squad, represented a substantial portion of G City's strength. If these individuals were to fall, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the base's power would be diminished by half. Ling Ran raised her gaze to him, inwardly deeming this individual somewhat lacking. Is gratitude merely a matter of verbal expression? However, Pan Xiaogang was not oblivious to the nuances of social etiquette. He was quite astute in this regard. After exchanging a few words, he instructed, Wei Xing, please bring over the gifts for Miss Ling. Wei Xing nodded, waving his hand, and soon dozens of large, transparent plastic boxes appeared on the ground, revealing the fresh meat within, glistening with blood. Among them were 2 boxes filled with fresh vegetables and fruits. Miss Ling, I am aware that you possess ample supplies and may not be concerned with other items, yet fresh meat is rather scarce. This is a cow and a pig that I had slaughtered, along with some fresh produce cultivated by our bases with type ability users. These offerings are not extravagant. I hope you will not turn your nose up at them. Fresh pork and beef, an entire head of each. How could one possibly deem such gifts trivial? Furthermore, the inclusion of fresh fruits and vegetables was noteworthy. Despite Ling Ran and her companions consuming pork and beef daily, the exchange for such delicacies could easily cost hundreds of crystal cores. Only someone as affluent as Ling Ran could indulge in such luxury. For others, spending even a single crystal core to savor a hint of meat would be a source of great satisfaction. Pan Xiaogang truly possessed remarkable acumen. Recognizing that while Ling Ran lacked for little, fresh food was a rarity, making his gift particularly heartfelt. Ling Ran set down her milk, and Su Yimo promptly offered her a tissue. After leisurely dabbing her mouth, she nodded in satisfaction at Pan Xiaogang, expressing, This gift pleases me greatly. I am glad to hear that, Miss Ling, he replied. Pan Xiao was as humble as ever, showing no signs of being a manager of a base. Yet he found himself at the mercy of a young woman's displeasure. Ling Ran subtly signaled to Shen Yan, who promptly understood and gathered all the supplies scattered on the ground. I am a person who believes in reciprocity, Ling Ran remarked. Although your actions are meant to express gratitude for my assistance yesterday, my help was offered willingly, without any expectation of thanks. Her demeanor was sufficiently courteous. In truth, Ling Ran had no desire for any possessions from the base. What she sought was merely a gesture of appreciation. For no one relishes the feeling of aiding others only to receive nothing in return. However, Pan Xiao's gesture indeed touched her heart. Since you have presented me with a gift, I am not one to be stingy. With a wave of her hand, the once empty space in the living room was instantly filled. Large barrels brimming with gasoline appeared, alongside an abundance of medicinal supplies, encompassing both Western and traditional Chinese medicines. How much medicine does a major hospital possess? Ling Ran was uncertain, but she still had plenty left after supplying the G City base. These items were of little use to her, and could serve as favors or be traded for things she desired. Gasoline, once a precious commodity in the pre-apocalyptic world, had become even more invaluable in the aftermath. Medicines were paramount as well. The strength and stability of a base often depended on the abilities of its superhumans. Yet the potential for growth and development ultimately rested upon the ordinary populace. Ordinary people, after all, constitute the majority. In a time devoid of hospitals and with medical resources stretched thin, even a simple fever could claim countless lives. After all, the environment in the post-apocalyptic world is far from the one that existed before. Lacking food and water, one's health deteriorates, the surroundings are harsh. And with no access to medicine, it is indeed commonplace for minor ailments to become fatal. In Chapter 132, The Selfless Contribution of Ling Ran, Pan Xiaogang gazed at the supplies in the living room with eyes brimming with excitement. In comparison to what he had given away, he felt he had made a tremendous profit. My lord, this. Pan Xiaogang's address shifted instantly. I shall not be modest. He truly could not refuse this offer. Take it, Ling Ran replied nonchalantly. Having robbed 2 gas stations, she now had an abundance of fuel in her storage. It would be ages before she would exhaust her own supply. Pan Xiaogang exchanged a glance with Wei Xing, who promptly began to stow away the items. My lord. Once he had finished, Pan Xiaogang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Is there anything else you desire? We will do our utmost to provide whatever our base can offer. Ling Ran did not require much. The pigs and cattle would suffice for their journey to the next base. No need. I have everything I need. Upon hearing this, Pan Xiaogang looked at Ling Ran with even greater admiration. My lord, you previously mentioned inspecting our G-City base. Do you wish to remain here? Although he already knew the answer, Pan Xiaogang could not resist asking. No, I will leave in a couple of days. Ah, very well. Pan Xiaogang felt a hint of disappointment but understood that someone of her caliber would not linger in such a small base. After exchanging pleasantries, the 3 of them took their leave, not forgetting to inquire about the time of Ling Ran's departure, as they wished to come and bid her farewell. After their departure, Ling Ran settled onto the sofa, preparing to commence today's vocal competition. Who would be the first to perform? Everyone exchanged glances, reluctant to take the initiative. Lu Xiaoping was the first to raise her hand. Master, I shall go first. Very well, please begin, Ling Ran replied. Lu Xiaoping approached Ling Ran, clutching her tablet. Taking a deep breath, despite knowing she was merely participating for the sake of it, the gaze of so many upon her filled her with trepidation. It was the height of summer, the midday sun blazed fiercely, and the cicadas chirped incessantly. Lu Xiaoping sighed. However, she had anticipated this outcome. Her voice was not melodious. Her Mandarin could hardly be deemed particularly standard, and her reading lacked emotion. Being dismissed was to be expected. Who shall go next? I will. His Mandarin carried an accent, which was tolerable in conversation but rendered reading quite uncomfortable. Subsequently, Fan Chuan, Hu Meiying, and even Chen Xiaoying, daughter of Uncle Chen, joined in, and predictably, all were dismissed. Following that, Pei, Pei Xiu, and Chen Lu also took their turns. Is there anyone else? Gu Zijin emerged with her tablet. Master, I have yet to perform. Very well, commence your presentation. Prior to this event, Ling Ran had already identified potential frontrunners. Pei, Su Yimo, Xin Yinshan, and Gu Zijin. Pei's voice resonated with maturity and steadiness, reminiscent of an older gentleman. Su Yimo possessed a sweet, melodious girl-next-door tone. Xin Yinshan embodied the gentle warmth of a caring man, and Gu Zijin conveyed the essence of a reserved youth. However, a melodious voice does not necessarily imply proficiency in narrating novels. Take Xin Yinshan, for instance. His reading is rather ineffective, leaving Ling Ran feeling drowsy. Chapter 133. She offers you special care. In contrast to Pei and Su Yimo, Gu Zijin imbues his reading with greater emotion, while the narration remains somewhat indistinct. His dialogue is delivered with such finesse that one can palpably sense the tension of the characters. Pei, sitting nearby, remarked with a hint of envy, Well done, Zijin. I never anticipated you possessed such talent. Before Gu Zijin's performance, he had thought his victory was assured. I concede, Gu Zijin replied with a smile. In truth, it was not an innate talent, but rather the result of his adept use of psychic abilities. From now on, you shall record books for me. And whenever I require someone to read, you must do so as well. Certainly, my lord. Gu Zijin mused that if the lord needed a reader while traveling, he would be able to share the carriage with him, no longer needing to resort to supernatural means for games of chance. Ling Ran cast a sidelong glance at him. What reward do you desire? Gu Zijin pondered momentarily. My lord, may I take my time to consider? At present, he found himself devoid of any particular desires. Of course, Chun Li looked at Gu Zijin with envy, thinking to himself that if he was in no hurry, He could share his own wishes. After concluding the selection contest, Ling Ran, with her phone in hand, began reading a novel. Halfway through, her eyes began to tire. Although she could use spiritual energy to alleviate the strain, the fatigue from her physical body still weighed upon her mind. She yawned, intending to take a brief nap. As Ling Ran prepared to sleep, Su Yimo promptly took over Ling Ran's phone, arranged her bedding, lit a subtle fragrance, and played soft music to aid her slumber. Those outside, noticing her need for rest, instinctively quieted down. Shin Yinshin softly addressed the others. I am heading to the market. Does anyone wish to accompany me? With their impending departure from the base, he sought to ascertain if there were any essential items they required. Chen Lu immediately replied, I'll go. Shiogo, are you coming? I shall not, was the response. I need to practice my abilities in the corridor. The others echoed similar sentiments, resulting in Shin Yinshin and Chen Lu descending to drive to the market. Shin Yinshin parked the vehicle and began to survey the various wares being sold along the market's path. Each time he witnessed such scenes, he was reminded of the true essence of a post-apocalyptic world. The usually carefree Chen Lu suddenly expressed a sentiment of nostalgia. Indeed, Shin Yinshin nodded in agreement. Life alongside a formidable leader, materially speaking, bore little difference from the world before the apocalypse. Furthermore, they could relish the thrill of battling monsters without the constant dread of danger. Although zombies posed a threat, Shin Yinshin found a peculiar exhilaration in such perilous environments. While they conversed, Chen Lu abruptly pointed at a certain spot. Brother, look over there. ISNT, that's Xia Qianqian and her team? Have they brought in a new member? Following Chen Lu's gaze, Shin Yinshin spotted Xia Qianqian walking ahead with an unfamiliar man, while Zhuo Su, Yang Ziheng, and Meng Rui trailed closely behind. They appeared to be engaged in cheerful conversation, suggesting a strong camaraderie. I had thought she had a liking for you, he remarked. Chen Lu spoke to himself. After all, when we were leaving together earlier, she showed you special care. Don't speak nonsense. Shin Yinshin was contemplating whether to avoid the situation when he unexpectedly locked eyes with Xia Qianqian. Yinshin Gu? Chapter 134. Suddenly enthralled. Xia Qianqian hurriedly approached him. Yinshin Gu, what are you doing here? I thought you had left the base. Not yet. I came to buy some things. Chen Lu, filled with curiosity, asked, Miss Xia, is this the new member of your team? Yes. Mentioning the person beside her, a smile finally graced Xia Qianqian's face. He just joined our team today, Lu Wei. Let me introduce you. This is Shun Yinshin from the strongest team, and this is Chen Lu. Lu Wei, clad in casual athletic wear, was strikingly handsome, with a healthy wheat complexion, standing tall at 185 meters, exuding an undeniable sense of safety. Hello. Haven't we met before? Chen Lu felt a flicker of familiarity with the man. Yes, Lu Wei nodded slightly. You probably saw me during the Boke mission. Shin Yinshin and Chen Lu exchanged surprised glances. They had encountered him during the Boke mission? This meant that Lu Wei had prior team experience. He was either part of a top 10 abilities team or a member of an official team. Xia Qianqian, so formidable, managed to recruit someone in just 2 days? Did Lu Wei's previous team consent to this? However, it was inappropriate to inquire further. Noticing the atmosphere had grown quiet, Xia Qianqian took the initiative to say, We plan to leave the G-City base the day after tomorrow. What a coincidence, we are as well. Shin Li's tongue slipped. And only after speaking did he recall that Xia Qianqian had mentioned being part of the same industry. If she brings it up again later, how will he graciously decline? Shin Yinshin inquired, Aren't you staying at the G-City base? Well, Xia Qianqian nodded. I feel that the G-City base is not quite suitable for me. In truth, that was not the actual reason. Xia Qianqian came to G-City purely based on an instinctive premonition. Initially, she believed the target of this premonition was Shin Yinshin. But his sudden change left her heartbroken. Unexpectedly, she encountered Lu Wei again yesterday. This time, her intuition proved accurate. Lu Wei was indeed willing to join their small team. Consequently, Xia Qianqian had to provide considerable supplies to Lu Wei's former team and base. With the mission at the G-City base accomplished, Xia Qianqian naturally intended to leave. Oh, I wish you a smooth journey, she said. Yes, the same to you, they replied. After exchanging those words, the two groups brushed past each other, heading in different directions. Once the individuals had departed, Chen Lu quietly remarked, Xia Qianqian is truly capable. She seems to have quite the charm with the opposite sex. Even Chen Lu, who was relatively handsome, could discern that Zhuo Su and Yang Ziheng from their team were fond of Xia Qianqian. However, the two appeared to have no rivalry, acting like guardian knights, protecting her. That does not concern us, Shin Yinshin said in a nonchalant tone. Chen Lu, taken aback, responded, Bro, why are you so indifferent? I previously thought you had a fondness for Xia Qianqian, considering how you argued with Su Yimo several times for her sake. As I reflect on these matters, Shun Yin deeply feels a sense of astonishment. Could this truly be him? Moreover, Xia Qianqian is not at all the type of girl he would typically be drawn to. He has never favored such delicate and fragile blossoms, but rather gravitates towards those who are composed, formidable, and rational. Perhaps he has merely come to a sudden realization? Shun Yin himself remains uncertain. In any case, that flutter of excitement has dissipated. It seems it was merely a fleeting infatuation. Let us move on from this topic and turn our attention to shopping instead. Meanwhile, Xia Qianqian and her companions, who have departed, are also discussing Ling Ran and the others. It turns out, he is indeed Shun Yin. Lu Wei is rather surprised as well. Their team S-Queen is remarkably strong. Chapter 135. She truly is impressive upon hearing Lu Wei mention Ling Ran. An unmistakable admiration sparkles in her eyes, causing Xia Qianqian to feel a twinge of jealousy. Her spatial ability is not truly a supernatural power. It merely grants her a space for storage. Aside from its vastness, the only advantage is that her space can harbor living beings, complete with water and soil for cultivation and breeding. Prior to the apocalypse, she had already planted numerous vegetables and raised various poultry within her space, ensuring she lacked for nothing. However, her true aspiration is not to join another's base, but to assemble a loyal cadre of skilled individuals and establish her own stronghold. Were she to possess Ling Ran's level of power now, she could indeed form a small base. Alas, she does not. Just as Xia Qianqian is about to voice her thoughts, Meng Rue smiles in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, I too admire her. She is not only formidable but has also been remarkably generous, reportedly donating a substantial amount to the base in the southern province. She is not only beautiful but also formidable, and most importantly, she is generous in her actions. It is no wonder that so many aspire to follow her." Meng Rue feigned casual admiration, yet her true intention was to belittle Xia Qianqian through Ling Ran. Although the two maintained a facade of close friendship, they both understood deep down that they no longer regarded each other as true confidants. The reason they had not severed ties was that Meng Rue lacked the strength to confront Xia Qianqian, who she still relied upon. While Xia Qianqian desired to see Meng Rue's envy grow as she ascended to greatness, ultimately casting her aside. Women possess an innate understanding of one another, and Meng Rue had already discerned that Xia Qianqian was overly preoccupied with Ling Ran. Indeed, upon hearing this, she noticed Xia Qianqian's evident displeasure and could not resist amplifying her remarks. "Right, Qianqian? You feel the same way, don't you?" With the attention of others drawn to her, Xia Qianqian nodded. "Yes, she is indeed impressive." Lu Wei, overhearing Xia Qianqian's words, felt a sense of kinship. "Ah, it's a pity she is not lacking in companions. Otherwise, I would have eagerly offered myself." Xia Qianqian pondered whether he had considered her role as the new captain. This was something that needed to be addressed promptly. Lu Wei was aware of Xia Qianqian's intentions, or rather, it was precisely this understanding, coupled with an inexplicable sense of affinity and trust, that prompted him to leave his original team and join Xia Qianqian's. Ling Ran remained oblivious to Xia Qianqian's disdain for her. However, even if she were aware, it would not affect her. She relished the sight of others' disdain for her, coupled with their inability to undermine her, a testament to her own strength. After a refreshing nap, I awoke to find it was just past 3 in the afternoon. With some time left before dinner, Uncle Chun had prepared some delightful souffles for afternoon tea, which were both visually appealing and delectable. He also baked a generous batch of cookies and nougat for casual snacking. Indeed, I noticed Lu Xiaoping and the others were busy washing vegetables and preparing the meal. Chapter 136. A visit when time permits. Having spent an additional 2 days at the G-City base, Ling Ran and her companions decided it was time to depart. During their stay, they primarily occupied themselves with unboxing an overwhelming number of packages from Ling Ran's space, which contained a myriad of items. Among them, Pei Xiu unexpectedly unveiled a rather risky doll, causing his face to flush under the gaze of his peers. Ling Ran, unfamiliar with the object, found the feigned nonchalance of her companions puzzling. What purpose does this serve? In an instant, Pei covered her eyes, and within a heartbeat, the doll was swiftly disposed of by Xin Yinshin into the space. Later that night, it was only through Su Yimo's explanation that Ling Ran learned the true nature of the object. She was left speechless. Is that all? It was amusing. For not only was she an ancient being, but even the original owner of this body was already 26 years of age, a fully grown adult. There seemed to be no reason for such secrecy. Moreover, she noticed that the people here appeared to be exceedingly sensitive about such matters. She recalled an earlier encounter with someone who had a peculiar affinity for feces. The sounds of their revelry had echoed from the adjacent quarters, and the expressions of that group mirrored those of the current assembly. The following day, Su Yimo remarked that the doll had been discarded by Xin Yinshin into the survivors' makeshift housing, hoping that those without partners would refrain from causing distress to others. As they prepared to leave the base, Pan Xiao and his companions arrived punctually to bid them farewell. Even the top 10 ability teams, who were not on missions, had all gathered. When an individual possesses immense strength, one often finds themselves surrounded by benevolent souls, those fortunate enough to be in Ling Ran's presence. Such as Pei and his companions, resonated with this sentiment. These ability wielders, who had previously exhibited ruthless tendencies in the outside world, after all, in a post-apocalyptic setting, one must be fierce to secure their status, transformed before Ling Ran, appearing as if they were bathed in the gentleness of spring, each embodying the essence of goodness. Pan Xiao, gazing fondly at the pig nestled in the back of the pickup truck, was met with a disapproving remark from Wu Tong. "You perverted fool. Are you still contemplating schemes against my master? Farewell." The crowd fell silent, still adjusting to the sight of the pig speaking, despite having witnessed it several times before. Such a large-headed pig, what a pity. Wu Tong, noticing their expressions, felt a surge of irritation. Forget it. We're leaving anyway. No need to argue with these people, we may never meet again. The vehicle departed from the base. Hearing this, Pei Xiao and the others were left speechless. Wait, don't we barely know each other? Su Yimo pulled out her phone and played a song inside the vehicle. Sitting beside her, Gu Zijing inquired, would the esteemed one like to listen to a novel? No. With the addition of a Western individual to their team, the number of vehicles increased from 2 to 3. The pickup truck that Jiang Huai had previously gifted found its purpose once again. Ling Ran, holding a map and a pen, casually drew a long line across the map and handed it to Gu Zijing in the back. Let us follow this route, without the aid of aerial vehicles. The expanse of this nation's map is indeed quite vast. Traveling solely by car, it would be exceedingly challenging for her to traverse every corner of this land. She could only sketch a line. Gu Zijing glanced at the route. The trajectory generally headed northward. The path drawn by Ling Ran was not a straight line, but rather a curving one. He then opened the map provided by Pan Xiaogang earlier that day. This was a map delineated by the base, illustrating the territories within the province, indicating areas with fewer zombies, as well as the locations of small bases or the outskirts of villages. It was a newly drawn map created post-apocalypse, and many ability users purchased a copy for their missions. In comparing the routes, Gu Zijing identified their next destination. Let us first proceed to Dan City, and then exit the province towards Yangzhou and Furong Province, followed by Star City's Starbase. As Ling Ran needed rest, the vehicle navigated through more secluded areas. Although this extended their journey, it also meant fewer roadblocks and a reduced number of zombies. The car did not take the highway. After driving for the entire morning, they stopped at a remote dwelling intending to have lunch and rest before continuing their journey. Ling Ran alighted from the vehicle and settled onto a plush sofa. After Su Yimo had washed the fruits, she asked Wu Tong to chill them with his ice abilities before serving them to Ling Ran. These fruits taste delightful. As Ling Ran savored the treat, she couldn't help but ponder whether they should seek out a wood ability user, as it would facilitate access to fresh vegetables and fruits. Just as Su Yimo was smiling, she suddenly noticed an aerial ability user approaching from the distance. Gu Zijing, a psychic adept, sensed the presence of a flying ability user and waved at him. The aerial adept, noticing him from a distance, remained airborne and inquired, "Is there something you need?" "My brother has a question," Gu Zijing replied, gazing upward. "I see you're flying from Furong Province. Has something occurred there?" Gu Zijing's disbelief was palpable as he heard, "Hail larger than grapefruits?" "Indeed, you would be wise to take a detour. Not only is there hail, but the cold is quite severe." It was then that everyone noticed the flying adept was clad in remarkably thick attire. He tugged at his heavy coat and said, "I must take my leave." "Thank you." "Very well," Gu Zijing thought, having anticipated this. After all, the prominent figures often possessed such a demeanor, knowingly venturing into danger. In light of this, we ought to prepare some warm clothing and safety helmets, though I suspect even helmets may offer little protection. Our vehicle will require fortification as well, particularly the windows. Hail the size of grapefruits could indeed rival a human head. Pei Xiao chuckled upon hearing this, assuring, "Rest assured, this vehicle is custom-made with bulletproof glass. The hail should pose no issue. However, the off-road vehicle may not withstand it." Following their midday meal, everyone deliberated on how to address the impending hailstorm. Yet, they found themselves lacking experience, as prior to the apocalypse, hailstorms had always sent them scurrying indoors. In addition to hail, we should also prepare for heavy rain and strong winds, one remarked. Typically, hail accompanies fierce winds and torrential downpours. Indeed, if a tempest were to arise, our vehicle might very well be overturned. In such a scenario, our journey to the star base would be rendered impossible, compelling us to seek refuge indoors for a spell. At that moment, a voice gently resonated. Rest assured, I am here. With that succinct reassurance, the lengthy deliberations of the group, which had persisted for over half an hour, came to an end. Well then, with a formidable ally at our side, what do they have to fear? Even if our esteemed companion could not prevent the heavens from unleashing hail, their faith remained steadfast. Chapter 138, The Invincible Base with Ling Ran present. The group once again found solace. However, they prudently retrieved their winter garments, down jackets, quilts, and the like, to wash and air dry in preparation for their arrival in Ferrand province. Upon seeing these bulky clothes, Ling Ran frowned slightly. Unattractive, I shall not wear them. My lord, the weather there will undoubtedly be frigid. We ought to dress appropriately. Moreover, winter attire can indeed be stylish. Rest assured, I will coordinate a lovely ensemble that includes a skirt, Su Yimo reassured her. Her taste was undeniably commendable. Prompting Ling Ran to relent, if it is unappealing, I shall not don it. Very well, I assure you it will be pleasing to the eye. After all, my lord, you are becoming increasingly exquisite. After a brief respite, they switched drivers in the afternoon and continued their journey toward their destination. As dusk began to fall, they found a modest dwelling in a rural area of Dan City to temporarily reside in. Upon disembarking, Gu Zijing squinted slightly. There are still inhabitants in this village. Though the danger appears minimal, his assessment of the low risk went unheeded by the others. They entered the house, and soon enough, some set about cleaning while others turned their attention to preparing a meal. Not far from them, within a courtyard-adorned bungalow, a family was gathered in the basement. One child, perhaps 7 or 8 years of age, remarked, Mom, Dad, I hear a car. Someone has arrived in the village. Then let us speak softly. Listen closely to see if they will come our way, came the reply. The entire basement was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a solitary candle, casting a faint glow. However, those present had long since acclimated to such shadowy nights. Among them, the child stood out as the sole bearer of awakened abilities, possessing powers of the water element. Since the cataclysm, they had secured their doors tightly, venturing outside nevermore, relying solely on self-sufficiency, cultivating vegetables in their yard, and retreating to the basement at night, careful to make not a whisper. Remarkably, they had survived to this day. Little did they know that their mere presence instilled trepidation in others. After dinner, the group assigned a watchman for the night and subsequently drifted into slumber, the night passing in silence. At the break of dawn, after breakfast, they resumed their journey, encountering a few zombies along the way, all of which they dispatched with ease. It appeared as though this place was devoid of the undead. As their vehicle ventured into a more remote area, they soon realized that there were virtually no zombies nearby. In the past, even in the most secluded locales, they would spot a few stragglers, yet here, not a single one was in sight. Gu Zijing furrowed his brow. Could it be that we have stumbled upon someone's stronghold? Just as he uttered these words, a sign loomed ahead. Invincible base, entry prohibited. Enter at your own risk. Upon seeing the sign, Chen Lu chuckled. We are the mightiest squad. What do you think of their so-called invincible base in comparison to us? Zhou Hang responded with a smile, not quite adults. It's hard to say. If we consider them adults, regardless of who they are, we can only describe it as a dimensional strike. However, these individuals are indeed quite arrogant. Su Yimo glanced at the words on the sign and turned her head towards Ling Ran, disregarding the name of the base. They even prohibit others from stepping into the territory they have enclosed. My lord, should we take a detour? We ought to pass through, Ling Ran replied nonchalantly. It had always been others who took detours to avoid her. How could she possibly choose to take a detour herself? Ignoring the sign, the vehicle continued on its predetermined path. These individuals likely possessed considerable power. They had yet to glimpse the base, but within 1,000 meters of this vicinity, not a single zombie had been sighted. Just then, Gu Zijing furrowed his brow slightly and swiftly enveloped a bullet that was aimed at the car window with his mental energy. Someone is firing from the shadows. Chapter 139. Bombs. The occupants of the vehicle quickly reacted, and those in charge of driving began to swerve left and right. Gu Zijin extended his mental energy and soon spotted an esper hiding atop a high tower, clutching a sniper rifle and taking aim. There is a sniper at 10 o'clock. A level 2 wind-type esper. As soon as he spoke, Pei conjured a fireball in his hand and hurled it towards the direction Gu Zijin indicated. The wind-type esper, seeing this unfold from a distance, was startled, causing his bullet to veer off course. He hastily enveloped himself in wind and leaped down from the tower while simultaneously reaching for his walkie-talkie. Under attack, level 3 psychic esper, level 3 fire esper. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sniper's expression suddenly froze, his gaze becoming clouded. Gu Zijing rubbed his temples. It was his first experience using mental powers for an attack, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed. Pei promptly supplemented the wind ability user, who collapsed to the ground. Clutching his firearm, he was already deceased. Armed, indeed, with numerous firearms. As Gu Zijing's words barely left his lips, gunfire erupted from the west, coming from all directions. Pei and the others quickly enveloped their vehicle with defensive abilities. This would not hold for long. Ling Ran squinted slightly and extended her hand. Su Yimo, seated in the back, hastily handed her the magic wand. The divine command, water curtain. Suddenly, ethereal curtains of water manifested, enveloping the three vehicles like gossamer. Despite their apparent delicacy, bullets striking them fell harmlessly to the ground. The gunmen lurking in the shadows, witnessing this spectacle, were taken aback and promptly reported. There is a water ability user of level 3 or above. Water ability users were typically considered weak. Yet this formidable water curtain ability undoubtedly indicated a level beyond 3. Firearms had become ineffective. Amidst a faint sound of a pull ring, Gu Zijing furrowed his brow. It's a bomb. He swiftly attempted to encase the explosives with his mental energy, but there were too many. Just as he grew anxious, a voice emerged from ahead. It's all right. The bombs were hurled forward but fell before reaching the water curtain. However, unlike bullets, they detonated instantly. The resounding explosions of 5 or 6 bombs shook the surroundings, sending clouds of dust and smoke billowing, obscuring visibility entirely. Before the smoke could dissipate, the assailants who had been firing and throwing bombs emerged from the shadows. A total of 10 men, all approximately in their 20s, stood before the scene. Dressed in a haphazard manner, their exposed arms bore tattoos. The leader, a robust figure brimming with muscle, gazed towards the swirling dust ahead. A smirk of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. Well, they'll be half dead if not dead. I recall there was a pig in that vehicle. Let us drag it out and feast. As one man advanced, waving away the dust, he squinted his eyes, about to utter a word, when suddenly he staggered backward, eyes wide in shock. The muscular leader paused, quickly realizing the danger. Take cover. The air was filled with the sound of gunfire, bullets slicing through the thick haze. The robust man enveloped himself in a protective aura, as did the others. Yet, those possessing only level 1 abilities were utterly defenseless against the barrage, collapsing instantly. As the dust began to settle, those who had found refuge stared in disbelief at the sight of devastation. Numerous deep craters marked the ground where the bomb had detonated, and the surrounding structures lay in ruins. Strangely, at the epicenter of the explosion, 3 vehicles remained untouched, their paint unscathed, and the thin veil of water surrounding them still intact. Chapter 140, Traitors to the Base, Death. The muscular man, having never encountered such formidable powers, hastily grabbed his walkie-talkie. Level 5 abilities, request for backup. Despite his words, a sense of dread gnawed at him. He could scarcely fathom the implications of a level 5 ability. Similarly, the individuals within the base could surmise that their intentions towards him might not be one of support, but rather abandonment. The car door swung open, and a multitude of figures emerged. The first to alight was a woman who unfurled an umbrella, and the burly man instantly realized that the person who would soon descend was likely the leader of this group, as well as the 5th level ability user he had speculated about. A delicate, fair leg stepped down from high heels, the sunlight gently illuminating her limb, rendering it even more porcelain-like and smooth. It seemed as if a protective film enveloped her leg, for not a speck of dust had dared to tarnish her skin or shoes. She donned a black, knee-length formal dress, cinched at the waist, accentuating her slender figure. Her hair was styled with meticulous care, crowned by a black hat adorned with a flower of the same hue, exuding an air of mystery and elegance. The burly man was left utterly entranced. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he had not encountered a woman of such refinement. The women within the base, even those of the Lord, merely dressed a tad more neatly, lacking the disheveled appearance typical of the times. With an elegant stride, she stepped forward, her indifferent gaze locking onto him. For reasons unknown, the burly man felt a sudden chill run through him, prompting him to kneel before her. The remaining 6 survivors, witnessing his submission, promptly followed suit, exclaiming, "Great one, spare us. We were merely following orders and harbor no ill will towards you." In an instant, the speaker's life was extinguished as a bullet pierced his skull, ending his existence. The group instinctively turned their gaze towards the origin of the shot, where a throng of individuals approached with imposing presence. The one who had fired was none other than the unassuming, slender man positioned beside the leader. The man, unfazed by the multitude of eyes upon him, calmly articulated the stark reality. Traitors to the base shall meet their demise. The burly men quivered momentarily, caught in a dilemma of whether to kneel or stand. As a group approached Ling Ran, the leader, standing approximately 175 meters tall, sported a small goatee that lent him an air of ruggedness. His features were not particularly striking, yet he exuded a fierce demeanor and the charm of a seasoned man. He gazed at Ling Ran and offered a hint of apology. "I apologize, esteemed guest. Our subordinates acted against you because you trespassed onto our territory. There was no malice intended." Su Yimo, holding an umbrella over Ling Ran, rolled her eyes at this statement. What a joke. With so many guns and explosives aimed at us, you claim there is no ill intent? What then constitutes malice? The man continued, "I regret the situation, but it is mainly due to your intrusion. I believe we had erected warning signs." Implicitly, he suggested that they had been forewarned, and their entry was an act of folly for which they bore responsibility. Gu Ziqin, standing beside Ling Ran, interjected with a slight smirk. "Are you implying that we, as adults, ought to circumvent your warning signs? Indeed, who do you think you are?" Piped up Pei Xiu from the back, unwilling to remain silent. His sister was the chosen one. He could not tolerate such indignities from mere mortals. The man with the goatee, though pointed at and verbally insulted, merely narrowed his eyes, displaying no sign of anger. "I apologize. I must admit I bear some responsibility in this matter. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jia Shirshin, the Lord of the Invincible Base. The night is drawing near. Why not spend the evening at my base? I would be honored to host you and offer you a warm welcome as a gesture of contrition." It was evident to all that Jia Shirshin's invitation harbored ulterior motives, and he bore an appearance that suggested he was no benevolent figure. One must consider that firearms are strictly regulated in Huaxia, even in the aftermath of the apocalypse. The number of weapons circulating remained scarce. Yet here stood a man with an array of firearms, including sniper rifles and explosives. One could not help but wonder what his profession had been prior to the cataclysm. Nevertheless, Ling Ran agreed to his proposal. In the face of overwhelming power, even the most cunning schemes become utterly futile. The group followed Jia Shirshin to the Invincible Base, where imposing walls had been erected, fortified with layers of barbed wire. The entrance consisted of 2 gates, one for vehicles and the other for pedestrians. The base was relatively modest, occupying an area of approximately 1,000 square meters, allowing one to glimpse the rear of the base from the entrance. Numerous buildings adorned the landscape, primarily 2-story structures with small courtyards, which, judging by their age, seemed to have been constructed post-apocalypse. Along the walls, many young men toiled diligently, drenched in sweat as they laid the foundations for new buildings. Their eyes appeared vacant, their bodies emaciated, bare from the waist up, their skin darkened and reddened by the sun. Moreover, on the left side of the base, there lies a long, simply covered structure with 3 walls and no door, allowing a clear view of the interior where layers of cardboard cover the floor, accompanied by some filthy blankets and clothing. More numerous than the blankets and clothes are the women, each bearing a vacant expression, their eyes devoid of life, clad in garments that barely conceal their essential areas. It is unnecessary to inquire. It is evident that they have undoubtedly endured inhumane treatment. In this post-apocalyptic world, even after witnessing numerous atrocities, the sight before us brings a twinge of compassion. Uncle Chen has long shielded his daughter from this grim tableau. The larger base can be considered relatively decent, as it still maintains a semblance of order. In contrast, smaller bases like that of Jia Shirshin operate with a self-proclaimed authoritarianism, where the guiding principle is might makes right, coupled with exploitation, relishing the thrill of being above others. Su Yimo, observing Jia Shirshin's smug demeanor, could not help but retort, "How do you know they wish for your salvation? Perhaps they would prefer death. Who, apart from the insane, would desire to die?" Jia Shirshin scrutinized Su Yimo with an impassive gaze, before responding with a smirk. "However, a beautiful woman like you, should you join my base, would certainly not be treated like those common folk. I would ensure you are well cared for. What do you think you are? How dare you covet my people? Suddenly, Ling Ran, who had been mostly silent, spoke up, her dark eyes peering from beneath her hat's brim, softly commanding, "Emo, slap him." Just as Jia Shixin was about to reply, he found himself unable to move, and in a panic, he asked, "What have you done to me?" As Jia Shixin's entourage brandished their weapons, Shen Yinshin and his companions swiftly followed suit, drawing their guns as well. After all, who among them was without a firearm? "Blood Butcher, do not aim your weapon at our guests," came the command. The one referred to as Blood Butcher was the slender man who had just drawn his gun to kill. He merely lifted his hand, and instantly, the others holstered their firearms. However, Su Yimo stepped forward, and before anyone could react, she delivered a forceful slap to Jia Shixin's face. Chapter 142. The pig speaks. As the saying goes, one should not strike the face when fighting. Even though Jia Shixin could endure much, he found himself on the verge of an explosion. Yet, in that moment, he was immobilized and could only suppress his fury, glaring at Ling Ran as he demanded, "Miss, what is the meaning of this? I kindly invited you to my base as a guest, and this is how you treat your host?" Ling Ran remained silent, prompting Shen Yinshin to interject. "Who told you to speak so insolently?" Internally, Jia Shixin raged, cursing vehemently, yet his body remained unresponsive, exacerbating his frustration. As a psychic ability user, he had momentarily underestimated the situation. Once he regained mobility, he vowed to see how this woman would continue her arrogance on his territory. Apologies. In the next instant, Jia Shixin discovered he could move again. He quickly stepped back a few paces, his mind alert. There was a psychic ability user across from him. He needed to concentrate and avoid falling into their trap. "Everyone else, advance," he commanded. From the west, numerous individuals surged forth, surrounding Ling Ran and her 13 companions. Along with a pig, the adversaries possessed formidable powers, rendering firearms ineffective, so all engaged their abilities instead. Various supernatural abilities intertwined in the air. And in a corner stood a gifted individual who beheld a large pig behind him, its eyes betraying tears that flowed unbidden. In a moment of desperation, he summoned his wood-based powers, attempting to discreetly ensnare the pig. However, just as the vines sought to wrap around it, the air suddenly crystallized into ice, immobilizing all the tendrils. Before the wood manipulator could even glance up to discern the source of his misfortune, the pig turned around, its gaze seemingly laced with disdain. "What audacious creatures dare to ambush me?" To his astonishment, the pig spoke, still reeling from shock. The wood manipulator watched as the pig raised its trotters, unleashing a powerful ice ability from beneath them. The force was overwhelming, too swift for him to counter. Only when he noticed the ice spike poised at his heart did he find his voice, pointing at the pig in bewilderment. "Pig, deity." Meanwhile, the battlefield ahead raged with fervor. Jia Shixin, a man who had engaged in arms smuggling abroad before the apocalypse, found himself in possession of unsold goods post-catastrophe. Unwilling to part with them, the base's system attracted numerous superpowered individuals seeking to exploit their abilities without restraint. Many believed that with supernatural powers came the right to act as they pleased, for in this new world, the strong reigned supreme, devoid of law. However, most large bases mandated adherence to their regulations. While superhumans enjoyed certain privileges, they were still limited. Jia Shixin's domain was different. Here, strength dictated everything. Those with power could indulge in various pleasures, enjoy exceptional privileges, and acquire greater resources. Thus, it has led to a remarkable presence of skilled individuals here. It is indeed rare to encounter such a multitude of third-tier ability users, with over 10 in this place alone. Shen Yan and Gu Zijing, relying on their unique abilities, find it effortless to confront 2 ordinary third-tier ability users, while Pei Yi and Chen Lu can only manage 1. As for Pei Xiao and the other second-tier ability users, they stand little chance against their third-tier counterparts. Jia Shixin refrains from engaging, observing the scene from behind the crowd, casting a scornful glance at Ling Ran, who also remains inactive, a Western water ability user. And who knows the level of that dual-system psychic ability user? What a pity to encounter me. Chapter 143. The most annoying thing is when someone acts pretentious before me. "Why are you?" An old woman, interjecting. Jia Shixin is incensed. This group truly lacks awareness. Indeed, dual-system ability users, especially those with psychic abilities, are formidable. Alas, they have crossed paths with him. Jia Shixin can no longer contain himself. Extending his hand, "Your master may be impressive with dual abilities, but I am even more so. I possess 3. As he speaks, a surge of electricity manifests in his palm. Gu Zijing gasps in surprise. Lightning ability. He casually strikes a nearby tree, which, after mutation, required several grown men to encircle. Instantly turning to Char. Do you see? This is what true ability looks like. While Jia Shixin revels in his display, Ling Ran has already brandished her magical wand. Lightly pointing it at him, the divine decrees that Jia Shixin is prohibited from unleashing his abilities. Upon hearing this, Jia Shixin bursts into laughter. You've got to be kidding me. Are you unwell, woman? Jia Shixin was prohibited from unleashing his abilities if he could not overpower. He resorted to words. I shall unleash it, I shall. But where had his powers gone? The energy within him seemed to vanish in an instant. Or perhaps it lingered, yet remained unutilizable. Jia Shixin's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to summon the energy within, only to find it stagnant. Akin to a pool of still water. How could this be? Had you employed a psychic ability to subdue me? I have never heard of an ability that renders another's powers inert. If such an ability existed, would it not mean that all practitioners of such powers would be subjugated by this singular individual? Ling Ran observed Jia Shixin's expression of terror, a smirk curling at her lips. How she loathed those who flaunted bravado before her, especially those who sought to overshadow her brilliance. The others, witnessing Jia Shixin's loss of abilities, hesitated to act, fearful that Ling Ran's magical prowess might similarly extinguish their own. After all, they had painstakingly elevated themselves to a position of superiority in this post-apocalyptic world, relying on their formidable abilities. They reveled in the power to dictate life and death. To manipulate others, the notion of losing their abilities was utterly intolerable. As for Gu Zijing and the others, they had long since become accustomed to Ling Ran's myriad of audacious maneuvers. Whenever the formidable leader intervened, the outcome was invariably unpredictable. Jia Shixin yearned to unleash a torrent of curses upon the woman before him, yet he found himself stripped of the very essence that had sustained him in this world. All his composure and confidence had evaporated. Great One, I was wrong. I implore you, will you restore my powers? We bore no enmity towards one another. It was merely a misunderstanding. The fault lies entirely with me, and I shall kneel before you. With a resounding thud, Pei Xiu mused, Yet another individual has succumbed to the ground, pleading for mercy for my sister. How many have there been? The count is beyond reckoning. As for the subordinates of Jia Shixin, they dared not utter a word, striving diligently to diminish their presence, hoping that Ling Ran would overlook them. Every grievance has its source, and every debt its debtor. All of this is Jia Shixin's doing. Ling Ran, with a magical wand in hand, gazed at him innocently, saying, My ability merely seals away others' powers. I have no knowledge of how to unravel it. Alas, what shall I do? Pei felt a twitch in his eye. Wishing to urge her to speak more sensibly, yet considering the multitude of onlookers, he refrained from doing so. It is impossible, dear esteemed one. You must possess a solution, mustn't you? Ling Ran, visibly distressed, replied, I truly do not know. I had no intention of this course of action, but you did provoke me just now. Chapter 144. I come to plead. Jia Shixin recognized her feigned demeanor, and the thought of a life devoid of abilities horrified him to the point of tears. Esteemed one, I beseech you, I am genuinely remorseful. Should you grant me mercy, I shall serve you faithfully, even if it means consuming refuse by the roadside. I implore you. Pei and the others stared in disbelief. They looked upon Jia Shixin with pity, while one might jest when pleading for clemency from others. It is prudent to refrain when addressing a formidable figure such as her, for she would indeed compel you to consume refuse. As for the last individual who found himself in such a predicament, one can only say that his fate was most tragic. Ling Ran lightly covered her mouth, exclaiming, Oh my heavens, is this truly happening? Upon hearing Ling Ran's words, Jia Shixin's face brightened with hope. It is indeed real, esteemed one. As long as you are willing to restore my abilities, I would be amenable to any task you assign. Then would it be too much to ask you to first consume a piece of excrement as a show of sincerity? Very well, Jia Shixin readily agreed, however. At this moment, esteemed one, might you first assist me in restoring my powers? Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Ran interrupted him. What do you mean there isn't any? Before Ling Ran could elaborate further, Su Yimo had already grasped her master's intent. She called out to the group of migrant workers hiding nearby, Who among you wishes to relieve yourselves? Come forth and provide a peace for your lord. He desires to partake. Jia Shixin's expression darkened instantly. He glared at the group of commoners, silently warning them with his gaze. The workers, sensing his menacing stare, shrank back in fear, hesitant to show themselves. Some were internally conflicted, yet fearful of the potential repercussions from Jia Shixin should he still be alive to exact revenge. At that moment, A voice rang out from behind Ling Ran. "My lord, I have some dung." Could it truly be? Just as everyone was reassuring themselves that it was impossible, a pig, now twice its size from before the apocalypse, emerged, announcing, "I shall deliver it." The crowd was left speechless. Indeed. After surviving for so long, one could witness anything. Jia Shixin was left in utter disbelief, muttering expletives in frustration. He fixed his gaze upon the pig, which, undeterred, approached Jia Shixin, squatting slightly before him. Moments later, a substantial pile of excrement appeared at Jia Shixin's feet. Although this pig possessed the ability to speak human language, the feces it produced were unmistakably pig droppings, voluminous and odorous, undeniably sufficient in quantity. The others instinctively recoiled several steps back. After completing its business, Wutong flicked its tail and wisely distanced itself from Ling Ran, aware that adults would find it distasteful. With the act finished, the pressure now shifted to Jia Shixin. Ling Ran stood at a distance, while Su Yimo took it upon herself to step forward. "Now that the waste is here, Jia Shixin, shouldn't you demonstrate your sincerity?" Silence enveloped the scene. It was an oppressive stillness, with the ability users barely daring to breathe, fearing that they might be the next to consume the feces. At that moment, Jia Shixin loathed his own careless words and felt a wave of misfortune wash over him. Was there truly anyone else in this world who could relate to his predicament? He stammered, attempting to articulate a response, but Su Yimo, growing impatient, pressed on. "What now? Do you need to hesitate, even over consuming excrement? How can we, the adults, believe in your sincerity and loyalty?" Jia Shixin's anger flared. What did she mean by hesitating even over such a matter? This was excrement. If you have the audacity, why not try it yourself? Yet, he dared not challenge her. He could only simmer in silence. "Hurry and eat." The voice above him echoed once more. Jia Shixin had never endured such humiliation, even before the apocalypse. He had been an arms dealer, with countless individuals vying for firearms, all needing to appease him. He clenched his fists tightly, lowering his head slightly. Chapter 145. Why bother her? A pungent odor wafted into his nostrils. Jia Shixin gazed at the object before him, utterly bewildered as to how he had found himself in such a predicament. Had he lost his powers? In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he had offended far too many individuals, to say nothing of those so-called subordinates within the base, each one eagerly anticipating his downfall. He could hardly fathom the days ahead without his abilities, a fate worse than death, no doubt. With this thought, Jia Shixin gradually summoned the courage to proceed. As he brought the substance to his lips, he nearly retched, yet the figure above him seemed to have anticipated his reaction, issuing a stern warning just as it crossed his threshold. "You must not." Su Yimo stood a short distance away, her eyes gleaming with triumph. "Oh, I know you all too well. That last person was just like you, so predictably easy to read." Jia Shixin remained silent, his eyes tightly shut as he resolutely swallowed the foul concoction. As for the other ability users in the base, apart from Shui Tu, they observed the scene with a mix of pleasure and trepidation, fearful that they might be next in line. However, their fears were unfounded. Shui Tu, though he had some affection for Jia Shixin, held it in scant regard. The thought of submitting to someone like him, who had already succumbed to such degradation, was utterly repugnant. At this moment, Jia Shixin was on the verge of collapse. His mind was consumed with nausea. How could something be so horrid? Why was it such a large portion? Had the taste been less revolting, it would not have been so difficult to swallow. Had he known, it would have been better to relieve himself naturally. At least it would have been his own, and he could have controlled the quantity, minimizing the repugnance. Jia Shixin was engulfed in a tumult of regret for not having taken action earlier, while simultaneously engaged in the task at hand. Yet, the overwhelming nausea that surged through him after swallowing the repugnant substance was impossible to suppress, leading to an involuntary bout of retching. Su Yimo furrowed her brow, remarking, "You are truly incapable. It's merely a few bites, after all. The previous individual managed to endure after an initial discomfort. Are humans truly inferior to pigs?" Wait, why was she contemplating such a question? Ugh, how utterly revolting. However, the physiological urge to vomit was beyond Jia Shixin's control, and he soon found himself expelling the remnants of his midday meal onto the ground. Su Yimo quickly distanced herself, for the stench of the vomit was unbearable. "Lord Jia, if you cannot manage this, then perhaps it is best to forego it," she said with profound understanding. "While your effort may barely attest to your loyalty, Our Lady is kind, beautiful, and gracious. She has always disdained those who speak grandly yet fail to follow through." The others murmured, "Kind and beautiful?" "True. She is indeed beautiful, but kind?" We've never witnessed kindness that coerces someone into such actions, after all. Murder is merely a matter of a quick blow to the head. There's no need to torment another soul. Jia Shixin, pale from his retching, quickly declared upon hearing Su Yimo's words, I can do it. I can manage this, my lady. I assure you. At that moment, he was dizzy from the ordeal. His mind clouded, fixated solely on consuming the revolting morsel before him. Perhaps spurred by fear, Jia Shixin steeled himself and plunged into the task with fervor. From a distance, one could only see a man, bent over with his backside raised, burrowing into something on the ground. In such a state, he appeared rather pitiable. With a touch of obsessive cleanliness, Gu Zijuan observed the scene from a distance, shaking his head slightly. Why provoke her? Chapter 146. Those who disdain excrement. Wu Tong stood rather close to Jia Shixin, as the latter consumed something so vile. He felt a surge of relief that, when he pledged his loyalty to the master, he had refrained from uttering any words about indulging in excrement. Had he spoken such words, he could only imagine. Wu Tong shook his head, unwilling to entertain the horrific imagery. The sight of Jia Shixin's rapid consumption was almost akin to mere swallowing. Tears welled in his eyes, and mucus streamed down his face, which he had no time to wipe away, allowing it to mix with his grotesque meal. Several onlookers, unable to bear the repulsiveness, silently turned away. Yet, the majority remained unfazed, for many zombies were equally revolting, matching Jia Shixin in their grotesqueries. True sympathy for Jia Shixin was hard to come by. The individuals present were hardly virtuous, especially in a world where the strong prevailed. As empowered beings reveling in their advantages, they understood the harsh realities of survival. Jia Shixin lacked strength, and thus, he was susceptible to being preyed upon rather than being the predator, an unfortunate fate he seemingly deserved. As dusk began to settle, Jia Shixin finally finished his vile meal. Excitement gleamed in his eyes as he exclaimed, I've finished. I've finished. Almost immediately, he feigned a retch but quickly suppressed it. Su Yimo and the others gazed at him with admiration. The truth is, it was not surprising that he had risen to become a leader of a base. Few could match such ruthless self-discipline. However, individuals of this nature could also be quite terrifying. It would be wise not to let him rise. Otherwise, his today shall become your tomorrow. My lord. Jia Shixin knelt and advanced a few steps towards Ling Ran. Observing her retreat, he hastily halted, exclaiming, My lord, my loyalty to you is unwavering. You must believe me now, do you not? Indeed. Ling Ran nodded. I have come to believe you. A glimmer of joy illuminated Jia Shixin's eyes as he promptly prostrated himself, pleading, I beseech you, my lord, restore my extraordinary abilities, that I may serve you more effectively in the future. Ling Ran appeared quite troubled, but I truly do not possess the means to do so. What shall we do about that? The innocence and confusion in her tone were almost palpable. Yet, to Jia Shixin's ears, it ignited his fury, and he rose, indignantly retorting. What do you mean by that? Are you toying with me? If you cannot restore my powers, what am I to do? His words were indeed a tirade, and those nearby hastily distanced themselves. A few unwitting ability users were splattered with remnants of filth, prompting their immediate revulsion. But I did mention from the outset that I could not restore your abilities. It was you who insisted on expressing your loyalty. Ling Ran had not explicitly stated such. Yet Jia Shixin, eager to regain his powers, lacked the composure to dissect her statements for inconsistencies. Even if he had, he would still have had to gamble on the slender chance that she might indeed restore his abilities. Regaining his composure, he acknowledged the situation, and with humility, bowed his head in apology. My esteemed one, I am sorry. I have misjudged you. May I accompany you from this day forth and serve you? If one were to lose their supernatural abilities, remaining in the base would be utterly impossible. Otherwise, they would not merely meet their demise, but rather live a fate worse than death. Ling Ran shook her head, declaring, I do not appreciate those who indulge in excrement. Jia Shixin responded with exasperation, I endure. I endure. I endure. I endure. I am the Ninja Turtles. Great One, I beseech you to grant me an opportunity to pledge my allegiance to you. Jia Shixin once more knelt, reiterating his previous words. Whatever you command me to do in the future, I shall comply without hesitation, even if it entails consuming excrement. His declaration rang out with conviction and was undeniably persuasive. Then, can you consume another portion? In chapter 147, I have endured you for long enough. Beneath the brim of her hat, the young girl possessed a face of exquisite beauty, her captivating eyes blinking innocently. Yet, in Jia Shixin's view, the admiration for her beauty had vanished. She was a devil, a true devil. How could anyone possess such shamelessness? Having deceived others once, she sought to ensnare them again. This was utterly devoid of decency. Even he, despite his moral depravity, upheld a semblance of integrity. But what of her? She operated under the guise of a wolf in sheep's clothing, providing not a single word of assurance. Though infuriated to the point of explosion, Jia Shixin could not help but encourage himself. I am the Ninja Turtles. Even if the Ninja Turtles were to arrive, I could endure even more. Calm. I must remain composed. Great One, I have already demonstrated my loyalty to you. Consuming another portion is unnecessary, is it not? The individual blinked in response, so. Can you consume another portion? Meanwhile, Wutong immediately interjected, I can do that. Jia Shixin retorted, you truly are a pig. How long has it been since you last did that, and you're ready again? The conversation unfolded with a mixture of frustration and resignation. Jia Shixin, with tears streaming down his face, lamented, as long as the boss is willing to have me by his side, I would endure even the most unbearable of trials. Wutong interjected, then shall I endure 10 burdens? Jia Shixin replied, I can endure. I am the Ninja Turtle, after all. Remain composed. I must maintain my composure. In a sudden outburst, Jia Shixin, overwhelmed with rage, declared, I will not back down. Wutong, unfazed, retorted, I am merely a bystander. Why would you choose to confront me? If you wish to challenge someone, take it up with the boss. It's amusing that in your madness, you still seek out the weak. Alas, even if I were a soft target, you are not the one capable of taking me on. With a slight elevation of his hand, Wutong unleashed a wave of energy that sent Jia Shixin sprawling to the ground, immobilized by frost that encased his abdomen. Writhing in a fit of impotent fury, Jia Shixin cried out in despair. Su Yimo, observing the scene, sighed, reflecting on the futility of their situation. Had you foreseen this outcome? Why act so recklessly from the beginning? They had merely intended to pass by, yet you insisted on confrontation. Now, look at the consequences. Ultimately, the intensity of the moment overwhelmed Jia Shixin, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. A profound silence enveloped the base, yet unease settled among the other abilities users. Fearing they too might face dire consequences, they cautiously raised their eyes to the figure before them, who, with a serene smile and a gentle adjustment of his hat's brim, surveyed them with enchanting dark eyes. His lips parted slightly, voice calm yet compelling, he inquired, and what of you? Will you express your loyalty? The collective response was a stunned silence. What will happen if one does not express themselves? The answer seems rather evident. And how should one express themselves? The answer appears equally clear. In this day and age, why must one endure such indignities in the name of loyalty? It is utterly absurd. A profound silence enveloped the base, amplifying the stillness of the night. Su Yimo furrowed her brow slightly. What? Does silence imply a reluctance to demonstrate loyalty? At last, one individual quietly spoke up. My lord, if we profess our loyalty, may we refrain from such humiliations? The moment those words were uttered, a suffocating silence fell over the base, as everyone held their breath in trepidation of the leader's wrath. Very well, came a gentle reply. Yet before the air could fill with relief, the voice continued, then you shall be like him. He'd, of course, refer to Jia Shixin. To be like him meant to lose one's abilities, did it not? Who claims that true empathy does not exist in this world? In that instant, everyone could resonate with Jia Shixin's plight. Their powers were not something they could afford to lose, and they certainly had no desire to endure such indignities. Chapter 148. The act of consumption. The ability users, caught in a quandary, remained entangled in their thoughts. Suddenly, the voice, echoing like that of a grim reaper from the depths of hell, proclaimed, countdown, 10 seconds, 10, 9. The slow cadence of the countdown loomed over them like the sword of Damocles. As the psychological strain became unbearable for some, who were on the verge of capitulation, the second-in-command of the base, Blood Butcher, unexpectedly interjected, You may lack dignity, but I possess it. Instantly, admiration filled the eyes of the others as they regarded him. Acknowledging his fortitude as the second-in-command, he continued resolutely, I shall partake. What is dignity, anyway? Without supernatural abilities, one truly loses dignity in this apocalyptic world. The woman's powers are exceedingly terrifying. Even if their abilities were to grow stronger in the future, they would likely still be unable to confront her. It would be wiser to expel her from the base and eliminate those who are aware of their consumption, thereby ensuring his superiority remains undisputed. Who would ever know what he had ingested? Wutong observed this scene and silently glanced towards Ling Ran. Shall I take action? Under the night sky, the woman beneath the brim of her hat appeared increasingly inscrutable. One could only vaguely discern a subtle curve of her lips, followed by a faint nod. Receiving the unspoken command, Wutong swiftly approached the Blood Butcher, revealing a substantial offering. The Blood Butcher regarded the fresh heap, larger than the previous one presented by Jia Shixin, and shot a deadly glare at the lifeless swine. How long has it been? Shouldn't you be out of stock by now? This is even more than the first offering. This wretched pig ought to be slaughtered and consumed. Initially, the blood butcher believed he had steeled himself for the task, but upon confronting the foul and repugnant mass, he realized his resolve was not as unwavering as he had thought. Observing others perform such tasks appeared easy, yet facing the challenge oneself proved far more daunting. As the night deepened, Su Yimo prepared a space in the base, arranging a sofa for Ling Ran to sit upon, while instructing Lu Xiaoping and Uncle Chen to prepare a meal. The others continued to spectate the unfolding drama, even turning on the lights for better visibility. After all, the nearby zombies had been largely eradicated, posing little risk. Su Yimo retrieved snacks and beverages from her backpack for Ling Ran and then, crossing her arms, urged the still struggling blood butcher, "Why haven't you begun to eat yet?" Blood butcher gazed at the unconscious figure of Jia Shixin lying on the ground not far away, and ultimately made a decision. He had to act. As long as the other party rejected his supernatural abilities, those abilities constituted his very essence. A change of location could signify a fresh start. With this thought, Blood Butcher closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. He recalled the unpleasant and nauseating scent of traditional Chinese medicine from before the apocalypse when he was injured. Ling Ran had long since ceased paying attention to Blood Butcher. She had created a barrier around herself and was engrossed in gnawing on some beef jerky. Recently, her consumption of beef jerky had been excessive, causing her some discomfort. Xiaochen suggested she prepare some cooling syrup to alleviate the heat. Dinner would be prepared by Xiao Lu, who planned to make a larger batch of syrup to store in the space, ready to be taken out whenever desired, and then chilled by Wu Tong's ice abilities for a refreshing treat. As she continued to snack, the two companions sitting on small stools behind Ling Ran, Pei Xiao and Zhou Hang, exclaimed in awe, "Impressive." Upon hearing this, Ling Ran lifted her gaze and noticed Blood Butcher sprawled on the ground, appearing as if he were asleep. She felt a pang of discomfort, but without needing Su Yimo's reminder, she quickly suppressed it and resumed her actions. Before the apocalypse, he had become an assassin, having endured numerous trials that ordinary individuals could scarcely fathom. The psychological resilience and the ruthlessness required of an assassin are qualities far beyond the reach of the average person. Just like the supernatural beings observing nearby, who, upon witnessing Blood Butcher's ruthless demeanor, thought they could emulate him. Yet, when faced with reality, they would discover the immense difficulty of such an endeavor. Chapter 149, Quality Survivors. The remaining supernatural beings, upon witnessing this situation, exhibited a spectrum of reactions. Some were able to accept it, while others struggled. However, as one by one they lowered their noble heads. Even those who could not accept it were left with no choice but to acquiesce. Humans inherently possess a tendency to conform. When those around us engage in a particular activity and we abstain, it can evoke feelings of unease and anxiety. However, Ling Ran paid no heed to the abilities of the others. She established a barrier for herself and proceeded to partake in her dinner at the table. Lu Xiaoping, with a flair for the dramatic, adorned the table with elegant candlesticks, reminiscent of an intimate candlelit dinner from a world before the apocalypse. The sumptuous dishes emanated delightful aromas, and the tantalizing scents wafted through the air, prompting everyone to inhale deeply, their stomachs grumbling in response. It had been quite some time since they had encountered such appetizing fragrances. The other inhabitants of the base had long since emerged, discreetly observing from various corners. They had witnessed the fate of the extraordinary individuals, and, while most felt a sense of approval for Ling Ran's actions, a few harbored fears that she might usurp their powers, leaving the base unprotected. Yet, they dared not question her. In the hushed atmosphere of the base, the only sounds that broke the silence were those of Ling Ran and her companions enjoying their meal. The extraordinary beings, having recently indulged in less than ideal sustenance, found little appetite at present. After completing her dinner, Ling Ran wiped her mouth and gazed at the group of extraordinary individuals who lingered nearby, hesitant to depart. The moment she cast her eyes upon them, they all tensed instinctively. However, Ling Ran remained silent, merely remarking to Su Yimo, who was by her side, "I am feeling tired. My lady, I shall promptly tidy up your room," came the response. Ling Ran acknowledged, intending to retreat to the sofa for rest when her peripheral vision caught sight of numerous prying eyes peering from the shadows. These were the oppressed men and women of the base, the former exploited for labor while the latter were often used for release, all aged between 20 and 50, with neither elders nor children among them. To a certain extent, the survivors at this base are of remarkably high caliber. She glanced back and said, "Xiao Chun, please share some steamed buns with them. The provisions in the space are abundant, usually." Uncle Chen and Lu Shouping prepare extra food and store it in Xin Yanshan's space for unforeseen circumstances. These steamed buns, dumplings, and fried dough sticks were intended for their journey to Furong province, meant for times when cooking would be inconvenient. Uncle Chen nodded in agreement. "Yes, ma'am." Ling Ran took her phone to a corner and summoned Gu Zijing to read her a novel. Observing this, everyone instinctively moderated their breathing. Meanwhile, Xin Yanshan retrieved a large bag of steamed buns from the space. The soft, white buns exuded a distinctive aroma of wheat. Upon seeing the buns being distributed, the survivors' breaths quickened with anticipation. Within the confines of the base, they toiled tirelessly each day, often receiving nothing more than a tasteless cornmeal cake or a meager bowl of cabbage soup. Not only were these rations unappetizing, but their portions were also pitifully small, leaving them to sleep on empty stomachs each night. Steamed buns, how long had it been since they last savored such a delight? As the enticing aroma drew nearer, the sounds of their stomachs grumbling became increasingly audible, prompting them to clutch their bellies in a bid to suppress the noise. Fearful that any disruption might displease the esteemed reader and result in a loss of their share, the survivors in the base, excluding the ability users, numbered roughly around 100. Among them, the men outnumbered the women, with over 70 men and just over 30 women remaining. The men primarily engaged in laborious tasks, while aside from 5 or 6 women who catered to the base's collective needs, the rest were exclusively linked to the ability users. Chapter 150. Wishing you good luck. As she gazed upon these women, their expressions vacant and utterly devoid of hope, Su Yimo felt a flicker of compassion in her heart. Initially, her attachment to Shun Yanshan stemmed not only from genuine affection, but also from the fear of being abandoned. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, with family and friends lost, Xin Yanshan was her sole remaining connection. Having witnessed the fates of many women, Su Yimo dreaded the prospect of ending up like them. The harsh reality dictated by their physical conditions revealed that, in this desolate world, far more men survived than women. Male abilities outnumbered those of females. In the absence of laws and moral constraints, this disparity between genders became an exceedingly terrifying circumstance. This base served as a reflection of the shadowy corners of the entire world. After all, even in a large base like City G, the squalid conditions could not prevent such tragedies from occurring. With a basket of steamed buns in hand, Su Yimo approached to distribute the food. Yet, the women sat motionless, akin to lifeless dolls. Even as their stomachs grumbled in protest, they did not cast a single glance at the sustenance before them. Survival necessitated nourishment. With a heavy heart, Su Yimo encouraged them. "There is hope only if you continue to live." One woman turned her head slightly, her gaze unfocused as she replied, "Is there still any hope?" The women before her, perhaps girls, the youngest no more than 18 and the eldest barely over 30, shared an unremarkable commonality: their ordinary appearances. Regarding her physique, she had become emaciated, resembling a mere skeleton, with a pallid complexion and gaunt features. Her hair was dry and brittle, akin to withered grass, disheveled and infested with numerous unidentified insects. Indeed, the beautiful ones had already been taken by those with abilities, leaving only the ordinary ones to be discarded here, reduced to mere puppets for others' desires. Was it their fault for being plain? Was it their fault for lacking powers? Why must they endure such suffering? Su Yimo was instantly struck with astonishment as she gazed upon them. Yes, those survivors were also victims of persecution by the empowered, yet for these women before her, the men and those with abilities were all of the same ilk. Tracing the root of this suffering, it was the fault of the empowered, or perhaps it was the fault of this era. Lacking capability meant being subjected to bullying. Who could they blame? Su Yimo could no longer bring herself to offer the steamed bun in her hand. She could not feign the belief that survival equated to hope. Nor could she claim to be their savior, for she herself was merely a rescued soul. Without adults, she had to scurry about daily for her own survival, enduring the lecherous gazes of many men. Besides wishing them good fortune, it seemed there was little else she could do to assist them. The others paid her no mind, and Su Yimo chose not to utter another word. She turned to leave, her spirit no longer inclined to distribute buns. An adult sat on the sofa, resting with closed eyes, while beside her, on a small stool, Gu Zijing, dressed in a white shirt and holding a phone, was reading her a novel. Thankfully, she had encountered an adult. Regaining her composure, she hurried to assist Lu Shouping. From now on, she vowed to work even harder for the adult. Chapter 151. The Transfer of Powers. Night fell. As the lights within the base were extinguished, An enveloping darkness descended upon the entire facility. The surrounding area was devoid of zombies, and the rare silence of the night was unmarred by their howls. Despite being warned by Ling Ran not to escape, the ability users seized the opportunity to flee under the cover of night while others slept soundly. Consequently, they were apprehended, confined at the entrance by Ling Ran. They remained there until dawn, when she finally woke and had breakfast before addressing the situation. Before her stood the once formidable ability users, now rendered motionless at the gates of the base. Nearby, a group of survivors, men and women alike, gathered closely. There were only about 30 ability users, a mere handful. Ling Ran surveyed them with an expression of displeasure, remarking, "I recall warning you last night against fleeing, did I not?" The members of Blood Butcher were struck silent with fear. Just the night before, they had believed they could escape, unaware that this young lady could effortlessly subdue them from a distance, keeping them confined until now. Such power was undeniably terrifying. Suyimo, standing nearby, angrily urged, "The lady is addressing you. Speak up." In an instant, the blame was cast upon the second in command. It was him. "Blood Butcher forced our hand. We had no choice. My lord, I truly dared not to flee." They promptly knelt before Ling Ran, offering their heads in submission. Only Blood Butcher remained standing, internally cursing, "Damn it. You lot deserve this. You certainly weren't saying that last night." Jia Shirshin, standing with the survivors, could not suppress a smirk upon witnessing the scene unfold. "Oh dear, you brought this upon yourselves. I have tasted the bitterness of defeat, and you shall not escape unscathed. My powers have waned, and you should not expect to flourish either. In short, if I am to suffer, you shall not find solace." Ling Ran regarded them with a cold gaze, then turned her attention to the group of survivors standing resolutely to one side, addressing the women. "Step forward 3 paces." The women were uncertain of Ling Ran's intentions, yet they complied. Despite their hopelessness regarding life, knowing their fate was but death, they were nonetheless engulfed by an overwhelming fear when the moment of demise approached. Ling Ran extended her hand, and Suyimo promptly presented her with the magic wand. Observing the gathered abilities, a faint smile graced her lips. The numbers aligned perfectly. It must be divine will. The ability wielders, upon witnessing Ling Ran's smile, were inexplicably gripped by a sense of dread. They instinctively begged for mercy. Even the notorious Blood Butcher knelt in submission. However, Ling Ran directed the wand toward the nearest ability wielder, declaring, "The divine commands, powers shall be transferred." A beam of white light shot forth from the wand, penetrating the body of the ability wielder, only to emerge again, surging towards the women when Ling Ran gestured with her wand. In an instant, the white light flooded into the women's forms. "My powers, they are gone. Mine as well." The ability wielders were swiftly engulfed by the realization of their vanishing energy, their panic escalating as they clamored to Ling Ran, "Milady, we endured humiliation yesterday. Why must you strip us of our abilities?" A sharp slap resounded as Suyimo struck the questioner with a wet cloth. "Who do you think you are to question, Our Lady? Furthermore, the confiscation of your abilities is but a consequence of your cowardice in fleeing last night." Without their supernatural abilities, these individuals felt a newfound hesitance to voice their thoughts. Their previous outburst had merely been a manifestation of anger, a momentary lapse in reason. At that moment, however, the women nearby emitted exclamations of joy. "I think I have gained powers." "So do I." Chapter 152. Conceal your adoring gaze. Everyone extended their hands, channeling the energy within them. Instantly, fireballs, water spheres, and tendrils materialized in their grasp. Among them, the 6 women who had been resigned to despair, seated on the ground, couldn't help but sense a shift within their bodies. It was power. It was energy, a force that could shield them from further abuse. They hastily rose to their feet, their previously dull and lifeless eyes now alight with excitement and astonishment. "We have powers. Indeed, we possess powers." Tears streamed down their faces, a poignant mixture of joy and relief. Through the gaps in the throng, they gazed at the figure seated on the sofa, indifferent yet imposing, their eyes brimming with fervor and reverence. Surely, she must be a deity. Yes, she is undoubtedly a goddess sent to rescue us. The former wielders of power soon realized, "Our abilities have transferred to those contemptible wretches. Wretches, return our powers." The men's fierce demeanor instinctively made the women flinch. Years of oppression and humiliation had rendered them momentarily unable to adapt, yet now, they were in control. Just then, a hoarse voice echoed from behind. "Who do you think you are to insult us?" With a sudden gust of wind, a large bag struck the face of a man. Nearby, another girl quickly chimed in, asserting, "Indeed, it is we who possess extraordinary abilities now, not you." What audacity do you have to insult us? Su Yimo observed this scene, her emotions surging. She suddenly exclaimed, "There is hope. There is still hope." The girls revealed a smile that had not graced their faces since the apocalypse. With a guardian present, miracles could indeed occur. "Cease your adoring gazes," came a cold, unfeeling voice. Yet, Su Yimo's smile broadened as she replied, "Yes, my lord." The former abilities users attempted to maintain their arrogance, but with the counterattack from these 6 individuals, others began to recognize that times had irrevocably changed. Previously, they had lived by the whims of their adversaries. Now, the tables had turned. After being overwhelmed by a group of women wielding extraordinary powers, the former abilities users finally came to terms with their diminished status. They were now subservient, no longer able to look down upon and torment the ordinary people. After watching the spectacle for a while, Ling Ran commanded, "Gather your belongings, we shall depart." "My lord." Jia Shixin quickly stepped forward, pleading, "Might you take me with you? I wish to follow you forever." "What are you even to deserve following, my lord?" Lu Xiaoping interjected, swiftly organizing her belongings for Xin Yenshin to store in the spatial realm. Jia Shixin sought to plead further, but under the fierce gazes of Pei Xiao and others, he could only retreat timidly to a corner. "Thank you, my lord," came a series of soft thuds. As Ling Ran prepared to depart, all the women knelt before her, their eyes brimming with excitement and reverence. If given the chance, they would gladly follow her indefinitely. However, they were acutely aware that she did not require their allegiance. Ling Ran adjusted the brim of her hat, casting a sidelong glance at them. "I have not aided you." Upon hearing her words, the group felt an even deeper sense of gratitude. Yet, devoid of any tangible offerings, they could only express their heartfelt thanks through their earnest gazes. Hoping she could sense their profound appreciation, Xin Yenshin produced 2 pickup trucks, and just as Ling Ran was about to enter one, a man, unable to contain his frustration over his lack of abilities, charged at her with a dagger, shouting, "Wretched woman, I will kill you." In the blink of an eye, before he could reach Ling Ran, a spray of blood marked the ground as a lifeless body fell. None present comprehended the swift demise. They were left paralyzed with terror. Ling Ran continued unfazed, taking her seat in the passenger side as the others climbed into the vehicles. Soon, the group of 13, accompanied by a pig, departed from the invincible base. The women who had knelt on the ground watched until the vehicles disappeared from view before rising. One woman stepped forward, addressing the men with a smile, "From this day forth, we shall take command of this base. If you wish to survive, you shall serve as well. Otherwise." In the next moment, Jia Shixin's heart bore a gaping wound, pierced by a fireball. He cast a disbelieving glance at his heart before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. This maneuver serves both as a warning and a means of eradicating potential threats. They fear that Jia Shixin's extraordinary abilities may one day return. A woman must be resolute. Otherwise, her position remains precarious. The invincible base underwent a significant transformation due to Ling Ran's intervention, and it was renamed the Miracle Base. Following a relative stabilization in this apocalyptic world, it was established as a formidable stronghold under female leadership. Meanwhile, Su Yimo, still seated in the vehicle, continued discussing matters pertaining to the invincible base and inquired whether Jia Shixin's powers would indeed return. Ling Ran smirked. "Whether they return or not, he won't survive." "Why?" Su Yimo was puzzled. Pei Yi, driving the car, speculated he is likely to be eliminated by those women. Firstly, as they take control of the base, they need to set an example. Secondly, it would be an act of vengeance, considering the invincible base owes its existence to Jia Shixin. Lastly, they may share your concerns. As long as they are not foolish, they will certainly eliminate Jia Shixin. Of course, Pei refrained from voicing his final thoughts. When Ling Ran eliminated that individual, it was likely meant to serve as a demonstration for them. Su Yimo suddenly understood, realizing that there were so many intricate nuances at play. No wonder she had wondered why Ling Ran had not disposed of Jia Shixin. There was indeed deeper significance to it. With this revelation, she gazed at Ling Ran with even greater admiration. How could such a flawless individual exist in this world? She must surely be a deity descended from the heavens. Ling Ran extended her hand from the back, prompting Su Yimo to promptly retrieve the snacks she had prepared for the day from her backpack. "Esteemed one, this is hand-pulled, air-dried duck neck." Oh. Upon hearing that it was also a hand-pulled, air-dried delicacy, Ling Ran's interest was piqued, as she had long cherished hand-pulled, air-dried beef. A long duck neck, dry yet delightfully spicy, though not as delectable as dried beef, possesses its own unique charm. Su Yimo retrieved a thermos filled with chilled mango sago. lacking some ingredients compared to the pre-apocalyptic version, but still quite satisfying. Smiling, Suyimo produced several packets of spicy strips, offering one to Humaying, the victor of today's rock, paper, scissors, and another to Fan Chuan. As for Pei Xiu, he had been relegated to another vehicle by Pei Yi. Fan Chuan and Hu Chunying gazed at the spicy strips before them, swallowing nervously and hesitating to take any. Suyimo placed the packets onto their laps, encouraging them. Go ahead, don't be shy. These past few days with Ling Ran had ensured they were well fed, enjoying meals that surpassed those of the pre-apocalypse. After all, they could not expect a 5-star chef to cook for them daily before the world changed. As for the other snacks, although Shen Yinshin often shared abundant treats on the table, they dared not partake. Eat up, Pei interjected. Otherwise, why do you think everyone wants to ride with Ling Ran? While Shen Yinshin also possessed ample supplies, he seldom brought them out in Ling Ran's absence. Reluctant to share with others, including himself, Ling Ran, however, was indifferent to such matters, having assured them they could eat freely, stating her provisions were sufficient for a lifetime. Yet, others still felt a certain awkwardness. Now that Pei Xiu was in another vehicle, he would undoubtedly partake in the food. Pei Xiu would never treat his sister's resources as foreign. He relished the provisions she offered, proudly embracing his status as her most cherished brother. Fan Chuan and Humaying suddenly understood. So that's how it is. They carefully tore open the package of spicy strips, and immediately, a pungent aroma filled the car. They took a deep breath and bit into a piece of the spicy snack, then sighed in satisfaction. It's truly delicious. Suyimo had a piece as well and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite tasty. Previously, as a privileged young lady, she had never indulged in such inexpensive snacks. Yet now, they had become her favorite. The essence of humanity is indeed encapsulated in the phrase, "It is truly fragrant," which proves to be a profound truth. After driving for a whole morning, they found a place to stop and rest for a meal in Dan City. Pei Yi calculated the distance. At our current speed, we should reach the border between Dan City and Yangzhou by tonight. Heading north, the weather is certainly looking increasingly ominous. While at the Invincible base, the sun had been shining brightly in Dan City, but as they approached the borders of Furong province, the sky began to darken. After enjoying a warm lunch, Lu Xiaoping and the others, who possessed no supernatural abilities, donned their jackets as the air turned brisk, and they could not afford to catch a cold. The wind is picking up, let us hasten our journey. Less than 2 hours into the afternoon drive, a gentle rain began to fall, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder. The oblivious zombies outside continued to wander the streets, immediately lunging towards the sound of the vehicle, only to be quickly left behind. As the rain intensified, they were unable to reach the border by nightfall and remained within the confines of Dan City. The group sought refuge in a villa in the suburbs, planning to stay the night and resume their journey in the morning. While exploring the villa district, they discovered that they were not alone. In a villa's courtyard, an array of objects densely obscured the surroundings, clearly indicating that individuals resided within. Indeed, Du Zijing's extraordinary abilities confirmed the presence of inhabitants. The zombies in the villa district had presumably been cleared out by the survivors residing there. When Ling Ran and her companions arrived, they encountered no zombies, not even within the villa itself, where only the decaying remains of the undead lingered, with not a single active zombie in sight. The resources within the villa had been thoroughly scavenged, and after Pei Yi and the others examined the premises for potential dangers, they set about tidying the area intended for their stay. Once everything was in order, they busied themselves with preparing dinner. Suyimo stood by the window, clad in a knitted jacket, remarking, "The wind is growing increasingly fierce, causing me to shiver. It seems there is hail falling over in Xingqing. The weather must be even more severe. I hope everything proceeds smoothly." Just then, Ling Ran descended from the upper floor and, noticing that dinner would not be ready for another hour, called out, "Come over and set up the table." Engaging in a game of mahjong during moments of boredom proved to be quite enjoyable. Upon hearing Ling Ran's invitation, the others quickly gathered around. Shen Yinshin retrieved the mahjong table, and as soon as Ling Ran took her seat, Chen Xiaoying approached with a plate of sliced fruit, saying, "Master, my father said we could have some fruit to tide us over." "All right," Ling Ran replied. Chen Xiaoying placed the fruit before her and, after a quick glance at Ling Ran, dashed away. "The master is truly beautiful. I hope that one day I can be like her and protect those I wish to safeguard." Chapter 155. Born at the wrong time. The fruits, a rare delicacy, were gifted from the G City base, arriving in a large box. They were reserved exclusively for Ling Ran, while the others refrained from indulging in such luxuries. The fruit platter displayed beautifully sliced watermelon, both pink and red, accompanied by a mutated grape the size of an egg, along with luscious yellow cantaloupe, its juice glistening enticingly. Ling Ran speared a piece of watermelon with her fork, and the sweet, fragrant essence burst forth in her mouth. She glanced at the card in her hand and played one, a red dragon. Meanwhile, in the adjacent villa district, a middle-aged man leaned against the wall. His anxious pregnant wife beside him, questioning, "What do you think? Are they going to cause us trouble?" It appeared they were engaged in a game of mahjong. The man shook his head, casting a concerned glance at his wife's prominent belly. "I need to go check." "Don't go. What if they harbor ill intentions? Have you forgotten about those people from before?" she cautioned. But the man tightened his grip on her hand. "You are 9 months along, about to give birth. We cannot be without medicine at home. It's rare for anyone to be here. If we don't inquire, we will have to venture to the city pharmacy, which would be even more perilous." His wife's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "It's all my fault for becoming pregnant at this time. Can you truly blame yourself?" He interjected. "This child is one we have longed for many years. It is unfortunate that the apocalypse has arrived." He sighed, acknowledging the cruel timing of their situation. "You must be extremely cautious. Rest assured, I am well aware." A woman handed him an umbrella, and as he grasped it, he also carried a bag of vegetables. Stepping outside beneath its shelter, "Self-draw 13 melts," exclaimed one with enthusiasm. "Wow, you truly are remarkable to achieve 13 melts." It can only be said that this is a display of true prowess. As they conversed, Gu Zijing, whose face was adorned with several sticky notes, suddenly suppressed his smile. "Someone is approaching." Indeed, before long, a voice echoed from outside. "Greetings, esteemed adults. I am a survivor from the neighboring building. I have some matters to discuss with you. May I enter?" Gu Zijing remarked. He is a level 2 wood elemental ability user. Shen Yinshan rose. "I shall answer the door." Shortly thereafter, Shen Yinshan ushered the newcomer inside. The man, dressed in somewhat wrinkled attire, held a red plastic bag from which green produce peeked, revealing fresh vegetables within. Upon entering, the man noticed the villa was impeccably tidy, with 2 mahjong tables set in the center of the living room. In the kitchen, several individuals busily prepared meals. The enticing aromas of rice and dishes wafting through the air, making it nearly impossible not to salivate. A mere glance transformed the man's demeanor to one of increased deference. "This is a formidable group," he concluded. He turned to Shen Yinshan, bowing slightly. "Greetings, I am He Quan, the owner of this place. Since the apocalypse, I awakened my wood elemental abilities and have survived by cultivating vegetables." As he spoke, He Quan extended the vegetables he held toward Shen Yinshan. "These are my homegrown vegetables. You may sample them." Shen Yinshan casually placed the dishes he received aside and said, "If you have something to say, please do." Chapter 156. There are good people even in the apocalypse. Here is the situation. My wife is pregnant and is about to give birth. I would like to inquire if you have any medications or formula available. I have grown a considerable amount of fruits and vegetables at home, which I am willing to exchange with you. After He Quan finished speaking, he noticed that Shen Yinshan was looking towards a certain individual, clearly seeking that person's opinion. Following his gaze, He Quan saw a delicate young woman seated at a mahjong table, with an array of snacks and tea beside her. Despite her seemingly fragile appearance, she exuded an aura of cold authority that made him hesitate to meet her gaze again. However, he thought to himself that she did not appear to be in need of those fruits. Just as he feared he would return empty-handed, a voice from above rang out. "That is acceptable. Bring your items. We will exchange as much as you have." Thank you. He Quan replied, elated yet tinged with apprehension. He worried they might merely be deceiving him into bringing his goods without providing what he required in return. Yet, he understood that he had no choice. These items needed to be exchanged, and losing the fruits and vegetables would be a significant loss. After all, as a wood element supernatural being, he could always use his abilities to cultivate more whenever he desired. Once he gathered all the fruits and vegetables, he was pleasantly surprised by the quantity. There was a wide variety of vegetables, including tomatoes, bok choy, chili peppers, cilantro, scallions, cabbage, snow peas, radishes, and water spinach, along with sweet potatoes. The fruits consisted of mangoes, grapes, and lychees. These fruits have grown considerably larger than before the apocalypse. The mangoes, which were already substantial, now resemble the size of melons from the pre-apocalyptic era. The lychees have also swelled to the size of eggs, and an entire box brims with these 3 varieties. He Quan has set aside some for his family's consumption tomorrow, nearly harvesting all the vegetables and fruits from the field. Indeed, there is quite an abundance. The group gazes at the plethora of fresh produce, feeling a surge of joy. The provisions sent to them by the G-City base do not encompass such a diverse array, primarily consisting of easy-to-cultivate vegetables like leeks and cabbage. Shenyan deeply recalls their previous scavenging at a small-town pharmacy, now revealing a considerable stock of medicine. He displayed the medications. Which ones do you require? Children's medicine. Along with the essentials for daily use, postpartum supplements, and items like gauze and alcohol for stopping bleeding. He Quan's excitement ignited upon seeing the vast assortment of medicine. Gu Zijing and Pei selected the necessary medications for him, while Ling Ran subtly gestured, causing dozens of cans of powdered milk to appear on the table, accompanied by an equal number of packets of diapers. He Quan was momentarily taken aback by the sight. A truly affluent family. Indeed, they are a family of great means. The quantity of milk powder and diapers alone could suffice to barter for his fruits and vegetables. Shashin, please provide him with some rice, flour, eggs, and brown sugar. Of course, esteemed adult. Upon hearing this, He Quan's eyes brimmed with tears. Having been deceived numerous times before, he finally encountered individuals who did not betray his trust, and who offered him even more. Indeed, there are still good people in this world. Thank you, thank you. He Quan immediately knelt and bowed in gratitude. Ling Ran waved her hand dismissively and instructed Su Yimo, please take the fresh bok choy to Xiaochun. We shall stir-fry it later this evening. Understood, my lord. Su Yimo opened the box and retrieved a generous handful of tender bok choy, its crispness suggesting the freshness of morning dew, and made her way to the kitchen. Chapter 157. Entering Furong province within the villa, it wasn't long before He Quan returned with an abundance of medicinal herbs, grains, oils, eggs, and brown sugar. The woman was taken aback, exclaiming, so much. Our provisions cannot possibly be worth this much. Indeed, they are not, He Quan replied. They have simply given us more than necessary. He gazed at her, taking her hand with fervor, and called out, wife. She clasped his hand tightly in return. And for a moment, their eyes glistened with unshed tears, leaving them momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Ling Ran and the others paid no mind to the commotion. After tidying up the items, they resumed their game, only halting when Chen Xiaoying announced that dinner was ready. The meal was particularly sumptuous. And upon hearing about the variety of vegetables available, Xiao Qin remarked, my lord, with all these ingredients, we could indeed prepare a hot pot. Ling Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then let us have hot pot for breakfast tomorrow. A rainy day is perfectly complemented by hot pot. Breakfast hot pot? Sounds good. Whatever my lord decides is what we shall do. Consequently, early the next morning, Lu Xioping and Uncle Chun rose with the dawn to prepare the hot pot. By the time Ling Ran emerged from her morning rituals, the setup was nearly complete. At that moment, He Quan arrived once more, bearing a box brimming with fresh vegetables. A hearty smile adorning his face. My lord, these vegetables were harvested today, and I bring them as a gift for you. Pei Yi stepped forward to accept the offering, saying, thank you. He Quan spoke as he prepared to leave, his peripheral vision catching sight of a live pig. Startling him momentarily, he dared not linger and hastily departed. Shun Yin deeply stored away the box of vegetables, reflecting on the integrity of this individual. It seemed he had not ventured outside since the apocalypse, remaining oblivious to its harsh realities. Su Yimo, while speaking, pulled out a chair for Ling Ran. For the hot pot, Ling Ran opted for a personal table, featuring one pot of clear broth and another of spicy broth. As for the others, each had their own large pot. Additionally, there was an ample supply of dumplings. As one often finds that indulging in hot pot without a staple can lead to hunger, Ling Ran gazed at the bubbling red broth, the aroma of spice flooding her senses. In front of her, Xiaochen had prepared two types of dipping sauces. One was a northern style, a blend of peanut and sesame paste. The other, a southern style, comprised of a dry mix of oil, scallions, garlic, cilantro, and soy sauce, which wafted an enticing fragrance. Ling Ran picked up several thinly sliced pieces of beef, immersing them in the pot for just a brief moment until cooked. She dipped the succulent morsels into the fragrant southern sauce, and upon tasting, an explosion of flavors erupted in her mouth. Delicious. The beef, the pork belly, and the tender greens were simply exquisite. The group savored their hot pot for over an hour, and after tidying up, they set off, only to realize it was already past 10 o'clock. Notably, the rain had ceased, though the sky remained overcast and the wind howled fiercely. Following the downpour, the temperature had dropped considerably. Everyone was clad in long pants and jackets, including Ling Ran, who wore the ensemble Su Yimo had coordinated for her. Draped in a flowing black cotton maxi skirt, complemented by a crisp white long-sleeve shirt and an elegant black trench coat, she adorned her head with a vintage lace veil hat reminiscent of the Republic era. The ensemble exuded an air of mystery and sophistication, rendering her strikingly beautiful. As noon approached and hunger had not yet struck, the group pressed onward, and by 3 in the afternoon, they finally reached the borders of Furong Province. Chapter 158. The Azure Liquid. The vehicle came to a halt in a desolate area with scarce passers-by, where they partook of the meal prepared in advance by Uncle Chin. Acknowledging their entry into Yangzhou territory, the air grew increasingly frigid as they ventured further. It was time to replace their light jackets with padded coats. As the temperature hovered around 7 to 8 degrees Celsius, compounded by the absence of sunlight that added a chilling dampness. Be cautious, there's danger ahead. Gu Zijing's warning resonated just as the sound of approaching vehicles reached their ears. Following the noise, they spotted 2 red SUVs making their way toward them, evidently having noticed their presence as the vehicles slowed down. Before they could discern the occupants of the cars, several heads emerged from the windows and rooftops, brandishing firearms. And without hesitation, they opened fire on Ling Ran and her companions. Startled, several of them reacted instinctively. Pei, Gu Zijing, and Shun Yan deeply understood the gravity of the situation and unleashed a barrage of fireballs toward the 2 SUVs. The immense flames elevated the surrounding temperature, momentarily alleviating the chill in the air. In tandem, Gu Zijing harnessed her psychic abilities to target the drivers, rendering them incapable of swift reaction. Shun Yan glanced at the distance, realizing that his spatial abilities could not reach them. Therefore, he centered a small area of defensive space around Ling Ran, preventing the bullets from penetrating. In close combat, Pei Xiu and his companions retrieved their firearms from the vehicle, immediately aiming at the individuals inside, with each shot directed towards their heads. Before long, Gu Zijing's face turned pale. Not good. There's a level West psychic ability user. Without his prompting, the others instantly felt a familiar wave of mental control, reminiscent of their previous encounter with a level West psychic zombie. Suddenly, a boisterous laugh echoed from the front. Indeed. A plump lamb. I knew there would be psychic ability users. I've been waiting for this. Before Ling Ran could make a move, the sound of another vehicle approached. The group strained to see the source of the noise, spotting a domestic minivan driving towards them from behind. Upon witnessing the ongoing battle, it stopped at a distance. The arrogant voice rang out once more. Oh, another fat lamb. Brothers, our luck is splendid today. I've always said leaving Shan Province was wise. Look, the ability users here are at our mercy. The next moment, the man furrowed his brow. What the hell? The driver inquired. What's wrong? Not good. There's a higher level psychic ability user. Run. As the man's words fell, a faint voice interjected. Run? Where do you think you're going? The man immediately screamed, clutching his head, and then with a resounding bang, 2 SUVs exploded. The occupants hastily shielded themselves with their abilities, yet they were still thrown back, sustaining numerous injuries from the shockwave of the explosion. Before them stood a group of 6 men, all aged between 20 and 30. Not only were they all endowed with extraordinary abilities, but they were also classified as Tier 6 superhumans. Following the explosion, their movements were remarkably synchronized as each retrieved a bottle from their belongings. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was not mere spring water. The liquid within was a pale blue hue, and despite the bottle's size, it contained only half of its capacity. The shrieking Tier 6 psychic, in a hurried motion, clutched the half-filled bottle of the azure liquid and gulped it down in one swift motion. Instantly, his previously pallid complexion and contorted features returned to normal. Gu Zijing furrowed his brow, pondering the nature of this substance. The azure liquid bore a resemblance to that of Tier 1 crystal nuclei. Could there be a connection? Chapter 159. Crystal Core Evolution Liquid. Ling Ran observed this spectacle with keen interest, halting his assault to ascertain their intentions. After consuming the pale blue liquid, each individual appeared revitalized, reminiscent of the vigor felt after absorbing crystal nuclei. Just then, a female voice called from behind, "Do not engage them. They possess Crystal Core Evolution Liquid, and we are no match for them." Su Yimo exclaimed in awe. Wow, twins. However, Pei disregarded these trivial details and inquired, "What is Crystal Core Evolution Liquid?" "It is an energy liquid extracted from crystal nuclei, which can be absorbed orally," came the reply. "Now that you know, it may be too late." The psychic from earlier interjected once more, "I possess an infinite power bank. What do you have to contend with us?" While it is said that spiritual type abilities are quietly transmitting perilous signals to others, The presence of power banks is indeed valid, but only among equals. If an adversary surpasses you in rank and swiftly eliminates you, then no amount of power banks will be of any use, as you would never have the opportunity to utilize them. Suddenly, a man stepped forward, raising his voice to capture everyone's attention. In that moment, with a whoosh, 6 individuals scattered in different directions. The remaining onlookers were left bewildered. Just moments ago, they had exuded an air of arrogance, and now they sought to flee? What happened to their integrity? Paisio, mouth agape, exclaimed, "Damn. These cowards, they can't escape." Instinctively, he activated his speed ability to pursue them. Yet, before he could catch up, he noticed that those individuals appeared to be stuck in place. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were not merely stagnant. A solid earthen wall had effectively obstructed their path. Paisio ceased his pursuit, crossing his arms defiantly. "Oh, you wish to flee? Let us see you try." The group attempted to dismantle the earthen barrier, but found it utterly impossible. Turning their gaze toward the imposing Paisio, they contemplated seizing him as a hostage. Just as a spiritual ability user was about to attack Paisio, he realized that this territory had already been claimed by another. The moment he attempted to wield his powers, a wave of emptiness engulfed his mind, accompanied by excruciating neural pain. In haste, he retrieved the crystalline evolutionary liquid he had not fully consumed earlier, draining the remaining 1/6 of the bottle. Although the replenished energy within him provided some relief, the mental fatigue he experienced persisted. A 5th-level spiritual ability user? How is that even possible? We have inquired about the major bases in the provinces near Furong Province. Yet none have succeeded in developing the crystal core evolution liquid. Their ability levels could not possibly surpass ours. The psychic ability user wore a gloomy expression, remaining silent. What he did not articulate was that the individual's display resembled not that of a 5th-level ability user, but rather a 6th level or even higher. Now, standing at such a distance from that group, this psychic ability user was astonished that he could envelop such a vast area, far exceeding the scale of level 6, which was entirely inconsistent with being 5th level. However, without the crystal core evolution liquid, how could one possibly ascend to 5th or even 6th level? Among these individuals, achieving 3rd level was already a remarkable feat. Chapter 160. Semi-finished product. Regardless of the possibility, the reality lay before them. They were left with but one course of action, to beg for mercy. As the captain of the team, the psychic ability user immediately stepped forward and declared, "Everyone, our previous actions were unjust. Spare us, and we shall offer you all the crystal core evolution liquid." "How absurd." Qinlian promptly retorted, "By eliminating you, everything you possess becomes ours. Leave a line for humanity's sake. We may meet again in the future. There is no need for such ruthless extermination, is there? Friends, we..." Before the psychic ability user could finish, he caught a whiff of blood, and in the next moment, he looked down to find his throat slit. As he fell, he witnessed his companions collapsing alongside him. A faint voice whispered in his ear, "Why waste words with them? Just kill them." The woman sat languidly on the sofa, her gaze indifferent, her eyes devoid of any emotion, as if ending their lives were as trivial as squashing an ant. Initially, it was believed that with a higher level of abilities compared to other provinces, one could reign supreme in this locale. However, after merely half a month of elation, the tide swiftly turned. With a resounding thud, 6 lifeless bodies collapsed. The equipment of the spatial abilities user erupted forth in an instant. This group possessed an abundance of resources, presumably having plundered a significant number of individuals. Shen Yinshin approached, gathering a multitude of supplies into the spatial realm, and subsequently presented several bottles of crystal core evolution liquid to Ling Ran. "My lord, please take a look." Shen Yinshin offered one bottle to Ling Ran and handed another to Gu Zijing and Pei Yi, tossing the remainder to Pei Xiu and his companions. Gu Zijing unscrewed the cap and inhaled deeply. There is no discernible odor, yet one can undeniably sense an overwhelming surge of energy within. Thankfully, they had not chosen to assist those 6 ability users earlier, otherwise they might have met a similar fate. This was the crystal core evolution liquid developed by the Hope Base of Mountain Province, said to have eliminated impurities and viruses from the crystal cores, purifying the energy into liquid form. Pei Xiu capped the bottle. "This substance was previously mentioned by Manager Jiang for research. I wonder if any progress has been made. It is indeed quite valuable." One of the twins, a girl with darker skin, gazed at the bottle with envy. "I heard that 100 crystal cores can only be exchanged for a small vial. This half bottle likely contains the equivalent of 3 vials. That means it is worth 300 crystal cores." Another twin concurred. "Indeed, It holds significant value. Although it is expensive, it is incredibly convenient, especially when undertaking missions. If one possesses this evolution liquid, it could be a lifesaver when abilities are depleted. Pei glanced at them, inquiring, "How do you possess such profound knowledge?" "We previously resided at Starbase, which maintained communication with Hope Base regarding the procurement of evolution liquid." "I see." Xinyan nodded, then turned to Ling Ran, "Esteemed one. What is your assessment of this evolution liquid?" "It is unfavorable," Ling Ran replied. "What do you mean?" "There are side effects," he said slowly, wiping his hands with a damp tissue. "The purity of this evolution liquid is inadequate. The crystal cores are minuscule, containing an excessive amount of substances. Extracting the energy completely is a formidable challenge. Yet, Hope Base managed to produce the evolution liquid within merely 6 months following the apocalypse. While their capabilities are evident, it is undeniable that the evolution liquid is merely a semi-finished product." Chapter 161. In deep waters and fiery trials, Ling Ran's words astonished everyone. "Esteemed one. What kind of side effects does this evolution liquid possess?" Su Yimo, holding a bottle of mineral water, suddenly found the previously appealing evolution liquid distasteful. "Surely you have read cultivation novels?" "Of course. Using it may result in an unstable foundation. There is a possibility that once one ascends to a certain level, further advancement becomes impossible. Moreover, with impurities mingling in the energy, it could render all previously acquired energy unusable, and the abilities of the practitioners may weaken progressively." "Oh my." Su Yimo immediately discarded the evolution liquid she held aside. How could the individuals at Hope Base be so careless? If everyone were to consume this evolution liquid long-term, humanity would surely face extinction. They are not careless. Ling Ran curled her lips slightly. Was it not an accident? Su Yimo blinked in surprise. So it was intentional then? The twin sisters anxiously inquired. "Sir, is it true that the evolutionary liquid you mentioned has side effects?" "It's not that we disbelieve your words. It's just a bit too shocking." After all, they were contemplating collaborating with the Hope Base to procure a batch of evolutionary liquid. Pei glanced at them. "Which base are you from?" The twins introduced themselves. "I am Wen Yulan, the chief administrator of the Liao Yuan base, and this is my sister, Wen Rolan. These three are our base's ability users." Shininshin raised an eyebrow. "A single spark can start a prairie fire. What is your connection to the Xingxing base?" Upon hearing this, he noticed the Wen sisters' expressions darken, and when Yulan replied, "There is none. The Xingxing base is located in Xingxing, while we are in Yangzhou. That is all." Her demeanor hardly suggested a lack of connection. However, Shininshin did not press further. "On our way here, we heard that there was a severe hailstorm in Xingxing. Is that true?" "It is indeed true." Upon mentioning the hail, the Wen sisters' faces grew increasingly grave. Xingxing is currently in dire straits. Not only is there hail, but the weather is frigid, and tornadoes are also sweeping through. Some high-rise buildings have been completely severed, resulting in countless casualties. "Is it that severe?" Pei furrowed his brow. "What about the people at the Xingxing base? It has come to my attention that they are advancing towards Yu City, albeit at a less than desirable pace. The inclement weather is one contributing factor, while the presence of over 3,000 personnel at the base complicates mobility." When Yulan sighed softly, recalling that Yangzhou had also experienced hail recently, though the hail was not particularly large and the duration was brief. Consequently, aside from the lower temperatures, there was minimal impact. Zhou Heng suddenly pondered a question. With such substantial hail, wouldn't the zombies in Star City have been obliterated? Indeed, when Yulan nodded in agreement, noting that the number of zombies in Star City has diminished significantly. Some have had their skulls crushed, others have taken refuge, and many have fled to other locations, predominantly towards Yangzhou and Yu City. As a result, the number of zombies in the urban area of Yangzhou has notably increased compared to before. This phenomenon also explains their presence in the suburbs. Inquiring about the situation at the Xingxing base, Pei then asked about the group of 6 they had just encountered. When Yulan sighed again, stating that these individuals had been in Furong province for half a month. All bases had issued warnings via radio, as this group was known for their predatory behavior, overpowering anyone they encountered. After investigation, it was revealed that they had originated from the Hope base, where the availability of evolution serum had elevated their abilities far beyond those of the ability users in Furong province, allowing them to assert dominance. Should they cross paths with this group, the best course of action would be to flee, or, if escape proves impossible, to surrender their supplies willingly. "Thank you for the information." Pei expressed his gratitude with a nod. Observing their intent to depart, when Yulan hurriedly inquired, "Are you planning to head to the Xingxing base?" "Indeed," came the response. Given the current state of Star City, are you still inclined to go? When Yulan found herself somewhat perplexed. While it was true that Star City did not experience hailstorms incessantly, it was not uncommon for them to occur intermittently, accompanied by the occasional tornado. The timing was unpredictable, and should a hailstorm strike, it could indeed prove fatal. Thank you for the warning. We are unafraid. The group led by Wen Yulan exchanged glances, contemplating the nature of such formidable individuals. Even the threat of zombies was manageable, but natural disasters seemed inconsequential to them. The magnitude of their abilities must be extraordinary. As they observed the group packing their belongings and bidding farewell before departing in their vehicle, when Yulan and her companions turned their attention to the remnants of their recent meal, a considerable amount of food lay scattered on the ground due to the earlier scuffle, with several pieces of broken watermelon amidst the debris. Coughing softly, when Yulan approached the scene and crouched to gather the leafy vegetables. These dishes are still warm. Let us not waste them. And this watermelon. Before she could finish her thought, the three men behind her had already seized the watermelon and started to devour it. Wow, the taste of watermelon. How long has it been since I last had some? It is incredibly sweet. It seems far sweeter than any I had before the apocalypse. Seeing this, when Yulan hurried over, "Hey, save some for me." When Yulan sighed inwardly, contemplating how to salvage food without feeling embarrassed, while her companions had already begun to indulge themselves. As the manager of the base, it felt inappropriate to compete with them for food. Just then, a piece of watermelon appeared before her. "Sister, this is a mutated watermelon from the post-apocalyptic era. You should give it a try." "All right." When Yulan, under the illusion of maintaining authoritative management, casually splashed some water and remarked, "Since you've mentioned it, I shall indulge a little." The two individuals, who moments ago exuded an air of aloof sophistication, now resembled two exuberant huskies reveling in their antics. A little dirt won't harm. One eats without fear of illness. Meanwhile, Ling Ran and his companions continued their journey towards Star City. Inside the vehicle, the conversation shifted to the matter of the evolution liquid. The rapid research progress at the Hope Base was indeed astonishing. Pei Xiu, with utmost seriousness, analyzed. When we departed from the Southern Province Base, they had only just begun their research. Yet, in such a short span, the Hope Base has achieved results. They must be cutting corners. However, Pei Xiu continued, looking at the speaker Gu Zijing. What should we be concerned about? Su Yimo, sitting beside him, cast a disdainful glance before lifting her chin slightly. Naturally, we should be wary of the ability users who have ingested this evolution liquid. Do not forget, the Wen sisters just mentioned that many bases are eager to collaborate with the Hope Base. Upon hearing this, Pei Xiu recognized the gravity of the situation. If this continues, won't it lead to the world's end? The Hope Base, with its facade of hope, secretly harbors intentions of global destruction? Chapter 163, Intelligence Rankings. Not necessarily, Pei Xiu retorted, feeling frustrated as Gu Zijing dismissed his argument once more. How can it not be? Their extensive sale of this evolution liquid is clearly aimed at world annihilation. Just as Gu Zijing was about to offer an explanation, Su Yimo interjected. Let me speak. Let's see if my perspective aligns with yours. Previously, Qianlu remarked that within this team, the most astute member was the adult, followed closely by Gu Zijing, Pei Yi, and Shen Yanchen. He and Zhou Hang followed next, while she and Pei Xiu occupied the lowest tier in terms of intelligence. At that moment, Su Yimo gritted her teeth, unable to refute the claim. For it was indeed true that whenever challenges arose, it was she and Pei Xiu who posed the most foolish questions. It was one thing to be outshone by others, but to be placed on the same level as Pei Xiu? That was intolerable for Su Yimo. Seizing what she perceived as a golden opportunity to prove herself, Su Yimo quickly interjected. Though the evolution fluid may have side effects, the adult mentioned that long-term usage is merely a short-term concern. The impact should not be significant, right? Yet, even if the effects were negligible, what was their true purpose in this endeavor? Su Yimo's eyes sparkled with determination as she raised her chin even higher while gazing at Pei Xiu. Pei Xiu, meeting her gaze, inquired, "Yimo sister, what are you doing? Is your chin cramping?" "Your chin is cramping." Su Yimo shot him a glare before continuing. "The objective, of course, is to profit. The wealth of ability users and the funds from various bases, armed with such capital, do they not aspire for the Hope Base to rise to national prominence?" Observing Pei Xiu's dawning comprehension, Su Yimo silently elevated her own ranking in her mind, glancing at Qianlu and Zhou Hang, who were on the same tier as herself. With a slight frown, she would inevitably prove that her intelligence surpassed that of Qianlu and Zhou Hang. As for Pei Xiu, he was merely a defeated foe. Indeed, The Hope base was rather cunning. They were indeed clever. Even Gu Zijing had to concede that the strategy employed by the base was indeed brilliant. But were they not concerned about being exposed? The opposing party could easily claim it was mere slander. Su Yimo grew increasingly confident as she spoke. Yet, the truth cannot be hidden indefinitely. Su Yimo paused for a moment. Gu Zijing, standing nearby, kindly offered an explanation. Perhaps by the time the truth is revealed, a side effect-free evolution serum will have already been developed. Su Yimo feigned understanding and nodded. Exactly, that's the case. How could she not have thought of that earlier? During their conversation, a fine drizzle began to fall, and the temperature seemed to drop significantly. The already gloomy weather grew even darker as evening approached. Before 5 o'clock, Ling Ran and his companions had no choice but to seek shelter for the night, planning to continue their journey the following day. They found a privately built 3-story house. After clearing away 2 zombies from the premises and tidying up the interior, they set about preparing dinner. Pei took out a grill and charcoal. Igniting a fire in the kitchen, the broken window panes alleviated any concerns about ventilation. The chill in the air was quite biting, even as a fire element ability user. He needed to wear thick clothing, let alone the others, especially Lu Xiaoping and those without abilities. Observing Pei Yi's actions, Lu Xiaoping and the others hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, young master. It's nothing. Although they had stored plenty of prepared meals in their space, those were reserved for their time in Star City. Since they could still cook, it was better to prepare a fresh meal. For dinner, they had tomato beef curry over rice, with each person receiving a generous bowl. The rich sauce poured over the fluffy white rice was simply irresistible. Ling Ran experienced curry for the first time. Initially, she found the flavor peculiar, but after a few more bites, she quickly acclimated to it. She marveled once again at the culinary prowess of the inhabitants of this small world. Chapter 164. No one to collect the crystals. The night passed without incident. Upon awakening the next day, she discovered that the rain had not ceased. Rather, it had intensified, accompanied by fierce winds. The sky was shrouded in thick, dark clouds, which hung heavily, casting an oppressive pall over the city. Gazing out the window through the dense curtain of rain, she could faintly discern the rooftops of corrugated metal being swept away by the gusts, while overturned trash bins were similarly displaced. Most concerning was the drop in temperature, which she estimated to be around -10 degrees Celsius. Coupled with the rain, the atmosphere felt damp and frigid, making it quite unbearable. Under such weather conditions, traveling was impossible. If the weather in Yangzhou was thus, one could only imagine the harsher conditions in Xinjiang. Moreover, venturing out to procure supplies was out of the question. It was easy to envision the severe challenges facing the Xinjiang base at that moment. With travel unfeasible, the group opted to set up a mahjong table. 13 individuals were present, allowing for the perfect arrangement of 3 tables. As for Wu Tong, he was akin to a pig. As a pig, could one expect him to partake in mahjong? He was relegated to guard duty. Qin Xiaoying, on the other hand, was quite sensible. She rarely spoke and diligently assisted her father with work, never asking for anything. Since their arrival, she had transformed from a gaunt figure to someone noticeably healthier. Her physique more robust and her smile considerably brighter. After 3 days of playing mahjong, the weather finally cleared. After a prolonged absence, the sun graced the sky, which had been washed to an exquisite azure by the rain, appearing exceptionally gentle. Once everything was packed, the vehicle resumed its journey towards Star City. They navigated through the secluded outskirts, and upon reaching a certain point, a signpost caught their attention. The driver, Shen Yinshen, reduced the speed of the car, exclaiming, "Look! It's the Liao Yuan base." Ling Ran glanced over and indeed saw that the sign indicated the Liao Yuan base was just 1 kilometer ahead. The base seemed rather small, enclosed within a modest area. The group had no intention of stopping to visit the base, so they continued their journey towards Star City. After a customary midday break for lunch, they finally entered the territory of Star City at 3 in the afternoon. At that moment, Star City was devoid of wind or hail, yet the sun remained hidden, and the temperature had noticeably dropped. While Yangzhou hovered around -10 degrees, Star City was approximately -20 degrees. The car's heater was on, and everyone was bundled in thick clothing, which provided some comfort against the chill. However, within the vehicle, Wu Tong was suffering from the cold, although a makeshift nest had been arranged for it inside the car. The open nature of the space allowed the wind to seep through. Were it not for its layer of fat and relatively high ability level, it might have succumbed to the cold like a lifeless pig. Su Yimo brushed against the car window, her breath forming a thick fog that clouded the glass. It appeared that there were indeed no zombies in sight here, only the disintegrated bodies of the deceased. The vehicle jolted as it traversed the twisted remains, making it difficult to discern whether they belonged to humans or zombies. As the driver, Pei Xiu remarked, "Sister, since there are no zombies, let us head towards the city. We might just find a plethora of crystal nuclei." With Ling Ran's nod of agreement, the vehicle shifted its course, no longer meandering through desolate areas, but instead making its way directly towards the urban center. Chapter 165. Rebirth. Along the route, numerous hailstones remained, obstructing the vehicle's smooth passage. The passengers resorted to employing their supernatural abilities through the windows to clear the impediments. Their progress was notably sluggish. Yet, as they drew closer to the city, the gruesome sights of zombies crushed to a pulp became increasingly apparent. While the living dead were scarcely visible, those that remained could be deemed as fortunate survivors. Are there truly no one collecting these crystal nuclei? Will you not gather them? If not, I shall, Chen Yin exclaimed, eyeing the shallow blue crystal nuclei scattered on the ground with great desire. I will collect them. Pei Xiu, Zhou Heng, and Su Yimo, the less experienced ones, all expressed their eagerness to gather the nuclei. Consequently, aside from the driver, the rest disembarked to collect the crystals. Lu Xiaoping and others initially intended to join but hesitated. As soon as the door swung open, a frigid gust enveloped them, and fearing they might fall ill and burden the adults, they chose to remain inside. Fan Chuan, having been temporarily assigned to their group, drove slowly, trailing behind. Although the apocalypse had only transpired for 6 months, it felt to him as if it had stretched longer than the previous 30 years of his life. It had been ages since he had last operated a vehicle. Pei Yi and Xin Yindin busied themselves collecting crystal nuclei while simultaneously clearing the roadblocks ahead of the car. The hail was outrageously abundant, nearly claiming half the roadway. And combined with the wreckage of vehicles and the carcasses of zombies, traversing this path was an arduous endeavor. As the vehicle meandered along, Hu Meiying in the back seat suddenly pointed out of the window, exclaiming, "Look at that building." Ling Ran peered outside and beheld a towering structure in the distance, astonishingly severed in half. Fan Chuan gasped in shock, realizing this must be what Wen Yulan described, the aftermath of a tornado. To see such a colossal edifice in such a state left him astounded. He could hardly fathom what might have occurred had anyone been outside at that moment. Even those endowed with extraordinary abilities would likely find themselves at a loss when confronted with such a formidable natural disaster. Just how powerful must that tornado have been? Hu Meiying mused that reality was indeed more outrageous than fiction. Suddenly, Ling Ran glanced into the rearview mirror and inquired of Hu Meiying, "Can you write apocalyptic narratives?" "I can indeed, my lord," she replied. "While other novels may require extensive research, the backdrop of the apocalypse is one I find myself immersed in at present, which makes it rather convenient." "Very well, continue with what you have in hand. Once completed, I would like you to compose an apocalyptic tale set against our current backdrop." "Of course, my lord," she affirmed. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, "May I incorporate a plot device that grants the female protagonist a second chance at life? It would facilitate the writing of earlier conflicts." "Rebirth?" Ling Ran's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "That is indeed a splendid idea." As the weather turned grim and dusk approached swiftly, by nearly 5 o'clock, darkness had almost enveloped the surroundings. Gu Zijing located a substantial 2-story building, intending to temporarily reside there for the night. However, as they neared their destination, he furrowed his brow slightly, observing, "There are people present." Chapter 166. The dawn never comes. The ability users possessed keen senses, even before Ling Ran's vehicle reached its destination. The residents of the 2-story building had already taken notice of them. A few individuals stood on the balcony of the 2nd floor, effortlessly spotting the glow of the headlights. Gu Zijing paid no heed to this group, although there were occupants in the small building. The clothing store adjacent to it could still serve as a temporary refuge for the night. As the vehicle passed by, those inside glanced through the car windows, exchanging no words, yet silently raising alarms in their minds. In this apocalyptic world, humans posed a far greater threat than the undead. The vehicle came to a halt at the neighboring clothing store. Despite the abundance of garments still remaining, they lay strewn across the floor, marred by countless footprints, with promotional papers melted into the ground, barely discernible. The store was spacious enough for the group to create a makeshift compartment for Ling Ran, draping curtains for privacy and laying out bedding. All the clothes were piled into a storage room. As they pulled down the rolling shutter, it emitted a jarring sound. However, there was little concern about attracting the undead, as most had already been dispatched. Cooking was not feasible in this setting, so they brought out the warm dishes that remained. Uncle Chen prepared the fruit for dessert, placing it in front of Ling Ran. Thus, the 13 of them gathered, braving the 20 degrees below zero, to enjoy a warm meal. Due to Ling Ran's fondness for spicy food, Uncle Chen had made a generous amount of spicy dishes, their aroma overwhelmingly fragrant, wafting even through the rolling shutter, tantalizing the ability users, who could not help but swallow in anticipation. Among them were 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women. As they inhaled the enticing scent, they found themselves unable to resist the urge to salivate. Fearful of being overheard, the group spoke in hushed tones. An individual, weathered and appearing to be in his 50s, produced a crumpled cigarette. After igniting it, he took a drag and exhaled contentedly. That group must possess formidable strength. Do not provoke them. Who could disagree? All 5 were from the star base, each bearing only a level 1 ability. They braved the inclement weather, fraught with the potential for wind and hail, to gather crystal cores, driven by the illness of a loved one in need of medicine. However, the exorbitant cost of medication, exacerbated by the overwhelming number of sick individuals, had driven prices to astronomical heights. Their low level of abilities rendered them unappealing companions for other ability wielders, compelling them to band together with a shared purpose, to collect crystal cores, and ideally, to find additional supplies. The perils outside were manageable. As long as they avoided crowded places such as shopping malls or underground parking lots, zombies were scarce. With a little caution, they could navigate the dangers posed by natural disasters and humanity alike. It's too cold. We should rest early. Who will take the first watch? One of the 3 men on guard asked. I will, replied the weathered man, his voice slightly hoarse. My age makes me weary of enduring the latter half of the night. Very well, Uncle Li, you may take the first watch. Thank you. Meanwhile, Ling Ran and the others, having finished their meal, were disinclined to do anything in the biting cold and decided to set up their beds for an early night. The men occupied one side, the women the other, with the beds arranged side by side. In such frigid weather, huddling together provided a measure of warmth. The quilts were stacked several layers high, yet Lu Xiaoping, devoid of any supernatural abilities, remained cold as ice, her hands and feet perpetually frigid beneath the heavy covers. Zhou Hang, who was on night duty, reclined against the bed with his phone in hand, its dim light illuminating the pages of a novel he was quietly engrossed in. Initially, he had perceived the presence of 2 authors as somewhat excessive, but now, he relished the abundance of material at his disposal. How delightful it was to have authors. So many treasures to explore. Outside, the moon was absent, and the desolate world devoid of streetlights appeared overwhelmingly dark, as if dawn would never break again. Chapter 167. Hailstorm. The night passed in silence. Upon rising the next morning, Ling Ran and her companions discovered that their neighbors had already departed. The crystal cores had been completely scavenged. Pei Xiu expressed his frustration, exclaiming, it must have been those people next door who collected them. No wonder they were up so early. I suspect there won't be any cores left as we move ahead. Gu Zijing turned to Ling Ran and suggested. Shall we head to the starbase, my lord? Yes, Ling Ran replied, putting away her phone and regarding the disgruntled Pei Xiu. Well, didn't we gather quite a bit yesterday? Moreover, there may still be some along the way to the starbase. The previous day, the group had spent 2 hours collecting, each person amassing approximately 300 crystal cores without having to engage any zombies. They should be content with their haul. Reflecting on the crystals they had gathered, Pei Xiu's mood lifted. Yesterday, I even found 2 second-level crystal cores. This hailstorm is incredible, capable of crushing even second-level zombies. However, to advance to level 3, I still require a significant number of cores. Second-level ones are too scarce. He had calculated the number of cores needed the previous night and realized he required over 1,500 first-level crystal cores to elevate his supernatural abilities to the 3rd level. The zombies are likely to undergo a massive upgrade soon, Gu Zijing suddenly remarked. What do you mean? Shou Ju inquired. Beyond the initial curiosity, Gu Zijing had his own speculations and analyses. The rate of advancement among their group was rapid. Most individuals were now 1st or 2nd-tier ability users, which corresponded closely to the level of the zombies. However, it was anticipated that human levels would soon rise, and correspondingly, the zombies would also evolve. It seemed that everything in this world existed in a delicate balance, perpetually restraining one another. With no crystal cores to collect, the group tidied their belongings and set off in their vehicles towards the Star City base. Su Yimo produced a grilled sausage prepared by Uncle Chen and offered it to Ling Ran. Glancing ahead, she yawned and remarked, the sky is truly overcast. Not a hint of sunlight to be seen. Leaning back against the rear seat, she took a sip of ginger soup, instantly feeling warmth spread through her stomach. Suddenly, she noticed the mutated green plants by the roadside swaying increasingly violently, while debris began to scatter in the growing wind. A storm was brewing. Could it be a tornado? As the vehicle continued to inch forward, a sudden sharp sound struck the car window. Everyone turned to look, astonished. It was hail, falling in a flurry. The initial hailstones that struck the windshield were small, but as time passed, they grew larger. Suyimo quickly handed the magic wand to Ling Ran, who accepted it and softly uttered, "God said, barrier." A beam of white light emanated from the wand, swiftly enveloping the three vehicles in a faint protective membrane. Those hailstones capable of fatally striking a human being fell upon the thin membrane, appearing to simply bounce off, rolling down to the ground. Suyimo watched with envy. The adult's skill, regardless of the time, was encapsulated in one word: impressive. Suddenly, Chun-Lu grasped her hand, exclaiming, "Look over there, someone is in trouble." Following Chun-Li's gaze out the car window, they beheld a vehicle not far ahead, battered and unable to move, with a faint glow of supernatural energy seemingly resisting the hail. Yet, that light was feeble, indicating the powers were waning. Inside the car sat 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women, who were the same ones residing next to Ling Ran the previous day. They were reaching their limit. In the vehicle, a woman in the back seat turned to the weary man at the wheel. "Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee, please wake up. Think of your son. He is still so young. What will become of him if you are gone?" Uncle Lee opened his eyes in confusion, unable to see anything clearly. Sounds reached his ears, but they were indistinct, with only the word "son" piercing through the fog of his mind. Despite his struggle, his consciousness seemed to fade slowly. He longed for sleep. "Uncle Lee, we're about to give in. Drive to the house nearby. It will ensure our safety." The house was merely a few meters away, yet it felt insurmountable, visible but unreachable. Just then, they heard the sound of a vehicle moving smoothly. Moving? She recognized that pickup truck. Why were the hailstones unable to strike that vehicle? And how was it that, wherever it passed, the hailstones were swept aside as if by an unseen force? It was the work of a powerful supernatural being. The woman in her 20s urgently pleaded for help. "Sir, please save us. We beg you." The older woman beside her, taken aback, reprimanded. "Have you lost your mind?" She refrained from voicing her complete thoughts, fearful that her words might reach the ears of their captors. Yet, the unspoken sentiments resonated with those inside the vehicle. Seeking assistance from humanity was akin to courting death. Among 10 individuals, 9.5 would revel in another's misfortune, while the remaining half would merely observe with cold detachment. The pressure was unbearable. At last, the shimmering aura of their powers dissipated, and a resounding bang echoed as a large hailstone struck the hood of the car, creating a substantial dent before rolling away onto the ground. The man in the front passenger seat hastily perched himself atop Uncle Lee, desperately pressing the accelerator, but the vehicle remained immobile. Ensnared by a treacherous mix of hail and roadblocks, unable to proceed even an inch. At that moment, he observed another hailstone plummeting towards the windshield and instinctively attempted to retreat to the back seat, but his movements were sluggish. The massive hailstone landed on his leg, eliciting a painful cry from him, prompting the others to quickly pull him into the rear seat, their eyes mirroring the same despair. Another 2 resounding thuds reverberated as hailstones struck the roof of the car. They all gazed at the already dented ceiling, acutely aware that the vehicle could withstand only a few more hits. Just then, they noticed a hailstone that had fallen onto the windshield, suspended in midair. No, it wasn't truly suspended. Rather, it had landed on an ethereal membrane, through several layers of glass. A handsome young man could be faintly discerned seated in the driver's seat, while a beautiful young woman in the passenger seat held a cup of milk tea. Her gaze indifferent. For reasons unknown, a mere glance led them to conclude that the leader of this small team must undoubtedly be the striking woman. The young woman who had just sought help quickly regained her composure and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed ones, for saving us." Her words prompted the other 3 to echo their thanks in unison. As the vehicle approached, it matched their pace, and the rear window lowered to reveal a striking face. Chapter 169. I am not cold. Pacio looked at them and inquired, "Are you from the starbase?" Upon seeing them nod in a daze, he continued, "Could you kindly assist us with directions? We are headed to the starbase." The group erupted with joy, exclaiming, "Of course, esteemed one. We can guide you." They had never anticipated that amidst the hailstorm, while searching for crystal cores, they would still emerge alive. Truly a miracle. "Get in the 2 vehicles behind us." "Squeeze in a bit," Ling Ran said. In his pickup truck, 3 individuals were crammed into the back seat. Although there were available seats in the other vehicles, they insisted on squeezing in, as it was not Ling Ran himself who was crowded. The 2 vehicles behind could accommodate a few more. After all, in this apocalypse, no one would be penalized for overloading, so it mattered little. The foreigner, glancing at the continuing hail, awkwardly remarked, "How do we get through?" "Just get out and walk over. Don't worry, it's fine." "All right." The Westerner nodded, opened the car door, and couldn't help but glance at Uncle Lee in the driver's seat. "Can we take him with us?" Pei Xiu turned to Ling Ran and asked, "Sister, is it all right for them to take this person?" Ling Ran cast a fleeting glance, her voice soft and detached. "He is dead. Why would we take him?" "Dead? Is he truly dead?" A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over the Westerner. He extended his hand to check for breath at Uncle Lee's nose, only to find it absent. The thought of Uncle Lee's young son lingered in their minds, and they grappled with how to convey the heartbreaking truth that his father was no more. After a moment of sorrow, they hastily exited the vehicle. Miraculously, the hailstones did not strike them, as if they were enveloped in a protective barrier. Seeing the Westerner squeeze into the car behind, Pei maneuvered the vehicle to the side, allowing the car ahead to lead the way. However, the hail was too fierce, preventing them from disembarking to collect crystal cores. The Westerner, observing the car gliding through the tempest, utterly unfazed by the biting wind and hail, was taken aback, each one seated inside like quails, rendered speechless. By noon, they finally found a place to rest and eat before stepping out of the vehicle. The moment they exited, a bone-chilling cold enveloped them. The warmth from the car, coupled with their thick clothing, had provided some comfort. Su Yimo, clad in gloves, held a stylish umbrella for Ling Ran, exclaiming, "This dreadful weather is truly frigid." After speaking, she turned her gaze towards the adults ahead. Today, Ling Ran donned a mid-length skirt paired with black marten boots, a delicate white sweater on top, and an open black trench coat. She appeared both chic and formidable, yet regrettably ill-prepared for the cold. "Sir, are you not cold?" The divine being replied. "I am not cold." "All right, sir, you truly are remarkable." They discovered a ground floor in a residential building, only to find a few scattered zombies within. It appeared these zombies had not ventured outside, thereby evading the fatal fate of being struck by hail. Pei Xiu, Zhou Heng, Su Yimo, and a few others, seeing the zombies, rushed forward, each claiming a crystal core. Subsequently, everyone began to expertly search and tidy up the house, while the foreigner timidly followed Pei Xiu and the others to assist in the cleanup. Ling Ran reclined comfortably on a warm sofa, engrossed in a novel on her phone. When Shun Yinshan approached, bowing slightly, "Sir, is there anything you wish to eat for lunch?" Let us have hot pot. In such cold weather, hot pot is the ideal choice." "Understood, sir." Shun Yinshan hurried to inform Uncle Chun and then gathered the necessary ingredients. Chapter 170. Do not disdain. As the foreign group emerged from their room, they beheld a table brimming with supplies. It was only natural, considering the abundance of resources, that they could even carry a live pig with them. The quantity was undoubtedly beyond their imagination. A gulp echoed in the air. The foreigner feigned nonchalance, yet felt as though the house was too spacious, leaving them with nowhere to settle. Each person seemed engrossed in their own tasks, and with nothing to occupy themselves, they sought a corner to perch on a small stool, their hearts racing with astonishment. Their curiosity about Ling Ran was particularly intense. After a morning of wandering, the Westerners naturally understood that the strength of this small group stemmed from the formidable presence of the beautiful woman among them. What level could she possibly be? Preparing a hot pot was a simple task. Thus, with many lending a hand, they quickly gathered the necessary ingredients. On a large round table, each person had their own divided pot, while an array of fresh vegetables and meats adorned the entire surface. Moreover, beside each individual was a small cart reminiscent of those found in hot pot restaurants, overflowing with delicacies. The aromatic and spicy scent of the hot pot base wafted into the nostrils of the Westerners. Silently, they retrieved the hard, stale buns from their bags, a consequence of the weather, and prepared to eat. Just as one took a bite, they noticed, not far off, the woman without any supernatural abilities, carrying a basin brimming with fresh dishes, which she placed before a pig. The pig then began to munch contentedly. The Westerners glanced at the hard bun in their hands, feeling disheartened. Even the pig seemed to enjoy a meal far superior to what the higher-ups at their base had. Indeed, the resources of this group were beyond their wildest imaginings. At that moment, the woman who had fed the pig entered the kitchen once more, returning with another dish. It appeared to be self-heating rice, the aroma suggesting a flavor of sweet and sour pork. As she approached them, anticipation bubbled within the Westerners. Could this possibly be for them? After what felt like an eternity, they finally heard her voice. This self-heating rice is for you. If you're still hungry, there is more in the kitchen. Just help yourselves. Consider it your fare for guiding us, and don't be picky. The Westerners gasped in disbelief. Picky? What a joke. Who would dare be picky? How long has it been since they last indulged in meat? How long since they savored such richly seasoned dishes? They were utterly ecstatic. Thank you, thank you. The Westerners expressed their gratitude with excitement, then cautiously accepted the lunchboxes, inhaling the tantalizing aroma before scooping a spoonful to their mouths. Ah, this is the flavor. It was exquisite, simply delightful. The portion of the self-heating rice was not substantial. Despite their slow pace, they soon finished it. They recalled the saying, if you're still hungry, the kitchen has more, just help yourself. Is that all right? A young man in the line glanced at the group enthusiastically enjoying hot pot. Unable to resist the rumbling of his stomach, he carefully rose to head to the kitchen. At the kitchen island, the space remained cluttered, adorned with an array of dishes and condiments, even some fresh fruits and vegetables. The man swallowed hard, casting his gaze toward the area where the self-heating rice was placed. All the rice had already been heated with the heating packs, ready to eat upon retrieval. He took one box, paused for a moment, then decided to take another. 3 boxes should suffice to quell his hunger. Seeing the young man emerge with 2 lunchboxes, relishing his meal, the others could no longer contain themselves and rose to fetch their own. Chapter 171. The adequate worker. Just as they felt immensely satisfied, marveling at their fortune, they noticed the pig had finished its meal and looked up, saying, Hey, master, I too wish to taste something spicy. It has been far too long since I have had any. The pig spoke. It desires spicy food. The Westerners were taken aback. Ling Ran, having taken a bite of the tender beef, pondered the question, can pigs eat spicy food? Ling Ran nodded and continued to savor the hot pot. Wu Tong inquired, does this imply that the esteemed one has consented or not? If he were to ask Su Yimo, she would undoubtedly inform him, do not overthink it. The esteemed one is not concerned about you. She merely wishes to ascertain whether pigs can tolerate spicy food. After indulging in the hot pot, the group found themselves sweating profusely. Indeed, enjoying a hot pot in the depths of winter is truly delightful, were it not for their journey ahead. Accompanied perhaps by a dash of fine wine, life would be utterly enchanting. The few of them relished their meal before assisting in tidying up the remnants. Su Yimo prepared bathwater for Ling Ran. The last time they enjoyed hot pot, Ling Ran had complained about the lingering odor and had taken a fresh bath and changed clothes. This occasion was no exception. Ling Ran cast a look of approval towards Su Yimo, acknowledging her commendable efforts. This employee is truly excelling in her role. Receiving the esteemed one's gaze, Su Yimo stood tall, convinced that she could serve the esteemed one for a lifetime. After her bath, Ling Ran felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Yawning, she played an audiobook recorded during Gu Zijing's leisure time and soon drifted into slumber. They awoke at 2 in the afternoon, and only then did they resume their journey. It is noteworthy that the hail had ceased, and even the wind had calmed considerably. Shen Yan, who was not seated in the same vehicle as Ling Ran, inquired of the few individuals in the back, how long does hail typically last? Is there any pattern? They responded, it lasts from half an hour to an hour. But there is no discernible pattern. However, it generally occurs again within a few days. Indeed, it is precisely for this reason that everyone hesitates to venture outdoors. Encountering a hailstorm could prove fatal, even for those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Such colossal hailstones could easily cause death, and even if one survives, the injuries could pose significant challenges. Medical supplies are in short supply, and their prices have soared exorbitantly. The individual in the passenger seat, Pei, inquired, what brings you out here? Surely, collecting crystal cores cannot be an urgent matter? After all, once life is lost, nothing else holds value. They remain mere level 1 abilities, undeniably weak, and their presence outside seems like an invitation to demise. The group exchanged wry smiles, acknowledging, were it not for dire circumstances, we would undoubtedly remain indoors. However, several individuals around us are suffering from fevers and urgently require antipyretics. Yet, a single dose has skyrocketed to the equivalent of 100 level 1 crystal cores in the base, a price far beyond our means. In such dire conditions, even a minor ailment can prove fatal. Numerous survivors have already succumbed to seemingly trivial illnesses within the base. In this apocalyptic reality, human life has lost its value. Aside from their loved ones, scarcely anyone cares or takes notice. We have antipyretics, Pei remarked, raising an eyebrow. I can sell them to you for 50 crystal cores per dose. In truth, Pei and his companions possess ample supplies of this medication. Offering it for free would not be an issue. Yet, human nature is frail and susceptible to temptation. Upon hearing his words, the group's eyes brightened with hope. Is that true? 50 crystal cores per antipyretic? That's half the price of the base. Wonderful. I wish to purchase. So do I. Chapter 172. I am human. The three individuals seated in the vehicle all expressed their desire to acquire the antipyretics, and they also wished to procure additional cold remedies. Yesterday, they had nearly collected all the crystal cores. Upon seeing an abundance of them in the morning, they felt it was too effortless and their greed resurfaced. Pei learned about the types of medicine they wished to purchase and quoted the prices. Although rather expensive, they were still a mere fraction of the cost compared to buying at the base, akin to a significant discount. After a hailstorm, roadblocks increased, causing vehicles to traverse at a sluggish pace. By nighttime, they had yet to reach the star base, prompting them to seek a place to rest for the night. However, according to Shirin, at the current pace, they would arrive after just another hour of travel the following day. Shirin was quite astonished to see the pig leap from the pickup truck, pondering whether it was a pet or food. Shirin mused, a pig with a discernible character. Given that the starbase was situated in a remote suburban area, they found a villa district to stay in for the night. Among the numerous accommodations, the villas provided the utmost comfort. Whenever possible, Gu Zijing would opt for villa lodgings. Upon entering the house, everyone swiftly and efficiently began to clean and inspect their surroundings. Shirin watched this well-trained group with a sense of envy, wishing to partake in their esteemed status. Shortly after, as Lu Xiaoping and others entered the kitchen to prepare dinner, Shirin felt a surge of anticipation. Would they still be offered a meal in the evening? Thoughts of the heart. Tooth-jarring buns in his backpack obliterated any appetite he might have had. Pei retrieved several boxes of medicine from Shenyenshin. Nowadays, the sale of medicine no longer followed the pre-apocalyptic method of selling by the box, but rather by the individual pill. He summoned a Westerner and, wielding scissors, cut open the medicine pack. You will need 1 antipyretic tablet, 1 packet of cold relief, and a small bottle of alcohol, totaling 150 crystal cores. The woman retrieved her own crystal cores from her bag and paid the 150 cores. As she gazed at the 10 or so cores remaining in her possession, she could not help but inquire, "Sir, do you sell brown sugar and eggs?" Naturally, such items were available at the base, but their prices were beyond her imagination. The harsh conditions rendered not only medicine scarce but also other supplies exceedingly tight. Eggs cost 10 crystal cores each, while brown sugar was 5 cores per piece. Then I shall take 2 eggs and 5 pieces of brown sugar. The woman expressed her excitement, prompting others to consider their own cores, ultimately depleting their resources. Observing that they still had over 200 cores left in their backpacks, a few decided to purchase more antipyretic and cold relief medications along with the eggs and brown sugar. These crystal cores belonged to Uncle Li. Had they been someone else's, they might have taken them without a second thought. However, Uncle Li's plight was too pitiful and his child too young. They could not bring themselves to take the medicine that Uncle Li had sacrificed so much to obtain for his child. Once the Westerner completed the exchange, an unmistakable smile graced his face. This outing had finally fulfilled its purpose. "Are you done?" Su Yimo called out to Pei and the others. "Come over and play cards with the adults." The Uno cards had been discovered by Pei Xiu while unpacking a delivery, and yesterday, Ling Ran had noticed them while retrieving items from storage, planning to play today. After being accustomed to mahjong, a change was welcome. Once everyone had gathered, Su Yimo began explaining the rules of the game. Aside from her, Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang were also familiar with this card game. Chapter 173. Well done. The Uno cards proved to be quite a delightful novelty, and after a round of play, Ling Ran found them thoroughly engaging. Despite the diminutive nature of this little world, it must be acknowledged that it excels in the realm of leisure and enjoyment. Ling Ran felt rather at ease here, far more so than in the realm of cultivation, where one is perpetually entangled in the acquisition of various magical artifacts. As they played, Ling Ran caught sight of the idle group of Westerners. With a wave of her hand, she summoned a plethora of packages into the spacious living room. Upon noticing this, Su Yimo immediately grasped her intent and rose to issue instructions. "Do not remain idle. Please assist in unboxing those packages over there." The Westerners pointed at themselves in surprise. "Us? Indeed, it is you. Do you refuse?" "Not at all. We are willing," they replied eagerly. The prospect of unboxing packages in exchange for dinner was an enticing offer, one that promised far more than the meager rations they endured at the base, where a full day's labor might yield but a single bun and a bowl of corn gruel. In stark contrast, this place felt like paradise. Moreover, the thrill of unboxing blind boxes, even if the contents were not their own, was irresistible. Who could possibly refuse such temptation? Observing the Westerners diligently at work, Ling Ran felt a sense of satisfaction. As a shrewd capitalist, how could she allow anyone to remain idle? Exploitation. It was imperative to extract every ounce of productivity. The Westerners, however, felt no sense of oppression. They swiftly tore into the packages, occasionally exclaiming in delight, "Look, I've uncovered a box of nuts. It's been ages since I had these." Or, "This is frozen pork. Too bad it's already gone bad. I have just unwrapped a box of chocolates." A beautifully packaged gift, likely intended for someone else. To my surprise, I discovered a pair of men's underwear inside, followed by a pair of headphones, which seemed rather useless. After playing a few rounds of cards, Chen Xiaoying approached Ling Ran and called out, "Master, it's time for dinner." Ling Ran responded, glancing at the cards in hand. Suspecting this round would not end well. At the card table, Pei Xiu, Shen Yinshan, and Gu Zijing were all adorned with sticky notes, while Ling Ran's face remained untouched, devoid of any such markers. Sui Yimo, who was covered in notes, leaned over curiously. "Master, what card did you draw?" Ling Ran revealed the card to her, prompting Sui Yimo to touch her face. "Is there any space left for a note?" As Shen Yinshan was the first to play all his cards, the others began vying for second place. Unfortunately, with a poor hand, Ling Ran ended up in last place, resulting in Sui Yimo needing to affix 6 sticky notes. "It's dinner time, so you needn't stick any more," Sui Yimo said with a flattering smile. Shen Yinshan raised an eyebrow slightly. "That debt remains. Next time we play, you will affix those 6 notes first." Sui Yimo smiled. "How did I never notice this person's dog-like demeanor before? I can't believe I ever liked someone like him." Ugh. As they made their way toward the dining area, the group of foreigners finishing their unboxing stood up. "Master, we've completed the unwrapping." Ling Ran glanced over and casually replied, "Well done." Without pausing, she proceeded to take her seat at the dining table. Shen Yinshan, on the other hand, approached the foreign group, and the eldest among them spoke. "Brother Shen, we have sorted the packages. The left side is for food, and the right side is for supplies." The abundance of food was indeed striking. However, Shen Yin deeply paid no mind to it. After gathering everything into his space, he remarked, "The meal is on the coffee table. Feel free to eat there." "Thank you, Brother Shen." The Westerners hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Indeed, there was dinner once again that evening. Chapter 174. Earning a few crystal cores. Dinner was naturally a lavish feast. Remarkably, the mutated seafood, pork, beef, and vegetables were far more delectable than those from the pre-apocalypse era. Regrettably, in this post-apocalyptic world, not everyone could indulge in such luxuries. The Western group, on the other hand, had to settle for self-heating rice. Despite the change in flavor, having sweet and sour pork for lunch and sausage rice for dinner, they were provided with 5 boxes each, in addition to a box of self-heating hot pot per person. However, they felt too embarrassed to voice their dissatisfaction and chose to fill their stomachs first. The self-heating hot pot was intensely flavorful and spicy, yet the Westerners were thoroughly satisfied, leaving no trace of the broth behind. As for the rice, not a single grain was spared. Meanwhile, those who had just savored the 5-star chef's culinary creations were equally content, clutching their full bellies. It must be acknowledged that Uncle Chen's culinary skills were exceptional. Even after several days of repeating dishes, they remained delightful. After the meal, Ling Ran wished to read a novel, while Pei Xiu and the others prepared to absorb the purified crystal cores. As Pei Xiu was engaged in this process, a sudden thought struck him. He hurriedly exited the room and approached Ling Ran, who was still seated on the sofa, engrossed in her book. "Sister, I just realized that your purified crystal cores bear a striking resemblance to the evolution liquid. Have you considered using this to earn some crystal cores?" Ling Ran was taken aback. "Don't say it. You truly shouldn't. This is indeed a viable option. Your idea is splendid, isn't it?" Pei Xiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This surely has a significant market potential. The most crucial aspect is that our purified cores have no side effects. If news were to spread about the adverse effects of the evolution liquid, wouldn't our refined cores fetch a price even higher than that of the evolution liquid itself?" Ling Ran cast a glance at Pei Xiu, affirming that he was still the same foolish brother, unaffected by external influences. It seemed to be hereditary, after all. as the Pei family had always been involved in commerce. What do you think is a suitable price? The previous pair of twins mentioned that 100 cores could only be exchanged for a small vial, making it challenging to ascertain how many cores were actually used in that vial. As they spoke, Pei Xiu directed his gaze towards a room on the first floor. Summoning the Western team. Are you familiar with the evolution liquid from the crystal cores? Yes, we know. The base sells it. But it's exorbitantly priced, 100 cores for just a small vial. They certainly cannot afford it. Do you have any idea how many cores the production cost of one vial of evolution liquid might entail? Not really. One of the Westerners shook his head, admitting they had never purchased it. But I've heard from other ability users that the energy inside is estimated to be equivalent to about 30 cores. Pei Xiu clicked his tongue in disapproval. So that means a 30% cost margin, quite exploitative indeed. The Westerner remained silent. Despite the high price, many were still willing to buy it. After all, it was exceedingly convenient, especially when abilities were depleted during missions. Having evolution liquid could indeed be a lifesaver. By the way, has anyone mentioned any issues with your evolution liquid? What issue? The Westerners are bewildered. It is merely the side effects of the evolution liquid. The Westerners are internally astonished. The evolution liquid actually has side effects. They harbor no doubts about the authenticity of this matter. For Pei Xiu's findings undoubtedly stem from the adults, whose prowess is beyond question. Moreover, there is no necessity for her to deceive anyone regarding this. Chapter 175. Gossip of the star base. In such a vast base, there isn't even a single capable individual. Pei Xiu shook her head, speaking in a tone akin to a father addressing his son. I am deeply disappointed in the star base. The Westerner responded, Who are you to feel disappointed? It is known that a traitor emerged from our star base. A traitor? Pei Xiu pondered the appearance of the twins, feeling they did not seem to fit such a description. The younger female among them shot a glare at the man who spoke of the traitor and proactively clarified. This is the narrative propagated by the star base. But those who are truly informed understand that it is the star base that has discarded its allies. Pei Xiu's eyes instantly lit up. How so? One of the management figures at the star base was previously Wen Yulan, the administrator of the Liao Yuan base. I know of her, Pei Xiu interjected. Wen Yulan is the girlfriend of this management figure. They were among the original founders of the star base, symbolizing that a single spark can ignite a prairie fire. However, as the base expanded and many capable individuals joined, their authority was gradually stripped away. Pei Xiu nodded. If one lacks strength, even if the base was established by oneself, it is unlikely to command respect. Wen Yulan and her boyfriend lacked the necessary strength, and the division of power was inevitable. At this juncture, a member of the management team, possessing greater prowess than Wen Yulan's boyfriend, set his sights on Wen Yulan's sister. In a bid to preserve his own influence, her boyfriend urged Wen Yulan's sister to ascend to the bed of this manager, suggesting that such an arrangement could advance their collective interests. How outrageous. Pei Xiu recalled the somber expressions on Wen Yulan and Wen Rulan's faces when they mentioned this incident. It indeed bore the scent of scandal. Naturally, the sisters refused, and her boyfriend's actions deeply wounded Wen Yulan. Consequently, the sisters, accompanied by a few loyal supernatural beings and survivors, ventured to the neighboring Yangzhou to establish the Liao Yuan base. At this point, one of the girls sighed, Truth be told, I wish to go as well. But I've heard that the Liao Yuan base is rather small. If a natural disaster or a zombie wave were to strike, survival would be precarious. And what of Wen Yulan's ex-boyfriend now? I've heard that due to his lack of strength, he has been relegated to the position of a mere squad leader, no longer even considered part of the management team. He deserves every bit of disdain, Pei Xiu exclaimed passionately. In truth, the Xingxing base is now entirely unrelated to Wen Yulan and her former boyfriend. Indeed, a transition to a more formidable management team would be welcomed and celebrated by the inhabitants of Xingxing base. After all, a strong management ensures greater security for the base. So although many recognize that Wen Yulan is not a traitor, few would take the time to clarify. One can only say that the affair involving Wen Yulan's ex-boyfriend serves merely as a catalyst. The inadequacy of both Wen Yulan and her former partner to command respect would eventually lead to their downfall. Such matters cannot be classified as right or wrong. Rather, they epitomize the principle of survival of the fittest, where the strong dominate and the weak are left behind. Concepts of fairness and truth hold little significance. What truly matters is the might of one's fist. After delving into the gossips surrounding the Wen sisters, Pei Xiu conducted a market survey. If a crystal core were available, containing solely energy, would you be inclined to purchase it? Of course. However, the decision would hinge upon the cost effectiveness. The price of the evolutionary fluid at the base is one they can barely tolerate. Any increase beyond that would be unacceptable. Naturally, if the supply of crystal cores were plentiful, the situation would differ. Pei Xiu nodded thoughtfully and gestured for them to dismiss. All right, that's enough. You may retire for the night. Chapter 176. It has nothing to do with intelligence once the Western group departed. Pei Xiu rested his head on the armrest of the sofa, observing the silent Ling Ran. Sister, it appears that the price set by their base represents the upper limit for most individuals. The majority of ability users remain impoverished. Were it not for the life-saving convenience of the evolutionary fluid, who would willingly engage in a trade of 100 crystal cores for 30 units of energy? He furrowed his brow slightly. Our crystal cores possess no side effects. We certainly cannot sell them for less than they do. Pei Xiu pondered this, realizing he had overlooked this aspect of cost. However, your sister does not require such considerations. Pei Xiu's eyes lit up. Of course, his sister's verbal pronouncements carry no cost. With just a word, how many crystal cores could be profited? Thus, even if the price is reduced, engaging in a price war poses no issue whatsoever. Sister, we are destined to amass great wealth. Indeed, Ling Ran is in high spirits as well. In the future, acquiring crystal cores will no longer require arduous efforts. They will come readily to us, delivered by others. Ling Ran reached out and gently patted Pei Xiu's head, saying, You've grown up and will now help your sister earn money. Pei Xiu, who rarely received such praise from his sister, instantly transformed into an obedient puppy, grinning foolishly. I just had a sudden inspiration. It's wonderful to assist you, sister. Upon emerging after washing up, Su Yimo beheld this scene. What the heck? What is this foolish dog doing? Why is the elder patting his head? It's driving me mad. The elder has never patted my head. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. She feigned nonchalance as she approached. Elder, what are you two discussing? Upon seeing Su Yimo, Pei Xiu immediately began to boast about his recently conceived brilliant money-making scheme. Su Yimo was taken aback. Why didn't I think of such a simple method? And this foolish dog did. How infuriating. Once he finished explaining his idea, Pei Xiu cast a mocking glance at Su Yimo, asserting, I believe I should move up in our team's intelligence ranking. Su Yimo glared at him in indignation, their gazes clashing like sparks in a fierce battle. Move up? To where? Was he not secretly wishing to advance towards her? Looking at the foolish dog, Su Yimo retorted coldly, it was merely good fortune and a fortunate thought. That has nothing to do with actual intelligence. Su Yimo, when did this foolish dog become so articulate? At the moment when the two were on the verge of confrontation, a gentle voice interjected. I am tired and ready to sleep. Why was her opponent so childish? More importantly, she was incensed. Could it be that she too was immature? Chapter 177. The guiding fee. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as Ling Ran rose, she noticed that everyone else had already awakened and were seated in the living room, engaged in conversation. Upon closer inspection, they were discussing the sale of crystal cores. The Western group listened with envy, yearning to offer up their entire fortunes for a crystal core that bore no side effects and was only filled with energy. However, their entire wealth was insufficient even for a single core, as they had exchanged it all for supplies the previous day. Upon seeing Ling Ran descend the stairs, Su Yimo promptly stood to join her, exclaiming, The lady has risen. Aunt Lu, please bring out the breakfast. We are about to dine. A large group of individuals had yet to eat. After all, they dared not indulge until their benefactor had partaken. Breakfast consisted of 2 bone noodles, made from fresh Gillen rice noodles that had been unwrapped from the delivery just yesterday and were nearing their expiration date in 2 months. Uncle Chun had prepared the broth last night, and it was perfectly timed for cooking the noodles this morning. The 2 bone noodles appeared light and delicate, yet the flavor was exceptionally rich. With each mouthful, the clear and delicious broth enveloped them, and a sip of the hot soup was a source of immense comfort. The Western group was also served a generous bowl, and as they savored the noodles, expressions of sheer enjoyment lit up their faces. They couldn't help but recall that this morning, they had also experienced a more substantial release. In times past, with little to eat, it would take 2 or 3 days to feel anything in their stomachs. This was life. Regrettably, they had not cherished it before the apocalypse, and now it was too late to appreciate it. After breakfast, gazing at the overcast sky, everyone donned their thick garments and resumed their journey. Having distanced themselves from the urban center, the roads proved to be relatively clear, with the hail obstructions having been cleared away. However, the surface remained slippery, resulting in a slower pace. Yet, they managed to arrive at the starbase before lunch. The Western group, upon catching sight of the starbase from afar, felt a twinge of disappointment, still harboring hopes of perhaps sharing another meal. The regulations at the starbase mirrored those of the G-City base, yet due to its impending relocation, it lacked a grand entrance. Instead, temporary fortifications had been constructed by Earth-type abilities, resembling a wall only in name, emphasizing a transient existence. As Ling Ran and her companions disembarked from the vehicle, the frigid temperature of -20 degrees caused water-type abilities to freeze almost instantaneously. The makeshift dwellings appeared as dismal as ever, even more dilapidated than those at the G-City base. Except for those with urgent matters outside, the streets were nearly deserted. With inhabitants retreating into their shabby, makeshift shelters, the sound of persistent coughing echoing from a distance. The patrolling guards, clad in heavy clothing and masks, observed the scene. The Western group remarked to Ling Ran, "There are far too many individuals suffering from colds and fevers in the base. The flu is quite severe." Upon arriving at the base, the Western group felt a sense of urgency to return home. "Sir, we have reached the base. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave." Pei retrieved several boxes of chocolates and packets of biscuits from his bag, offering them to them as a token for guidance. The Westerners were taken aback. Not only did their saviors rescue them, but they also provided them with ample food and sold them supplies at a bargain. And now they were even expected to pay a fee for guidance? It was perplexing, and for reasons unknown, the Westerners felt their eyes welling up with tears. In the face of the apocalypse, they had not wept. When subjected to oppression and deceit, they had remained dry-eyed. Yet, confronted with such kindness, they found it impossible to restrain their emotions. They could not decline this generosity, for it was precisely what they desperately needed. "Thank you, esteemed ones, thank you." The Westerners bowed deeply in the direction of Ling Ran before turning to make their way toward the starbase. Chapter 178. Engaging in trade with them. Beholding the dilapidated starbase, devoid of even a proper entrance or walls, Pei turned to Ling Ran and inquired, "Sister, should we still proceed inside?" The starbase was indeed in a state of disrepair, with hardly any buildings. Only a few structures existed for the management and the ability users, while the others resided in tents or makeshift shelters of wood and tattered cloth. Moreover, they had learned from the Westerners that if hail were to fall, survivors would be permitted to seek refuge indoors. However, those who were slow to escape could meet a grim fate. The base was simply powerless to intervene. Ling Ran contemplated for a moment before responding. "Let us enter and engage in trade with them." Pei Xiu's eyes brightened at her words. "Then let us hurry." At long last, he would be able to employ his methods to earn some income. Once his sister amassed considerable wealth, he would finally be able to stand tall before others. Though he was indeed a younger brother reliant on his sister's support, he was also diligently striving to assist her. The group arrived at the so-called entrance, where two guards stood sentinel at the gate. The city walls appeared rather perfunctory, comprising merely two barriers, which could easily be circumvented from the side. The sentinels stationed at the gate had long since noticed Ling Ran and her entourage. Their vehicle remained unscathed, and its occupants were in pristine condition, clad in brand new, insulated down jackets and warm snow boots. They were thoroughly equipped for the cold, and notably, they had a pig in their midst. However, the individual at the center of the group was dressed rather sparsely. She wore a cotton black dress paired with matching low-heeled marten boots, complemented by a cream-colored trench coat. Atop her head rested a vintage-style hat adorned with a delicate black veil that cascaded down to her eyes, exuding an air of noble elegance and mystery, reminiscent of a young lady on an outing. While her ensemble was indeed aesthetically pleasing, it seemed rather inadequate for the frigid environment, especially when compared to the thicker attire of her companions. As the group approached, for reasons unknown, they straightened their slightly hunched backs against the biting wind. Upon nearing, a tall man stepped forward. "Greetings, you are from the starbase, correct? We are the strongest team, having traveled from the southern province base, with a business proposition concerning crystal cores that we wish to discuss with your base. Might I inquire if the management is present?" The strongest team? The guards exchanged glances, having never heard of such a name. However, upon learning from Pei that they were here regarding a business matter involving crystal cores, one guard instinctively thought of the evolution liquid and promptly replied, "Please wait a moment. I will notify my superiors immediately." With that, he hurried inside the walls. Pei observed the remaining guard and produced a cigarette from his pocket, offering it to him. The guard was suddenly taken aback with surprise. This was tobacco. In the post-apocalyptic world, this tobacco was akin to gold in the pre-apocalyptic era. The guard hastily accepted it and clarified, "I am merely a gatekeeper." There are many matters concerning the base that I am unaware of. There is no need for you to feel anxious. I was merely inquiring about the sales of the evolution fluid. It should be quite good. After pondering for a moment, the guard continued, you see. This evolution fluid primarily targets those with abilities. In fact, due to the recent hailstorm, many ability users have expressed a desire to leave. However, since we were the first base to establish a partnership with the Hope base, these ability users have chosen to remain because of the evolution fluid. Oh, Pei did not anticipate that a casual question would yield such unexpected delight. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude to the guard, he walked over to Ling Ran and recounted everything he had just learned. It seemed that the price of the evolution fluid was only applicable to those ability users who lacked formidable strength. Gu Zijing discerned the essence of the situation. Those with substantial abilities surely enjoyed lower prices, or even subsidies from the base. Chapter 179. Please call me Deputy Manager. Y Shunyin nodded in agreement. Indeed, at present, if the star base loses more ability users, it will merely be a name. A base without ability users cannot survive. No wonder these survivors are enduring such hardships. Pei slightly shook his head. Currently, the star base must have allocated all its supplies and resources to the ability users. After all, survivors hold little value. Once the base becomes formidable, who would worry about survivors seeking refuge? Pei Xiu frowned upon hearing this. Does this imply that the base is rather impoverished? A dead camel is larger than a horse. Regardless of its condition, it is still a significant base, and it cannot be destitute to an extreme degree. Indeed. Thank you for your assistance. After receiving the cigarette, he carefully tucked it into his pocket. Although he was tempted to smoke it, he deemed it wiser to conserve this cigarette for bartering supplies. As they waited, several flying ability users soared overhead. To an unsuspecting observer, they might appear as newly emerged aerial beasts. Chunlu remarked. It feels like the number of flying ability users here has significantly diminished. Previously, at the Nan Province base and G-City base, there were quite a few of them. Yet here, only a handful remain. However, this is to be expected. After all, this city is prone to hailstorms, which considerably heightens the risks for flying ability users. As they gazed skyward, they noticed the flying ability users carrying large packs, their speed hindered by the weight. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, and the group turned to see three individuals walking towards them. The two gate guards promptly greeted them. Good day, Manager Yu. The man leading the group, appearing around 10 years older, slightly furrowed his brow and corrected them, saying, please refer to me as Deputy Manager Yu. With that correction, he continued his stride, approaching Ling Ran and her companions. The assistant manager, Yu Linjiang, appeared youthful at first glance, though his face bore the marks of weariness. His unshaven beard suggested neglect for quite some time, and the numerous bloodshot veins in his eyes spoke of exhaustion, as if he had toiled for an extended period. Greetings. I am Yu Linjiang, one of the assistant managers of the star base. He extended his hand and shook hands with Pei Yi, who stood at the forefront. I have heard from my subordinates that you are interested in conducting business regarding crystal cores with us. Yu Linjiang found himself somewhat perplexed. He wondered how one could engage in trade involving crystal cores. Nevertheless, the dire circumstances of the star base compelled him to seize any opportunity that presented itself, even if he did not fully comprehend it. While the specifics of the business remained unclear, the attire and the rosy, vibrant complexions of the group, along with the presence of a pig, indicated that they were a well-supplied and formidable team. Hello, Assistant Manager Yu. My name is Pei, and this is our team leader, Ling Ran. Pei introduced them and continued. It is not convenient to discuss matters regarding the crystal cores here. Perhaps we should relocate? Certainly, Miss Ling, Mr. Pei, please follow me. Yu Linjiang eagerly gestured for them to proceed. As they entered the star base, the shantytown that had seemed distant moments ago came into clearer view. The entire area resembled a refugee camp in Africa, with few individuals moving about. Only a handful could be seen, clad in tattered clothing stained with blood, shivering as they hugged their arms close to their bodies. Despite being clad in multiple layers of clothing, one could still discern the gaunt faces of these individuals, their cheeks sunken, their heads disproportionately large in comparison to their frail bodies, reminiscent of the exaggerated features of a caricature. Their eyes, vacant and devoid of life, exuded an eerie aura. As they passed through the dilapidated shantytown, a foul stench wafted through the air, and the sounds of coughing echoed ominously, as though a contagious virus lurked nearby. Noticing Pei Yi and the others gazing at the crumbling shantytown, Yu Linjiang elucidated, the base is currently in the process of relocation. leaving us with little time to seek out more habitable areas. Our priority is merely to secure accommodations for the ability users. Furthermore, they are moving towards remote locations where housing is even scarcer. Ensuring that the ability users have a place to stay is already a considerable achievement. Yulinjiang harbored a desire to have the survivors share a building with the ability users, as there were still some houses available. It would be preferable for them to squeeze in together rather than remain outside. However, the ability users were reluctant to reside alongside the inferior survivors, and some members of the management were also opposed. Ultimately, his voice was insignificant in such matters, and for the sake of the base's survival, he had to swallow his discontent. Pei Xiu interjected, "But if hail falls, won't those survivors be in peril?" "They will manage if they run swiftly," Yulinjiang replied, gesturing towards a structure adjacent to the shantytown, which had only one entrance while the rest were fortified walls. That area is considered a safe zone. The walls are reinforced with steel, making them exceedingly sturdy. The temporary residence of Xingxing Base lacks the extensive infrastructure of other bases. It is primarily a shanty town, accompanied by 2 buildings separated by a distance of around 50 meters. The number of patrollers was relatively substantial, considering this makeshift base lacked even barricades, necessitating constant vigilance for potential dangers. Upon entering the building, which was modest in height with only 7 stories, the elevator was out of service, and a group ascended the stairs to the western wing. There, Yulinjiang led them into one of the rooms. Inside was a long conference table. While the living area was furnished with a sofa and coffee table, all doors and windows securely shut, and a charcoal fire still smoldering in the stove. Yulinjiang gestured for Ling Ran and the others to take a seat, subsequently instructing those who followed him to prepare tea. Ling Ran and Pei Yi settled down, while the remaining individuals, finding insufficient seating, stood behind Ling Ran. Yulinjiang remarked, "Miss Ling and Mr. Pei, if you feel cold, you are welcome to warm yourselves by the fire." "Thank you," Pei Yi replied courteously, then got straight to the point. "Vice Manager Yu, I will be frank. I came here by chance as I acquired the evolution liquid sold by your esteemed base. Are you interested in purchasing it?" Yulinjiang's eyes brightened. "No. We wish to sell." "Sell?" Yulinjiang appeared perplexed. "Where did you obtain your evolution liquid?" To his knowledge, the only base researching evolution liquid in the southern region was the Hope base, while he was less informed about the northern territories due to the considerable distance, having neither time nor opportunity to establish contact with them. Yulinjiang's expression faltered momentarily before he quickly masked it. "What are you saying? I do not comprehend. How could evolution liquid have side effects? Where did Mr. Pei hear such rumors?" Chapter 181, Side Effects of the Evolution Liquid. "Vice Manager Yu, there is no need to probe me." Pei displayed a courteous smile and remarked, "This information is not merely a rumor we've heard. Rather, we have discerned it ourselves." Yulinjiang's heart tightened. Were these individuals truly so formidable that they could even detect the side effects of the evolution fluid? It was evident that they possessed talents in scientific research. As his thoughts whirled, Yulinjiang inquired, "What does Mr. Pei intend to do?" At that moment, he had completely forgotten any business dealings, assuming Pei sought to extort the starbase. "I have already stated that I am here to conduct business with the starbase," Pei replied, producing a pale blue crystal core from his pocket and handing it to Yulinjiang. "It is my hope that the evolution fluid released by the base does not contain excessive impurities, as we both know that prolonged consumption could not only harm the body, but also gradually diminish one's abilities. Perhaps you could take a moment to experience this crystal core." Upon hearing Pei Yi's words, a tempest of emotion surged within Yulinjiang. He was aware that prolonged use of the evolution fluid was detrimental to one's health, but the notion that it could even lead to the fading of one's powers was new to him. Did Vice Manager Fong know about this? Yulinjiang accepted the crystal core from Pei Yi, feeling somewhat perplexed. "What does Mr. Pei mean?" "Vice Manager Yu, please take a moment to sense this crystal core." Yulinjiang furrowed his brow slightly. What was there to sense about the crystal core? As he held it in his hand, he instinctively absorbed its energy, and a moment later, his heart surged once more. This crystal core? How could this be? Even as the crystal core transformed into a dull, gray stone, Yulinjiang still found it hard to believe. Where did this crystal core come from? "Do not concern yourself with its origins," Pei smiled and remarked. "This crystal nucleus is certainly superior to the evolution liquid, is it not? It surpasses it by far." In that instant, Yulinjiang comprehended the business proposition Pei Yi was presenting. "Are you looking to sell this crystal nucleus?" After posing the question, he began to contemplate the implications. The price of the evolution liquid had already escalated significantly. Thus, This crystal nucleus, being of higher quality, would undoubtedly command an even steeper price. While the crystal nucleus undeniably held long-term advantages, the reality was that their base was currently quite impoverished. What do you think, Deputy Manager Yu? Your crystal nucleus is indeed remarkable, but I am curious about the pricing structure. At the Hope base, we acquire it at a cost price, which is essentially double the price. 60 crystal nuclei are purchased at cost, while 100 are sold. However, for the core personnel at the base, we only sell 70 crystal nuclei, nearly at cost. If this crystal nucleus is more expensive, it may be beyond our means. If you provide me with 100 crystal nuclei, we will return 60 purified ones to you. Is that truly the case? Yu Linjiang expressed both surprise and delight. This price was indeed more favorable than what the Hope base offered, and more importantly, their crystal nuclei had no side effects. Absolutely true. Upon hearing this, Yu Linjiang could no longer remain seated. He stood up and said, Mr. Pei, I need to confer with others regarding the quantity we wish to purchase. Could you please provide me with a crystal nucleus free of impurities so I can present it to them? Pei handed him a crystal nucleus, and Yu Linjiang asked Ling Ran and the others to wait momentarily. After he left, another attendant entered with a tray, which held an assortment of seeds, candies, and biscuits. The star base undoubtedly displayed great sincerity in hosting Ling Ran and his companions. However, the offerings were so unappetizing that even swine would turn their snouts away. Their discerning palates had been refined, rendering them indifferent to such fare. Even Fan Chuan and Hu Meiying showed no interest whatsoever. After all, their benefactor never lacked for provisions, and even snacks were in ample supply. The resources provided by their benefactor could sustain them for several lifetimes, and they would scarcely exhaust them. Chapter 182. Interrogation. Meanwhile, Yu Linjiang hurriedly summoned a meeting, clutching a crystal core in his hand. Before long, around 10 members of the base's management convened in a room, including Fang Zhixing, the overseer of the star base. Fang Zhixing appeared quite youthful, likely in his late 20s, sporting a buzz cut with a scar adorning his forehead. His looks were unremarkable, his complexion somewhat dark, and his gaze was cold and indifferent, exuding an air of ruthless authority befitting his position. He cast a glance at Yu Linjiang and inquired, Deputy Manager Yu, is there an urgent matter that necessitated this sudden meeting? Indeed, Yu Linjiang replied, remaining standing before the assembly. Before I address the issue at hand, I would like to ask Manager Fang, are you aware that the side effects of the evolution liquid can lead to the dissipation of abilities? At this statement, several individuals in the room displayed expressions of disbelief. Deputy Manager, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that the evolution liquid can cause abilities to dissipate? Exactly. How could the evolution liquid result in the loss of abilities? Where did you hear such a thing? Yu Linjiang's frustration bubbled to the surface. Why did you not inform me that the evolution liquid has such severe side effects? If the abilities of the practitioners within the base were to face significant issues due to the evolution liquid, who would bear the responsibility? What good does it do to mention this? Fang Zhixing scoffed, regarding Yu Linjiang with disdain. Do you think we can simply refrain from selling the evolution liquid? Consider the situation at the base. Without the evolution liquid, what fate would await those practitioners? Yu Linjiang hesitated. Naturally, if the evolution liquid were to vanish, this group of practitioners would have to leave the star base, leading to its inevitable disbandment. We could explain the situation to the practitioners and let them choose whether to consume it. Navi. Fang Zhixing coldly regarded Yu Linjiang, his disdain for the deputy manager apparent. He had long harbored resentment towards Yu Linjiang. Do you truly believe that if this information were disclosed, the practitioners would make a rational choice? We are in an apocalypse. It is time to recognize reality. Stop being so idealistic. Yu Linjiang remained silent as Fang Zhixing continued. This matter has already transpired. What do you intend to do now? Disclose it? Just imagine how the deceived practitioners would react. At this point, revealing the truth was no longer necessary. Yu Linjiang's inquiry was not motivated by this. Rather, he was incensed at being sidelined by Fang Zhixing. He was well aware that Fang Zhixing disapproved of him and sought to exclude him from the management team. However, he had his own faction of supporters, and should he be ousted, the base would surely suffer greatly. Let us address the purpose of this meeting. Fang Zhixing leaned back on the sofa, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yu Linjiang felt a surge of dissatisfaction, but chose not to dwell on the matter further. The pressing concern remained the issue of the pure crystal nucleus. He recounted the intentions of Ling Ran and his group. And Fang Zhixing squinted. Are you saying these crystal nuclei are pure, genuinely? Yu Linjiang handed him the crystal nucleus he had just acquired from Pei Yi. Indeed, I have already absorbed one. After sensing it, Fang Zhixing passed it on to the others. It is astonishing that such crystal nuclei exist. How is this possible? That remains unclear. Yu Linjiang shook his head, though he harbored some conjectures, likely related to certain special abilities yet unseen. The others, upon experiencing it, were equally exhilarated. This crystal nucleus was akin to an evolution liquid devoid of side effects. If they could amass enough of these nuclei, how much could their base's strength be enhanced? Suddenly, Fang Zhixing inquired, how many people do they have? Chapter 183. The apocalypse belongs to the strong. There are 13 in total, along with a pig. A pig? Fang Zhixing thought he had misheard. What pig? Just an enlarged ordinary live pig. A live pig. Everyone present couldn't help but envision the delectable taste of pork. How long had it been since they had savored such fresh meat? Fang Zhixing quickly asked, what is their strength like? Did you investigate? Yu Linjiang, realizing his thoughts, replied, you don't intend to do something to them, do you? What are you afraid of? Fang Zhixing could not tolerate Yu Linjiang's lack of ambition. We have an entire base of people. No matter how formidable they are, they only number 13. Oh. And they have a pig. However, Yu Linjiang wished to voice a rebuttal, yet was interrupted by Fang Zhixing. What do you mean but? No matter how formidable they are, can they surpass the collective prowess of our entire base? Moreover, purchasing crystal cores is trivial. What truly matters is acquiring the method to purify them. Just the thought of mastering the purification technique and transforming our base into a dominant force in the country sends waves of excitement coursing through Fang Zhixing. Yu Linjiang attempted to interject, Manager Fang. Yet, before he could finish, Fang Zhixing interrupted again. If Vice Manager Yu has objections to this proposal, let us put it to a vote. Fang Zhixing scanned the attendees and continued. I propose that we initially offer power to those individuals to bring them under our influence. Should they prove ungrateful, we shall resort to seizing their possessions. In this post-apocalyptic era, do any of you still naively believe that taking from others is wrong? If you agree to this course of action, please raise your hand. Yu Linjiang regarded him, turning his head away in silence. Among the management present, a few were aligned with him. Noticing his lack of response, they hesitated. If Fang Zhixing succeeded in this endeavor, it seemed likely that there would be no place for them in the base thereafter. Ultimately, they glanced at Yu Linjiang and still did not raise their hands. Out of the 15 managers present, aside from Yu Linjiang and the 5 who stood with him, the remaining 10 all raised their hands in agreement. Fang Zhixing cast a glance at Yu Linjiang and remarked with a cold smile, Deputy Manager Yu, the outcome is already crystal clear. Allow me to offer you one last piece of advice. In this apocalyptic world, it is the strong who prevail. The timid perish from hunger, while the bold may burst from excess. If you lack the necessary ruthlessness, I must say, you are ill-suited for survival in these times. Yu Linjiang felt a pang of disappointment towards Fang Zhixing, yet he refrained from uttering further words. He simply addressed his associates, saying, let us depart. Once outside, several of Yu Linjiang's trusted confidants approached him, expressing their concerns. Deputy Manager Yu, should Fang Zhixing succeed in this matter, it is likely that there will be no place for us in the base any longer. Even if the base is no longer an option for us, we can always establish another one. We are not devoid of capable abilities to accompany us. My only regret lies with Starbase, he lamented. He was among the earliest to arrive at Starbase, during a time when the management comprised a loving couple. However, as Starbase expanded, the leadership underwent a transformation. Due to his strength and connections, Yu Linjiang maintained a significant position within the management, yet he frequently quarreled with Fang Zhixing over various administrative issues. It was evident to him that Fang Zhixing harbored intentions of ousting him. The others sighed in unison, and one among them spoke. I find myself uncertain whether it is better for Fang Zhixing to succeed or to fail. Perhaps success would be preferable if he fails. We cannot predict whether that group will drag the entire base down with them. Upon hearing this, Yu Linjiang felt a surge of worry. That group possesses formidable strength, and it is uncertain whether Fang Zhixing will truly succeed. After all, their audacity to present crystal cores for business dealings suggests they have substantial backing. Should he offer them a word of caution? With that thought in mind, he hurriedly made his way to the building where Ling Ran and the others were located. Regardless of whether it was for the sake of the Starbase or his own interests, a timely warning would be advantageous for him. Ling Ran sat on the sofa, cradling a warm cup of milk tea, while beside her, Su Yimo held a platter of pork jerky, occasionally indulging in a few pieces as she sipped her tea. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance could not help but swallow hard at the sight. It was no wonder they ignored the sunflower seeds they had offered. It seemed the ladies simply deemed them unworthy. When Yu Linjiang arrived and spotted the two guards at the door, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Both were his trusted men. Deputy Manager Yu, he greeted, you may leave now. Your presence is no longer required here. Understood, the guards replied, departing as Yu Linjiang entered. Pei stood up and inquired, Deputy Manager Yu, have you made a decision? I apologize, Mr. Pei, but this matter is beyond my authority. Manager Fong from our base will soon arrive to discuss the collaboration in detail, Yu Linjiang responded, then added pointedly. I came merely to remind you that one can never fully discern another's intentions. Miss Ling and Mr. Pei should exercise caution with strangers. I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. With that, he hurriedly exited, leaving Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang in a state of bewilderment. Pondering the meaning behind Yu Linjiang's words, holding the dried pork delicacy, Su Yimo proudly explained, what else could it mean? It must be that their base management is quite underhanded. Soon, when they seek to negotiate lower prices from us. Yu Linjiang couldn't bear to watch and came over to remind us. Pei Xiu and Zhou Hang suddenly comprehended, so that's how it is. Beside them, Pei Yi and the others were left in a state of confusion. Xin Yinshin, feeling too weary to explain further to the few dimwits, turned to Ling Ran and inquired, my lord, what should we do next? They all understood Yu Linjiang's warning. It was likely that the management at Xingxing Base desired more, such as methods for purifying crystal cores. After all, what use is cooperation if one lacks the means and is perpetually at the mercy of others? Ling Ran took a sip of her milk tea, her expression unchanged, and casually replied, eliminate them. While she occasionally showed compassion towards the innocent and weak, she never hesitated to show no mercy towards those who sought to harm her. It was simply a matter of extermination. Upon hearing the exchange between Xin Yinshin and Ling Ran, Su Yimo realized she had misjudged the situation. She cleared her throat, intending to clarify, but Pei Xiu, the blabbermouth, interjected, they're not trying to negotiate prices, they want to steal our things, right? In the next moment, Pei Xiu looked at Su Yimo with a knowing glint in his eyes. Sister Imo, your guess was also incorrect. You seemed so certain just now. What the heck? You're quite adorable, aren't you? Su Yimo felt a twinge of embarrassment and chose to ignore the comment, silently reminding herself that as long as she remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness belonged to others. Pei Yi addressed Lu Xiaoping and the others, advising, when they arrive shortly, remain behind us and exercise caution. Do not allow them to seize any incriminating evidence against you. Lu Xiaoping and her companions nodded earnestly. Chapter 185, Provocation of the Most Favored, Add 2. After approximately 10 minutes, Manager Fong from the Starbase finally made his entrance. Clad in a thick black down jacket, his robust physique appeared even more formidable, exuding an impressive presence. As Fong Zhixing entered with his entourage and caught sight of Ling Ran and her group, his eyes lit up with surprise. He had not anticipated that they would be so well-dressed, and to his astonishment, there were two young and attractive women among them. Noticing one of the women holding a steaming cup of milk tea and another nearby, showcasing a platter of pork jerky, Fong Zhixing was momentarily distracted. Before he could ponder further, his attention was irresistibly drawn to the plump pig lying at Ling Ran's feet. What a fat pig. It must be delicious, he thought, suppressing his inner excitement. Greetings, I am Fong Zhixing, the manager of Starbase. Regarding the collaboration you mentioned, Deputy Manager Yu has already briefed me. I am quite intrigued by the purified, impurity-free crystal cores you referred to. As he spoke, he gestured for Pei Yi to take a seat before settling down opposite Ling Ran and Pei Yi. Before we proceed with our collaboration, I would like to inquire how these purified crystal cores are obtained. Pei Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, responding, when consuming an egg, one need not concern themselves with the identity of the hen, correct? As long as the crystal cores are unblemished, what further details does Manager Fong require? Fong Zhixing, perceiving his reluctance to speak, devised a plan in his mind. Then, may I inquire how long it would take for you to deliver once we provide you with the crystal cores? If the time frame is excessively long, we may not be able to wait. 1 day. 1 day? Regardless of the number of crystal cores, it remains 1 day? Indeed. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Fong Zhixing's face. Earlier, I heard Deputy Manager you mentioned that we would supply 100 crystal cores, and you would return 60 impurity-free crystal cores. Might it be possible for the return quantity to be increased? That is not feasible, Manager Fong. This is already the lowest price. Oh. Fong Zhixing leaned leisurely against the back of the sofa, his gaze icy. What if I refuse? Refusal would simply mean no cooperation, came the reply, albeit in a hushed tone, yet audible to all present. Fang Zhixing's expression darkened instantly, and he glared at Pei Yi, his eyes glinting with malice. Mr. Pei, your subordinates are quite unruly. When the master speaks, it is rather audacious for the dogs beneath to interject. Slap. No sooner had Fang Zhixing spoken than a resounding slap struck his face. He sprang to his feet in fury. Who struck me? The sudden blow felt as if an invisible force had struck him. The others regarded Fang Zhixing with sympathy. After all, among their ranks, Pei Xiu was the most favored. Provoking him was bound to elicit a response, and receiving a slap was hardly surprising. Pei Yi looked at him earnestly. What seems to be the issue, Manager Fang? Who struck you? Everyone here remained still. Fang Zhixing, consumed by rage, laughed bitterly. Very well, so this is how you choose to play it. I shall speak candidly. Surrender the supplies and those capable of purifying the crystal cores, and you may depart the star base at once. Should you refuse, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As these words fell, a multitude surged into the room, encircling Ling Ran and her companions, their dark silhouettes looming ominously. Chapter 186. You have provoked the wrong person within the room. The silence was palpable, tension crackling in the air. Just then, a light, mocking voice pierced the atmosphere. All eyes turned towards Ling Ran, who, having set down her empty milk teacup, adjusted the brim of her hat slightly. Beside her, Su Yimo promptly handed a piece of pork jerky to Xin Yinshan and assisted Ling Ran to her feet. It was then that Fang Zhixing noticed the woman before him was clad rather insubstantially. Moreover, it seemed that Yu Linjiang had mentioned earlier that this team was led by a woman, and it was likely she. He had instinctively overlooked this fact, as Pei exuded an air of superiority, appearing to possess a natural leadership quality that led him to believe this woman was merely his subordinate, a mere acolyte in the presence of a deity. Yet now, it appeared otherwise. Fang Zhixing scrutinized Ling Ran, a lewd glimmer surfacing in his eyes. My dear, if you would but surrender obediently and become my subordinate, I would graciously permit you to become my 11th wife. The expressions of Pei Yi and the others turned to horror. It was evident that Fang Zhixing was in dire straits. Indeed, a most sinister smile began to spread across the face of the esteemed gentleman. Oh, is that so? I believe my brother has far too many wives. Might I not be the sole one? Fang Zhixing relished the words spoken by Ling Ran. That won't do. Do not be greedy. A man with many women signifies his success. A resounding slap followed. Fang Zhixing covered his slightly swollen face, bewildered. Who struck me? He then turned to the smiling Ling Ran. You vile woman, it was you, wasn't it? Toying with me? Another sharp slap echoed in response. Fang Zhixing's tongue moved, and he spat out a tooth along with a mouthful of blood, his fury unbridled. Take action. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. Bullets flew toward Ling Ran and her companions from the west. Pei Yi and the others swiftly intervened, employing their elemental powers, fire, ice, and water, to intercept the oncoming projectiles. Fang Zhixing sneered. Indeed formidable, but even a multitude of ants can fell an elephant. No sooner had he spoken than a throng of people surged in, filling the room to capacity, nearly 100 strong. Ling Ran and her group found themselves ensnared in the midst, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter among a pack of wolves. Since they refuse our hospitality, let us teach them a lesson, brothers. Fang Zhixing spoke through gritted teeth, the pain in his mouth intense from the loss of a tooth. Within the room, a cacophony of elemental powers surged, colors swirling as they were unleashed upon Ling Ran and her companions. With a thunderous crash, numerous walls collapsed under the onslaught. The sheer number of superhumans was overwhelming. Some managed to react in time, attempting to evade the chaos. Yet they found no refuge and were struck by their own abilities. The force was too great, obliterating the walls behind them. Before they could retaliate, a formidable wave of psychic energy rippled through the air, slowing their attempts to rise and counterattack. Interestingly, Fang Zhixing, who had not yet struck, was the only one unscathed, though not entirely. His face was swollen, and he had lost some teeth. Psychic abilities, one might ponder? Fang Zhixing continued to smirk coldly. No wonder you feel so invincible. Unfortunately, you have provoked the wrong person, and I am one of them. As he spoke, another surge of powerful psychic energy manifested in the air, clashing invisibly with Gu Zijing's own psychic force. With his assistance, the others, previously under mental control, began to regain their faculties, rising to their feet and unleashing their most potent abilities without holding back. Chapter 187. How did they engage so directly? However, regardless of the might of their abilities, the outcome remained unchanged. Their attacks met an invisible barrier, only to rebound. The feeble walls could no longer withstand the combined assault from so many skilled practitioners, resulting in the entire building collapsing in an instant. Those within, save for those who fled at the sound of battle, hurriedly scrambled out. Some, caught in the midst of personal moments, had no time to adjust their attire and could only hastily conjure a defensive barrier around themselves using their powers. Outside, Yulinjiang stood at a distance, anxiously observing the structure's thunderous collapse. He was acutely aware that Fang Zhixing had mobilized over 100 exceptional practitioners, with 10 of them being third-tier ability users, including himself, 11 in total. Could that group withstand such an onslaught? The building collapsed, and a cloud of dust billowed westward, shrouded in a mystical light that obscured the situation at the heart of the battlefield. As the dust began to settle, most individuals crawled out from beneath the rubble, appearing quite disheveled. Only Yulinjiang rubbed his eyes in disbelief, realizing he had not misjudged the scene. The gasps from those nearby confirmed his perception. Look at that person. How can they fly without wings? Suspended in midair was a figure clad in black, her hat casting a shadow over her expression. She gazed down slightly, wielding a black magic wand, reminiscent of the mysterious elegance of European aristocrats from the late 20th century. The disarray of those below accentuated her enigmatic strength. Gu Zijing and others emerged from the earth, all being superhumans who, having taken precautions, sustained minimal injuries, though they appeared rather disheveled. In contrast, Lu Xiaoping and several without powers were well protected by Ling Ran, emerging unscathed, shielded by a transparent membrane. Pei Xiu felt a pang of vulnerability witnessing this. He was no longer his sister's favorite brother, as she had not shielded him. As for Fang Zhixing and his companions, they fared poorly. Though buried in the earth posed little threat, they were caught in the rebound of their own most formidable attacks. Some second-tier superhumans, lacking strength, were now buried, gasping for breath. Those of greater power, the third-tier superhumans, managed to claw their way out, albeit with numerous wounds, clearly having sustained significant injuries. Fang Zhixing, however, was relatively fine, as he wielded psychic abilities and faced Gu Zijing, with neither gaining the upper hand. In an instant, Fang Zhixing felt as though he and the other person were locked in a gaze high above. However, he soon realized it was not a mere illusion. For upon meeting his eyes, the stranger's lips curled slightly, and the wand in their hand transformed into a gleaming silver sword, its sharpness unmistakable even under the overcast sky. Fang Zhixing's danger radar immediately blared, prompting him to summon his psychic abilities for protection. In the blink of an eye, the figure moved, wielding the sword and slicing through the air, unleashing a tangible wave of sword energy that descended upon him. The strike was swift, in an instant. The lethal force was upon him, and the metallic scent of blood began to permeate the air. Fang Zhixing had not even the chance to beg for mercy. Why did the opponent not take pleasure in humiliating him? Why was there no sense of triumph? Why had they struck first? As he fell, his gaze lingered on the woman in the air. In the final moment before closing his eyes, he comprehended the reasons for his defeat: greed, failure, and the inexplicable absence of his psychic awareness to sense the impending danger. Furthermore, he couldn't help but think that upon his demise, Yulinjiang would likely revel in joy. Bang! The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed simultaneously. Yulinjiang had yet to grasp the situation. He merely witnessed those with psychic abilities just emerging when the stranger's wand morphed into a sword, and with a mere flick, those individuals perished. Such power was indeed daunting. Yet, within Yulinjiang's heart, there was a greater sense of relief that he had not agreed to join Fang Zhixing in attacking her, and even more so, gratitude for his decision to issue a warning. Su Yimo quickly cleaned herself up and then stepped forward to take Ling Ran's magic wand, handing her a wet tissue. As for the wand changing from pink to black, she found it unremarkable. After all, if it could transform into a sword, what was a mere change of color? Pei and the others also tidied themselves up and approached Ling Ran. At that moment, the Westjo was filled with people from the base, who watched from a distance, not daring to come closer. Yulinjiang, noticing this, hurried over with his companions. "Miss Ling, Mr. Pei, are you unharmed? We apologize for the fright you experienced. It was our oversight." The other managers exchanged bewildered glances. The other party has killed so many yet remains unscathed, exhibiting no signs of distress. And that composed demeanor while effortlessly dispatching a dozen foes. Can such a person truly be frightened? Suyimo scoffed. "So now you wish to curry favor? Where were you earlier?" "Ah, my dear lady," Yulinjiang sighed, "I am truly powerless in this situation. I am merely an assistant manager, and Fang Zhixing has little regard for me. He didn't include me in this operation. I only happened to overhear the plan and was able to inform you. That is already quite fortunate." Such eloquence. Who can truly discern your inner thoughts? Upon hearing a voice, Yulinjiang looked around in confusion. Who? Who is speaking? Stop searching. It's me, came the retort. Yulinjiang lowered his head and finally spotted the source, pointing at Wu Tong. A pig is speaking. It was all rather amusing. Each time, this group displayed a naivety as if they had never encountered the world before. What was so strange about a pig talking? Yulinjiang made an effort to calm himself and reintroduced the topic. In any case, we acknowledge our fault in this matter. Our base is willing to offer 10,000 crystal cores as compensation, Miss Ling. What do you think? The mention of 10,000 crystal cores caught the attention of Su Yimo and the others, their eyes lighting up. Indeed, a withered camel is larger than a horse. Pei Yi, after glancing at Ling Ran's expression, nodded in agreement. That is acceptable. Miss Ling, considering that Manager Fong has passed away and our previous negotiations fell through. May I propose a new collaboration with you? All right, Pei Yi replied. The terms remain as previously discussed. Please deliver the crystal cores as agreed, regardless of the quantity. They must be provided by the next day. Yulinjiang nodded. At this juncture, all he could do was take a gamble. Subsequently, he arranged for 2 rooms for Ling Ran and her group, and not long after, he personally delivered 60,000 crystal cores, of which 10,000 were intended as an apology to Ling Ran. The group gazed at the table piled high with crystal cores, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They had not anticipated that the Star Base possessed such wealth. Chapter 189. Task announcement. Although Star City faced severe natural disasters, many zombies had perished under the rubble. If the base could assemble a team to venture out daily to collect crystal cores, one could only imagine the bounty they could gather. Before the apocalypse, Star City boasted a resident population exceeding 10 million, thus the number of zombies would naturally be substantial. The presence of numerous third-level ability users in Star City likely stemmed from their efforts in gathering crystal cores. Therefore, the provision of 60,000 cores was, in truth, not excessive. Gu Zijin surmised that Yulinjiang still had some reservations. Should this collaboration prove enjoyable, it is likely that more cores will be forthcoming. The current hesitation in their release stems from a fear of financial misconduct. Regardless, after accounting for the 30,000 cores owed to Yulinjiang, the remaining 30,000 belong to them, marking this transaction as exceedingly profitable. The 30,000 cores are to be placed in a cardboard box, while Ling Ran absorbs 20,000 cores, leaving 1,000 for future needs, and the remaining 5,000 to be distributed among Pei Xiu and his companions. Wu Tong gazes longingly, convinced that this moment surely holds promise for him. Indeed, Pei Yi did allocate a share to him, albeit merely a single core. Wu Tong. One must smile in the face of life as challenges. Little does he realize that, as a level 3 dual ability wielder, he surpasses the majority in their team, where only Ling Ran possesses an equivalent level, with several members not even reaching level 3. How could they allow a mere pig to eclipse their abilities? Patience is required. The 5,000 cores will be evenly split. The remainder will be allotted to Pei Xiu, Zhou Hang, and Su Yimo, who are still at level 2. After the absorption, Pei Xiu's eyes gleam with excitement. Another transaction with the Star Base would elevate him to level 3, and at that point, he recalls the formidable level 3 speed zombie from that day, which moved with astonishing swiftness. When faced with insurmountable odds, he could simply carry his sister and flee, as long as there were no speed-type ability users in pursuit. That evening, as Ling Ran contemplated reclining on the sofa with a novel, she passed the dining table and observed Zhou Hang assisting Uncle Chun with soybeans. Intrigued, she approached and inquired, "What are you working on?" Zhou Hang responded, brimming with enthusiasm, "Sister, Uncle Chun says that for the tofu to be perfect, he must prepare stinky tofu." Stinky tofu? Ah, this is quite delectable. Reminiscent of snail rice noodles, though it may possess a pungent aroma, it is undeniably delicious. Ling Ran has indeed tasted snail rice noodles, and the flavor was truly commendable. Very well, I shall prepare it, and once it is ready, I shall sample it. Very well, my dear. Speaking of which, it has been quite a while since I last indulged in durian. Just as Ling Ran was about to leave, she perked up at the mention of durian. She rifled through the memories of the original owner piled in the corner. I recall this too has a foul scent, yet its taste seems quite agreeable. Hee hee. In any case, I relish it. Zhou Hang chuckled. However, it appears I may not have the opportunity, as I remember that durian is sourced from the southern provinces and Vietnam. Ling Ran felt as though she had missed an opportunity worth a fortune in that instant. I wish to have it. Ling Ran leisurely approached the sofa and settled down. No need. for beneath a generous reward, there shall arise a valiant spirit. Not long after, a new task emerged at Starbase. Moreover, regarding the price of durian and durian trees, it was mentioned that the initial buyer would suffice, and the issuer would reimburse the expense at that time. Chapter 190. The Hidden Dragon and the Young Phoenix. Part 3. 1,000 first-level crystal cores. This is indeed a rather simple task. The only challenge lies in the time constraint. The flying abilities users at Starbase found themselves in a quandary, wishing to undertake this mission, yet fearing their inability to fulfill it. Upon learning this news, Yulinjiang promptly made a satellite call to the G-City base and the Southern Province base. Initially, the conversation was merely about durians, but somehow it segued into the issuer's request for durians, leaving all three parties astonished. Jiang Huaiji and Pan Xiaogang exclaimed, "It is Her Majesty the Queen." Yulinjiang, Her Majesty the Queen? Amidst the bustling efforts to combat natural disasters at the Starbase, the neighboring provincial base remains woefully uninformed. Is there a talking pig by her side? Indeed, that settles it. Other creatures may be imitated, but a talking pig, how could that ever be replicated? Soon, Yulinjiang learned from the leaders of the two provincial bases about Ling Ran's formidable strength and the generous provisions bestowed upon the Southern Province base and G-City base by the Queen. Jiang Huai and Pan Xiaogang remarked, "Brother, seize this opportunity. Her Majesty is exceptionally generous." Yulinjiang felt a pang of despair. What kind of rewards were they speaking of? Their bases had already offended everyone. What a blunder. Had he known of the Queen's immense power, he would have severed ties with Fang Zhixing from the outset and fought fiercely alongside his comrades. Perhaps then he might have garnered Her Majesty's favor. But now, it seemed utterly impossible. Yulinjiang was deeply troubled. The absence of rewards for himself was disheartening, yet the knowledge that others had received them was even more excruciating, especially when those two individuals flaunted their fortunes before him. Was there still a chance for redemption? Regardless, the matter of the durian had been resolved. The leader of G-City base insisted on taking the task upon himself, claiming proximity to Furong province would allow him to act swiftly. However, the leader of the Southern Province base stated that, whether timely or not, he intended to send durians and durian trees to Her Majesty as a gesture of his sincerity and respect. Observing the reverence both leaders held for Ling Ran, Yulinjiang discreetly elevated her status in his mind, now regarding her as almost as vital as his own life. The following day, he visited Ling Ran with an invitation, stating that the base intended to host a banquet in her honor. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was met with a table brimming with an array of delectable dishes, each person clutching a hefty iron basin of rice, casting perplexed glances in his direction. Yulinjiang remarked, "You manager, what is it that you truly desire?" Pei Xiu, savoring a mouthful of rice and then a piece of meat, declared, "Delicious." Yulinjiang, feeling utterly embarrassed, pondered how he could even broach the subject of a banquet when he could scarcely arrange such a feast. With a forced smile, he inquired, "I simply wish to ask Her Highness if she is comfortable residing here. Should there be anything amiss, please do inform me, and I shall endeavor to resolve it." Pei Xiu, oblivious to the implications, responded, "Oh, so you came to curry favor since you know my sister is a queen?" Yulinjiang was left mortified. Su Yimo, seated beside Ling Ran, shot him a disapproving glare, exclaiming, "You foolish child, why speak such blatant truths? You possess no emotional intelligence whatsoever." Yulinjiang felt even more embarrassed. Was this intentional or merely an oversight? If it were an accident, he could only remark on the talents of the phoenix and dragon. After a few more awkward exchanges, Yulinjiang departed in disgrace, and the matter of the banquet was left unresolved. In Chapter 191, a visit to Her Highness, upon Yulinjiang's departure, Pei Xiu expressed his confusion, asking, "So he came all this way just to convey that single message?" Gu Zijing, leisurely handling his iron basin, replied, "He likely intended to invite us to dine, but upon witnessing our feast, he may have felt utterly ashamed. Now it makes sense. However, should he extend an invitation, we would certainly not decline." As Pei Xiu reached this point in the conversation, he turned to Ling Ran and said, "My sister has mentioned that even free insecticide is bittersweet. If there's free food, why not take advantage of it?" Ling Ran had not eaten, but she offered Pei Xiu an approving glance, pleased to see that her brother had finally shown some progress after all this time. Encouraged by Ling Ran's gaze, Pei Xiu became more animated. "Sister, what if he doesn't ask now? Should we give him a hint?" Gu Ziqin took it upon herself to respond, "Allow me to drop a hint." Pei Yi, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. "If Ziqin is handling it, then we shall await our meal." Indeed, with the wealth of Starbase, They ought to seize the opportunity. Shen Yinshan carried a metal basin to serve the food, adding, moreover, if it weren't for us, could he have become the leader of the base? We certainly cannot work for him without compensation. Regarding Yulinjiang's message to them, everyone could speculate on his motives. Firstly, he did not wish to offend them. Secondly, it was clear he hoped that Ling Ran and her companions would eliminate Fang Zhixing. If they succeeded, he would naturally rise to prominence. After finishing their meal, due to the biting cold, they assigned night watch duties and retreated to their beds early. The frigid weather was so severe that even spitting outside could lead to ice. Fortunately, being supernatural beings, their physical resilience was considerably better, unlike Uncle Chun and the ordinary folk who were freezing. In these days, men huddled together while women did the same, as more bodies brought warmth during slumber. The night passed in silence. Before lunch, Yulinjiang visited in person once more. Aside from discussing the meal, he was there to collect the crystal cores. Upon sensing the large box filled to the brim with cores, Yulinjiang's excitement surged instantly. Indeed, they are all pure crystal cores. Even though Fang Zhixing has suffered significant losses among his superpowered individuals, he no longer fears the inability to replenish his ranks. With these crystal cores at his disposal, he can already envision the multitude of superpowered beings who will flock to him. He instructed the space manipulator behind him to collect the cores, while Yulinjiang struggled to contain his excitement. Your Majesty, my people gathered some crystal cores yesterday. I wonder if we can continue our dealings in the coming days? Of course, came Ling Ran's affirmative response. Yulinjiang then left behind 50,000 crystal cores before departing with his companions. No sooner had he left than Pei Xiu couldn't suppress the smile that crept across his face. Sister is truly remarkable, with just a few words. She earns 20,000 crystal cores in a day. Who could achieve that? Who? A sister so extraordinary as his, and his alone. Stay humble, Ling Ran modestly replied. In the novel Rebirth, I earn thousands of crystal cores daily. In the apocalypse, the protagonist happens to be his sister. Pei Xiu became increasingly convinced that his sister was indeed the fabled chosen one. Humaying laughed. Here is a pin for you. You right. Meanwhile, it was rumored that they had come seeking an audience with Her Majesty. Chapter 192. Unwavering resolve in an instant. Yulinjiang surmised the intentions of Wen Yulan and her companions. It was likely that someone from the base, a former confidant of Wen Yulan, had informed her about the crystal course. His expression darkened slightly. Bring them to see me. Yulinjiang was aware that the matter of the crystal cores could not remain concealed. After all, Ling Ran could not possibly conduct business solely with him. Yet, he was the first to savor the taste of crabs. He thought to himself that once others finished their business, he would have already achieved a remarkable lead. However, who would have anticipated that before he could even warm his first batch of crystal cores, when Yulan approached him, igniting a spark of irritation within Yulinjiang. In the room, the two, having not seen each other for a long time, did not engage in pleasantries. Instead, an air of tension enveloped them. Yulinjiang cast a disgruntled glance at Wen Yulan. Speak plainly. Why have you come to seek the Queen's assistance? To exchange crystal cores. As expected, the corners of Yulinjiang's mouth tightened in displeasure. Who informed you of this? Such an act was tantamount to treachery within the confines of the base. Observing Wen Yulan's silence, he continued, This matter is easily traceable. It matters not whether you speak. I shall apprehend that individual. Wen Yulan, meeting Yulinjiang's gaze, implored, For the sake of our past camaraderie, Manager Yu, please lend us your aid. Yulinjiang remained silent, his heart ensnared in conflict. In a world replete with numerous bases, beset by both zombies and frequent natural disasters, it was imperative that they, as bases of Furong Province, supported one another. Your assistance to me would ultimately benefit yourself as well. Moreover, do you not trust me? Do you believe that if my base were to grow stronger, I would turn against you? This was precisely what troubled Yulinjiang, the treachery of human nature. Indeed, people can change. Yet, if I were driven by a hunger for power and gain, I would have never departed from Xingxing Base in the first place. Nor would I have stood idly by as it gradually fell into the hands of others. My initial establishment of Xingxing Base was solely to provide a sanctuary for all survivors amidst the apocalypse. When Yulan gazed steadfastly at Yulinjiang, her eyes filled with determination. Similarly, my intention in establishing the Liao Yuan base remains unchanged. What about you, Manager Yu? Yulinjiang was momentarily taken aback. Until just 2 days prior, he would have confidently asserted that his original intentions had not wavered. However, after only a few days as the newly appointed head of the base, he sensed a subtle transformation within himself. Was it merely a concern that other bases might gain strength and pose a threat? No, it was more profound. with newfound authority. His desires had expanded. Suddenly, Yulin became acutely aware that he was on the verge of becoming the very person he detested. He raised his gaze to meet Yulon's. "I shall take you to meet Her Majesty the Queen." "Thank you," she replied. "There's no need, after all. We are a community of shared human destiny." After discussing the matter of the crystal cores, Yulon adjusted her clothing. "Are you planning to select a site in U City, or will you venture further north?" "Yes, we have sent someone to U City for reconnaissance. The weather there is significantly better than here. Although it remains somewhat chilly, there is no risk of hail. It seems we shall settle in U City. If we continue further, we risk losing the star base entirely." Yulon nodded in agreement. "That sounds rather promising." Indeed. Yulin instructed his men to arrange accommodations for Yulon and her group before attending to his own responsibilities. Having just taken charge of the base, he had numerous matters demanding his attention. Yulon closed the door behind her and sighed. "I never anticipated that those individuals would prove to be even more formidable than we imagined." When they encountered Ling Ran and her group in Yangzhou, neither party was aware of the other's identity. The day after their separation, news of the legendary queen reached Ling Ran immediately through the flying ability user bound for City G, while others might have been able to disguise themselves. The presence of the conspicuous pig by Ling Ran's side rendered any pretense utterly impossible. Chapter 193, The Familiar Stench. When Yulon nodded. Upon realizing they were part of Her Majesty's team, she sent someone to contact her old subordinates left behind at Starbase. Initially, she had merely intended to indulge in gossip. However, upon learning about the purification crystal cores, Yulon and her group, already en route to Star City, hastened their journey overnight. They fervently hoped that tomorrow, the esteemed one would engage in trade with them. Seizing the opportunity while time permitted, they aimed to gather more crystal cores, as every bit counted, for this chance might never come again. The weather remained perpetually overcast, and Ling Ran found little motivation to venture outside. Having indulged excessively in novels recently, she surprisingly opted to forego her reading today, instead sitting at the dining table watching Uncle Chen prepare stinky tofu. Just as she was engrossed in the scene, a knock resounded at the door. Soon after, the voice of Zhou Hang could be heard. "Is it you?" At the doorway stood Yulin, accompanied by his spatial ability users, along with the Wen sisters and a man who had previously been with them. Upon entering, Yulin's gaze fell upon Ling Ran seated at the table. Just as he was about to inquire, he caught a whiff of an aroma. What is that smell? So delightfully foul yet familiar? Before he could fully process it, Yulin interjected, "You can't recognize the obvious scent of stinky tofu?" "Oh yes, stinky tofu," Yulin replied, somewhat bewildered. In less than a year since the apocalypse, he found himself unable to discern the pungent aroma of stinky tofu. It wasn't that he couldn't smell it. Rather, it had been so long since he last indulged in its flavor that the sudden whiff left him in disbelief. He observed Uncle Chen meticulously preparing slices of stinky tofu and offered a disarming smile to Ling Ran. "My lord, is this stinky tofu for sale?" Yulin felt a twinge of disappointment. "Ah, right, my lord, allow me to introduce." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Pei Xiu. "No need for introductions. We are already acquainted with the Wen sisters." "You know each other?" Yulin gazed at the Wen sisters, feeling a sense of betrayal. It was during a previous encounter in Yangzhou that they had exchanged a brief introduction. When Yulin succinctly explained, "My lord, I heard you have purified crystal cores for sale. May I purchase some?" "Certainly," came the reply. When Yulin had already inquired about the price, which was even more affordable than the evolution liquid. Regardless of the cost, she was willing to buy, albeit in modest quantities. She turned to the man behind her. "Old Wang, bring out the crystal cores." As her words fell, boxes of crystal cores appeared in the living room. "Here are 100,000 crystal cores. Please take a look." Gu Ziqin used his ability to scan them and affirmed, "Everything is in order." After exchanging the crystal cores from the previous day with Yulin, he then produced another 100,000. Feeling somewhat sheepish under the knowing gazes of Pei Yi and the others, he was aware that they had perceived his earlier mistrust. Yulin hastily shifted the conversation. "My lord, lunch is ready. I humbly invite you to join us." The lunch was indeed sumptuous, featuring an array of dishes including vegetables, meats, and fruits, complemented by a comprehensive selection of condiments. There were also numerous specialties from Furong province, and although the chef's skills were not quite on par with Uncle Chen's, they were still quite commendable. Little did Pei Yi and the others know, this culinary delight was arranged by Yulin, who had learned of Ling Ran's fondness for gourmet food and had specially commissioned a chef from the survivors. After the meal, the atmosphere was joyous. with Pei Xiu's eyes sparkling. Free meals, it seems, are indeed delectable. He felt fortunate not to have missed this opportunity. Perhaps it was the allure of complimentary food, but he found the flavors particularly delightful. Su Yimo shot him a glance, remarking, "I have tasted the specialties of Furong province before, and these dishes are quite authentic." Ling Ran had not experienced them previously, yet she found the spiciness of Furong province's cuisine to align well with her palate, making her midday meal quite enjoyable. Especially after indulging in such fiery dishes, everyone was sweating, feeling a warmth spread through their bodies. However, it was evident that the star base was quite affluent. Zhou Heng reflected on how the starbase had produced over 200,000 crystal nuclei, not to mention their previous acquisitions of evolution liquid. The Liao Yuan base was also impressive, seemingly a small establishment capable of producing 100,000 crystal nuclei. Today alone, they received 200,000 crystal nuclei. And Ling Ran netted 80,000, a significant profit for her. She absorbed 50,000 for herself, distributed 20,000 among her subordinates, and set aside 10,000 as reserve funds. After absorbing the 50,000 crystal nuclei, Ling Ran slightly squinted, feeling a profound sense of comfort envelop her. Her abilities have now recovered to 20%, allowing her to navigate this post-apocalyptic world with ease. Meanwhile, Pei Xiu and the others each received approximately 5,000 crystal cores. Pei Xiu, Su Yimo, and Zhou Heng, who were all still at the second level, instantly ascended to the third level of their abilities. Haha. I am now a third-level ability user. As he spoke, Pei Xiu's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear at the balcony. Zhou Heng clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Xiu Ge, you're amazing. Look at my water abilities." What used to be mere small water balls and streams had now expanded tenfold. With this newfound volume, there would be no issue providing enough water for the team to bathe and cook. Meanwhile, Wutong, who did not receive any crystal cores, sulked in silence. "Did you consider my feelings while you were showing off? You were all heartless." Thus, a world where only Wutong bore the wounds was established. The few who had just attained third-level abilities were engrossed in displaying their powers, only ceasing when their abilities were completely exhausted. The next day, Yulin Jiang and the Wen sisters arrived to collect purification crystal cores. Simultaneously, the third-level flying ability user dispatched from the G-City base finally reached the star base. Originally at the second level, this flying ability user had been hastily upgraded to third-level status by Master Pan upon learning that the Queen required durians. After tirelessly journeying day and night, they arrived at the star base by noon on the 10th day. Due to the enormous size of the durians in this post-apocalyptic world, the flying ability user could only carry one, and even that weighed 30 pounds. Shin Yinshin handed over 1,000 crystal cores to the flying ability user, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." "No need, no need." The aerial adept gazed longingly at the box containing the crystal core, yet ultimately declined. Manager Pan had already settled the payment. "Oh?" The aerial adept elucidated. "Manager Pan learned from Manager Yu that you wish to savor durian, and thus dispatched me post-haste, utilizing a substantial amount of crystal cores to elevate my abilities from level 2 to level 3. Achieving level 3 on my own would take an indeterminate time. However, by merely delivering a single durian, I can ascend to level 3 for free and receive a splendid accommodation allocated by the base. It's a remarkable profit." A slight twitch appeared at the corner of the aerial adept's mouth. The illustrious base chief of City G, in the Queen's eyes, was merely a small fry, a humble pan.